The story opens with a man sprinting down the street, his footsteps pounding against the pavement as he rushes forward like he is chasing the beginning of something important. His name is Ju In-gong. He explains that his parents gave him that name because they hoped he would grow up to become the protagonist of the world itself. In Korean, his name literally means protagonist, and because of that, people teased him about it endlessly when he was a kid. But strangely enough, he never hated the name, because deep inside, Ju In-gong really did want to be the hero of his own story. With that quiet wish still burning in his heart, he pushes into a game store. The moment he steps inside, the people around him start murmuring that he has finally shown up. Ju In-gong acts like he is tired of hearing it, brushing the comments aside as he tells the shopkeeper that the teasing seriously needs to end. Then, without wasting another second, he asks whether the game has arrived. The shopkeeper answers as if he already knew Ju In-gong would come running in, saying he saved a copy just for him. It is Night Saga RE, the long-awaited remake of the classic game Night Saga. According to the shopkeeper, the entire game is built around the endless war between humans and demons, a conflict that has continued for ages without either side backing down. Players can choose between Locke, the hero fighting for humanity, or Zephyr Ragnaros, the Demon King's second son. Each character follows a different path with different goals, different choices, and a completely separate destiny waiting ahead. Ju In-gong remembers the original Night Saga clearly. Ever since childhood, he has cleared the game more than 10 times. To the point where every character, every item, every location, and every major event is burned into his memory. But this remake is different from anything he has played before. It is the first version released after full-dive virtual reality systems exploded across the market, which makes it feel less like a simple remake and more like a dream finally becoming real. Later, after getting his hands on the game, that excitement follows him all the way home. Back in his apartment, Ju In-gong settles in and starts preparing everything. He loads the chip into his full-dive helmet, connects the cartridge, and gets the setup ready with the kind of focus only a true longtime fan could have. As he waits for the system to finish, anticipation buzzes through him, making it almost impossible to sit still. He even tells himself that maybe he should take it easy tonight, casually deciding that 8 hours of playtime should be enough, as if that is somehow a light session. Then, the instant the system pulls him into the game world, everything around him changes. Ju In-gong finds himself staring up at a ceiling so bright it almost hurts his eyes. Blinking in confusion, he wonders out loud if the load-in worked properly. After all, Night Saga always begins with the player waking up in bed. That is supposed to be the true starting point. But this time, something immediately feels wrong. The body he is lying in does not feel familiar, and when he looks at himself, it is clearly not the one he expected. Before he can make sense of it, a rough voice suddenly calls out nearby, asking if he is still asleep and telling him to get moving because today is going to be busy. Ju In-gong is too stunned by what he is seeing to respond normally. He can only marvel at how unbelievably lifelike everything looks, with graphics so realistic they are practically indistinguishable from the real world. When he says that out loud, the huge orc standing beside him gives him a confused look, as if the word makes no sense at all, and asks what he means by graphics. Ju In-gong can hardly believe it. He is having a smooth, natural conversation with what should be an NPC, and none of the game advertisements said anything about this level of realism. Trying to get his bearings, he asks the orc for his name. The orc answers plainly, saying that he is Karak. Then Karak looks straight at him and calls him Prince Shutra, urging him to hurry up before they waste any more time. The name hits Ju In-gong instantly. Shutra Ignis, the Demon King's 9th son. He realizes he was never even given the chance to choose his character, and now he cannot understand why the game has thrown him into this role without warning. He quickly opens the status window, hoping for answers, only to see that he is level 1 and just 14 years old. Worse than that, his stats are so low they are almost painful to look at. Every single stat is sitting at 5. Ju In-gong notes in disbelief that even an ordinary NPC usually starts with 10s across the board, making Shutra's numbers look embarrassingly weak. Next, he checks his skill list. One skill is called Conquest, but the other one is named Protagonist Setting Adjustment. The moment he sees that strange title, He stops and stares at it. He wonders out loud whether the skill really means exactly what it sounds like, because if it does, then this situation may be even stranger than he first thought. Carrick cuts into his thoughts with a loud shout, telling him to stop standing around and get moving already. Ju In-gong answers that he understands and finally steps outside, but the moment he does, he is left completely stunned by what is waiting for him. In front of him stretches a long line of orcs, all standing in formation like soldiers, ready to march. The sight makes him uneasy. Looking over the tense formation, he asks why the atmosphere feels less like a normal outing and more like they are heading straight into battle. Carrick dismisses his reaction without much concern and tells him they need to move right away. He explains that Red Thunder orcs are causing trouble, and this will be Prince Shutra's first real battle. The casual way Carrick says it only makes the situation feel even more alarming. Ju In-gong freezes for a moment, still trying to process the fact that his first day in this world has somehow turned into a battlefield march. Confused and increasingly nervous, he asks where the tutorial is supposed to be. Carrick explains that the Red Thunder Orc tribe has rebelled. Together with the 7th prince and the 8th princess, they are going to help suppress the uprising. Ju In-gong immediately questions why they are bringing only 10 people if this is a full-blown war. Carrick insists that he already told him yesterday this was only meant to be a patrol, not some grand military campaign. Ju In-gong hesitates, asking whether Carrick really said that. Carrick looks back at him with a strange expression, clearly starting to notice that something about Prince Shutra is not quite right. Carrick wonders why he has been acting so strangely all day. Meanwhile, Ju In-gong opens his minimap, hoping the game system can at least give him something familiar to rely on. The moment the minimap appears, Ju In-gong mutters that he knew there would be one. Relief washes over him, because navigation will be much easier now and he decides he should keep it open at all times. Then his eyes catch something unusual, a hidden path tucked away from their current route, and he wonders if it might be connected to some kind of event. After checking the map, he tells Carrick that their current path is far too slow. Then, with sudden confidence, he says he knows a shortcut. Trusting his words for the moment, the group changes course and begins taking the detour. They push through the forest, moving between the trees and uneven ground, before eventually reaching a steep cliff and climbing their way upward. By the time they reach the top, Ju In-gong looks completely exhausted, his body clearly struggling with Shutra's miserable stamina. But right in front of them stands a hidden zone, sealed off by 2 enormous stone gates that rise like ancient walls from the ground. Carrick stares at the place in surprise, then turns to Ju In-gong and asks how he knew something like this was hidden here. He even asks whether Ju In-gong is a mage. Ju In-gong quickly answers that he is not, still trying to catch his breath. The others also notice how drained he looks, watching him struggle as if the climb alone has almost finished him off.
Ju In-gong admits that he underestimated just how terrible Shutra's stamina really was. Even so, he wants to see whether he can open the door, and with that thought pushing him forward, he steps toward the massive gate.
The instant he approaches, a golden light suddenly wraps around him. Ju In-gong freezes in place, staring at the glow in shock as he wonders what is happening to him. A notification suddenly appears in front of Shutra's eyes, glowing like a system message in midair. Somehow, just from reaching this hidden place, he has leveled up. Shutra stares at the message in disbelief, wondering if he seriously gained an entire level just from walking through the area. And before he can even calm down, something even stranger catches his attention. Every one of his stats has risen by 2 full points. Shutra can only mutter under his breath that this is ridiculously broken, because for someone as weak as him, that kind of increase is almost too good to be true. Right after that, a heavy grinding sound echoes through the area, followed by the deep rumble of ancient stone beginning to crumble. Carrick looks toward the opening, then glances back at Shutra and asks whether they are going in. Shutra has no idea what might be waiting inside that hidden place, and the darkness beyond the entrance gives him no easy answers. Still, he is not alone this time, so Shutra tells himself that they should be able to manage somehow. After all, a real protagonist does not simply die after falling off a cliff. Instead, he gets handed a chance. The group steps through the wide, newly opened mouth of the cave. As they move inside, Carrick studies the walls and says the passage looks like a dwarf tunnel. But Shutra immediately objects. Shutra says dwarves are not supposed to be in this region at all, since they are known to live in the demon realm. Carrick answers that they do not live here now, but a long time ago they apparently did. When Shutra asks if all the dwarves migrated away, Carrick admits he does not know the whole story. He only knows the old legends passed down among the orc tribes. With that uncertain explanation hanging in the air, they continue deeper into the cavern. Then, something ahead catches their eyes. A bright gleam shines from the darkness, revealing a mound of treasure scattered with abandoned weapons, armor, and old pieces of gear. The orcs immediately break into excited cheers, their rough voices echoing through the cave. They rush forward and start grabbing whatever they can reach, shouting that the dwarves must have left behind some incredible treasures. While the orcs celebrate, like they have just stumbled into paradise, Shutra simply watches them lose control. Unlike them, Shutra stays where he is. No matter how tempting the weapons look, he cannot actually use any of them, because their level requirements are far beyond him. His pathetic stats make the problem even worse, locking him out of even the simplest-looking equipment. Still, Shutra mutters that they might as well keep the gear for later instead of leaving it behind. Then he pauses, glancing around the pile of loot as another problem crosses his mind. He wonders how he is supposed to stash all of it. Shutra picks up one of the items and quietly says "store" under his breath. The item vanishes from his hand and slips neatly into his inventory, just like a game command. Seeing it work, he confirms to himself that the system behaves exactly the way he expected. All he has to do is touch the item, think the command, and it becomes his. But then, Shutra's eyes flick toward the minimap, where a sudden cluster of red dots appears near the outer edge. He stiffens, wondering if those dots are enemies, and immediately warns everyone to fall back. Before anyone can properly react, danger strikes without warning. A section of the cavern wall splits apart with a violent crack, then bursts open in an explosion of stone and dust, sending several orcs flying off their feet. From within the swirling dust and shattered rock, a towering figure steps forward. It is a red thunder orc. The massive warrior announces that he already expected them to come, then reveals himself as Kachin, commander of the tribe. Kakin's voice thunders through the cavern as he bellows an order to his men, commanding them to kill every last one of the intruders. In an instant, the cave descends into chaos. The orcs fighting on Shutra's side are cut down one after another as the Red Thunder orcs crash into them with brutal force. A few of Shutra's orcs manage to steady themselves and strike back, refusing to fall without a fight. But the difference in strength is obvious. They are outnumbered, overpowered, and forced back under the pressure of the enemy assault. As weapons clash and furious shouts fill the cavern, the battle keeps raging around Shutra. Little by little, the momentum begins to shift, even if only slightly. Watching from the rear, Shutra wonders whether he should jump in and steal a few kills for experience while the others are keeping the enemies busy. He sneaks behind one of the Red Thunder orcs while it is locked in combat, then lunges with everything he has. But the moment his blades strike, they shatter against the enemy like cheap scraps of metal. Shutra freezes, staring down at the broken pieces in his hands. Only then does he realize the weapons were probably worthless junk from the start. The Red Thunder orc slowly turns, its rage now fixed directly on him. Panic takes over. Shutra spins around and runs for his life without even thinking. He screams as he bolts away, but before he can get far, his foot catches on a rock and he crashes face first into the ground. A damage notification flashes in front of him, coldly announcing that he has lost 14 health. He still has 5 mana left, but that tiny number does nothing to make him feel safer. The Red Thunder orc is already closing in, raising its weapon and preparing to finish him off with the killing blow. At the last possible moment, Carrick rushes in and intercepts the attack, blocking the strike before it can land on Shutra. Carrick shouts at Shutra, demanding to know what he is doing and yelling at him to move before he gets himself killed. But Shutra cannot move. His entire body is shaking, locked in place by fear that feels far too real. He desperately tells himself that this is only a game, trying to force his mind to believe it. But the terror flooding through him is nothing like a game. He does not want to die, not here and not like this. Shutra decides he has had enough for one day, and hurriedly pulls up the menu, searching for a way out. He tries to escape, telling himself that the realism is overwhelming. Too intense, too frightening, too much to handle. But when he glances at his character sheet, another impossible detail appears. His species is listed as Gondarvier. Even more unsettling, his active skill list is completely empty, as if the abilities he saw earlier have vanished or never existed at all. Then comes the worst part. There is no logout option anywhere. Shutra's panic deepens as the horrifying thought hits him. He might actually be trapped inside this world. While Shutra frantically searches through the menu for answers, the battlefield keeps moving around him. Across the chaos, Kakin locks eyes with him and begins chanting, his focus settling on Shutra like a predator choosing its target. A barrage of magical attacks suddenly rains down through the cavern, cutting through the air with deadly force. The spells pierce straight into Shutra's body, and sharp pain explodes through him so vividly that he cannot dismiss it as a simple game effect. The impact hurls him backward, slamming him hard against the cliff wall. His vision starts to blur, the shapes around him melting into shadows as his strength drains away. Shutra gasps desperately for air, but his body will not respond. As the sounds of battle fade into the distance, his consciousness slips away. Suddenly, everything around Shutra goes silent, as if the battlefield itself has been ripped away from him. When Shutra opens his eyes again, he is no longer inside the cave. He finds himself drifting in a strange, empty space, a dark void that feels like it might exist somewhere deep inside his own mind. For a moment, he wonders if this is the afterlife. After all, the last thing he remembers is Kaken's magic tearing through his body. Shutra is almost certain that the Red Thunder Orc commander finished him off. But then, in the middle of that endless darkness, a warm golden light begins to bloom in front of him. A woman's voice echoes through the void, calm yet powerful, filling the empty space around Shutra. She tells him that he is bound to this world by fate. Then her voice grows heavier, commanding him to conquer, to rule, and to bring everything beneath him through absolute subjugation. As she reaches both hands toward him, Shutra notices her eyes. They are two different colors, staring straight into him with an intensity he cannot ignore. Before he can even ask who she is or what she truly wants from him, the golden light swallows him completely. Back on the battlefield, the green orcs are still fighting desperately, barely holding their ground against the Red Thunder tribe. Kaken moves forward to strengthen his own warriors, sneering at the absurdity of such a tiny group daring to challenge his tribe. To Kaken, there is no reason to let this battle drag on any longer. He orders his troops to slaughter every last one of them. But at that moment, Shutra rises unsteadily to his feet, his face filled with confusion, still trying to understand what just happened. Shutra wonders if he has gone through some kind of awakening. Kaken notices him standing again and snarls in disbelief, demanding to know how Shutra is still alive. At the same time, a notification flashes across Shutra's vision. Telekinesis level 1 acquired. Shutra mutters in confusion, unable to understand when he even gained that skill. Then, another unexpected change appears before his eyes. His secondary job has changed, and now it is listed as Knight of Conquest. Kaken immediately shouts at his warriors, ordering every attack to focus on the boy standing in the center of the battlefield. Carrick realizes what the enemy is trying to do almost instantly. With a furious roar, Carrick commands the others to protect the prince no matter what it costs. He makes it clear that not a single wound must reach Shutra. But Shutra himself remains frozen in place. His eyes are locked on the status window in front of him, unable to look away from the new class written there. Shutra murmurs that this job never existed in the original game, not in any route, character path, or hidden event he remembers. Then Shutra lowers his blade and drives it into the ground beneath him. He whispers that the movement feels completely natural, as if the knowledge has been buried inside his body all along. Lifting his gaze toward the battlefield, Shutra declares that the power of conquest is the power of kings. Then, with his voice rising, he invokes the command, under the king's banner. Golden light spins around him and surges outward. The glow wraps around the orc warriors like a living aura, and the buff immediately takes effect. One by one, the orcs shout that strength is flooding through their bodies. Filled with that new power, they charge into the Red Thunder tribe like a crashing tidal wave. One orc drives his fist straight through an enemy's chest with nothing but his bare hands. At that point, weapons barely even matter anymore. The green orcs have become overwhelming, unstoppable, and terrifyingly strong. Kaken's confidence finally cracks, and panic flashes across his face. He demands to know how their enemy's strength could have risen so suddenly in the middle of battle. Then his eyes follow the golden energy across the battlefield, tracing it back to the one standing at its center. Shutra. Furious, Kaken unleashes a barrage of 4 attacks directly toward him. Shutra sees the incoming strikes cutting through the air toward his body. But before the attacks can land, Carrick leaps in front of him and deflects every one of them with effortless power. As Shutra watches Carrick move, the sight steadies his nerves and pushes away the fear that had been gripping him. Confidence rises in Shutra's chest. He tells Carrick to push forward, knowing that his buff is amplifying every step, every swing, and every ounce of strength in Carrick's body. Kaken finally realizes that the battle has completely turned against him. The Red Thunder Orc commander starts pleading for them to stop. But it is already far too late. Karak barrels straight into Kakin with unstoppable force and sends his head flying from his shoulders. The remaining Red Thunder orcs watch their commander's head roll across the ground, and terror immediately takes hold of them. As they turn and flee, the green orcs chase after them, shouting that not a single enemy will be allowed to escape. A system message appears before Shutra's eyes, declaring that a general's achievements belong to his king. Then 3 level-ups strike him one after another in rapid succession. Still breathing hard, Shutra stands there trying to collect himself after everything that just happened. He wonders aloud what is going on. From a short distance away, Karak stares at him with wide eyes, clearly questioning where that impossible power came from. Karak looks at Shutra again, this time with something close to awe, as if he is starting to believe that the prince himself may have caused the miracle they just witnessed. Later, after the battle has ended, Shutra returns to camp. There, he frantically scrolls through his menu again and again, repeating the same problem under his breath. There is no exit button. No matter where he looks, the option simply does not exist. Shutra forces himself to breathe, telling himself over and over that he needs to calm down first. As he tries to think clearly, only 2 possibilities come to mind. The first is that he really is trapped inside the virtual reality system, and maybe some bug on the outside will eventually be patched and set him free. The second possibility is the absurd one, the kind of thought that sounds insane the moment it enters his head. What if this is not a game anymore? What if, just like in a novel or a manga, Shutra has somehow been pulled into another world? Maybe this place only looks like the Night Saga he remembers, while actually being a completely real world that follows similar rules. The longer Shutra sits with that thought, the harder it becomes to laugh it off. Everything around him is far too vivid and far too detailed for an ordinary simulation. Shutra can feel the world pressing in on him with a reality that is impossible to ignore. The texture of the ground, the chill in the air, and the way even the smallest sound bounces against the stone all feel painfully real. He even notices, with a strange little bit of embarrassed amusement, that this body is rendered down to the most private details without the slightest sign of censorship. That ridiculous detail only makes the situation feel even less like a simple virtual reality game. Shutra starts wondering if he truly crossed over into another realm. For one dark moment, he even thinks that dying might be the only way to escape, but he immediately rejects the idea. That is not something he is willing to test. For now, Shutra tells himself to focus on the positives. At the very least, he did not wake up as an orc or an ogre. Better than that, he is a prince, born into the kind of position people would call the golden spoon among golden spoons. For the moment, life is still tilted in his favor. Just then, Karak enters the room. Karak asks whether Shutra has a moment to speak with him. Since this situation does not seem like it will disappear anytime soon, Ju Ingong quietly accepts the name everyone in this world uses for him. From now on, he is Shutra. So Shutra looks at Karak and asks what he wants. Karak explains that he would like to request a duel. Even though Shutra is a prince, he is also someone who leads others, and for a warrior like Karak, it is only natural to understand the fighting ability of the person he serves. Shutra raises an eyebrow, sensing there may be more to this request than simple curiosity, and asks if Karak has a real reason for wanting to spar. Karak offers him a training sword and tells him not to worry. Karak says he plans to go easy on him, making it sound like this will only be a light test. Shutra scoffs at the overly careful attitude. If they are going to do this, then in his mind they might as well do it properly. With that decision made, Shutra does not wait for Karak to make the first move. He charges in first, lifting the training sword and swinging with all the force his young body can manage. Karak plants his feet and takes the blow head-on as Shutra's blade comes crashing down against his head. Shutra follows with a rushed series of frantic stabs, pushing forward again and again, but none of the attacks seem to bother the orc warrior in the slightest. Karak calmly remarks that the hits feel less like sword strikes and more like being tapped by an egg. Then, with one lazy swing of his own, Karak knocks Shutra backward, as if the prince weighs almost nothing. Shutra lands hard and brings a hand to the back of his head, rubbing the sore spot. Shutra grumbles that Karak could have at least warned him before hitting that hard, but as he pushes himself back up, something appears in front of his eyes. Basic Swordsmanship Level 1 has been unlocked. Shutra stares at the message in confusion, wondering when exactly he learned that skill. Then the answer suddenly clicks into place. It is just like what happened with telekinesis. Shutra begins to suspect that he can gain new skills simply by experiencing the right actions firsthand. Apparently, it might even work when those actions are done to him. Karak, thinking the spar is finished, suggests they stop there and go get something to eat. But Shutra shakes his head. His eyes sharpen as he declares that this is nowhere near over. He steadies his stance, grips the training sword again, and charges at Carrick for another round. This time, Shutra's thrust is cleaner and more focused. Carrick blocks it easily, but even he notices that Shutra's movements have clearly improved. Carrick wonders aloud why Shutra was so clumsy just moments ago. Shutra's skill itself has not exactly leveled up, but his technique is adapting at an unnatural speed. Carrick swings again, forcing Shutra to jump back out of range, and there is a hint of enjoyment in the orc warrior's expression now. Carrick asks whether Shutra thinks he can handle him now, then questions what level the prince has reached. Carrick says that the last time his own level was measured, it was recorded as level 21. Shutra opens his status window while catching his breath. Then he answers with quiet confidence, saying he will catch up soon. His status reveals that Shutra has already reached level 7. Shutra reminds himself that people in this world really do have levels, but unlike him, most of them cannot check those numbers directly. They have to rely on special level measuring spells to learn that kind of information. Shutra, on the other hand, can see his stats clearly and even distribute bonus points from leveling up. That alone gives him a massive advantage over everyone else. With that thought pushing him forward, Shutra launches himself at Carrick once more. His feet kick off the ground and he meets Carrick in a quick exchange of strikes, the sound of their training weapons snapping through the air. Each blow comes out a little sharper than the last. Shutra realizes that this means he can truly become stronger. And not just at a normal pace. His growth is explosive, almost exponential, far beyond what ordinary people in this world should be capable of. But as he thinks about that, his mind drifts toward the long future waiting ahead. The story of Night Saga is not a simple straight line from beginning to end. There are several major events that happen before the final conclusion, and among all of them, the most dangerous is a forced event known as the Day of the Massacre. In the history of the demon realm, that nightmare is recorded as taking place in the year 517. During that event, everything changes. Zephyr Ragnaros, the demon king's second son, murders all of his brothers in order to fulfill his ambition. Since the victims include every prince, Shutra knows that his own name is already on that death list. Fortunately, the current year is only 512. That means Shutra still has 5 years left before the massacre is supposed to happen, but if he wants to survive, he has to stop it before that day arrives. Ideally, Shutra needs to become strong enough to surpass Zephyr Ragnaros himself. While that heavy thought settles over him, Carrick calls out, saying he has been searching everywhere for him. Shutra looks over and asks what is going on. Carrick reminds him that today is the day of the scheduled meeting. Shutra frowns, not immediately understanding what meeting Carrick means, but Carrick urges him to hurry because everyone is already waiting. A little later, Shutra returns to the camp. There, he finds himself seated at a table across from 2 others. Faced with the awkward atmosphere and unfamiliar expectations, Shutra can only let out a nervous laugh. Shutra gives a nervous little laugh and says they must have arrived earlier than expected. Sitting across from him are 2 of his older siblings, both carrying the calm presence of people used to command. The older brother introduces himself as Chris Moonlight, the 7th prince. Seeing how stiff and overly polite Shutra is acting, Chris tells him there is no need to be so formal and urges him to relax. After all, they are family. Beside Chris sits his younger sister, the 8th Princess Caitlin Moonlight, who adds that this is actually her first time meeting Shutra face to face. Chris tells Shutra that honorifics are unnecessary between them, and that he can simply call them brother and sister. Shutra accepts the suggestion, though he is still trying to adjust to the strange warmth in the room. In his mind, Shutra quickly identifies the 2 of them as the children of the 4th queen, Elaine Moonlight, the ruler of the lycanthropes. Their lineage alone makes them important figures inside the Demon King's family. Shutra remembers that even in the original game, Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight were extremely troublesome opponents in battle. But another darker memory surfaces at the same time. 1 year before the day of the massacre, both Chris and Caitlin are killed by Zephyr Ragnaros, along with the Demon King's other children. Their bloodline threatens Zephyr's claim to power, and Caitlin carries an even more dangerous secret. She is not truly the Demon King's legitimate daughter. While Shutra is thinking through all of this, Caitlin turns to him and asks why he went against the plan. She reminds him that she only ordered him to scout the area, not to rush into combat. Shutra answers that he never expected the enemy to appear in that location. So things spiraled before he could properly react. Caitlin steps closer to him, her gaze narrowing as she studies his condition. She checks him carefully and asks if he is hurt anywhere. Her tone is firm, but there is clear concern beneath it as she tells him he needs to be more careful, reminding him that he is still the weakest among all their siblings. Shutra lowers his head and apologizes. But, as he does, a question quietly rises in his mind. Why are they treating him so kindly? Are the Demon King's children really this united? The thought refuses to leave him. In the game, every relationship had felt fixed by predetermined dialogue, betrayal, and rigid hierarchy. But here, their expressions, their concern, and their reactions all feel unpredictable, almost painfully real. Chris agrees with Caitlin's warning and tells Shutra that if he pulls another reckless stunt like that next time, Chris will scold him properly. Shutra nods and says he understands. But deep down, he still cannot stop wondering about their kindness. In the game, Chris and Caitlin had always seemed colder, sharper, and sometimes even hostile. Yet right now, sitting in front of them, he can feel genuine warmth. That leads Shutra to think about the nature of the lycanthropes themselves. They are known for incredible vitality, beings filled with powerful life force. And he remembers that many lycanthropes were especially skilled at using aura. That memory gives him an idea. If he awakened telekinesis by directly experiencing it, then maybe he can awaken aura the same way. Shutra looks up and says he has a request. Chris raises an eyebrow, clearly curious, and asks what kind of request he means. Shutra's expression suddenly brightens, and without hesitation, he declares that he wants Chris to hit him with aura. Both Chris and Caitlin visibly freeze at his words, their faces shifting from calm concern to pure discomfort. The siblings exchange a disturbed look, as if silently asking each other whether they heard him correctly, or whether Shutra has developed some strange desire to be beaten up. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a battlefield already swallowed by violence. Red orcs are blasted off their feet, their bodies thrown backward under the force of the fighting. Green orcs crash against them in a full-scale war, weapons swinging, bodies colliding, and chaos spreading across the battlefield from every direction. In the middle of that madness, a massive red orc suddenly lashes out with brutal force. But he does not strike only his enemies. He attacks his own men as well, smashing down anyone unlucky enough to be nearby. Several warriors rush in, trying to restrain or subdue him. Their efforts mean almost nothing. The giant red orc tears through them with frightening ease, sending them down one after another. One warrior barely manages to leave a shallow cut across his arm. The giant pauses and looks down at the wound. For a brief second, everything seems to stop, and then rage twists across his face. The warrior responsible barely has time to understand what he has done before the giant's next blow turns him into a spray of crimson mist. The shockwave from the attack blasts the surrounding fighters away like scattered leaves. The enormous red orc throws his head back and bellows across the battlefield. He roars that not a single enemy should be allowed to escape, then promises a reward to whoever brings him the highest number of kills. Strangely enough, the green orcs seem to respond to his command, moving as if he is their leader rather than an enemy standing against them. Meanwhile, Shutra appears to be unconscious, his body still while his mind drifts away into another strange dreamlike space. Inside that dream, he once again sees the mysterious woman who appeared during his awakening. Shutra asks who she is, his voice carrying through the strange space around him. Then he looks around and notices other shadowy figures nearby. They are people he does not recognize from the game at all, and their presence only makes the dream feel more unsettling. The woman steps closer to him, but she gives no answer. Instead, her body dissolves once more into radiant light, so bright that Shutra has to raise an arm and shield his eyes. When he opens them again, he is awake, lying back in his room. Still disoriented, Shutra mutters to himself and wonders what kind of dream that was. Then, a voice suddenly whispers near his ear. Carrick is right beside him, murmuring with clear amusement in his tone, startled. Shutra jolts backward and blurts out that Carrick nearly gave him a heart attack. Carrick replies that the prince seems healthy enough, though he is still confused about why Shutra begged his siblings to beat him up. Carrick says Shutra had been practically whining for it, as if being struck by aura was something he desperately needed. Then Carrick tells him to look at the result. Sure enough, Shutra's body is now giving off a faint shimmer of aura, a subtle glow moving around him like a thin veil of energy.
It worked. Shutra stares at the aura in amazement and says he can actually feel the power flowing through him.
Carrick asks if simply getting hit by aura is enough to awaken it. Shutra answers that it seems to help, at least to some extent. Then Carrick asks the question that has clearly been on his mind, whether Shutra was the one who filled everyone with power during the battle in the cave. Shutra gives a small nod. Carrick simply says that he understands now. Shutra then shifts the conversation and asks if anything happened while he was unconscious. Carrick tells him that the main force won against the Red Orcs. Shutra raises an eyebrow, surprised by the report. He had assumed Chris and Caitlin had been sent to handle the threat themselves. Carrick laughs at that idea and says that would be absurd, asking if Shutra understands just how enormous the Red Orc tribe really is. Shutra then asks who actually led the operation. Carrick answers that the commander in charge was General Vandal. The moment Shutra hears that name, his expression freezes, and a sharp jolt runs through him as if the air itself has suddenly changed. Vandal is not just some ordinary warrior. He is known as one of the strongest fighters in the entire realm, and in the days when Shutra had played through the world as Zephyr, Vandal had eventually become one of his most reliable and powerful subordinates. The memory strikes Shutra hard, and almost immediately, another thought begins to surface. Vandal does not swear loyalty to Zephyr until the year 515. But right now the year is still only 512. That means Vandal is still unattached, still moving on his own, and has not yet pledged himself to anyone. To Shutra, that single fact opens up a dazzling chance. He already knows Vandal's habits, his weak points, the foods he loves, the kinds of rewards that catch his attention, and even the way he moves and fights in battle. And above all else, Shutra knows the most important condition for bringing Vandal over to his side. If he wants to recruit him, he has to beat him in a duel. With all of that knowledge sitting in his head, Shutra feels a surge of confidence. If he acts before Zephyr ever has the opportunity, then he can make Vandal his subordinate first. For him, this becomes a clear and realistic first objective. He needs to secure a powerful follower of his own, someone loyal enough to stand at his side and strong enough to change the weight of his future. After that, the scene shifts back to Caitlin's camp. Chris's voice rings out across the camp in complete disbelief. He stares at Shutra as if he has just heard something impossible, demanding to know whether Shutra truly managed to grasp the basics of aura in only a single day. Shutra answers calmly, explaining that he had poured every single level up point he had into aura. Because of that, Shutra says this result should not be all that surprising. Aura is not just a narrow specialty either. Unlike telekinesis, it naturally strengthens the entire body, boosting physical abilities across the board, which makes it far more valuable for his current situation. Chris can only mutter under his breath, clearly still struggling to accept how absurd it all sounds. Then Chris wonders aloud whether Shutra's strange talent might have something to do with him being a Gandharva. After a moment, he shifts the topic and asks if Shutra can draw out a map of the burrows they explored. Shutra says he probably can. He does not have a physical map in his hands, but the minimap in his vision still holds the structure of the passages in surprising detail, so he simply asks for paper and a pen. Once the materials are placed in front of him, Shutra begins sketching the cave layout from memory, his hand moving steadily over the page. By the time he finishes, Chris studies the drawing closely and admits that it is even more precise than the map they already had. Chris ends up calling Shutra a genius outright. Shutra just laughs it off with an awkward, modest smile, not making too much of the praise. Caitlin then explains that the Red Orcs they ran into were completely wiped out, which means the enemy still has no idea their burrows have been found. Chris looks back at the newly drawn map and notes that with this level of detail, they can finally prepare a proper surprise attack. But before that can happen, there is still one more thing they need Shutra to do. Soon after, Shutra makes his way back into the mountains. Carrick walks beside him and asks if this is going to be another scouting mission. Shutra admits that, yes, that is exactly what it is. After all, among his royal siblings, Shutra is still the weakest in direct combat. Carrick does not complain, though. If anything, he is simply relieved that reinforcements have finally arrived. Shutra says they can thank the achievements they earned recently for that much. Carrick agrees with a rough chuckle, clearly satisfied that their efforts are already starting to pay off. A short distance ahead, they notice two figures waiting for them. One is Caitlin, now hidden beneath a robe, and the other is a woman standing at her side. Shutra looks at Caitlin in surprise and asks what exactly is going on, especially why she is dressed like that. Caitlin immediately tells him to lower his voice. Since no one knows what might happen during this mission, she plans to follow him from the shadows and step in only if the situation becomes truly dangerous. As for the credit, Caitlin insists that all of it must belong to Shutra alone. Shutra cannot help questioning her reasoning, wondering silently whether she is being too innocent or simply supporting him in her own strange way. Still, he has no reason to reject such valuable help. The woman beside Caitlin then introduces herself as Sarah, Caitlin's adjutant, and Shutra greets her respectfully. Caitlin reminds him to focus only on scouting, while she and Sarah follow quietly from behind. Shutra accepts the plan without arguing further. With that decided, the group returns once more to the dwarven cave system they had explored before. As they move deeper inside, Carrick glances around the silent rooms and remarks that everything feels strangely empty. It is almost as though anything worth taking has already been carried away. Shutra looks over the bare surroundings and agrees with him. After all, it would be hard to believe the dwarves would abandon their real treasures so carelessly. When Shutra brings up the weapons they found earlier, Carrick says those probably were not considered especially valuable by dwarven standards. Shutra thinks it over for a moment and admits that the explanation does make sense. Then, without warning, Carrick's body tenses, his gaze snaps toward the darkness ahead, and he warns that something is coming. A second later, Shutra hears it as well. Shutra quickly checks his minimap and confirms it at once. A whole swarm is moving toward them through the passages. Instead of panicking, Shutra opens his inventory and breaks into a confident grin, saying he had already prepared for this exact situation. From his inventory, he pulls out a flash magic item, something he had brought ahead of time for a moment, just like this. He warns everyone to shut their eyes the instant he gives the signal. At the far end of the cavern, dozens of monsters begin pouring into view. They are spiders as large as dogs, crawling over the uneven stone with boulder-like shells strapped across their backs. They are rock spiders, creatures that thrive in the darkness, moving in packs and carrying venom strong enough to paralyze their prey. The moment they close in, Shutra gives the signal and throws the flash magic high into the air. The instant the item detonates, the entire cavern is swallowed by a burst of blinding golden light. The rock spiders shriek all at once, their bodies locking up as the sudden brilliance stuns them and leaves them unable to move. Shutra declares that light completely shuts them down, just as expected from creatures born for the shadows. Then he orders the others to finish them off while they still have the advantage. Warriors immediately surge forward. Their blades come out in a flash, and although the spiders try to fight back through their paralysis, they are already hopelessly overwhelmed. One by one, the team cuts through the swarm with almost effortless force. Shutra watches the battle unfold with quiet satisfaction. Once again, another mission is being handled cleanly, and another step is being taken towards strengthening his position. He remains near the rear, staying clear of the immediate clash while keeping his eyes on the battlefield through the minimap. He zooms in on the fighting and studies the swarm carefully, remembering that rock spiders never move alone. Every pack is led by a single dominant boss, and it does not take him long to pick it out. One spider stands out from the rest, larger, uglier, and far more threatening than the others, hidden farther back in the darkness. Shutra's eyes narrow as he spots it. Then he quietly tells Carrick to stay close and follow his lead. Shutra explains in a low, focused voice that instead of wasting time on the smaller monsters, they are going straight for the leader of the swarm and taking the boss down first. Carrick gives a quick signal that he understands, and the two of them surge into the chaos together, slipping between clashing fighters, cutting through openings, and forcing their way across the battlefield with sharp, practiced focus. Before long, the boss spider finally reveals itself. Its enormous body rises above the rest of the swarm, thick and grotesque in the gloom, and the moment it senses their approach, it lets out a piercing scream. Carrick does not hesitate for even a second. He launches himself high into the air, grips his axe with both hands, and brings it crashing down onto the monster's shell with all the strength in his body. But the instant the blow lands, nothing happens. The axe simply ricochets off the shell with a harsh clang, leaving the creature completely unharmed. Shutra's face tightens as the forgotten detail comes rushing back to him. He mutters that he should have remembered. The boss spider's shell is almost impossible to pierce. Axe strikes will not get them anywhere against this thing. Its real weakness is fire. But the problem is obvious. Shutra still has not unlocked any fire-based magic of his own. Then, all at once, the spider's back begins to shift, and clusters of tiny blinking eyes open across its armor. Carrick immediately steps back, alarm flashing across his face, as the boss spider fixes its attention directly on him. The huge monster lowers its body and charges forward with terrifying force. Shutra's mind races as panic rises in his chest. Fire is the only answer here, he knows that clearly, but no matter how badly he needs it, he has no way to produce it himself. And then, at that exact moment, Caitlin's voice cuts sharply from behind him, telling him to raise his sword. Shutra reacts immediately, lifting the blade, and in the next breath, flames suddenly wrap around the metal in a bright, roaring glow. Shutra stares at the burning blade in shock. For a second, he can barely believe what he is seeing, and he asks if Caitlin is using magic. She confirms it without hesitation, asking if that enchantment is enough. From behind him, Caitlin continues feeding power into the sword, supporting him with magic while he faces the monster head-on. The boss, Spider, lunges toward him. As the massive body closes the distance, Shutra plants his feet and braces himself for the impact. The collision sends dust and debris bursting up from the cavern floor. But through that cloud of dust, Shutra suddenly breaks forward. He rushes straight in, climbs up the spider's leg, and combines his basic swordsmanship with the flames now coating his blade. Then he calls out the technique, Burning Blade. The fire-wrapped sword bites into the creature's thick armor, carving glowing red slashes across its hardened hide. The boss, Spider, screams in agony as flames spread over its body. Shutra keeps slashing without backing down, and the fire devours the monster until its enormous form is swallowed completely. Then, just as the spider falls, a familiar golden glow washes over Shutra. Notifications begin flashing rapidly across his vision. His level rises all the way to 9, and Shutra cannot hold back his excitement, shouting out as the rush of growth hits him. Caitlin quickly asks if he is all right, her eyes moving from his face to the golden light around him, and then she asks what that strange glow was. Shutra hesitates for a moment. After a brief pause, he claims it is some kind of blessing and tells her there is nothing to worry about. Caitlin looks unconvinced and asks whether it is a gift connected to him being a Gandharva. Shutra agrees with her guess. Caitlin then presses further, asking how he was able to handle the rock spider so perfectly, because his movements were far too accurate to be simple luck. Shutra says he read about them in a book, but the truth is very different. Back when he played the game, he had fought rock spiders dozens of times, and every attack pattern they used was already carved into his memory. Before Caitlin can question him more, Karak suddenly calls out to Shutra saying he has found something. They move over to where Karak is standing and soon uncover a hidden door concealed within the cave. Together they push the door open and step into a chamber lit only by a faint, dim glow. The moment Shutra sees what is inside, he stops in place. He recognizes the structure immediately. Standing before them is a town portal built in the dwarven style. Karak notices Shutra's reaction and asks if he knows what the object is. Shutra answers carefully, saying he has a pretty good guess. The markings around it are clearly dwarven, and although Shutra never came across one while playing as Zephyr, he did encounter something like this while playing as the human hero. Shutra explains that the device most likely activates once magic is poured into it. He turns to Caitlin and tells her it appears to be a teleportation device. Caitlin looks at the portal with cautious eyes and asks if he is certain. Sarah studies the surrounding structure and says the architecture does seem to support Shutra's theory. Caitlin then wonders if there is any way to figure out where the portal leads, and Sarah explains that there may be inscriptions somewhere nearby. Karak raises a hand and points toward one side of the wall. He says he can make out some faint carvings there, and everyone gathers around to take a closer look. The writing etched into the stone is strange and unfamiliar to almost everyone present. Karak asks if Caitlin can read it, but Caitlin shakes her head and admits that she cannot. Sarah studies the carved letters as well, only to confess that she has no idea what they mean either. Then Shutra unexpectedly reads the inscription aloud, startling everyone around him. He says the text identifies this place as Zizka Mountain's portal number 2, and that it is connected to portal number 3. Halfway through speaking, Shutra suddenly pauses, confused by his own words, and wondering how he was even able to understand the writing. At that moment, a message appears before him, confirming that he has acquired the dwarven script skill. From now on, he can read the language fluently. Shutra is left stunned by how effortlessly it happened, realizing that in this world even languages can be obtained through experience. Karak stares at him with wide eyes and asks if he really just read those carvings. Shutra answers that he did, though even he sounds surprised, adding that apparently he can read them now. Caitlin immediately presses him, asking when he learned something like that. At the same time, Sarah points toward the lower part of the inscription and asks what the writing at the bottom says. Shutra explains that the portal should respond once someone pours magic into it, then turns his gaze toward Caitlin and suggests that she give it a try. Caitlin looks back at him with a faintly puzzled expression and asks why Shutra does not simply activate it himself. For a brief moment, Shutra hesitates, carefully avoiding the real answer. The truth is that Shutra cannot use magic at all. But instead of admitting that, he casually says that he is still clumsy when it comes to spell work. Caitlin accepts the explanation, steps up to the portal, and begins channeling her energy into it. The orb set into the center of the device starts to pulse with a gentle blue glow. The light grows brighter and wider, spreading outward until an image begins to form in the air. What appears before them is an overhead view of the surrounding mountain range. Their current position is marked clearly, and farther away, Portal 3 can also be seen. Looking at the layout, they begin to suspect that this distant location may be where the dwarves are hiding now. Carrick points out that the main force of the Red Orcs is stationed just beyond those mountains. Shutra agrees immediately, recognizing that this gives them a rare chance to attack before the enemy can react. Caitlin, however, says they should stop here for now and return later to discuss their next move properly. When they make it back to camp, Chris greets them with obvious excitement, loudly declaring that Shutra really is some kind of lucky charm. Shutra tries to brush the praise away, insisting that it was only a coincidence, but Chris's enthusiasm lands heavily on him in more ways than one. Then Chris tells Shutra that if there is anything he wants, he should say it. As both his brother and the commander here, Chris says he will do whatever he can for him. Shutra tries to decline and says there is no need, but Chris refuses to let the matter drop. A reward is only natural, he insists, and if Shutra turns it down, Chris will actually feel disappointed. After hearing that, Shutra asks carefully whether Chris would still be willing to hear him out, even if the request is a little unreasonable. Chris gives a relaxed chuckle and tells him to go ahead and ask. Shutra takes a steady breath, gathers his nerve, and says that he wants to learn the Beast God Fist. For a moment, Chris goes completely still. Shutra explains that because of his current level, asking for powerful weapons is not realistic. But skills are different. The Beast God Fist is a legendary martial art passed down through the lycanthrope royal bloodline, an S-rank combat technique with a reputation worthy of its name. Shutra knows exactly how bold the request is, so he says he will understand if Chris refuses. He lowers his head slightly, already prepared for rejection, but after a short pause, Chris agrees to teach him. However, the secret techniques are excluded. Those techniques are strictly off-limits. Instead, Chris says he can teach Shutra Aura, and that alone should be more than enough as a reward. Shutra is left briefly speechless. Seeing Shutra fall silent, Chris misunderstands and asks if the offer has disappointed him. Shutra quickly snaps out of it and says that is not the case at all. He is thrilled, more than thrilled in fact. Chris smiles warmly, reaches out and places a firm hand on Shutra's shoulder. Then he says that from this point on, aside from Caitlin, he wants to think of Shutra as a true younger brother. Not just as a sibling in title, but as someone tied to him by a real bond. Shutra takes in Chris's words and admits inwardly that the offer is far more sincere than he expected. There is weight behind it, and more importantly, Shutra can tell that accepting it would not be a bad choice. So Shutra agrees without hesitation. The two clasp hands firmly, and with that handshake, the beginning of a new relationship is quietly sealed. Nearby, Caitlin watches the exchange with a soft, genuine smile, clearly pleased by what has just happened. Shutra says that from now on, they should work together properly and make this partnership worthwhile. And just like that, an alliance is formed. It is not built on grand oaths or royal commands, but on something far more useful in the real world: mutual benefit and growing trust. For now, it may only be an ordinary alliance, but Shutra understands that it could eventually become something much stronger. Elsewhere, the focus shifts away. Deep within the jagged peaks near Portal 3, in the heart of the Zizka Mountains, a Red Orc outpost sits hidden among the rough stone and narrow paths. Inside one of the tents, several orcs are talking among themselves. One of them says the enemy probably did not come all the way here with her as their specific target. Another orc scoffs at that, mockingly asking what their great princess is even doing in a place like this. Bound tightly and gagged so she cannot speak, the sixth princess, Felisa Doomblade, sits in captivity with cold fury burning in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shutra quietly checks his stat sheet, his eyes moving across each number before stopping on Charisma, which has now become his lowest stat. He notices something odd. When he first began leveling up, every stat seemed to rise by 2 points each time. But recently, Charisma has only been increasing by 1. Shutra cannot help wondering why that stat is growing more slowly. Back in the original game, Charisma and appearance were separate values. Appearance determined how attractive a character looked, while charisma represented how strongly others reacted to them, how persuasive, commanding, or inspiring they could be. After thinking it through, Shutra decides the situation still makes sense. His overall growth has been excellent, and compared to most people, he is gaining power at an impressive pace. What matters more right now is that he is getting very close to level 10. In the game, reaching level 10 opened a new stage for unique skills. For Locke, It strengthened the Chosen One, and for Zephyr, it enhanced Descendant of Darkness. Because of that, Shutra suspects that when he reaches level 10, one of his own unique abilities may also evolve, and the thought makes him look forward to it even more. At that moment, Carrick enters. He reports that all preparations are finished and asks if Shutra is ready to move out. Shutra answers without hesitation that he is ready. Carrick, sounding unusually cheerful, remarks that Shutra seems to be in a good mood and asks what happened. Shutra simply brushes it off and says it is nothing. Outside, the orc units are already lined up in formation, standing at attention and waiting for the order to move. Shutra gives the signal. With that, the expedition officially begins. The group heads back toward the mountains, crossing the harsh and uneven terrain as they make their way to the cave where the portal is hidden. Inside the cave, the lycanthrope, mages, and warriors are already moving with purpose, each one carrying out their assigned task. Chris stands near the portal door, watching over the entire operation with the calm authority of a commander. He turns toward the mages and asks whether their investigation has been completed. One of the mages nods and confirms that the portal does indeed connect to a river near the Zizka mountain range. Chris looks toward the mage and asks if the portal is truly working the way it should. The mage answers at once, confirming that there are no visible problems. The structure itself is stable, and just as expected from something built by dwarven hands, it was clearly made to endure for a very long time. Hearing that, Chris gives the order to activate it. The mages step into position around the stone gate and begin pouring their mana into the ancient portal. A deep hum rolls through the cave as the portal awakens. Light spreads across its frame, growing steadier by the second, until the gate stabilizes and opens a path straight through the mountains. Chris moves forward first, while Shutra stands behind him, watching the sight unfold with quiet awe. Seeing a real working portal this close is almost overwhelming for Shutra. Using one in a game was simple enough, but standing before an actual physical gate, feeling its power ripple through the air, makes the whole thing feel completely different. Caitlin gives him a light nudge and asks what he is standing around for. Shutra quickly tells her he is coming, then steps into the portal after the others. The teleportation happens so smoothly that there is barely time to process it. One blink, and Shutra is already standing on the other side, his eyes immediately drawn to the scene waiting in front of him. The red orc encampment is spread out directly before them. Chris appears beside him and quietly remarks that the situation is exactly what they expected. Looking over the size and layout of the camp, Chris estimates that roughly 5,000 troops are stationed there. He explains that if they strike from the rear, their first target should be the supply lines. If General Vandal launches his assault from the front, the red orcs will have their attention pulled in that direction. While that happens, a smaller infiltration force can slip in and set fire to the enemy's food stores. Before the plan can settle, Sarah suddenly cuts in, saying that something about the camp feels wrong. The place looks strangely half-empty. Chris nods as he studies the formation, noting that the number of troops does seem lower than expected. He guesses that part of the enemy force may have already moved out to attack somewhere else. At that moment, Shutra turns his head slightly. A faint sound reaches his ears from far away, the distant ring of steel striking steel. Shutra asks what that noise is. It is quiet, but once noticed, it is unmistakable. Chris tells Shutra to focus aura into his eyes. Shutra follows the instruction, and as his vision sharpens, the distant battlefield gradually comes into focus. Red orcs are locked in combat ahead, but the group fighting them does not belong to Vandal. Caitlin notices it as well, and asks who those warriors are. Chris confirms that Vandal was not supposed to fight any battles today. The timing makes no sense. Shutra narrows his eyes, strengthens his focus, and finally sees the enemy's opponents more clearly. They are agile warriors with smaller builds, riding fast-moving Dracos across the battlefield. The moment Shutra sees them, he recognizes what they are. Dark elves. Shutra says it aloud. He tells the others that the mounted warriors are definitely dark elves. Caitlin looks stunned and asks if he is certain, and Shutra explains that their smaller frames and Draco mounts make it obvious. Chris watches the fight shift and notes that the Dark Elves appear to be pulling back. He guesses that their leader must have fallen or been taken out, because the entire unit is now retreating in a hurry. Carrick watches the aftermath with a frown and asks if the fight really ended that quickly. Meanwhile, Shutra's thoughts begin racing. He cannot understand why Dark Elves would be operating out here in the first place, especially in the middle of this Red Orc conflict. Later, back at their own encampment, General Vandal speaks with Chris. Vandal says that word has reached him. Prince Chris's forces discovered the Dwarven portal. He admits he is impressed by the discovery, but curiosity remains in his voice. He wants to know how they figured out where the portal would lead. Chris makes it clear that the credit does not belong to him. It was the ninth prince, Shutra, who uncovered the destination of the portal. Shutra lowers the weight of the praise with a modest answer, saying it was only luck. Seeing Vandal again fills Shutra with a strange sense of warmth. In his old playthroughs, Vandal had always been an important figure, powerful, loyal, and terrifyingly capable in battle. Vandal says that such sharp work deserves recognition and promises that Shutra will receive a proper reward when they return to the Demon King's castle. Chris then changes the subject. He asks about the skirmish they saw outside the encampment earlier. Vandal explains that the Dark Elves suddenly entered the battle on their own initiative without warning. Chris questions why they would do something like that, and asks if the Dark Elves had been sent from the castle as reinforcements. Vandal admits that the situation is still unclear. According to Vandal, the Dark Elves claimed they were carrying out a preliminary scouting mission before officially joining the campaign. But the situation quickly spiraled beyond their control, and now there is a much bigger problem. Chris asks what that problem is. Vandal reveals that the commander of the Dark Elf unit has been captured by the Red Orcs. Chris says that would explain why they retreated so suddenly. Shutra, now completely focused on the conversation, asks the question everyone is thinking: who exactly is the missing commander? Vandal answers that the captured commander is someone all of them know very well. It is none other than the sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade. Their own sister, Chris and Caitlin exchange startled looks, both of them visibly shaken by the unexpected revelation. Shutra remembers Felicia clearly. She is the daughter of the Third Queen, a former Dark Elf princess who once carried the Doomblade name, and she is also the twin sister of the fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. In the original game, Felicia and Sylvan had both belonged to the faction of the fourth princess, Anastasia Nikrian, a political rival to the protagonist's path. Because of that, they were always treated as opposing figures. So why is Felicia here in this timeline? Shutra wonders if she stepped into the conflict on her own to steal credit, interfere with operations, or pursue some other aim. Chris suggests that maybe the Red Orcs do not actually know who they captured. There is a chance they still have no idea that Felicia is royalty. Vandal, however, says he has not been able to confirm that yet. Chris asks what their next move will be. Vandal says that rescuing Felicia would be ideal, but he will not sacrifice their entire force recklessly for it. If a proper chance appears, they will strike. Negotiations are also possible, but Vandal makes one thing clear. He has no intention of lowering his head first. If the Red Orcs want to talk, then they will have to be the ones to make the first move. Chris accepts the answer and says he understands. Vandal adds that he will continue gathering information from his side and asks them to remain in contact if anything changes. With that, the communication comes to an end. Chris turns back to the others and remarks dryly that their sister has become a prisoner of war. Caitlin reacts at once, her voice sharpening with urgency as she insists that if Felicia is still alive, then they have to rescue her no matter what. Chris agrees with the idea in principle, but he reminds Caitlin that rushing into a rescue could cost them far too many soldiers. Caitlin refuses to accept that answer, her expression hardening as she rejects the thought of abandoning Felicia. To Caitlin, the matter is simple. Felicia is their sister, and family is not something they can choose to leave behind when the situation becomes inconvenient. Chris falls silent for a moment before finally saying that he understands. Even so, Chris points out that the situation is extremely delicate. Shutra watches the two of them carefully, trying to read the tension hanging between their words. There is something unspoken between Chris and Felicia, something deeper than Shutra understands right now. Outside the tent, the night air grows heavy with the feeling of an operation about to begin. Lycanthropes move in tight, disciplined formations, while green-skinned orcs take their places beside them. Inside the command tent, the leaders gather around, and Chris begins laying out the final plan.
Chris explains that General Vandal will strike the main Red Orc force from the front. Once the enemy's attention is fixed on that attack, Chris's own units will circle around and launch a surprise assault from the rear.
Their objective is to shake the enemy formation, throw the camp into chaos, and cut down their ability to keep fighting by disrupting their supplies. Caitlin and Shutra will each command separate squads and carry out their assigned roles. Shutra asks for confirmation, wanting to know whether Felicia's rescue is included in the mission. Chris says that it is, but he makes it clear that saving Felicia is not the first priority. Their first task is to destroy the enemy's food stores and armory. Only after that should they attempt the rescue, and if the situation collapses, the order is absolute. Retreat at once, They cannot afford to throw away more lives for a single person. Caitlin clenches her fists, anger rising visibly in her face. Chris immediately tells her to stay quiet, reminding Caitlin that he is the commanding officer here. Caitlin snaps back, accusing Chris of treating Felicia like a burden instead of their family. Chris answers in a cold, controlled voice, saying he cannot allow personal feelings to endanger the entire mission. Shutra quietly watches the argument unfold, wondering if the tension between them goes beyond royal politics. Maybe something personal happened between Chris and Felicia in the past, some conflict that outsiders were never told about. Whatever the truth is, it clearly cuts deep. At last night falls completely, wrapping the entire operation beneath a thick veil of darkness. From the cliffs overlooking the Red Orc encampment, Chris and the others silently watch the enemy below. Even at this late hour, the camp remains active. Guards continue their patrols. Firelight flickers between the tents, and sentries keep their eyes open for any sign of movement. Then, without the slightest warning, a tremendous explosion rips through one side of the camp. Red Orc soldiers are hurled into the air as General Vandal crashes into the battlefield, leading a brutal frontal assault with overwhelming force. Vandal's roar thunders across the battlefield as he commands his troops to kill every enemy in their path. At Shutra's position, Carrick spots the signal and turns to him, asking if it is finally time to move. For a brief moment, they remain in place, watching as the Orc troops surge forward like a violent wave crashing into the enemy camp. Vandal, after landing the first devastating blow, immediately gives the order for every unit under him to pull back. From his position on the cliffside, Chris sees Vandal's forces retreat and instantly recognizes the opening they were waiting for. This is their chance. Chris turns toward his team and orders everyone to move into position. Before they advance, Chris reminds both Shutra and Caitlin to stay focused on their assigned tasks. Destroy the supplies, rescue Felicia if the chance appears, and then withdraw. With that, Chris gives the command to charge. The second wave slams into the camp with crushing force. The Red Orcs, already shaken and scattered by Vandal's first attack, are thrown into even deeper confusion. Their formation begins to buckle. Their defenses start falling apart. Caitlin shouts for Shutra to stay alert, and Shutra immediately calls back for Caitlin to do the same. Shutra opens his minimap and scans the terrain in an instant, searching for the weakest points in the camp's defenses and tracing a route through them. He identifies the safest path and points toward their target, the supply depot. Shutra says they have to move quickly and strike it first, because once the enemy recovers from the chaos, this opportunity will disappear. Carrick charges ahead with a roar, shouting that he will tear through every last Red Orc standing in their way. His huge frame crashes into the front line like a living battering ram. With every swing, Carrick cleaves open a path through the Red Orcs, smashing their formation apart through pure force. One Red Orc suddenly counters with a vicious strike aimed at Carrick's exposed side. Carrick realizes a heartbeat too late that he will not be able to block it in time. Then something flashes past him. A dagger spins through the air and drives straight into the attacking Orc's skull with terrifying precision. Carrick turns just in time to see Shutra lowering his throwing arm. A small grin appears on Shutra's face as he remarks that the throw worked even better than he expected. Carrick blinks in surprise and asks when Shutra learned to throw a dagger like that. Shutra casually brushes it off, saying he picked up the skill last night after trying it just once. Apparently, one attempt was all it took. Carrick gives a nod, then gestures toward the supply depot ahead and says they have found the food storage, asking if they should burn it now. Shutra answers that they should stick to the plan. Even as he says that, Shutra's thoughts begin drifting somewhere else. If Felicia is being held somewhere nearby, then setting fire to everything too quickly could put her in danger as well. Before they burn the place down, they need to locate Felicia first. Shutra quickly opens his minimap again and begins scanning for any markers that might reveal where Felicia is being kept. He understands the pattern right away. In this world, NPCs with neutral alignment are usually marked in calmer colors, most often blue or purple, making them stand out from outright enemies. After scanning the area for a tense moment, his eyes finally lock onto her position and he realizes where she is being held. Without wasting another second, he gives Carrick a sharp signal to follow him. Then the two of them break into a charge, cutting straight toward one of the nearby tents. The moment they push inside, the air feels cramped and heavy, the dim space hiding whatever is waiting for them beyond the tent flap. Shutra takes one look around and immediately says this has to be the place. But before he can move any farther, something stirs from the darkness. From somewhere deeper inside the tent, a voice suddenly calls out to him, cutting through the tense silence. Shutra turns sharply toward the sound, and there, in the shadows, he sees Felicia. Felicia is sitting on the ground with chains locked around her body, her expression frozen between shock and disbelief. Staring up at him, she demands to know what the hell he is doing here. Shutra rushes over without hesitation and tells her not to move. Dropping down beside her, he immediately starts working at the restraints, trying to break her free. While forcing the chains open, Shutra warns her that this entire place is about to be swallowed by flames, and if she wants to survive, they have to get out right now. At the same time, his mind is already calculating the bigger picture. If he saves Felicia here, she will owe him a debt, and a debt from a royal princess could become extremely valuable later. Felicia still cannot make sense of it. Even as he works to free her, she keeps staring at him in confusion, asking why someone like him would come all the way here. As soon as the chains fall away, they bolt from the tent. Shutra tells her they need to move quickly and regroup with Chris and Caitlin before the enemy closes in. Felicia, still struggling to steady her breathing, asks if they really came here just to rescue her. Shutra looks genuinely surprised by the question and asks why she would even doubt that. Felicia tells him he does not understand how distant he is from the palace's internal power struggles. To her, this is not some simple rescue mission where everyone's intentions can be taken at face value. But before she can explain any further, Karek's shout comes from up ahead. Enemy reinforcements are pouring in, and they are already being surrounded. Shutra immediately tells Felicia to stay close to him, his voice firm as he prepares to push through the danger. Felicia gives a small nod, but for a brief moment, her steps falter, as if something else has suddenly caught her attention. Even in the middle of their escape, she cannot help asking when he started calling her by name so casually. As they sprint forward, Felicia's eyes suddenly catch a flash of steel behind them, a deadly spear flying in from their blind spot. She cries out a warning, and Shutra twists around just in time, but he is a fraction too late, and the spear drives straight into his back with brutal force. Blood bursts from Shutra's mouth, spilling out as the impact tears through him. Then, in the very next instant, his whole body is suddenly swallowed by blazing magical flames. Karek and Felicia scream Shutra's name at the same time, their voices filled with horror as they watch his figure disappear inside the fire. His burning body collapses into a scorched heap on the ground. Felicia's breathing turns ragged, each gasp coming faster than the last as panic begins to overtake her. Before she can recover from the shock, one of the orcs charges straight toward her, closing the distance with terrifying speed. But just before the orc can reach her, a fireball slams directly into its face, exploding on impact and blasting the creature off its feet. Felicia whirls around in stunned disbelief, searching for where the attack came from. Through the drifting smoke, she sees Shutra standing again, slowly stepping forward as if the flames had not finished him at all. A faint glow surrounds his body, and in that moment, he gains mana control level 1 for the fire arrow skill. A confident smirk spreads across Shutra's face. Raising his hand, he begins launching fiery projectiles one after another, each shot flying out with sharp, rapid precision. Flames tear through everything in front of him, setting the battlefield ablaze. Shutra laughs under his breath, thrilled as he realizes this is exactly the kind of power he had been hoping to discover. This is real magic, raw, explosive, and deeply satisfying. And even though Fire Arrow is only at level 1, each blast lands with the crushing force of a falling meteor. Then, from behind him, a burst of frost suddenly erupts, cutting through the heat with a sharp, freezing shock. Shutra turns toward the attack and spots a red orc mage already preparing another spell. This time, the spell forming in the mage's hands is an ice arrow. Shutra watches the frozen projectile take shape and immediately realizes it is aimed straight at Felicia, who is rushing toward him in concern. Felicia asks if he is all right, but Shutra moves before she can get any closer. He shoves her out of the way just as the ice arrows launch. He tells her to stay back, putting himself between Felicia and the incoming attack. In his mind, Shutra knows he cannot let Felicia be hit by this. After all, he is the one who set everything in motion. This chaos started because of him, and now this fight belongs to him alone. The ice arrows strike. A violent explosion of frost detonates around Shutra, sending jagged shards of ice flying in every direction. When the freezing mist begins to clear, Shutra is still standing, but only barely. An arrow is buried deep in his chest, and his body sways as if it might collapse at any second. His health bar plunges to 13 out of 95. He gasps desperately for air, fighting to stay conscious through the pain. One more attack like that, and Shutra knows he will be finished. Felicia rushes to his side, furious and shaken at the same time. She curses him for being such an idiot and demands to know whoever asked him to play the hero for her. Shutra looks at her through the pain, oddly amused by her reaction. He wonders whether she is acting like a tsundere, hiding her concern behind anger, or whether she is truly worried about him. Felicia snaps at him again, reminding him that he is supposed to be the weakest among the royal siblings. She cannot understand why someone like him thought he had to protect her. Shutra gives her a faint, strained smile, realizing that her misunderstanding is actually turning into an advantage for him. Then he shifts his gaze back toward the enemy mage, preparing himself for the next attack. But instead of finding another spell coming his way, he sees the orc mage slumped over on the ground, already unconscious. Felicia kneels beside Shutra and asks where he learned magic. As he looks at her, Shutra realizes she is far stronger than he originally believed. And now, Felicia is convinced Shutra threw himself into all of this for her sake. As that realization sinks in, a gentle green glow begins spreading across his chest, gathering softly around the wound. Felicia is healing him. Her hands shine with warm, magical light, and the soothing energy flows from her palms into Shutra's battered body. The torn flesh begins closing right before his eyes, the wound sealing as the pain slowly fades away. Shutra can only stare in stunned silence, completely caught off guard by what just happened. In that same moment, he realizes he has gained the heal skill, adding yet another useful ability to his growing list. A strange thought crosses his mind. If he keeps surviving dangerous attacks like this, he might actually end up learning every skill he comes across. Shutra mutters that Felicia's healing magic is seriously unbelievable, though he supposes that should be expected from someone known as the genius mage of their generation. Felicia looks him over and asks if he feels better now and whether he can move. Shutra steadies his breathing and tells her he is fine now. Then he adds that it is thanks to her, leaving Felicia briefly confused as she starts to ask what exactly he means by that. But before Shutra can explain himself, heavy footsteps begin pounding through the cave like rolling thunder. Both of them turn at the same time, and the sight ahead sends a cold chill straight through them. A massive, red-skinned brute storms into view. The creature is enormous, its body radiating a suffocating pressure that makes the air feel heavier. Felicia demands to know what the hell that monster is, and Shutra answers grimly. It is a blood ogre, a mutated variant, far more dangerous than an ordinary one. Felicia asks if they really have to get past that thing in order to escape. Shutra confirms it, his gaze fixed on the towering ogre looming over them. The blood ogre snarls and pounds its chest with savage force. Shutra and Felicia immediately run, and even while Shutra is still bleeding and barely recovered, one question keeps hammering through his mind. How is he supposed to fight something like this so early in the game? The colossal blood ogre slams its fist into the ground, and the earth splits apart beneath the force of the blow. A violent shockwave bursts outward from the impact. The force sends Shutra and Felicia flying through the air like helpless ragdolls. Shutra reels in disbelief, shaken by the monster's impossible speed, unable to understand how a creature that huge can move so terrifyingly fast. Felicia shouts that Shutra needs to distract it, promising that she can use her magic if he gives her an opening. Panic flashes across his face as he snaps back, demanding to know how he is supposed to pull that off. Another blast sends them skidding even farther back, and Shutra's voice cracks into a desperate shout as the situation grows worse by the second. But right in the middle of that fear, an idea suddenly strikes him. Shutra calls out to Felicia, telling her to prepare her spell while he buys her the time she needs. Felicia only stares at him, unsure what he is planning. Then Shutra calls for Carrick, and the orc appears beside him almost instantly. Shutra tells Carrick to get ready. Just like before, Shutra breaks into a sprint, moving straight toward the danger instead of backing away. As he runs, Shutra summons a translucent screen in front of him and opens his inventory mid-stride. His eyes land on the dwarf dagger, and he decides that now, at last, he should be able to wield it properly. A burst of golden light flares in his hand as the weapon materializes, humming with radiant power the moment his fingers close around it. The dagger shines with such intense brilliance that the blade almost seems alive, pulsing with energy in his grip. Shutra lowers his body, plants his stance, and drives the dwarf dagger straight into the ground. Golden energy immediately erupts outward, spreading in a rippling wave around him. Under the power of the king's banner, that golden force gathers and surges forward. Shutra channels every bit of that power directly into Karak, pouring the buff into his loyal orc companion. Karak lets out a fierce roar as the aura wraps around his body, strengthening his muscles and setting his fighting spirit ablaze. Karak's eyes widen in shock as he feels the sudden surge rushing through him. The power courses through every part of his body, filling him with strength. Across from them, the Blood Ogre's expression hardens. The monster seems to recognize that its opponent has become far stronger. Wrapped in golden light, Karak squares his stance and refuses to back down before the towering red brute. With a thunderous leap, Karak launches himself forward, closing the gap in a single explosive movement. He swings his weapon with devastating force, and the Blood Ogre bellows as it raises its own crude weapon to meet the attack head-on. Steel and bone collide violently, the two massive forces crashing together in a brutal clash. The impact rings out like thunder as Karak skillfully turns aside the monster's blow. The entire battlefield trembles while the empowered orc and the Blood Ogre lock into a furious struggle. Their muscles strain under the pressure, and the ground cracks beneath their feet as neither side gives even a single step. Meanwhile, Felicia begins moving into position, preparing to strike while Karak holds the ogre in place. Felicia lifts herself into the air, her body glowing with a soft pink light. Her eyes burn with determination as she gathers magic around herself. Then she releases a focused blast of magical energy, sending it straight toward the monster. The attack strikes the Blood Ogre's legs from behind, hitting exactly where its stance is weakest. The spell detonates on impact and shatters the ogre's balance. With a roar of pain, the beast stumbles helplessly. Its massive body begins to collapse, and Karak seizes the opening without hesitation. He vaults high into the air above the fallen monster. Karak's shadow falls over the Blood Ogre as his expression turns grim. In a heavy voice, he declares that this long and brutal battle is finally coming to an end. Then he drops from above like a meteor, his weapon raised and ready to deliver the finishing blow. The ogre's final cry tears through the air as Karak's blade pierces deep into its chest with unstoppable force. Golden energy surges through Karak's strike, flooding the blow with power and silencing the monster for good. When the dust finally begins to settle, Shutra walks calmly across the ruined battlefield. Relief softens his expression as he looks over the scene, believing that the most dangerous enemy in the camp has finally been defeated. But before Shutra can fully enjoy the victory, a golden aura suddenly erupts around his body. Startled, Shutra freezes for a moment, caught off guard by the sudden glow surrounding him. He glances around as a translucent window appears in front of his eyes. The system announces his advancement, confirming that he has finally reached level 10. Another prompt appears right after that, informing Shutra that his unique protagonist buff has increased as well. A smirk slowly spreads across Shutra's lips as he feels the new strength within his grasp and realizes just how much more power he has gained. Then the system revealed one more reward waiting for him, an additional gift in the form of a newly unlocked passive skill. When Shutra opened the present box, he froze for a second, staring at the reward in disbelief. What appeared before him was none other than the legendary Stormtrooper effect. The moment he saw it, Shutra thought of that classic trope where every bullet somehow misses the hero no matter how many enemies are firing. And now, at long last, that absurdly convenient heroic protection was something Shutra could actually embody himself. The ridiculous thought almost made him laugh, but his amusement was shattered in an instant by the furious roar of a horde charging straight toward them. Dozens of red orcs came storming forward at once, their weapons raised and their voices thundering. Felicia snapped Shutra back to attention, warning him that the enemies were closing in fast. Felicia fixed a sharp glare on the approaching wave, her eyes narrowing as the red orcs surged closer. Her face hardened with fury and determination, and with one swift motion, she summoned a powerful cyclone around the battlefield. She commanded the swirling wind to tear through the enemy ranks, and Shutra stood his ground as the raging gusts ripped past him from every side. Watching the storm unfold right in front of him, Shutra could only stare in astonishment at the sheer scale of Felicia's power. Inside the twisting winds, he caught glimpses of ethereal butterflies flickering through the air, and he realized that Felicia was channeling the strength of a spirit. That was when Shutra remembered something important. Felicia had been born with the talent of a spirit user. It was a gift tied to her elven blood, even if that blood came from the corrupted dark elven line. Shutra watched as Felicia controlled the tempest almost like it was a living creature, while their enemies struggled helplessly inside its grasp. A sly, curious thought slipped into Shutra's mind. If Felicia could summon and command spirits like that, then maybe he might be able to do it too. But before he could sink any deeper into that idea, a bright yellow flare suddenly streaked up into the sky. The signal exploded above the battlefield in a burst of light, and the orc soldiers immediately halted, lifting their heads to stare at it. Carrick looked toward the glowing signal and demanded to know what it meant. Shutra explained that yellow meant a retreat order, but the sight made a tight knot of worry form in his chest. Someone, somewhere, had to be in serious danger. When Carrick asked what they should do, Shutra ordered him to rally the troops and withdraw, then declared that he would personally go search for their sister, Caitlin. Carrick was stunned and immediately protested, insisting that he should accompany him, but Shutra repeated the order with firm finality. That was when Felicia stepped forward and said she would go with Shutra. Her decision left Carrick silent for a moment, caught between loyalty to Shutra's order and concern for what might happen next. Felicia made it clear that she hated owing debts, and since Shutra had saved her life, she wanted to repay him properly. She added that she had unfinished business with the enemy as well, and she had no intention of leaving before settling it. In the end, Carrick reluctantly gave in, warning Shutra to be careful while he stayed behind and waited. Shutra accepted without hesitation. As Shutra and Felicia moved ahead through the ruined camp, Felicia questioned why they needed to check on Caitlin at all. Shutra answered that the retreat signal felt suspicious to him. Felicia kept her eyes on Shutra and asked if he was truly worried about Caitlin as a sister. Shutra replied that it was only natural for siblings to worry about each other in a situation like this. But deep down, Shutra's thoughts were far more practical. To him, Caitlin was a dependable ally he could not afford to lose. Felicia quietly weighed his answer. Her expression remained thoughtful, with just a trace of skepticism in her eyes. Even so, the two of them pressed onward through the shattered encampment, where flames and shadows flickered beneath the cold starlight and the entire enemy camp descended into chaos around them. Elsewhere, in the same camp, a horde of red orcs roared with fury as they rushed toward a lone defender. Their target was Caitlin, standing alone against the overwhelming tide, even with enemies swarming toward her from every direction. Her gaze stayed sharp and her composure did not waver. Caitlin unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, stopping the first wave of attackers in violent bursts of light. The red orcs screamed as the explosions ripped through their front line. But even after that devastating attack, countless more orcs surged forward to take their place. One of them hurled a weapon straight at her, but Caitlin slipped away from the attack with effortless grace. In the very next breath, Caitlin prepared her counterattack. She conjured a glowing blade formed from pure energy, ready to cut down anything in her path. With one powerful swing, Caitlin released a crescent-shaped wave that tore through several enemies at once. At that moment, Shutra and Felicia arrived, finding Caitlin standing amid the fallen bodies of the enemies she had already defeated. Relief washed over Shutra as soon as he saw that Caitlin was still safe. A small smile tugged at his lips as he realized his earlier concern had been unnecessary. But Caitlin turned toward them sharply and demanded to know why Shutra had come here instead of obeying the retreat signal. Caitlin looked genuinely puzzled when Shutra awkwardly explained that he had rushed over because he wanted to help her. Then Caitlin suddenly moved forward and threw her arms around Felicia, pulling her into a tight embrace. Caitlin cried out Felicia's name, her relief finally breaking through her usually composed expression. She admitted how glad she was that Felicia had survived being taken captive. Felicia's cheeks turned faintly pink as she replied that Caitlin worried far too much about things that did not matter. Shutra watched the reunion with a faint smile, quietly taking in the bond between the two princesses. He thought to himself that Caitlin and Felicia seemed to connect surprisingly well. Then Shutra glanced at his map and quickly noticed enemy units beginning to converge on their position. A translucent system window appeared before him. The warning confirmed the danger closing in around them. Shutra urged everyone to retreat immediately, and Caitlin told him to take the lead while she and Felicia protected the rear. They soon reached a hidden portal, where allied orc soldiers were already standing guard and waiting for their arrival. As they stepped onto the magic circle, the ground beneath their feet glowed bright blue, and the portal awakened with a surge of power. Light swallowed them completely. The magic carried them far away from the battlefield. When the glow finally faded, Felicia turned to Shutra and asked if he had been the one to discover the portal. Caitlin confirmed that Shutra had indeed played a crucial role in finding and using it. Carrick could not hide his curiosity as he wondered aloud just how much Shutra had changed in such a short time, his voice carrying genuine surprise. As the group emerged from the portal, their older brother Chris stood waiting for them. Chris stood there with a stern, unreadable expression, his broad shoulders casting a heavy presence over the chamber. Then he called out to his younger brother Shutra, his deep voice carrying clearly through the space. Caitlin stepped forward with visible relief and quickly reported that she had returned safely, with Felicia brought back alive beside her. Felicia turned her gaze toward Chris and greeted him calmly, noting that it had been quite some time since the two of them had last met face to face. For a moment, Chris said nothing at all. His eyes stayed fixed on Felicia, his expression so controlled and unreadable that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Only after that brief silence did Chris finally speak, quietly welcoming Felicia back. Later, Chris informed the group that General Vandal's troops had also claimed victory. According to him, the enemy had lost the will to continue fighting once they saw their main base swallowed by flames. Shutra repeated Vandal's name with clear confusion on his face, and Caitlin quickly explained that Vandal was the chieftain leading the enemy's side. Felicia asked whether Vandal had surrendered, but Chris corrected her at once. Vandal had not given himself up. He had only run away, which meant he was still very much a threat. Chris then laid out their next move in a firm voice. Tomorrow, they would attack another enemy force before it had the chance to gather itself and regroup. Once the plan was settled, Chris turned his attention back to Felicia and asked how she had ended up being captured in the first place. Felicia answered that she had been investigating some nearby ruins at the time. She said she heard the sounds of battle and tried to step in to help, only to be seized during the chaos. Chris looked at her with obvious doubt, his skeptical eyes making it clear he was not fully convinced. Felicia noticed his expression and asked directly if Chris thought she was lying. She did not shrink back from his suspicion, holding her ground with her chin slightly raised. The air between them grew tense as their eyes locked, neither one willing to look away first. That silent confrontation hinted at a complicated history neither of them wanted to say out loud. In the end, Chris dismissed the issue and said everyone was exhausted, so they should rest for now. Felicia accepted Chris's words without pushing the matter any further. With that, the siblings went their separate ways, each heading off to finally get the sleep they badly needed. Elsewhere in the camp, the Allied soldiers enjoyed their hard-earned rest, gathering around warm fires with food, laughter, and loosened tension. Shutra, however, sat alone and apart from the celebration, his attention locked on the glowing system screen hovering before him. He studied the skills he had just gained with deep fascination. Even with all the new magic now available to him, Shutra had to admit that his most reliable weapon was still his aura, the power he could trust in the middle of battle. His thoughts were interrupted when Felicia appeared at the entrance to his room. Her voice was calm and steady as she asked if she could speak with him. Shutra looked up and asked what business Felicia could possibly have with him at such a late hour, but she did not answer immediately. Instead, Felicia remained there with a serious expression, quietly repeating Shutra's name as she took slow, deliberate steps toward the puzzled prince. Then, without giving him any warning at all, Felicia grabbed the front of Shutra's tunic and pulled him toward her. Shutra froze on the spot, stunned into silence, as his mind struggled to catch up with Felicia's sudden boldness. Felicia leaned in closer and made a request so startling that Shutra could barely believe what he had heard. She told him to take off his clothes. Shutra's face instantly flushed red, and he stammered in disbelief, completely unable to process Felicia's words. Felicia calmly pointed at his clothes and repeated the demand without the slightest hesitation, showing no embarrassment at all. Shutra, still badly flustered, could only stare at her. He finally asked why Felicia would want him to do something so outrageous. In the same calm tone, Felicia clarified her meaning, asking whether he truly did not want her to treat the wounds he had suffered during the battle. Shutra's eyes widened as the misunderstanding finally clicked into place. Relief quickly replaced his panic once he understood Felicia's real intention. She explained that the healing she had given him earlier was only a basic treatment meant to keep him stable. Because Felicia was worried he might still have hidden injuries, she insisted on casting a proper healing spell this time. Even so, Shutra could not help feeling just a little disappointed by the explanation. Felicia then asked about the strange glow that had surrounded Shutra's body earlier, but he brushed the question aside, claiming it was nothing more than a natural occurrence. Using the opening, Shutra quickly changed the subject and told Felicia he had a favor to ask. He explained that it was something only she could help him with, a mischievous spark flashing in his eyes as he made his request. With Felicia's cooperation, Shutra successfully acquired 3 new abilities: Cure, Cure Poison, and Cure Disease. After putting his clothes back on, Shutra admired the fresh additions to his skill list with a triumphant grin. By having Felicia cast those spells directly on him, Shutra had managed to learn each one as his own. Later, Shutra's training began under Caitlin's guidance. Caitlin explained that Beast Fist had many different branches, and now it was time for him to start learning them properly. Caitlin announced that Shutra would begin with the werewolf style, setting the foundation for the lessons ahead. As Caitlin spoke, a glowing blue wolf emblem appeared, representing the martial discipline practiced by the lycanthropes. Caitlin explained that this style formed the bedrock beneath the more advanced beast god Fist. For today, their focus would be on controlling aura inside the body. She instructed Shutra to close his eyes and concentrate, and he obeyed at once, turning his focus inward until blue and violet energy began shimmering faintly around him. With steady effort, Shutra kept his breathing controlled and his mind fixed on the power moving within him. He connected with that inner energy, feeling it rush through his arms and legs like crackling lightning. In his mind, he could see it clearly, his aura. It was the raw essence of life itself, surging through Shutra's body with fierce and vivid force. At its highest level, that energy could draw dangerously close to the soul, even merging with it when pushed to the absolute limit. Just then, a system prompt appeared before Shutra's eyes. Shutra blinked in surprise as he read the message. It announced that he had acquired a new passive skill, Protagonist Body. The skill description revealed that Protagonist Body increased his training efficiency and granted him new traits whenever he gained a level. Shutra was shocked as he realized he had just unlocked yet another overwhelmingly powerful cheat-like ability. He compared it to the powerful passive skills held by his rivals and understood that his own gift was just as strong, perhaps even greater. The skill would continue evolving, changing itself and adding new abilities every time it advanced. A confident grin spread across Shutra's face, dark enough to look almost sinister, as he imagined just how far this new ability could take him. He tightened both fists and savored the rush of excitement in his chest, convinced that this ridiculous power was exactly the kind of thing a true protagonist should have. Caitlin's sharp voice cut straight through his thoughts, snapping him back to reality as she scolded him for letting his mind wander during training. Shutra quickly apologized, and Caitlin reminded him firmly that the lesson was not over yet, so he needed to focus and continue. Shutra nodded eagerly, his attention returning to the flow of energy inside his body. He channeled his aura again, and a system notification soon appeared, confirming that he had achieved Beast Fist Level 1. Caitlin stared at him in astonishment, remarking that he had grasped the fundamentals with flawless precision. Shutra looked down at his glowing hands, feeling the aura gather there like a solid force, almost as if he were holding a weapon forged from pure willpower. But before Caitlin could move on to the next part of the lesson, a werewolf soldier rushed in, his face tight with urgency. The soldier quickly reported that a disaster had occurred, his voice heavy with alarm. Chris entered not long after, his expression grim as he delivered the heavy news himself. Kairam's entire unit had vanished without a trace. The siblings gathered around a map at once, their faces serious as they focused on the situation before them. Chris reasoned that the enemy must have discovered their strategy somehow, which meant their movements were no longer a secret. Caitlin asked what their next move should be, and Chris pointed to a location on the map, explaining that it was the most likely rallying point for the enemy forces. Shutra studied the terrain carefully and agreed with Chris's assessment, concluding that they needed to act decisively before the enemy could gain the advantage. Chris then declared that they would join forces with General Vandal and combine their strength for the next battle. The scene shifted to the main army's base, where the larger subjugation force had gathered. The camp sprawled beneath jagged mountains, packed with soldiers, tents, and banners. There, a towering red-skinned general greeted Chris, welcoming him to the headquarters of the subjugation force. Chris returned the greeting with a confident smile, saying that Vandal seemed unchanged and looked just as formidable as ever. Vandal greeted the princesses with surprising warmth, but Felicia stepped forward before the conversation could linger, immediately asking about the condition of his subordinates. Vandal answered that they were all fine. As Shutra looked up at the imposing general, he remembered that Vandal had once been one of the characters he used most often in the original game, which made the massive orc feel strangely familiar. With that memory fresh in his mind, Shutra stepped forward and introduced himself with confidence. He extended his hand toward Vandal, and the general froze for a brief instant, clearly surprised by the boldness coming from the ninth prince. Then Vandal took Shutra's hand in a firm grip, accepting the handshake and formally welcoming him into his command. Far away from the camp, in a place that felt completely removed from the battlefield, something extraordinary unfolded. A radiant light split the sky, and from within it descended a mysterious woman with long white hair and mismatched eyes. Regal and terrifying, she carried an authority beyond ordinary mortals, her aura pressing down on the world like divine judgment. From the opposite horizon, another figure appeared, this one wrapped in fiery crimson armor. Her presence seemed to scorch the very air around her. Flames circled her like a living storm of heat, and the power radiating from her stood equal to that of the pale woman. The two overwhelming beings faced each other in silence, their auras colliding without a single word, stirring the heavens as if the sky itself had become a battlefield. Between those two forces stood Shutra, small and trapped beneath their impossible pressure. Sweat slid down his cheek as he struggled just to remain standing. His heart pounded wildly, and his mind spun as he tried to understand the impossible sight before him. Then the word conquest burned into existence before him, shining alongside a glowing emblem. A second emblem appeared soon after, marked with the word war. Both symbols pulsed with ominous light, announcing the beginning of a conflict far beyond anything Shutra could comprehend. Shutra woke with a violent jolt, morning light spilling through the entrance of his tent. Sitting upright, he took a moment to steady himself and realized that the terrifying vision had only been a dream. Even so, the image refused to leave his mind. Shutra recognized the woman with mismatched eyes from the dreams he had seen before. But the crimson-armored warrior remained a complete mystery, her identity hidden behind fire and overwhelming power. Karak's voice called from the tent entrance, telling Shutra that it was time to depart for the battlefield. Shutra rose quickly and joined his loyal orc companion, stepping out into the restless energy of an army preparing to move. Soldiers rushed back and forth across the camp, their movements urgent and focused. Some carried provisions, others readied weapons, and the entire camp buzzed with anticipation and tension before the coming battle. As Shutra reviewed the battle plan in his mind, he noted his assigned role. He would lead the left flank, General Vandal would command the center, Chris and Caitlin would take the right, and the agile dark elf units would secure the rear. Before long, the time to march arrived. Soon, the combined army advanced in steady waves, moving as one force toward the enemy waiting ahead. A short while later, Shutra found himself standing on the battlefield. Before him stretched an ocean of warriors spread across the plain. The roar of thousands filled the air, while the enemy's massive horde stood opposite them with numbers that seemed to match their own. From the front lines, General Vandal's voice thundered across the battlefield as he commanded the soldiers to form ranks. With grim resolve burning in his eyes, the orc general raised his axe high and swore that their enemies would soon learn the meaning of true pain. Then Vandal let out a bellow that seemed to shake the ground itself and gave the order to charge. Across the field, the red orcs surged forward in a violent wave, shields raised and blades drawn for battle. Their chieftain watched the advance with a sneer, looking down on the charging force as he called them fools. But his words had barely left his mouth when a colossal explosion erupted in the middle of Vandal's charging troops. Flames erupted across the front lines, and jagged shrapnel ripped through the soldiers in every direction, tossing armored bodies aside as helplessly as dry leaves caught in a violent storm. Then, through the thick curtain of smoke and dust, a monstrous swamp mammoth slowly forced its way into view. Its enormous red eyes glowed like burning coals, and with every crushing step it took, the battlefield itself seemed to tremble beneath its weight. Vandal's expression drained of color the moment he saw it. Horror tightened across his face, and with a grim, shaken voice, he spoke the name of the beast. Before the Allied troops could even recover, more bursts of magic came crashing down from above, exploding through their ranks and spreading panic through the formation like fire racing across dry grass. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was swallowed by flames, smoke, shattered earth, and the broken remains of what had once been an organized army. Soldiers screamed from every direction, their bodies hurled away by the swamp mammoth's brutal charge while the endless magical bombardment continued pounding the field. Shutra and Karak, still holding their position with their own unit, could only stare at the devastation unfolding before them. Shutra clenched his jaw hard, and in that terrible moment he understood the truth. They had not simply been ambushed. They had marched straight into a trap prepared with terrifying precision, and the enemy had predicted their movements from the very beginning. The swamp mammoth towered over the battlefield like a living siege weapon, its power far beyond that of any ordinary beast, while its crimson eyes blazed with a strange and unnatural force. A red aura began to crackle around Shutra's body, wrapping him in fierce energy as he steadied himself and prepared to confront the monster head-on. But before Shutra could make his move, the ground split open once again, and another nightmare poured out from below, an entire force of lizardmen. Their bodies were covered in rough armor, and their reptilian forms surged into the chaos with weapons raised, their blades flashing as they carved into the scattered Allied lines. The orcs, already shaken by the mammoth and the bombardment, began to falter as this new enemy tore into them with savage momentum. Shutra turned sharply, his eyes widening as the lizardman charged straight toward his position. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Chris cursed under his breath, his face twisted with anger as he realized the enemy was toying with them. Caitlin shouted toward Chris, her voice cutting through the noise as she urged him to pull the troops back and wait for a better chance to strike. Chris argued back that a failed retreat could be even more disastrous, possibly costing them far more lives or worse, leading to complete annihilation. But Caitlin refused to back down, snapping that if they stayed like this, the casualties would only keep rising, and that they had to choose their next move immediately before the battlefield collapsed any further. Chris stared at her, his face tense and unreadable, trapped for a moment between two terrible options. Then, not long after, his voice rang powerfully across the battlefield as he issued orders to every soldier who could still hear him. Chris commanded the mages to fall back and form a defensive line at the rear, holding the enemy off for as long as they possibly could. Everyone else was ordered to reorganize quickly, tighten their ranks, and prepare for a full retreat. Back near Shutra, the fighting had descended into pure chaos as orcs and lizardmen clashed violently all around him. One huge reptilian warrior suddenly lunged straight at Shutra, roaring with its weapon raised high, ready to split him apart in a single savage blow. For a split second, Shutra's body locked in place until Karak's thunderous voice burst through the carnage, roaring for everyone to wake up and pull themselves together before death swept them all away. That shout dragged Shutra back to reality. His eyes sharpened, and the truth struck him with chilling force. This was not a game anymore. It was not a simulation. This was real war. On the right side of the battlefield, Chris fought like a man possessed, cutting down one enemy after another as his blade flashed through the smoke. He shouted that staying alive was their only duty now, his voice carrying over the battlefield as he ordered his troops to survive and return to fight another day. Several hours later, what remained of the Allied forces gathered inside a narrow canyon that had been turned into a temporary camp. Wounded soldiers lay everywhere, and the healers moved from one body to the next without stopping, green healing light glowing from their hands as they desperately treated the injured. Inside the command tent, Chris lowered his head and admitted that his arrogance had blinded him, saying he should have been more cautious from the start. General Vandal stood nearby with a grim but steady expression, telling him that regret would not change what had already happened. At this point their choices were simple: retreat or call for reinforcements. Chris accepted that harsh reality, unwilling to sacrifice any more soldiers on a gamble that had already turned against them. But before that decision could be made final, Felicia stepped in with quiet but firm resolve. She looked at the others and said there was still another option. Felicia reminded them that she had not come to this place only for the sake of battle. Her original purpose had always been exploration. Reaching into her pack, Felicia pulled out a carefully prepared map of the Jishuka Mountains and unrolled it across the table, her finger moving toward a specific marked location. She revealed that she had spent time investigating ancient ruins that were more than 1,500 years old. Ruins said to be connected to the resting place of the earth dragon Enkidu. Born from molten lava, Enkidu had once ruled with overwhelming power, and his lair had been surrounded by guardians strong enough to protect a creature worshipped almost like a beast god. Among those guardians were the dwarves of the mountains, forced into servitude and made to forge weapons worthy of their terrifying master. And from those old legends came the greatest treasure among all their creations, the thunder-birthing anvil. Felicia explained with unwavering conviction that this artifact had the power to control chimeras and unleash magic destructive enough to wipe out entire armies. Her palm struck the map with a sharp sound, landing directly over the symbol of the anvil. Her eyes were hard and focused, bright with certainty, as she declared that if they truly wanted to win this war, then they had no other choice. The weapon had to be found. Felicia added that this was exactly the reason she had come here in the first place. Vandal narrowed one eye and asked whether she actually knew where it was. Chris folded his arms, watching her closely as Felicia admitted that she did not know the precise location. At that, Chris immediately said the information was useless. With a bitter expression, he added that vague legends would not help them now, especially with the enemy prepared to attack again at any moment. He made it clear that they could not risk everyone's lives on a treasure hunt with no guaranteed destination. Felicia stiffened at his words and snapped his name in protest. Chris. Then Shutra stepped forward, his expression serious as he insisted that the anvil was definitely somewhere in this region. Felicia turned toward him in surprise, calling out his name, Shutra. Deep inside, Shutra remembered how, back when he had played as the human hero Locke, he had encountered this very treasure and later confirmed its existence through the lore carved into dwarven runes. After taking a steady breath, Shutra looked straight at Felicia and said that more than anything else he trusted her. Felicia's lips parted, and she began to say his name again, her voice carrying a mixture of surprise, emotion, and quiet hope. But Shotra did not let the moment slip away. Before Felicia could finish saying his name, he pushed forward and said this was exactly the kind of chance they needed, a chance to turn the situation around and gain real points in this war. Chris immediately cut him off, his tone sharp and unmoved. He said this had nothing to do with whether they trusted Felicia or not. The real issue was time, and they had almost none left to waste. Shotra's face tightened slightly as he thought to himself that Chris really was merciless when it came to decisions like this. Shutra stepped closer to the map and placed one finger firmly on the marked area, explaining that among the Gandharva there was an old legend connected to this very region. Because of that, Shutra said the entrance to the ruins was probably somewhere nearby. If they gave him permission to scout the area, he promised he would be able to locate it. He looked around at everyone in the command tent and declared that if he failed, he would take full responsibility himself. Just this once he asked them to believe in him, and his expression made it clear that he was ready to put everything he had into this gamble. A green glow suddenly flared around them, and spectral horses formed out of the light, their transparent bodies shimmering like spirits. It was a cheap field summon, Shutra remembered from the game, but even so, it was reliable enough for what they needed now. The ghostly mounts kicked off the ground and surged upward, carrying their riders into the sky as the group streamed forward in formation. Once Shutra settled himself in the saddle, he murmured that at the very least they had succeeded in setting out to search for the anvil. His eyes narrowed against the rushing wind, and he thought that what remained now was the real challenge. Behind him, Karak cried out that the speed was absolutely insane, warning Shutra to hold on properly or he would be thrown off. Shutra, trying not to sound shaken, stammered back that Karak did not need to worry about him. Leaning forward against the wind, Shutra told himself grimly that he would not fall. Back when he had played as Zephyr Ragnaros, he had ridden like this countless times. His cloak snapped violently behind him as he calculated that they should reach the ruins within an hour, and once they arrived, his minimap would make finding the entrance simple. The real problem was not locating it. It was figuring out how to guide everyone there naturally, without exposing knowledge he should not have. Shutra gave a low hum under his breath and decided he would have to work out a believable explanation while they were still in the air. Later, as the moonlit mountain range stretched endlessly beneath them, Shutra thought back to the tunnel maps he had studied while activating the portal. Those routes had followed consistent patterns, and if he combined those patterns with the surrounding terrain, he reasoned that it should lead them straight toward the ruins. Then he glanced sideways at his companions and silently wondered whether the ridiculous explanation he had thrown together had actually convinced anyone. Caitlin and Karak stared at him without saying a word at first, their eyes fixed on him with almost painful intensity. Then, as if they had reached the same conclusion at the same time, they shouted that his explanation made absolutely no sense. Shutra thought dryly that he would just have to smooth things over somehow. But before he could speak, a firm voice told him to take the lead. He turned and called Felicia's name. Felicia stood with her arms folded, saying she understood well enough and that he should be the one to guide them. Shutra blinked, genuinely surprised that his bluff had managed to win her over. Still, he quickly raised one hand and ordered everyone to follow him. Felicia let out a sharp breath and muttered a quiet, "Humph," but she still fell into line with the others. The group pushed deeper through the forest until a wall of jagged rock finally blocked their way. Someone pointed out the obstruction ahead, and Karak asked whether Shutra truly knew where the entrance was, because from where he stood, this looked completely wrong. Shutra only chuckled and replied that he had never said they were heading directly to the entrance. He moved along the cliff face, studying the stone until he found a scarred section of rock. Then he pressed his palm against it and told Caitlin to break through right there. Startled, Caitlin looked at him and asked if he really meant her. After a hesitant pause, she said she could at least try. Felicia narrowed her eyes at the cliff, then said in disbelief that Shutra actually thought the anvil was hidden inside the rock wall. Shutra tilted his head slightly, as if the answer was obvious, and explained that according to his calculations, breaking through that point would let them avoid the dungeon's guardians entirely and reach the inner area by a far shorter route. He started laying out the next part of the plan, saying that if Caitlin struck the wall with enough force, then, before he could finish, Felicia cut him off and called him an idiot. She demanded to know how Caitlin was supposed to smash solid stone with her bare fists, asking if Shutra thought she was some kind of siege weapon. Shutra blinked at her and asked what else they were supposed to do. At that moment, Felicia stepped forward with a faint smile, pale magical energy beginning to swirl around both of her arms. With a snap of her wrists, she said that ruin explorers always carried at least one serious method for destruction. Blue-white blasts of magic slammed into the cliff face one after another, and cracks spread wildly across the stone until the entire wall gave way, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Smoke, dust, and broken shards of rock burst outward, forcing the team to stagger back and shield themselves from the debris-filled air. As Felicia lowered her hands, she stared into the newly opened passage and whispered in disbelief that they had truly found it. When the dust finally thinned, a carved corridor stood revealed before them, its ancient stone entrance opening like a dark mouth in the cliff. Carrick narrowed his eyes at the chamber ahead and asked if the half-dome sitting at the center was where the Thunder Relic was kept. Their footsteps echoed through the ancient space as they approached the crowned drum of metal, its surface latticed with arcs of strange power. Shutra studied the structure carefully and said that yes, this was most likely the final safeguard, and the anvil should be sealed inside. Carrick asked if they should simply smash it open, but Shutra quickly said they could not. If they damaged it carelessly, the relic itself might be destroyed. Felicia examined the cage with a focused gaze and said there had to be some kind of mechanism controlling it. Then she pointed toward the statues arranged around the chamber. Looking over them one by one, Felicia noted that there were 9 statues in total, but only 3 of them were holding weapons, while the remaining 6 stood empty-handed. Caitlin suggested that maybe they simply needed to give the empty statues weapons, but Felicia shook her head and said it would not be that easy. The weapons already in place had clearly been made by dwarves, which meant the missing ones would probably need dwarven weapons as well. Felicia frowned and asked where they were supposed to find something that specific in a place like this. Shutra slowly raised both hands and said that, as luck would have it, he happened to have 6 of them. Felicia immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Shutra explained that he had stored the weapons earlier because his level had been too low to use them at the time, never imagining they would end up being useful in a situation like this. He added that he had also brought some spare equipment from the tunnels just in case. Carrick glanced down at Shutra's small satchel with suspicion and asked how exactly he had managed to fit 6 swords inside it. Shutra grimaced inwardly, silently cursing Carrick's sharp instincts, but he forced out a laugh and told Carrick to just take the weapons without worrying about the details. Carrick grunted that Shutra was weak, but accepted the task anyway. The group spread out through the chamber, sliding the dwarven blades into the waiting stone hands. As each weapon settled into place, the statues began to move, and deep grinding sounds echoed through the vault. Their stone eyes suddenly flared with light. When the final weapon locked firmly into position, a resonant clack rang out through the chamber, followed by a low, powerful hum that seemed to rise from the depths of the vault itself. Lines of energy pulsed toward the half-dome, and radiant light spread across the chamber as a sudden wind whipped at their cloaks. Someone gasped that the cage was opening. Shutra stepped forward instinctively, his lips parting as he stared at the light spilling out from within, realizing that this was as the fierce glow slowly faded. A squat block of metal came into view, shaking faintly as if a storm had been trapped inside it. Shutra stared at the relic and spoke its name aloud, the anvil that gives birth to thunder. Around it, the group stood in a tense circle, their faces washed in blue light, while the ancient artifact waited silently in its cradle. Felicia studied the device with narrowed eyes, then calmly explained that finding the relic was not the end. If they wanted to operate this ancient mechanism properly, there was still one final procedure they had to complete. She instructed Shutra and Carrick to stay exactly where they were, while the others spread out and took their assigned positions around the glowing disk beneath the artifact. Felicia then told them the method clearly. They would pour magic power into the platform, starting with her, and then increase the flow step by step in a clockwise pattern. One by one, everyone moved into place, forming a clean circle around the Thunder Relic as the ritual began. Felicia ordered them to concentrate, stretching both hands toward the platform as crackling blue energy gathered between her fingers like living lightning. The power spread outward from her, branching into a bright web that linked each person together as they fed their magic into the device. Soon, the entire chamber vibrated with a deep, resonant hum that pressed against their bones. Then, without warning, Felicia shouted toward Sylvan, urging her brother to pour in more power. Sylvan immediately responded, pushing his own strength harder so he could keep pace with her. Felicia encouraged the entire group to keep the magical current steady, warning them not to lose focus or let their guard slip, not even for a single heartbeat. The Doomblade siblings continued forcing their power into the glowing disk, and with every passing second, the magical pressure in the chamber grew heavier and harder to endure. Shutra clenched his teeth, his face drawn tight from the strain, as he forced every bit of strength he could gather into the exhausting ritual. Then, all at once, a massive bolt of lightning exploded upward from the anvil, shooting toward the ceiling like a spear forged from pure thunder and fire. The bolt smashed through the mountain's peak, bursting outward in a blinding eruption of light and sound, and when that overwhelming brilliance finally began to fade, Shutra found himself disoriented, no longer standing inside the ruined chamber. Instead, he was in a vast, burning hall, surrounded on every side by the lifeless bodies of countless dwarven warriors. The destruction stretched as far as his eyes could see, with broken weapons, scorched stone, and fallen bodies buried beneath smoke, while the air reeked of ash, fire, and ruin. Then a commanding voice rolled through the hall like thunder crashing over a battlefield, and Shutra's entire body stiffened in shock and confusion. He jerked his head upward, desperately searching for where that voice had come from. Through the thick, choking smoke, a colossal figure began to descend. Shutra's eyes widened in disbelief as a massive black dragon hovered above the ruined battlefield, its presence overwhelming everything below. Its scales gleamed like polished obsidian, and its molten red eyes burned with terrifying authority. The pressure radiating from the beast was so heavy, it seemed to make the air itself tremble, and then the dragon unleashed a torrent of fire that swallowed the chamber in a roaring inferno. Its voice thundered directly inside Shutra's mind, commanding its servants to protect the great nest of Enkidu. The dragon ordered the path between the demon realm and the human realm to be sealed, and in its final decree, it declared that Shutra was to become the gatekeeper. The vision shattered in a burst of blinding light. In the next instant, Shutra was violently pulled back into his own body, lying stunned against the cold stone floor of the ruins. His limbs felt heavy, but he forced himself up with trembling arms, certain beyond any doubt that what he had just seen was the legendary black dragon connected to Enkidu. Then a voice called his name, and when Shutra turned, he saw Felicia looking at him. Felicia asked whether he had seen the same thing she had. Her voice was shaken as she said she had witnessed a massive black dragon, its body streaked with rivers of molten fire. Her words confirmed Shutra's own experience, and then Karak admitted that he had seen the dragon as well. A cold realization settled over Shutra, as he understood that all of them had shared the exact same vision. Felicia confirmed it grimly, though even she admitted she still did not understand what that vision meant for their mission. Felicia turned her gaze back toward the anvil, and said the answers they were looking for had to be inside the relic itself. With determination tightening her expression, she stepped closer to the glowing artifact. But the moment Felicia reached toward it, a violent surge of dark purple energy tore out from her body. The aura swallowed her instantly, wrapping around her like a storm and twisting her face in agony as pain ripped through her. The wild energy lashed around her without control, merciless and unstable. Shutra cried out Felicia's name, panic breaking through his voice. He could only watch as the darkness began to overpower her. Felicia weakly told Shutra to stop, but her voice was nearly swallowed by the violent magical storm. Even so, Shutra reached for her without hesitation, grabbing her hand in desperation. The instant his fingers closed around hers, the raging surge dragged him into the chaos with her. A massive explosion of violet energy burst outward from Felicia, Shutra, and the anvil, shaking the chamber down to its foundations. Their companions froze in horror, shouting both their names as the storm swallowed them together. Shutra screamed as the raw power ripped through his body, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Then a single word echoed deep inside his mind: conquer. The voice of the earth dragon reverberated through him, declaring that this was a trial for those unworthy of touching the anvil. The command burned itself into Shutra's consciousness, searing the meaning of conquest into him as his vision was consumed by white light. When the violent eruption finally died down, the chamber had been reduced to wreckage. Purple smoke drifted through the broken air like ash, while Karak and Caitlin stared in stunned silence at the devastation around them. Through the settling dust, Shutra appeared, kneeling on the cracked stone floor. His body still flickered with thin strands of purple energy, and in his hand he now clutched a strange dark weapon. A shadowy aura crawled across half of Shutra's face, and one of his eyes burned with an eerie violet light that made him look almost possessed by the power he had just endured. Meanwhile, far away from the ruins, the Allied soldiers rested inside their temporary canyon camp, completely unaware of the storm that had just been unleashed. High above them, on the cliffs overlooking the narrow canyon, Red Orc scouts watched the camp below with cruel amusement. One of them lifted a spyglass to his eye, spotting the Allied soldiers gathered beneath them. A mocking laugh slipped from his mouth as he remarked that their hiding place had finally been exposed. The scout turned toward his superior and asked whether they should launch the attack immediately. The chieftain of the Red Lightning tribe, Yakuzan, listened with grim satisfaction, his gaze fixed on the vulnerable camp below. Then Yakuzan gave the order for every warrior to prepare. He declared that the time had come to sweep away the last of their enemies and clean up the remaining trash. Suddenly, the Allied soldiers in the camp lifted their heads in alarm, startled by a deep, rumbling sound rolling down from above. A rain of fiery meteors tore across the night sky, each burning mass streaking toward the canyon like judgment falling from the heavens. The burning meteors came crashing down toward the Allied camp, descending on their exposed position like a merciless rain of flaming death. In the next instant, the entire canyon erupted as one explosion after another swallowed the camp in disaster. Flames tore through the tents, shattered weapons, and sent soldiers flying in every direction as the magical bombardment ripped apart what little defense they had left. And from the cliffs above, the full might of the Red Orc army began pouring down into the canyon. War mammoths thundered forward with terrifying force, their massive tusks gleaming in the firelight, while the Red Orc horde surged behind them with guttural war cries echoing off the stone walls. They charged with nothing but slaughter in their eyes, eager to crush every survivor still stumbling through the flames and finish off the broken Allied force for good. Chris cursed bitterly under his breath, immediately understanding just how desperate their situation had become. Their strongest fighters were still away in the ruins, and without those champions here, the army was standing right on the edge of annihilation. All Chris could do was watch as fiery explosions kept tearing through the temporary camp, his expression dark with the weight of the disaster closing in around them. Meanwhile, high above the canyon, the Red Orc chieftain stood on the cliffs and laughed as he looked down at the chaos. Yakuzan declared that the demons deserved exactly this fate, sneering that their own arrogance had finally led them to ruin. He ordered his mages to slaughter the remaining soldiers, and the robed casters stepped forward at once, raising their hands as crackling energy gathered around them in violent torrents. One mage drew a surge of violet light into his palms, preparing to release a killing spell into the camp below. But all at once confusion twisted across his face. He looked down in horror and realized that his hands would not move. The magic he had gathered slipped out of his control, and in the very next moment, the swamp mammoth beside him was swallowed by that same ominous violet aura. Its eyes blazed with a sinister glow, and its enormous body began trembling under an unnatural force. The charging Red Orc warriors faltered, staring in confusion, unable to understand why their own war beast had suddenly stopped before they could make sense of it. The mammoth turned its fury on them. A devastating blast of purple energy erupted from its massive tusks, obliterating whole ranks of Red Orcs in a single sweep. Screams of terror rose from the battlefield as the proud horde was torn apart by the very beast they had brought to crush their enemies. From the cliffs, Yakuzan's triumphant grin vanished in an instant. He roared in outrage, demanding to know what treachery had twisted their war mammoth against them, his furious voice shaking across the canyon. Down in the chaos below, Chris stared with wide eyes, completely unable to understand what he was seeing. The mammoth, which had been their doom only moments earlier, was now rampaging through the enemy instead. Chris struggled to make sense of it, his thoughts racing until one realization struck him. He muttered that Shutra must have found the anvil. Back inside the ruins, Shutra remained kneeling on the stone floor, violet energy still crackling around his body. In his grip was a weapon glowing with dark, destructive power, the Thunder Hammer, the legendary weapon paired with the anvil itself. A dark elf moved quickly to Felicia's side and helped her back to her feet. Felicia looked towards Shutra and told him that it seemed Enkidu, the Earth Dragon, had chosen him. Shutra stared at her in disbelief. His voice caught in his throat as he struggled to fully grasp what she was saying. Felicia steadied herself and told him firmly that he had to use the hammer. Every gaze in the chamber turned toward him, his companions waiting in tense silence for his next move. In that instant, Shutra finally understood the meaning behind the Earth Dragon's overwhelming trial. The power that had suppressed him and forced him to bend had never been meant to destroy him. It had been meant to teach him. The meaning of conquest had been carved deep into Shutra's soul. To conquer meant to dominate, and to dominate meant to rule. That was the true essence of the anvil's power. A confident smirk slowly spread across his face. Shutra decided that his first act of domination would be to seize control of the swamp mammoth. With unwavering resolve, he raised the thunder hammer high, purple lightning crawling across his arm, and then brought it down hard upon the anvil. A massive wave of energy erupted from the ruins, racing across the land like a storm unleashed. On the battlefield, the swamp mammoth let out a thunderous bellow as that same violet aura consumed its body. Now bound completely to Shutra's will, the mammoth turned against the Red Orcs in full force, trampling, goring, and crushing them beneath a storm of destruction. orc soldiers screamed in panic, their furious battle cries turning into raw terror as their strongest beast ravaged their own ranks. From his vantage point above, Yakuzen watched in disbelief as his once mighty army was torn apart before his eyes. On the opposite ridge, General Vandal saw the mammoth betray its masters, and in that single moment, he understood what had happened. Vandal declared that Shutra and the others must have succeeded, and without wasting the opening, he seized the moment. He ordered his forces to charge, rallying the allied army to strike, while the red orcs were drowning in confusion. The clash erupted immediately. The allied orcs, driven by vengeance and desperation, slammed into the disorganized Red Lightning tribe. Steel met flesh, blood splashed across the battlefield, and the canyon became a storm of battle once again. But this time the tide had turned. On the cliffs, Yakuzen stood frozen, his face twisted in disbelief as he watched his forces crumble beneath the counterattack. A subordinate beside him stammered that they should retreat, but Yakuzen snarled in fury, refusing to even consider it. Through clenched teeth, he admitted that he had no idea who was wielding such terrifying power. His rage was cut short as Chris suddenly appeared behind him and struck with explosive force. The attack caught Yakuzen completely off guard, sending the Red Orc chieftain staggering from the blow. Chris fixed him with a hard, unflinching glare, his voice sharp as a drawn blade. He told the orc leader that his conquest ended here. Chris offered him one final chance, surrender, and he would grant him a swift death. But the proud Red Orc chieftain answered only with a roar of pure fury, his defiance tearing through the night. Enraged beyond reason, Yakuzen leapt high into the air, declaring that he would rip Chris to shreds for daring to insult him with such an offer. His massive body came hurtling downward like a living weapon, every movement overflowing with bloodlust. But Chris was ready. He planted his feet, braced his body, and unleashed his devastating Beast Lord fist, pouring all his strength into one explosive strike to meet Yakuzen's charge head-on. With a crack that rang out like thunder, Yakuzen was overwhelmed. The force of Chris's blow sent the Red Orc leader crashing back, his body broken and his pride shattered. The remaining Red Orcs stared in horror as their supposedly invincible chieftain fell. Their morale collapsed in an instant, fear spreading through their ranks like wildfire. With their leader defeated, their will to fight was broken. Chris lowered his fist and breathed heavily, looking down at his bloodied hand as he flexed it with grim satisfaction. He knew the battle was not completely finished yet, but with the head of the serpent cut off, cleaning up the remaining enemies would not take long. Then his thoughts turned to his younger siblings. With rare honesty, Chris admitted that without their help, the Allied force would have been in grave danger. His expression softened for a brief moment, but as his gaze drifted toward the horizon, concern flickered across his face, and he wondered whether they were safe. Back in the ruins, the others stood before the anvil as a magical projection rippled above it. Within the image, the swamp mammoth rampaged through the Red Orc army, tearing through their ranks with devastating fury. The dark elf stared at the vision in awe. Still stunned by the sight, she said that with the anvil's power unleashed, the Red Lightning tribe was being completely annihilated. Her voice carried pure amazement, as if she could hardly believe the scale of destruction unfolding before her. But as that awe settled in, Felicia's expression hardened into grim satisfaction as she watched their enemies being crushed one after another. She remarked that the Red Lightning tribe was being utterly destroyed, but before she could continue, her voice faltered, and her body began to tremble. All at once, Felicia collapsed onto the ground, her strength finally giving out from the backlash of the artifact. Her companions rushed toward her in alarm, but Felicia weakly reassured them, insisting that she would be all right once she had some time to rest. The dark elf quickly offered to prepare a proper place for Felicia to lie down. But then her eyes shifted around the chamber, and she noticed something far more alarming. Shutra was gone. A short while later, they found Shutra outside the ruins. He let out a slow breath, relief spreading through him now that the immediate crisis had passed. Then, right before his eyes, a series of shimmering notifications appeared, proof that his body and power had grown. Shutra blinked in surprise as the messages revealed that he had leveled up several times at once. The sudden increase was so dramatic that even he felt stunned, and he wondered aloud whether it had happened because of the anvil's power. Then another notification appeared in front of him announcing that his conquest skill had advanced as well. Excitement flashed across Shutra's face, and he immediately opened his status window to check the details. His eyes widened when he saw that Under the King's banner had also gained a level. A confident smirk slowly spread across Shutra's lips as he realized that one of his most important abilities had become even stronger. Then Shutra noticed something new, a skill he had never seen before. King's Knights, judging by the name alone, he guessed it had to be some kind of summoning ability. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him, pulling Shutra out of his thoughts. He turned and saw Caitlin approaching him, her face clearly marked with worry. Shutra greeted her with a bright, almost guilty smile, cheerfully admitting that he had stepped outside without telling anyone first. But before Shutra could say anything more in his defense, Caitlin brought her hand down in a sharp chop against his head. Caitlin scolded him angrily, demanding to know why he had vanished without a word and made everyone worry about him. Shutra rubbed the sore spot on his head with a sheepish expression and apologized sincerely. At that, Caitlin's anger softened. She told Shutra it was fine as long as he was safe, but her tone quickly shifted again as she explained that they now had another problem to deal with. Confusion crossed Shutra's face, and he asked Caitlin what she meant. Caitlin explained that Felicia had fallen into a deep sleep and had not woken up since collapsing. Caitlin reminded him that Felicia had already been captured and drained by the Red Lightning tribe before all of this. Even though Felicia claimed she only needed rest, it was obvious that her body had been pushed far past its limit. Without Felicia awake, Caitlin explained, they could not summon the phantom steeds needed to fly back to the main camp. Shutra nodded in understanding, but a heavy unease gnawed at him. No matter how calmly he tried to react, Shutra could not shake the weight of worry pressing down on him over Felicia's condition. That night, the group made camp inside the silent ruins. Their small fires burned low against the ancient stone, and the air felt heavy with unease as everyone waited for Felicia to recover. Shutra sat quietly off to the side, checking his status once again. His health had fully recovered, most likely because of the sudden burst of levels he had gained. What surprised him even more was that he did not feel tired at all. He wondered aloud whether he would remain in that condition until morning, and then a new thought sparked in his mind. Shutra glanced around at the ancient stone walls, where old carvings faintly glowed in the dim firelight. Then realization struck him. This was not an ordinary chamber. They were deep inside an ancient ruin, which meant there could still be hidden secrets buried further within. There might be treasures, weapons, or even answers waiting in the darkness, and curiosity began to gleam in his eyes. Of course, Shutra knew better than to think such treasures would be left unprotected. Ruins like this were built over layers of danger, with traps and guardians waiting to slaughter anyone foolish enough to trespass. But as Shutra tightened his grip around the thunderhammer, a confident smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. The anvil's power still pulsed through him, quietly reminding him that inside these ruins, he was no longer just another intruder. He was the ruler here. The dungeon's power bent to his will, and within these ancient walls, Shutra possessed unmatched authority. The realization made the entire ruin feel like a place open just for him. The guardians could not attack him, and the traps could not harm him. In other words, he had been handed a free pass to explore every hidden corner without fear. With that thought burning brightly in his mind, Shutra turned toward Carrick, who was still sprawled out on the cold stone floor, snoring without a care in the world. Shutra nudged Carrick awake with the toe of his boot, amusement flickering in his eyes. Then, with a mischievous grin, he told his groggy companion to follow him. As the two of them walked deeper into the shadowed halls of the ruins, Carrick rubbed at his eyes and staggered along unsteadily. The orc admitted in a nervous voice that he was not sure they should be wandering around this place so freely. Shutra only reassured him with calm confidence, pointing out that ruins like this always hid treasures and weapons worth discovering. But the moment Shutra opened the door to the next chamber, Carrick's nervousness shot straight into terror. Carrick gasped sharply and pointed forward with a trembling finger. On the floor ahead lay a massive slumbering figure, and his voice shook as he warned Shutra about the beast before them. Shutra, however, did not flinch. He calmly explained that the creature was an arch-golem, its stone-carved body shaped like a griffin. It was one of the ruin's guardians, a monster with overwhelming strength, powerful enough to grind ordinary intruders into dust. Shutra thought to himself that if they had entered this place under normal circumstances, that beast would have slaughtered both of them in moments. Carrick admitted with blunt honesty that he would rather never fight something like that. Shutra only gave him a teasing smirk and called him a coward. But before Carrick could argue back, his fear melted into wide-eyed excitement. His gaze locked onto something glittering in the corner, a massive treasure vault overflowing with riches. Gold coins spilled from open chests, jeweled weapons gleamed in the dim light, and pieces of armor rested proudly on display stands. Carrick immediately grabbed a piece of golden armor and lifted it high, marveling at its flawless craftsmanship. He exclaimed that it had to be a high-quality treasure. Shutra nodded as he studied the faint magical aura humming across the armor's surface. He confirmed that Carrick was right. It was enchanted armor with considerable power. Then, with a sly grin, Shutra asked Karak if he wanted it. The orc stared at him in complete disbelief, clearly stunned by the offer. Shutra laughed and said the armor was far too large for him anyway. Delighted, Karak accepted the gift with heartfelt gratitude, clutching it tightly against his chest as though he had just received the greatest honor of his life. Meanwhile, Shutra gathered a handful of ancient gold coins, feeling their weight as he looked over the treasure around him. After deciding to store the most valuable items inside his inventory, Shutra told Karak to take whatever else caught his eye. Shutra then wandered leisurely through the glittering chamber, letting his gaze drift over the piles of treasure. Before long, something unusual caught his attention. A massive ornate chest standing untouched in the far corner. Curiosity sharpened inside him as he approached it. He carefully unlatched the chest, only to frown when he found it empty except for a single small button embedded in the bottom. Without hesitating, Shutra pressed the button. The far wall groaned, faint light spreading across its surface before the stone slowly retracted with a heavy grinding rumble. A hidden doorway opened before him, revealing a pitch-black corridor beyond. A wide grin spread across Shutra's face. He could tell immediately that something special was hidden behind that secret door. Shutra could feel it in his bones. With eager steps, he strode into the passage, his boots echoing against the ancient stone. The tunnel stretched long and silent ahead of him, but at the very end, it opened into a vast chamber with the ceiling arching high overhead. At the center floated an artifact, suspended above a pedestal in midair, radiating a dark and mysterious power. A crushing aura slammed into Shutra's chest, heavy enough to make his breath catch. In that instant, recognition struck him like lightning. He had never once seen this object with his own eyes, and yet its name rose from the depths of his mind as if it had been engraved directly onto his soul. Shutra's lips parted, and he whispered the name in stunned reverence. This was Enkidu's gauntlet, the legendary Earthshaker. It was a weapon so ancient and so overwhelming that people only spoke of it in myths and forgotten legends. Among all the artifacts in existence, Earthshaker stood near the very peak. Its armored surface shone with a deep ancient brilliance, radiating the kind of strength that seemed to have survived countless ages. The power rolling off it pulsed again and again, almost like the heartbeat of a god. At the same time, the aura of conquest inside Shutra suddenly stirred, thrashing fiercely as if it had awakened in response. That aura resonated with the gauntlet, vibrating through Shutra's body. He could feel Earthshaker calling to him, drawing him in with a pull so strong that resisting it felt almost impossible. Before he even realized it, Shutra's hand had already begun to rise. His fingers reached toward the gauntlet as though guided by fate itself. But just before he could make contact, a line of system notifications flashed in front of his eyes, warning him that his current stats were not enough. Shutra froze in place, stunned. Even after gaining so many levels recently, even after growing stronger than before, he still did not meet the requirements to properly wield such a terrifying artifact. And yet, despite every warning before his eyes, Earthshaker did not reject him. The gauntlet continued to glow, its powerful aura wrapping around Shutra as if refusing to let him go. Then, another message appeared. The words left Shutra completely speechless. Earthshaker had acknowledged him as its master. Before he could even fully process what that meant, a blinding burst of golden light exploded around him. The gauntlet shimmered in the air, its solid form breaking apart into streams of radiant energy. That golden power flowed straight into Shutra's arm, and he gasped sharply. For a brief moment, the light overwhelmed his vision completely. Then the power fused into his body, and the ancient armor began to reshape itself, forming perfectly around his hand as if it had always belonged there. Shutra stared at his arm in pure wonder. Earthshaker now rested upon him, its weight not only pressing against his flesh, but also sinking deep into his spirit. More notifications appeared, confirming an enormous increase in his stats. The numbers climbed wildly, rising far beyond anything Shutra had expected. As the reality settled in, a confident smirk slowly spread across his face. With every level he gained from now on, his connection to Earthshaker would only become stronger. This was not merely a new weapon in Shutra's hands. He had gained a fragment of overwhelming power, one that might someday reshape the path of his entire future. Enkidu's gauntlet now belonged to Shutra. His mind raced with possibilities, with visions of conquest and the countless ways this artifact could change his destiny. But before Shutra could fully enjoy that victorious moment, a sudden voice rang out from behind him and snapped him back to reality. Shutra spun around at once, moving on instinct as he quickly hid the glowing gauntlet behind his back. Carrick was standing at the entrance of the chamber, his face tense and uneasy. The orc admitted that he had seen everything with his own eyes. Carrick's voice shook slightly as he pointed out that he had watched the gauntlet vanish directly into Shutra's hand. A bead of cold sweat slid down Shutra's cheek, and uneasiness tightened around his chest. For one frightening moment, Shutra feared that his greatest secret, the truth behind his inventory, had just been exposed. But Carrick only shook his head calmly, his expression far more reassuring than Shutra expected. He told Shutra not to worry, saying he understood very well that knowledge like this could bring trouble if anyone else learned about it. Then Carrick grinned with fierce loyalty in his eyes and swore that even if someone pressed a blade against his throat, he would never betray Shutra's secret. Shutra was deeply struck by those words. Carrick's loyalty was so steady and sincere that it moved him more than he expected. Shutra nodded quietly in gratitude, realizing once again that Carrick was not just a simple subordinate. Carrick was a true brother in arms. After that, Carrick asked whether they should return. Shutra agreed, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips as he thought about all the treasures they had discovered. A warm sense of accomplishment settled over Shutra's shoulders, mixed with the thrilling awareness that these ruins still held even more secrets. Together, Shutra and Carrick retraced their steps through the glittering treasure vault, their footsteps echoing softly through the silence as the air around them hummed faintly with lingering magic. Just as they were about to reach the exit, Shutra suddenly stopped in his tracks. His sharp gaze had caught something half hidden among the scattered piles of treasure. Shutra quickly gestured for Carrick to look, his voice carrying a spark of excitement. In the shadows lay a small vial, its contents glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. Shutra's face lit up with triumph as he declared that this potion was exactly what they needed. Elsewhere, Felicia lay pale and motionless, her breaths thin and shallow. Then, with careful hands, the magical potion was brought to her lips. Felicia swallowed the liquid, and almost immediately its radiant energy began to surge through her weakened body. A healthy color slowly returned to Felicia's cheeks, and the exhaustion that had weighed her down began to fade as the ancient elixir restored her vitality. After a moment, her eyelids fluttered open. Shutra leaned over Felicia with concern written clearly across his face, then asked in a gentle voice whether she was feeling any better. Relief washed through Shutra when Felicia gave a weak nod. Even so, her eyes still moved around in confusion, and in a faint, uncertain voice, she asked what had happened. Caitlin stepped forward with a proud smile and explained that Shutra had brought Felicia a recovery potion, praising their younger brother for thinking so quickly. Felicia blinked in surprise, clearly unable to understand where such a rare and precious item could have come from. She wondered aloud how Shutra had managed to find something so valuable. Shutra simply chuckled and reminded her with playful confidence that they were still inside a ruin, a place overflowing with treasures beyond normal imagination. For a moment, Felicia only stared at him. Then, understanding dawned on her, and a small, embarrassed smile crossed her face as she admitted that she had forgotten that simple fact. Shutra straightened with a confident smirk and declared that he was now the ruler of these ruins. He told Felicia that she had nothing to fear anymore, and that all she needed to do was rest. By the time Felicia woke again, Shutra promised her magic would be fully restored. His words seemed to warm something inside her. To Shutra's surprise, Felicia thanked him softly, her voice gentle and her cheeks faintly flushed. Shutra faltered for a moment, caught off guard by the sincerity in her tone. But Felicia thanked him again, this time with a genuine radiant smile that left him briefly unable to respond. The next morning, golden sunlight spilled across the land as the small group made its way back toward the main camp. Everyone looked tired from what they had endured, but their spirits felt noticeably lighter. At the camp gates, General Vandal greeted them with booming laughter and a broad, triumphant grin. He loudly declared that they had finally returned. Vandal congratulated them all on their success. Not long after, Chris appeared as well, clearing his throat with a stiff and awkward sense of formality. Shutra blinked in surprise when he saw his older brother. Chris still seemed burdened by the argument from before, and for a moment the atmosphere between them remained uneasy. Chris struggled to speak, his pride clearly clashing with the emotions he could not easily express. The words seemed difficult for him to force out, but in the end he admitted that Felicia's performance had been splendid. Felicia answered with only a smirk, brushing aside that rare praise with her usual confidence, though the quiet satisfaction in her expression was impossible to miss. Shutra watched the small exchange between them, and warmth slowly spread through his heart. For the first time in what felt like a long while, he allowed himself to smile sincerely. Chris then told everyone to rest, assuring them that he would handle the final matters himself. Shutra tilted his head in confusion, not quite understanding, and asked what Chris meant. His older brother explained that the Red Lightning tribe had not been wiped away completely. Scattered remnants were still hiding throughout the nearby region, and sooner or later someone would have to hunt them down and clean up what was left. Shutra fell quiet for a moment, letting those words settle in his mind. Then the corner of his mouth lifted, and a small, satisfied smirk crept across his face. In his head, he was already picturing it. 2 whole weeks of peace, finally earned after everything he had been through. To him, it sounded almost like a vacation. But before that happy thought could go any further, Caitlin suddenly grabbed his arm, her eyes narrowing with unmistakable irritation. In a firm voice, she made it very clear that this was absolutely not going to be a vacation for him. Then Caitlin's sharp expression softened into a sly little smile of her own. She leaned in just enough to make her words feel even more dangerous, telling him that her younger brother had plenty of important work waiting for him, and every bit of it would be done right beside her. Sunlight poured over the jagged mountain peaks, spilling down into the thick forest canopy below. On the training ground, dry dust quivered in the air, trembling with every impact as the harsh training continued. Shutra rushed forward with all his strength, but the instant he moved in, his body suddenly froze. A heavy blow slammed into him before he could properly react, leaving him stunned as he gasped that the strike had completely caught him off guard. The impact drove the breath straight out of his lungs, making his chest seize for a second. And before he could fully recover, Caitlin was already darting toward him again. Her figure blurred, wrapped in the glow of blue aura as she closed the distance in a flash. Caitlin warned him that if he let his focus slip, even for a moment, he would be in real danger. Her heel struck the ground, her hand swept through the air, and a burst of wind kicked grit across Shutra's face as she ordered him to get back up. Shutra coughed out a rough, strangled sound and wiped at his lip with the back of his hand. He had known from the start that the training would be brutal, but this was on another level entirely. This was beast fist training. Only then did Shutra fully understand what Caitlin had meant when she said there were things to do. She had not been talking about errands, strategy, or rest. She had meant this merciless training routine from the very beginning. For the first 5 days, Shutra did almost nothing except get beaten down again and again. His body was bruised, battered, and pushed to its limit until every movement came with pain and every breath felt heavy. It was only after a full week had passed that Shutra finally began to catch glimpses of Caitlin's fists as they came at him. Her blinding speed was no longer completely invisible to his eyes. Wooden boards splintered apart, rails cracked and snapped, and by the 11th day their arms were slicing through the air so quickly that each exchange looked like crossing scythes. Caitlin slipped cleanly inside his guard, her movements sharp and confident, and a grin spread across her face as she told him that he was finally managing to keep up. Shutra pulled himself back into stance, pale aura wrapping around his knuckles as he steadied his breathing. After taking that many hits, he muttered that he had better be improving, and maybe it was because of this unforgiving training that both his beast fist and his aura had finally climbed all the way to level 5. Night settled over the forest leaves, and the hot air filled with the rasping cries of cicadas. Caitlin lowered her shoulders into a more relaxed posture and nodded with approval. Then she tapped lightly against her temple, telling Shutra that if he kept growing at this pace, he would soon be ready to begin learning Beast God Fist. Shutra's face lit up at once, his fists tightening with excitement as he asked if she really meant it. Caitlin flicked her ponytail back and admitted that she was honestly impressed, saying she had never seen anyone advance at such a ridiculous speed. Shutra drew in a steady breath, trying to calm the excitement rising in his chest. At last, he was about to learn it, the hidden technique of the lycanthropes, the legendary Beast God Fist. Caitlin stepped closer and extended her hand toward him. Her voice became steady and serious as she told Shutra that from this moment on, she would teach him an entirely new way to control and move his aura. She warned him not to miss even the smallest detail and to follow her guidance exactly as she showed it. Then, looking him straight in the eyes, Caitlin asked if he understood, calling him by name, Shutra. Shutra answered simply, his voice low but certain, saying that he understood. Their hands met and clasped tightly together. A cold glow began to seep out from between their fingers. In the next instant, that light swelled violently and erupted upward, exploding into a roaring pillar that shook the entire clearing as leaves spun through the air like scattered sparks. The ground beneath them throbbed like a massive drum, and their joined auras climbed into the night sky like a brilliant blue comet. Shutra squeezed his eyes shut against the blinding rush of power, feeling Caitlin's aura surge directly through him. Inside that torrent, coils of light wrapped around his arms and legs, pulling him deeper into the flow. Shutra felt the current dragging him along, guiding his body before he could resist. The streams of radiance twisted together like luminous serpents, and as he studied their movement, he realized it resembled Beast Fist, yet at its core, it was something entirely different. Beneath the flow, a deeper power opened up, and Shutra could sense the true depth hidden within Aura itself. Far below him, a single star seemed to glimmer in the darkness. Words echoed through his mind, telling him that Aura was the essence of life, and when pushed to its utmost limit, it transformed into the power of the soul. A sharp, predatory pressure coiled around his heart, and Shutra finally gave that feeling a name. It was conquest, a wild, dominating force, the power to seize, overwhelm, and subdue. Light burst around him, and as he fell freely through the glowing darkness, he wondered if this was the true form of Aura. The towering pillar of light exploded outward into the forest, ripping leaves loose from the surrounding branches. Golden panes of light began to flicker into view around him. The glowing panes rang out like clear chimes. Shutra watched them flash one after another and saw that Beast Fist had leveled up. Then another shining pane appeared, announcing that his aura had leveled up as well. Caitlin landed lightly on the ground, a bright smile spreading across her face. She looked at Shutra with open amazement and said that it was incredible he had actually succeeded. Another luminous pane slid open before him, shining with fresh power. Shutra read the words across it and realized that he had acquired Beast God Fist, already at level 11. Shutra lifted one hand, feeling the new power gather and pulse through his body. He steadied his breathing, focused the force into his palm, and spoke the names with conviction: Beast God Fist and Earthshaker. Shockwaves burst outward in spiraling waves, tearing through the training ground and lifting a swirling vortex of dust high into the night sky. One more clear chime rang above him like a crown being placed on his head. The glowing pane declared that Shutra's level had risen once again, reaching level 14. Shutra released a sharp breath and let out a quiet, satisfied yeah. His eyes rose toward the night sky, where leaves still spun like sparks in the air. Then he said it again, more firmly this time. This was it. The real beginning was finally starting now. From the edge of the tree line, someone stood watching in silence. Vandal observed the scene with a gentle smile resting on his lips. By the time dawn arrived, the camp had awakened beneath a warm golden light. Later, seated across a table inside the tent, Shutra scratched his head as if he had just remembered something and said, "Oh, right?" Shutra looked toward Caitlin and asked if he could ask her something. Caitlin turned her attention to him and calmly asked what it was. Leaning forward over the table, Shutra asked what exactly was going on between Chris and Felicia. Inwardly, Shutra began weighing the situation like pieces on a board. Just like Chris, Felicia was someone he needed to bring onto his side, and if the relationship between them was strained, that weakness could become a serious problem later. Caitlin paused to think it over carefully. After a moment, she explained that Chris and Felicia were not exactly enemies, but there was still a clear distance between them. She hesitated for a second, then added that it was not because of one specific incident. Shutra pressed her a little further, asking what the reason was then. Caitlin leaned back in her seat, her gaze turning thoughtful and measured. Caitlin said that the issue probably traced back to the problem between Chris and Sylvan. Shutra blinked at the name, caught off guard, and repeated it aloud. Sylvan. Caitlin rapped the table twice, sharply enough to warn him. She told Shutra to be careful, saying that even if Sylvan was not present, he should not call his name so casually. Shutra rubbed the back of his neck, realizing his mistake. He apologized, saying that the name had simply caught him off guard. Still, his thoughts circled around it. Felicia's twin brother, Sylvan Doomblade. Shutra remembered the game clearly, and when he had played as Zephyr Ragnaros, Sylvan had been one of the most formidable opponents standing in his way. Shutra lifted his eyes and began asking if that meant there was a problem between Chris and Sylvan, but before he could finish, the doorway filled with a broad-shouldered figure. A familiar voice cut through the tent, casual and bright, saying that they were both here. Shutra and Caitlin jolted upright in surprise. Shutra twisted in his seat and stammered, "Chris?" Caitlin tilted her head with a wry smile and said that he had arrived early. "Brother," the blonde warrior hooked his thumb toward the exit and told them to start packing. Chris grinned, as if everything had worked out neatly, and said the job had been wrapped up faster than expected. Because of that, Chris explained, they would be leaving that very afternoon. Shutra startled at the sudden announcement and blurted out in confusion, asking if they were really leaving. Then Shutra immediately asked where they were going. Chris raised an eyebrow, looking almost amused, and asked if Shutra seriously did not know. He explained that once a mission was complete, they had to return and report the results. The scene shifted to the yard, where the tents glowed beneath the low sunlight. Vandal clasped forearms with them in farewell and said that they had done well, addressing them respectfully as prince and princesses. With a warm rumble in his voice and a smile on his face, Vandal said that he looked forward to the day they would meet again. Vandal addressed him respectfully as the 9th prince. Shutra returned the firm grip without hesitation, meeting the general's gaze as he answered that he felt the same and hoped they would meet again too. Vandal, Chris rolled his shoulders as if the farewell had brought everything to a clean close. Then, with an easy look toward the others, he asked if they were ready to head out. Shutra raised his fist with renewed energy and answered with a clear, eager yes. At the same time, Chris's gaze drifted past the camp and swept across the far horizon. Chris said they should move out immediately, straight for the Demon King's castle. In the next breath, the world seemed to shift toward the image of crimson spires, towering walls and vast halls echoing beneath the weight of royal power. Inside that distant castle, footsteps whispered across the stone floor of a high, vaulted nave, each step carrying softly through the immense chamber. At the far end of that overwhelming space, a massive figure waited in silence upon the throne. His armor glowed faintly in the dim light while shadows gathered around him, as if the entire hall were preparing for the audience to begin. Meanwhile, Shutra had already arranged the return route clearly in his head, calmly reminding himself that getting back to the Demon King's castle would be simple enough. First, they had to reach the closest teleportation circle. From there, they would use long-distance transfer magic and arrive directly near the castle gates. Shutra calculated the route and figured the whole journey would take around 3 days. Then he let out a quiet sigh. There were no proper inns along the road ahead, which meant they would have to spend yet another night camping beneath the open sky. That evening, as the group rested around the fire, Shutra lazily turned a stick between his fingers. The flames flickered over his pale face, while he admitted to himself that being this close to the Demon King's castle made him strangely nervous. Shutra scratched lines into the dirt near the fire, writing out names as he murmured them one by one: Zephyr, Baikal, and Anastasia, the 3 great factions that dominated the royal court. He laid out the situation in his mind with careful precision. The 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, was known as the Demon King's greatest enemy. The 1st prince, Baikal Ragnaros, was the eldest son and a powerful presence who could not be ignored. And then there was the 4th princess, Anastasia Nikrian, who held her own sphere of influence and stood as another major force within the palace. In the battle for succession, Shutra knew that birth order meant almost nothing. No one rose to the throne simply because they were born first. Only accomplishments, strength, and ability decided who had the right to stand above the others. He continued sorting through what he knew. Baikal and Zephyr were full-blooded brothers, and both of them had inherited the draconian bloodline from their mother. Their natural power, their reputation, and their influence were all on a completely different scale. Shutra admitted that their prestige was overwhelming. If someone had to choose between them, the more moderate and level-headed Baikal would probably seem like the better candidate. But after thinking that far, Shutra gave a small shrug because in the end, it did not really matter. Once that destined day arrived, everything in the Demon King's palace would change whether anyone wanted it to or not. Shutra's voice sank lower, carrying a heavier, more solemn weight than before. That was exactly why he had to prepare himself now before the storm finally came. He needed to raise his level high enough to properly handle Earthshaker, and he had to master the new power that fate had placed in his hands. Clenching his fist in front of the firelight, Shutra called out the King's Order of Knights. A sharp system ping answered him almost immediately. Shutra's eyes focused as he announced that the skill under the King's flag had activated. His eyes widened when a golden pane unfolded before him. He had expected something simple, maybe just a basic summoning ability, but what appeared was far more complicated. Shutra read through it carefully. Order of Knights, Level 1. Knight Captain, blank. Order Capacity, 0 out of 2. Knight Training, blank. Blessing of the Order, Level 1, increasing members' health by 5%. Special skill, allowing him to summon the Knight Captain once every 3 days. He rubbed at his temples as the details sank in. Shutra muttered that this looked suspiciously like some kind of guild system, complete with buffs, training, and summoning functions. Then, despite himself, laughter began bubbling out of him. With disbelief all over his face, he exclaimed that this ability was completely broken. The longer he stared at the golden pane, the wider his grin became, and he realized that if it was already this powerful at level 1, then the later levels could become absurd beyond imagination. Just then, the crunch of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Shutra looked up as Carrick emerged from the shadows. His heavy orc face pulled into a disapproving frown. Carrick immediately scolded him, snapping that once again Shutra was wide awake when he was supposed to be sleeping. Carrick warned the prince that if they intended to leave early, he needed to rest first. The orc swung one broad arm impatiently and ordered Shutra to come over already. The white-haired prince slowly straightened where he sat. Shutra coughed lightly into his fist, but a sly smile soon spread across his face. He told Carrick that his timing was perfect. Then his eyes gleamed with curiosity as he leaned a little closer and asked if the orc wanted to help him test something. Carrick's whole body stiffened at once. The orc rubbed nervously at the back of his neck, suddenly wary of that smile, and stammered as he demanded to know exactly what Shutra meant. Above them, moonlight poured through the branches, while the prince lifted his sword like a herald before a ceremony. Shutra's voice rang out with a solemn ceremonial weight as he proclaimed that the mighty orc warrior Karak stood before him. A blade of radiant light flared into being in his grasp. Then Shutra rested the flat of that shining blade against Carrick's shoulder and formally declared him his knight. The air crackled as light surged into Carrick's body. The orc staggered under the sudden rush of power, energy coiling across his skin, while his eyes widened in stunned awe. Carrick let out a long, breathless sound of amazement, as if even he could not understand what was happening inside him. Then he stammered that he felt strange, like his loyalty toward the prince had deepened into something far beyond words. At that moment, a fresh system pane slid into place before Shutra. Knight Captain, Carrick, level 24, rank, soldier. Shutra's lips slowly curled into a long, deeply satisfied smile. He breathed out in approval and said that this was it, exactly the result he had been hoping for. Power continued pulsing from Carrick in heavy waves, his broad chest rising and falling as he struggled to catch his breath. Shutra stepped in and gripped the orc firmly by the shoulder. With his eyes burning bright with fierce determination, Shutra called Carrick by name. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he told him that he would make him the strongest orc in the world. He promised to raise Carrick into an emperor of orcs. Shutra declared that Carrick would become powerful enough to rival even dragons. A determined laugh escaped him as he said that with this kind of growth rate, the future had no limits at all. Carrick, however, looked a little unsettled, and his voice began to tremble. Carrick glanced at Shutra with genuine concern and asked if he was feeling sick or something. The next day arrived soon after. The party gathered in front of a glowing teleportation circle, its carved runes humming with dense magical power beneath their feet. Chris gave the group a half smile and said it was time for them to get moving. Shutra stepped forward toward the center of the circle. His cloak fluttered lightly behind him as he answered with quiet certainty, saying that yes, it was time. The others closed ranks around Shutra, drawing together as the blue light of the teleportation circle surged upward around them. In the next instant, that light swallowed the entire group whole. The force of the transfer tore them through space like a flashing bolt. Their bodies went weightless, spinning through the rushing light as gravity seemed to slip away beneath them. Shutra shouted for everyone to hold on. But even his voice twisted and stretched into a wild, elongated cry as they plunged through the blinding current. They crashed down hard on the other side, and Shutra landed on his hands and knees, dazed and unsteady as he muttered in confusion. Sweat gathered along Shutra's brow while Caitlin leaned down beside him, her expression showing concern as she asked if he was all right. Shutra lifted one shaky hand, still trembling from the transfer. Shutra answered haltingly that yes, he was fine. Ahead of them, the grand hall was already filling with voices and movement. A young dark elf rushed forward through the hall, calling out Felicia's name and greeting her as his elder sister. Around them, attendants hurried closer from every direction. The attendants surrounded Felicia with warm praise, admiring her beauty and saying they had waited a long time for her return. Felicia received them with graceful composure, greeting them with the poise of a princess who had stepped naturally back into her own world. Felicia smiled gracefully as she stood at the center of all that admiration, receiving every greeting with calm elegance. Watching the way the dark elves crowded around her, Shutra could not help thinking, with a dry sense of amusement, that it almost looked like she had her own idol fan club. Judging by their warmth and loyalty, he guessed they were probably her half-brothers and devoted supporters. The greetings kept coming one after another. One man stepped forward and bowed, formally announcing Prince Chris's arrival. Another turned to Caitlin and praised her beauty, saying she had grown even more stunning than before. More attendants and nobles followed, offering polite welcomes and asking after their health with practiced smiles. Shutra glanced around at the swirl of attention surrounding everyone else, then let out a faint mutter under his breath, his mouth twisting into a crooked little smile. He wondered why it seemed like absolutely no one had come to greet him. Nearby, two elves whispered quietly to each other, yet neither of them even bothered to spare him a single glance. Shutra's brow twitched as the reality sank in, and he muttered in disbelief that there really was no one for him. He drifted toward the edge of the gathered circle, quietly taking in the grand hall around him. After a moment, he slowly nodded, understanding exactly what this meant. Inside the heart of the Demon King's domain, he still had almost no real foundation. But rather than looking discouraged, Shutra's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Fine, he thought to himself, this much was only natural, and he had expected it from the beginning. Shutra turned toward Karak, his eyes sharpening with fresh purpose, and asked whether his knight was ready. Sunlight poured through the high windows, brushing gold across Shutra's silver hair. His cloak swayed behind him like a banner as he declared that from this moment onward they would start changing everything, one step at a time. Karak and Shutra were soon guided away from the grand hall and shown to their assigned room. The room was small, plain, and completely unimpressive compared to everything else in the palace. Shutra looked around and remarked with dry sarcasm that they should probably be grateful they had been given a room at all. Karak mentioned that they had free time until the official events began the following day. To Shutra, however, it felt less like free time and more like they had simply been shoved aside and left to rot somewhere out of sight. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden series of knocks rang out from the door and startled him. Wondering who in the world would come to visit them here, Shutra opened the door. On the other side stood a well-dressed woman with a professional air, and she introduced herself as Flora Sevensword, an agent from the Real Estate Management Bureau. Shutra asked what someone from such a prestigious department could possibly want with him. Flora calmly explained that his public merit level had risen by an impressive amount after his recent mission. Because of that, Flora informed him that he was now qualified to choose a new residence that matched his improved status. The news struck Shutra so suddenly that for a moment he could only stare, caught between disbelief and stunned excitement. A little later, Shutra made his way to the proper office to confirm the details. He arrived at the Office of Public Merits, where a woman with the lower body of a serpent greeted him with a warm, professional smile. When Shutra asked if this was where he could claim his new home, the woman Isabella confirmed that he had come to the right place. With one graceful motion of her hand, Isabella called forth a magical display, and glowing information began to appear, listing Shutra's achievements one after another. Isabella revealed that Shutra's merit level had reached 5, giving him access to higher privileges and an enormous salary of 500 gold. She added that no other prince had ever achieved such a result on his very first mission. Shutra felt embarrassed by the praise, but deep down he was secretly thrilled. When Shutra asked to see which residences were available to him, Isabella agreed at once, sounding almost delighted to show him the options. Not long after that, Shutra and Karak arrived in front of the place that had been chosen. Karak stood frozen before a mansion so grand that it seemed to steal the breath from his chest. Staring at the golden-gated estate in front of them, he asked in disbelief if this magnificent place was truly supposed to be their new home. Karak could hardly believe what he was seeing. Inside the mansion, Flora was already waiting for them in the spacious foyer, and she calmly remarked that they had arrived sooner than she expected. This time, Flora was no longer dressed like a government agent. Instead, she wore a pristine-made uniform that made her look perfectly suited to the mansion around her. Flora bowed deeply and said it would be her honor to serve Shutra as his new butler. Karak leaned closer and whispered to Shutra in complete confusion, unable to understand what was going on. Shutra simply grinned and explained that he had used his new points to hire her. Seeing that Karak still looked utterly baffled, Shutra gave him a casual glance. Shutra told him not to worry too much about the details. Karak could only mutter under his breath about his prince's strange decisions. Then morning came, bringing with it the day of Shutra's first formal audience with the Demon King. Inside the lavish dressing room, Karak shifted around nervously and complained that he needed to use the restroom. Shutra, holding a drink in one hand, snapped at him in irritation and told him to just go already. He added that Karak's constant whining was starting to make him nervous too. Before the tension could build any further, a familiar voice suddenly cut through the room. The voice praised how sharp both of them looked in their formal clothes. A moment later, Caitlin and Felicia entered the room, both of them radiant in elegant gowns that immediately drew the eye. Caitlin smiled and said all the credit should go to Felicia. Felicia, clearly proud of her work, admitted that the effort she had put into choosing their outfits had paid off nicely. Then Caitlin turned her attention toward Shutra with a playful look in her eyes. She teased him by saying that he looked especially good in the suit they had picked for him. Shutra immediately grew flustered under her praise. Still embarrassed, Shutra thanked her and quickly added that Caitlin and Felicia both looked incredible as well. Caitlin beamed happily at the compliment, while Felicia tried to hide her smile and remarked with complete confidence that, of course, they looked good. Soon after, Prince Chris joined them, carrying his usual commanding presence the moment he stepped into the room. Chris reminded Shutra that this would be his first official audience ceremony. Today, Shutra was the one standing at the center of attention, and he would have to prove his worth before everyone. Shutra met Chris's gaze head on, his expression steady and filled with determination, and answered that he was ready. Then the great doors ahead of them began to open. Blinding light poured through the widening gap, flooding the hall before them. Shutra knew that many people would assume his recent success had been nothing more than luck, and that he did not truly belong among the others. But today, Shutra was prepared to crush those doubts completely, with his resolve firm and unwavering. He stepped forward and led his siblings into the throne room. The vast hall was packed with some of the most powerful nobles in the demon realm, their eyes fixed on the royal children as they knelt before the throne of Demon King Nitra. Chris spoke first, introducing himself as the seventh prince and addressing their father with deep, formal respect. The ancient king gave no readable reaction. Beneath the weight of his heavy crown, Demon King Nitra's crimson eyes glowed faintly, cold and impossible to interpret. An attendant stepped forward and announced that the evaluation of the prince's achievements would now begin. As the official report began, the atmosphere in the throne room grew even heavier. Shutra lifted his eyes toward his father, and in that instant a chilling realization struck him. While he had been focused on ambition, survival, and future plans, he had forgotten one fundamental truth. Demon King Nitra was not merely his father. He was the one being in the entire realm that absolutely no one could ever afford to underestimate. Suddenly, a crushing, invisible pressure spread through the hall like a suffocating wave. Shutra's body began to tremble, despite his efforts to stay composed. Under the sheer weight of his father's aura, even remaining upright felt like a battle. Pain tightened across Shutra's face as he endured the overwhelming force, but deep inside his mind, through the pressure and fear, he heard the voice of the goddess of conquest. A warm golden light appeared before Shutra, cutting through the crushing pressure like a beacon. From within that radiance, the goddess of conquest whispered a single command into his soul to conquer. Shutra remembered the power he had once seized with his own hands, that blazing light which embodied the shape of his will. The goddess told him that a true king could not crumble beneath another's gaze. A true king had to endure that pressure, face it head-on, and bend it back into his own strength. Shutra clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles strained, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming force pressing down on him. Then Shutra turned his focus inward, shutting out the fear, the pain, and the suffocating weight of the throne room. From deep inside his body, a brilliant golden radiance erupted outward, crashing directly against the Demon King's oppressive aura. That golden light spread like fire across the hall, pushing back the suffocating pressure that had wrapped around him. Shutra's eyes burned with a bright golden glow as he unleashed the full force of conquest. His defiant surge of power shook the throne hall, forcing everyone to feel the clash between prince and king, and for the first time, Demon King Nitra's unmoving expression shifted, a faint flicker of surprise breaking through his calm. Then the Demon King's deep, commanding voice rolled through the chamber, filling every corner as he spoke a single name, Shutra. In that instant, the entire court went still. Every noble, every sibling, every watching figure turned toward him in disbelief. Shutra remained kneeling beneath their stares. Still, on one knee, Shutra slowly lifted his gaze toward the throne, stunned beyond words by what had just happened. The Demon King's piercing eyes fixed directly on Shutra. His voice resonated through the hall as he declared that he looked forward to seeing the boy's future achievements. Then, deliberately and unmistakably, he spoke Shutra's name once more. The king's tone made sure that every soul in that vast throne room heard the acknowledgement clearly. Around them, the court erupted into startled whispers, many of the nobles shaken by the fact that the Demon King had called one of his children by name. It was something the king had never done before. Questions began rippling through the gathered nobles as they wondered why the ninth prince, who had been dismissed as irrelevant until now, had suddenly been singled out in front of everyone. Shutra understood the meaning hidden behind those simple words. In this court, a public acknowledgement from the Demon King was not a casual gesture. It was a declaration that something had changed. Silently, Shutra vowed that he would live up to the king's expectations. His first audience had ended with a moment so powerful that its impact would echo throughout the entire kingdom. After the ceremony, Shutra returned to his mansion. Karak's frantic shouting jolted Shutra awake the next morning. His butler urged him to get up at once, waving a newly arrived letter from the Office of Public Merits as if it were something urgent. Still half asleep, Shutra blinked at the letter and wondered why the office would be contacting him again so soon after he had already received his last reward. He broke the royal seal and began scanning the contents. The farther his eyes moved down the page, the wider they became in disbelief. Karak, unable to hold back his impatience, leaned closer and demanded to know what the letter said. Shutra admitted that he was not completely sure how he was supposed to feel about it. Then he revealed the shocking truth. The letter contained a personal mission issued by the Demon King himself. Later that day, Shutra gathered with his siblings inside a bright, ornate chamber to discuss the assignment. Chris read the details aloud, explaining that it was a monster extermination mission. The moment Caitlin heard the destination, she realized Shutra would be heading to the Anger Plains. Shutra asked if the Anger Plains were part of the Centaur's territory.
Caitlin confirmed that they were, adding that she and Chris had trained there in the past. Chris sounded regretful as he said he would not be able to join Shutra on this mission.
Caitlin, however, reassured him that Shutra would be able to handle himself even without Chris coming along. Then Chris's expression grew serious, and he turned toward his younger brother with a warning in his eyes. Chris advised Shutra to be careful from this point forward. Everyone in the castle would be watching him now. Some people would try to approach him as allies, while others would begin viewing him as a possible threat. Shutra listened closely, fully aware of how serious that was. Even the powerful Zephyr Ragnaros had never once been called by name in the throne room. Chris offered Shutra his full support, telling him that if he ever needed help, he should not hesitate to ask. Chris also added that before Shutra departed, he should visit Felicia, because she had prepared something for him. Soon after, they found Felicia waiting in the stables beside two large reptilian mounts. Felicia explained that if Shutra was going to travel through Centaur territory, he would need reliable transportation that could handle the land. Shutra thanked her sincerely, clearly grateful for the thoughtful gift. But Felicia had not finished yet. She extended her hand and revealed a necklace set with a radiant blue gemstone. It was the legendary relic known as the Dark Elf's Tear. Shutra froze in stunned recognition. He knew exactly what it was, because in the game, this sacred relic could only be obtained by defeating Felicia. Felicia explained that her people never forgot kindness. This necklace was her way of repaying Shutra for saving her life, and she offered it to him with genuine sincerity. Then Felicia wished him a safe journey. Before Shutra could properly respond, she surprised him by stepping forward and pulling him into a sudden, heartfelt hug. Shutra went completely stiff, flustered by the unexpected closeness. For a second, Shutra almost called Felicia by an affectionate nickname, but before the words could fully escape, she quickly stepped back, her cheeks faintly tinged pink. Embarrassed by her own boldness, Felicia turned her gaze away, while Shutra smiled faintly at that rare and awkward display of warmth. With one final wave, he stood beside Karak and their new mounts, ready to set out. Together, they stepped onto the teleportation circle. A brilliant blue light rose around Shutra, Karak, and the mounts, wrapping them completely as Felicia watched in silence. When the light finally faded from the stables, Felicia smiled softly to herself and whispered a quiet wish for Shutra's safety. At the same time, a blinding flash marked his arrival in the vast open expanse of the Anger Plains. As the glow of the transfer began to subside, Shutra, Karak, and their reptilian mounts found themselves standing atop a stone platform surrounded by windswept dust and an endless horizon. Karak looked around the barren land and asked if this was really the place. Shutra glanced across the plain. With a smirk, Shutra confirmed that they had arrived. Before long, a woman approached them and greeted the ninth prince with respectful courtesy. She introduced herself as Karma, a ranger assigned to guide them through the region, then bowed low before Shutra. Shutra noticed her unusual appearance right away. She had the upper body of a human, but the lower half of a beast. Recognizing her race, Shutra identified her as one of the Sati. Karma seemed pleased that he knew what she was, and she suggested that they begin moving without delay. Their journey across the barren plains began immediately. The reptilian mounts kicked up plumes of dust with every step, while Karma ran ahead with effortless speed. She explained that the trip would take 2 days and asked if Shutra minded taking only a few breaks along the way, which he did not. Curiosity stirred in Karma as she glanced over the small group traveling with Shutra. After a moment, she asked whether any soldiers would be joining them on the road. Shutra answered that, for now, it would only be the people already here, though they would later regroup with the Centaur forces when it came time for the larger battle. As he rode, he began quietly weighing the conditions of mounted combat, deciding that a long spear would probably be the most effective weapon for fighting from atop a beast. Then Shutra's sharp ears caught something faint and unusual carried across the wind from far ahead. He immediately alerted Karma, his attention snapping toward the source of the sound. Karma told Shutra to stay back while she checked it out herself, but only moments later, the ground in front of them split open violently, as if an invisible force had torn through the earth from below. Dirt and shattered soil blasted upward into the air as Karma rushed forward. The instant she saw what was coming, the color drained from her face. A massive herd of Cassius beasts was charging across the plains, chasing down a lone satyr with terrifying speed. It was an attack that should not have happened this early. The monstrous pack surged forward like a living wave of shadows, claws, and snapping teeth. The satyr sprinted desperately across the open ground, running with pure panic in every movement. His fear was obvious as one enormous wolf launched itself toward him, its jaws stretched wide and ready to tear him down. Just as the beast closed the final distance, Shutra spurred his mount forward and shot into the wolf's path in a blur of motion. The impact struck like a hammer, knocking the monster aside and saving the satyr from certain death. The shadow wolf crashed violently into the sand, throwing up a thick cloud of dust around its body. Shutra's reptilian mount slammed its clawed feet into the ground, digging in with a fierce, dominant stance. It stood protectively between the fallen satyr and the snarling pack, as if daring the beasts to come closer. Shutra lifted one hand calmly and remarked that the welcoming party had arrived earlier than expected. At that moment, the legendary gauntlet answered his will. Earthshaker shimmered into existence around Shutra's arm, its golden light pulsing with raw, heavy power. He treated the ambush like nothing more than an annoying interruption. A grin spread across Shutra's face, betraying the thrill rising inside him. He declared that he had been waiting for a proper fight. Behind him, the trembling satyr looked back and saw the ninth prince sitting tall upon his reptilian mount, facing the entire pack alone. The largest shadow wolf stepped forward from among the herd. Its muscles rippled beneath its dark hide as it released a thunderous roar, clearly declaring itself the leader of the pack. Then the beast lunged forward with frightening speed. Its glowing red eyes locked directly onto Shutra. Karma shouted out, asking if he was all right, while Karak warned that charging in alone like that was madness. Shutra simply waved away their concern, telling them to stay back and watch. Then, in one explosive motion, Shutra launched himself from his mount and soared into the air, meeting the charging beast head-on. He decided this was the perfect chance to test the real power of Beast God Fist in battle. As the wolf leapt at him with its jaws wide and its eyes blazing red, Shutra met it in midair. Earthshaker shone around his arm like molten gold, his aura flaring violently as he gathered force into his fist and unleashed the Fist of Explosion. A brilliant burst of golden light detonated across the plains, sending a shockwave rippling through the air and across the ground. The alpha wolf's head vanished in a violent spray of energy and shadow. Its huge body dropped lifelessly into the sand with a heavy crash, while Shutra landed with effortless grace nearby. Earthshaker still smoked faintly around Shutra's arm, the heat and force of the strike lingering in the air. The remaining wolves froze where they stood. Their vicious snarls collapsed into frightened whimpers as they began backing away from the boy who had just obliterated their leader in a single blow. Shutra looked down at Earthshaker in quiet awe, wondering if the gauntlet had amplified the aura he released through his attack. A confident grin crossed his face as he realized the force he had just unleashed was powerful enough to rival even Caitlyn's strength. Karma and Karak could only stare in silence, their initial shock slowly shifting into clear admiration. The rescued satyr finally managed to catch his breath. Once he recovered enough to speak, the satyr introduced himself as Swiftwind, a scout who had been assigned to escort them. Now, owing his life to Shutra, Swiftwind offered to guide the group personally to their destination. But before they could set out again, the alpha wolf's headless corpse began to glow with a faint, eerie purple light, revealing the sign of some lingering corruption. They chose not to dwell on that unsettling sight and continued across the harsh plains. After a long and exhausting trek, the group finally reached a ridge overlooking a vast centaur settlement. Spread out below them was the homeland of the 4 great centaur tribes. Those tribes were Fierce Wind, Heavy Rain, Raging Flame, and Rough Night. Among them, the Raging Flame tribe held the greatest dominance, and it was led by their high chieftain, Savage Eyes. Before long, Savage Eyes emerged to greet the visitors. The towering centaur warrior carried himself with calm authority as he introduced himself. The moment Shutra heard the name, recognition flashed through his mind. Savage Eyes was an infamous character from the game, and in that version of events, he had been an enemy rather than an ally. Carrick leaned in and whispered nervously that the chieftain's glare alone looked powerful enough to kill someone. Shutra, however, kept his composure and confidently introduced himself as the Ninth Prince. Savage Eyes studied him in silence. The chieftain's sharp gaze measured the young demon's posture, confidence, and calm. Shutra met that intense stare without flinching, then asked for an evaluation of the situation. Inside the main yurt, Savage Eyes stood over a large map spread out before him and bluntly admitted that the circumstances were dire. The Cassius herd had migrated south much earlier than usual, and that unnatural movement was a deeply troubling omen. Savage Eyes explained that some believed the herd might only be a separated splinter group, but Shutra quietly remembered from the game that this kind of optimism was almost always misplaced. Savage Eyes then laid out his plan. In 3 days, warriors from all 4 tribes would gather together and launch an attack to annihilate the herd. Shutra agreed to the plan, silently hoping that this time, events would unfold differently from the tragedy he remembered in the game. As the meeting finally came to an end, the tension in the air began to loosen, and the warriors slowly prepared to go their separate ways. But before Shutra could fully leave, Savage Eyes called out to him once more, his sharp gaze narrowing with curiosity. With a sly grin tugging at his mouth, the chieftain asked whether the rumors were true, that this young prince had really crushed the skull of a Cassius beast with nothing but his bare hands. Shutra's confident smirk returned at once. Without the slightest hesitation, he admitted that the story was true, then calmly added that if the chieftain wanted proof, he would be happy to show him that strength with his own eyes later. For a brief moment, a rare spark of genuine interest flashed across the hardened warrior's face. Savage Eyes accepted the challenge without backing down, saying that he would look forward to seeing that kind of power for himself. Later that evening, as Shutra made his way through the Centaur settlement, quiet voices began to trail after him from every direction. The centaurs whispered among themselves about the Ninth Prince, their eyes following him as if he had already become something more than an ordinary royal guest. He was the young demon whose feat had already turned into a legend across the plains. Walking nearby, Carrick noticed the attention right away and remarked that Shutra's popularity was rising at an incredible pace. Carrick even joked that it had to be because of Shutra's irresistible charm, only to catch himself a little too late, as if realizing he had spoken more casually than he should have. Clearing the mood, he quickly advised Shutra to get proper rest before the battle that was waiting for them. That night, Shutra sank into a deep and peaceful sleep, completely unaware that something extraordinary had begun to stir at his side. On his arm, the gauntlet rested quietly at first, but then a soft green glow started pulsing from it like a heartbeat in the darkness. The light grew stronger and brighter, spilling through the room until it finally pulled Shutra from his sleep. He opened his eyes in confusion, blinking against the strange glow. When he looked down, he saw Earthshaker fully manifested on his arm, its presence unmistakable, and he called out the gauntlet's name in surprise. A calm and gentle voice echoed through the quiet room, carrying an almost sacred stillness with it. Shutra lifted his gaze, and there before him floated the translucent image of a beautiful elf-like woman, her figure wrapped in a soft emerald radiance that shimmered like living wind. A faint glow gathered in Shutra's eyes as the mysterious woman addressed him directly. Her voice was serene, but there was urgency beneath it as she told him she needed his help immediately. Still half awake and struggling to understand what was happening, Shutra stared at her and asked who she was. The spirit's gaze softened, and with a quiet dignity, she introduced herself as Green Wind. The moment Shutra heard that name, it struck him like a bolt of lightning. He remembered it clearly from the lore he knew, and the realization made his mind snap fully awake. Green Wind was no ordinary spirit. She was one of the great nature spirits, a being whose name was tied deeply to the land itself. She was the guardian of the plains and the source that helped sustain their life. But before Shutra could fully react to the weight of that revelation, the world around him began to disappear. In the next instant, his surroundings vanished completely, and his consciousness was pulled into a brilliant green realm filled with swirling currents of energy, as if the very air had become alive. Shutra found himself floating beside the spirit, suspended in that radiant space with Green Wind at his side. There, she explained that this place was her home, the heart of the Engel Plains, and also the sacred place where a fragment of her creator, the Watcher Einkel, still resided. As Shutra took in the breathtaking sight around him, a sudden realization crashed into him like a storm. This divine presence was not merely familiar, it was dangerously connected to what lay ahead of him. The mention of Einkel sent a cold shiver down Shutra's spine, and the memories surfaced in his mind at once. Einkel was one of the 6 elder dragons, a godlike being of such overwhelming power that even players in the game could never hope to meet him directly. Shutra's eyes dropped toward the gauntlet on his arm, his thoughts racing as he stared at the ancient relic. Earthshaker itself had been forged by another ancient existence, and now Shutra understood that this encounter with Green Wind could not possibly be a simple coincidence. Green Wind's voice cut through his thoughts, urgent and grave. She warned him that monsters from the north were advancing toward her sanctuary, and their goal was to steal away the life of the plains themselves. If those monsters succeeded, her home would be ruined, and even her own existence would be destroyed along with it. Green Wind insisted that Shutra was the only one who could stop them, but he immediately protested, saying he was nowhere near strong enough for such a task. Green Wind refused to accept his doubt. She reminded him that he already carried the power of Enkidu, and as if answering her words, golden light suddenly flared around Shutra's body in confirmation. She assured him that the fragment of Einkel within her temple would grant him the strength he needed. Then, as her form began to fade like mist in the wind, she gave him one final instruction. Shutra was to show her token to her children, the tribes who still worshipped her and honored her name, and in the very next instant the radiant green world disappeared. Shutra jolted awake back in his bed, breathing hard, his heart still pounding from what he had just experienced. On the back of his hand, a glowing green symbol shimmered with divine light, and in his palm a brilliant green crystal materialized as solid proof of Green Wind's blessing. Outside, Savage Eyes was already shouting, his voice sharp with alarm as he demanded to know why the prince was speaking the name of Green Wind. When Shutra explained that the sacred temple was about to be attacked, the chieftain's doubt was clear on his face, and his eyes narrowed with obvious skepticism. But the moment Shutra raised his glowing hand and revealed the divine crystal, the mood changed instantly. Green light reflected across Savage Eyes' eyes, and every trace of doubt vanished from his expression. His face hardened with conviction, and he asked Shutra what needed to be done. Not long after that, the entire settlement had shifted from confusion into action. Under the blazing sun, the united Centaur army thundered across the open plains. Spears and banners flashed in the light as hundreds of warriors galloped forward with unwavering purpose, and Shutra rode at the center of their formation. Though smaller in stature than the warriors surrounding him, Shutra carried a commanding presence that made him impossible to overlook. His reptilian mount kept pace with the centaur ranks as he studied the magical map in his hands. After checking their direction, Shutra confirmed that they were heading straight toward the Temple of Green Wind, whose distant outline shimmered ahead beneath a soft halo of emerald light. He knew that, without the map, he never would have been able to find the hidden sacred place. But before they could relax, a scout's alarmed shout tore through the calm wind. Dark shapes were gathering in the distance, spreading across the plains ahead of them. A massive horde of Cassius beasts stretched across the horizon, their numbers far greater than anyone had expected. Their glowing eyes burned like scattered embers in the distance, and unease tightened in Shutra's chest. Those creatures should never have known where the temple was hidden. Someone, or something, must have betrayed its location. Savage Eyes looked toward the enemy with a grim expression, then warned that their numbers were much larger than anticipated and asked Shutra for his orders. At that moment, Shutra recalled Green Wind's words and understood exactly what he had to do. He declared that he had to reach the temple and draw power from the fragment of Einkel sealed inside. Savage Eyes and his warriors would have to hold the line, no matter the cost, and make sure not a single beast reached the sacred site. Shutra turned sharply toward Karak and Karma, his expression already set with resolve. In a firm voice he told them it was time to move, and both of them answered with steady nods, ready to follow him straight into danger. Behind them, Savage Eyes lifted his sword high into the air, the blade catching the sunlight as he raised it above the gathered warriors. His voice rolled across the battlefield like thunder, commanding every tribe under his banner to plant their hooves, hold their ground, and stand firm against the incoming horde. A fierce roar of unity surged across the plains in answer, and a heartbeat later, the ground shook beneath the deafening thunder of charging hooves. The centaur archers moved first, drawing their bows in perfect rhythm before releasing the opening volley. Black arrows sliced across the sky in a deadly storm, raining down on the advancing beasts before they could close the distance. The impact came almost instantly, brutal and chaotic, as both sides crashed into each other with terrifying force. Steel, claws, axes, and fangs collided in the middle of the battlefield, turning the open plains into a storm of violence and dust. The centaur warriors fought with unmatched ferocity, their powerful bodies surging forward as they cut down Cassius beasts two at a time. And in the heart of that roaring battle, Shutra and his companions forced their way through the front lines, pushing toward the temple with everything they had. Karak shouted over the chaos that their only job was to get the prince there safely, no matter what stood in their path. Shutra answered without hesitation, confirming the plan as Karak sucked in a breath and unleashed a fierce booming war cry. Then Karak charged ahead, throwing his massive body straight into the enemy's path. His enormous axe carved through the shadow wolves in wide, devastating sweeps, each swing tearing open a path through the snarling beasts. Karma moved right beside him, quick and low to the ground, slipping through the battlefield with sharp, controlled steps. Her twin daggers flashed in both hands as she drove back attackers with clean, precise strikes, protecting Shutra's flank while he urged his mount forward through the chaos. As the temple grew larger in the distance, Shutra praised their efforts, his eyes fixed on the glowing sanctuary waiting ahead. Then, without even the slightest warning, a massive shadow ripped down through the air above him. A hulking minotaur slammed into the ground directly in front of Shutra, the force of its landing shaking the earth as its weight crushed his reptilian mount beneath it. The impact hurled Shutra violently from the saddle, sending him crashing into the dirt with a painful groan. The towering monster straightened over him, raising a crude wooden club high while letting out a triumphant roar that shook the air. Then the minotaur began stomping toward Shutra, each heavy step pressing into the ground like a threat. Shutra cursed under his breath, furious at himself for letting his guard drop at the worst possible moment. He forced himself up from the dirt, but before the minotaur could bring its club down, Karak rushed in and intercepted the attack. His axe crashed against the wooden club with a violent impact. Sparks and golden light burst from the collision, lighting up the space between them. Shutra called Karak's name in relief, while Karak snapped back that this was no time for the prince to be lying around. The minotaur roared and swung again, putting even more force behind the next crushing blow. Karak dug in and held firm, meeting each strike head-on and blocking the monster's attacks with raw, stubborn strength. The ground trembled beneath the force of their clash, the shock of each blow rolling outward through the dirt. Gritting his teeth, Karak refused to give even a single step. Seeing him endure the monster's assault, Shutra smirked despite the danger and told him that after all that boasting, he had better not lose now. Then Shutra lifted his glowing hand, focused his power, and activated a skill to support Karak. A brilliant golden pillar of light erupted around Karak, surrounding him from head to toe. Radiant energy poured into his body, and Karak let out a thunderous roar as divine strength surged through his muscles. Watching the power take hold, Shutra's expression sharpened with determination. Shutra declared that from that moment on, they were finished defending. They were going to drive the enemy back. Filled with that golden power, Karak shoved forward with his axe and forced the minotaur to stagger. Golden shockwaves rippled across the battlefield, cutting through the dust and marking the start of their counterattack. The minotaur stumbled backward, its massive body thrown off balance by the sudden surge of force. Its eyes widened in disbelief as Karak's strength rose far beyond anything the beast had expected, and in that opening, Karak roared like a beast himself and launched his huge body high into the air. He brought his massive axe down in a blazing golden arc. The energy-charged strike slamming into the minotaur with crushing force and shaking the ground beneath them. The battle ended in a burst of dust and sudden silence. Breathing hard, Karak looked toward Shutra and shouted for the prince to keep moving. Shutra trusted his knight completely and did not waste the chance Karak had created. He broke into a sprint toward the temple, his crimson cape snapping behind him as he raced up the enormous stone steps and plunged into the glowing sanctuary beyond. Inside the temple, Green Wind's voice reached him again, urging him to hurry before it was too late. The gauntlet on Shutra's arm began pulsing with a vivid green light, responding to the sacred power around him. A stream of emerald energy spilled out from it and wound deeper into the temple, guiding him through ancient cracked corridors until it led him into a vast inner chamber where enormous roots spread across the floor. At the very center of that chamber stood something immense and breathtaking. It was an ancient tree overflowing with divine green energy, its presence so powerful that the very air seemed to hum with life. Shimmering leaves swirled around Shutra as Green Wind appeared once more, her luminous figure extending one hand toward the sacred tree, deep within its trunk. A brilliant object pulsed with overwhelming power. It was a dragon heart. Shutra's breath caught in his throat as he understood what he was looking at. This was the fragment of Einkel. It was the source of an elder dragon's power, and Green Wind explained that the peace of the Ingle Plains had endured only because the Watcher Einkel's protective magic flowed from this sacred place. If the temple were to fall into the hands of the Horde, that protection would vanish with it. And once that happened, the balance of the entire plains would collapse. Green Wind turned to Shutra and asked him to awaken the magic inside the dragon heart, then use its power to stop the Horde before everything was lost. Outside the temple, Savage Eyes threw his voice across the battlefield, rallying every warrior who could still stand. He shouted that the temple had to be protected no matter what, even if they had to stake their lives on that sacred ground. Carrick's axe tore through another minotaur in a violent burst of sparks, his body driving forward like a wall of muscle and fury. Nearby, Karma fought off wave after wave of shadow wolves, her daggers flashing in the sunlight, while even one of the tree guardians seemed to sense the crushing weight of the enemy gathering around them. Inside the sanctuary, Green Wind's voice shook with desperation as she pleaded with Shutra to protect the plains and the children who still worshipped her. Then she offered him the dragon heart, the sacred power resting at the center of the ancient tree. Shutra reached forward and placed his hand upon the artifact, silently accepting the burden that came with it. The moment his palm touched its surface, a violent surge of green energy burst outward, rushing through Shutra's body like a living storm. His head snapped back from the force, and his vision was swallowed by a blinding flood of light. In the next instant, Shutra found himself standing inside a vast void glittering with endless stars, and before him loomed a colossal serpentine figure, the elder dragon Einkel. Its 3 ancient eyes shone with a depth that felt older than the world itself, filled with cosmic wisdom and terrifying power. The enormous dragon lowered its gaze upon Shutra, studying him from above as if peering straight into his soul. Then Einkel's voice rolled through the heavens like the rumble of creation itself, giving him only one simple command: take it. Back in the physical world, the entire temple erupted in a brilliant explosion of green light. A towering pillar of emerald radiance shot straight into the sky, piercing through the air above the battlefield. The light could be seen from miles away, and for a brief moment, the battlefield fell into stunned silence as allies and enemies alike turned their eyes toward the miracle in awe. Carrick stood among the bodies and dust, his armor marked by battle. Bloodied and panting, he looked toward the glowing temple and immediately understood that this could only be Shutra's doing. Then the earth began to tremble beneath everyone's feet as thorn-covered vines burst through the soil and twisted together with unstoppable force. From within that storm of surging magic, something enormous began to move. A massive wooden foot slammed down onto the battlefield, followed by towering bodies formed from bark, roots, and stone. The ancient forest guardians had finally awakened. The newly risen titans charged into the battlefield with the weight of the forest behind them. Their branch-like arms swept through the horde with crushing power, smashing beasts by the dozen and scattering them across the plains. One minotaur barely had time to roar before a guardian's massive blow came down and hammered it into the ground. In a single moment, the entire flow of the battle changed. Where chaos had ruled the plains only moments before, nature itself now rose to fight beside Shutra and the centaur tribes inside the temple. Green Wind released a breath of relief. Declaring that Einkel's magic had finally awakened once more, she turned toward Shutra with deep gratitude in her eyes. She thanked him for saving the Ingal Plains, but that relief lasted only a moment before it twisted into sudden horror. The dragon heart's energy was not stopping. Instead of settling into the temple and strengthening its protection, the power kept pouring straight into Shutra. Green Wind's eyes widened as she demanded to know why the mana was flowing into him, and then fear overtook her as she realized the truth. Shutra was absorbing the elder dragon's power. His body convulsed violently, white light flooding his eyes while the raw energy tore through him from the inside. Green Wind cried out for him to stop, warning that his mortal body would be destroyed, but in the middle of that agony, a golden radiance suddenly erupted from within him, and notifications echoed through his mind. His level had risen. The wounds across Shutra's body sealed in an instant, closing as if time itself had reversed. His skin shone with divine light as the golden power repaired his body, mending every injury with impossible speed. Green Wind could only stare. She watched in stunned silence as the impossible unfolded right before her eyes. The golden aura around Shutra grew brighter and brighter. His strength surged again and again, rising beyond its previous limits as his level continued to climb higher. Deep inside his consciousness, the goddess of conquest appeared, her presence overwhelming and her voice filled with absolute authority. She commanded Shutra to subdue the dragon heart, conquer its ancient power, and force it to bow before his will. Shutra clenched his fist tightly, refusing to let the pain or the pressure break him. No matter the cost, he was determined to claim the ancient dragon's power for himself. The goddess's voice rang through his mind once more. She proclaimed that even the remnant of an elder dragon would kneel before Shutra's unshakable will. Back inside the temple, the glowing green dragon heart sank into Shutra's chest and fused with his body. At the same time, the ancient tree at the center of the chamber pulsed one final time before releasing a magnificent burst of light. The brilliance slowly began to fade from the chamber. In its place, a calm green radiance filled the room, and tiny motes of light drifted gently through the air, bent forward from the ordeal. Shutra gasped for breath and forced himself to stay standing. A shimmering emerald aura wrapped around his body as the transformation finally reached its end. When he straightened, his shadowed face carried the sharp glint of newly awakened power. As the goddess of conquest's voice faded away, she gave him a new name. He was now the Knight of Conquest. A cascade of notifications appeared before Shutra's eyes, listing the powers he had gained: dragon body, dragon blood, and immunity to all poisons. His level had risen to 17, and his title had changed to Dragonborn. Shutra understood exactly what that meant. He had become a being who had awakened dormant dragon genes, someone capable of wielding true draconic magic. The realization struck him hard. His rival, Zephyr Ragnaros, possessed that same kind of power through inherited dragon lineage, and now Shutra had finally reached a place where he could stand as his equal. Green Wind's spirit appeared before him again, her voice filled with awe as she looked at the changed prince. She said she could feel Enkel's essence flowing within him, unmistakable proof that Shutra now carried both the spirit and the body of a dragon. Although Green Wind admitted that this power had remained sealed away for 1,000 years, she felt no regret in seeing it reborn through him. Calling Shutra the successor of the Watcher, she gave him one final plea: protect the Engel Plains and safeguard her children, the centaurs and satyrs who lived beneath her blessing. A confident smile spread across Shutra's face, and without a trace of hesitation, he accepted her request. Outside the temple, the battle still raged across the plains. The awakened tree guardians crushed the horde with thunderous strength. They tore through the monsters as if ripping weeds from the earth. Yet in the middle of all that chaos stood a colossal Minotaur commander, towering over the battlefield like the true heart of the enemy force. It was larger and more savage than every monster around it, its sheer presence pressing down on the battlefield as if the entire enemy force moved under its command. The creature bellowed out orders in a guttural roar, driving the horde against the centaurs and the awakened guardians. The moment Shutra stepped out from the temple, his eyes locked directly onto that towering beast. One glance was enough for Shutra to understand. That monster was the one leading them. Shutra lowered his stance on the temple steps, gathered power into his legs, and then launched himself forward in a sudden burst of speed. He landed in the middle of the battlefield and immediately called out to Carrick. Carrick turned toward the voice in shock, his eyes widening when he saw that Shutra was not only alive, but had returned with a completely transformed presence. At the same time, the commander let out a furious snarl. Its crimson eyes burned with rage as it swung a massive axe toward the intruder who had dared to challenge it. Shutra faced that murderous glare without flinching, his expression steady as golden energy gathered around his fist. Then he drove an energy-infused punch straight toward the monster's chest, aiming to smash through its defenses in one clean blow. But the beast moved faster than its size suggested, twisting aside to avoid the attack before immediately striking back. A brutal backhand slammed into Shutra and sent him skidding across the dirt. The monster leapt after him with its axe raised high, but Shutra steadied himself before the next blow could fall. His eyes burned with fierce focus as he stared the beast down, promising that this time it would not be able to endure his power. Shutra poured energy into his fist and unleashed the Fist of Explosion once again, sending a huge wave of golden force crashing directly into the commander. The attack struck head-on. Yet, even after taking the blow, the Minotaur only staggered back a little. Its hide was far too thick, and Shutra clenched his teeth as the truth sank in. Raw strength alone would not be enough to bring this monster down. The beast swung its axe again, forcing Shutra to dodge backward as dust burst up from the ground and sparks scattered through the air. Then, in the middle of that deadly exchange, Shutra's mouth curved into a smirk. It was time to show the commander something it had never seen before. Shutra activated Dragon Blood. A violent surge of purple energy erupted from his body, twisting around him like living flame as the air around him began to warp with pressure. A system alert rang sharply through his mind. His gauntlet Earthshaker had unlocked its true form, and lightning crackled across its surface as fresh power flooded through his arm. Shutra focused every bit of that strength into the gauntlet, tightening his fist as the energy gathered to a dangerous peak. He vowed to stake everything on one decisive strike. The Minotaur roared and charged with its axe raised, but Shutra met its fury head-on, unleashing an enormous blast of golden and violet energy. The two powers slammed together in the center of the battlefield, sending pressure rippling outward from the impact. At that exact moment, Shutra shouted for Carrick, telling him it was his turn. With the skill summoned the King's Knight, Carrick materialized behind the commander in a flash of light, appearing exactly where Shutra needed him. Before the beast could even turn, Carrick's axe came crashing down onto the back of its skull with explosive force. The commander roared in agony as the unexpected blow rocked its massive body. The beast stumbled from the strike, and Shutra's gauntlet flared even brighter, purple light intensifying around his arm as he warned the monster to face him properly. The commander turned. Rage and fear flickered together in its crimson eyes as it sensed the overwhelming power gathering in front of it. A fierce grin spread across Shutra's face as he promised that this attack would be nothing like the ones before. Shutra channeled everything into a single devastating blow. Dragon blood, the power of conquest, and Earthshaker's awakened strength. Then, with wings of swirling gold and violet energy flaring around him, he shot forward like a meteor. The air cracked beneath the force of his charge as he unleashed Earthshaker's secret art, one overwhelming strike that tore through the battlefield with the power to end everything. A massive detonation of golden light swallowed the bull-headed foe whole. The blast ripped a crater into the battlefield and sent shockwaves rolling through the air in every direction. The ground split open under the force, rocks flying skyward as warriors on both sides shielded their faces from the violent explosion. At the very heart of the burst of light and dust, system messages appeared before Shutra's eyes, announcing that his level had increased. The boss, Drake Ogre Mustafa, had been defeated. And with that victory, a new title became his, Drake Ogre Slayer. Shutra stood at the edge of the crater, his body still tense from the force of the attack. His cloak fluttered behind him while smoke and golden motes drifted through the air, and the monster's remains hissed away into shadow. Breathing hard, Shutra muttered in exhaustion, realizing just how much aura he had spent and how dangerously close he had come to collapsing. He also understood that controlling Earthshaker's true techniques clearly required a higher level of aura mastery. That was a skill he still did not possess, which meant Gigantic Piston was not even the ultimate form of the weapon. A sharp grin cut across Shutra's face as faint light shimmered over his knuckles. There was still far more power waiting to be unlocked. Carrick's voice suddenly rang out across the battlefield, shouting that the enemy was retreating. Startled, Shutra lifted his head and saw the centaurs surging forward with renewed strength, chasing the broken horde across the plains. The warriors roared their war cries, their voices rising together as victory finally came within reach. They cut down the fleeing monsters one after another while savage eyes bellowed for none of the invaders to be spared. Under the sinking sun, crimson flashes of steel swept across the plains as the pursuit drove the enemy away. Before long, night settled over the battlefield like a dark cloak. Beneath a cold sky filled with stars, the scarred land grew quiet, with only the distant flicker of torchlight near the centaur shrine breaking the darkness. Back at the camp, laughter, songs, and triumphant shouts filled the air. The warriors celebrated their hard-won victory with sloshing mugs and booming voices, their joy echoing across the open plains. Amid all that noise and celebration, Shutra quietly slipped away, drawn toward the ancient tree where green motes of light drifted through the air like fireflies. From within the glow of the tree, Green Wind slowly appeared before him. She smiled gently and teased him, saying that he had looked as if he was enjoying himself quite a bit earlier.
Shutra told her that he had come because there were a few things he wanted to ask. Greenwind agreed, saying that after he had fulfilled her request, she owed him answers. But before that she asked whether he would release the dominion he now held over her.
Shutra blinked in confusion and repeated the word back to her. Green Wind then explained that because he had absorbed Einkel's magic, because she had been born from that very same power, Einkel's magic had now tied her existence directly to Shutra. The meaning finally sank in, and Shutra's expression stiffened with awkward realization. After a moment, he admitted that he honestly had no idea how to release her from that bond. Green Wind stared at him in complete disbelief, as if she could not believe those words had actually come from her new master. She called him a terribly careless master, warning that if he did not even know how to undo the bond, she might end up permanently tied to him simply because of his ignorance. Shutra immediately protested, insisting that no one had ever taught him anything about spirit contracts or dominion in the first place. Green Wind accused him of acting as if he knew more than he did, and Shutra, clearly flustered, asked her to calm down and explain exactly what condition she was in now. Green Wind answered plainly that she now belonged entirely to him. Her body, her magic, and even her will were bound to Shutra as her master. Shutra quickly raised both hands in front of him. waving them as if trying to stop the conversation from going in the wrong direction. He hurried to clarify that this was not what he had meant, then asked whether the bond was causing her any discomfort. Green Wind assured him that she was not suffering, but she also warned that if she disappeared from the Engle Plains, the land would lose its life and color, because she herself was the essence of its magic. Shutra fell quiet for a moment, thinking it over, then suggested that she could simply remain there. After all, Shutra told her gently she did not need to follow him if staying behind was what kept the plains alive. Green Wind's expression immediately fell, hurt flickering across her face as she asked if Shutra was trying to abandon her. Shutra quickly denied it, then asked if she truly wanted to come with him. Green Wind answered without hesitation that she did, saying it was only natural for a spirit to remain beside her master. Shutra gave a slow nod, finally realizing that without meaning to, he had formed a real spirit contract with Green Wind. Then, remembering what she had said about the plains losing their life in her absence, another thought came to him. Shutra asked whether they could create something to sustain the Engle Plains while she was away. Green Wind's eyes widened at the idea, and after thinking for a moment, she admitted that it was possible. However, she warned that creating such a substitute would take time and drain much of her strength. Behind her, the great trees shimmered softly, as if acknowledging the possibility along with her. Shutra's face brightened as he declared that this was exactly what they needed. They would leave something behind to support the plains, and once that was done, Green Wind would be free to come with him. Green Wind hesitated, reminding him that the process would weaken her for a while, but Shutra brushed the concern aside with an easy cheerfulness. In his mind, having a nature spirit as a companion was more than worth that temporary drawback. Relief softened Green Wind's face, and she clasped her hands together as she called him master, with clear affection. Shutra smiled back at her and said that since this matter was settled, he had questions he wanted answered. Looking up at Green Wind, Shutra asked when and how Enkel had died. At that question, Green Wind's emerald glow dimmed slightly, and her expression turned distant. She admitted that she did not remember everything, because she was only a fragment of that old power, reborn as a spirit. Even so, one memory remained clear. 1,000 years ago, Enkel had been murdered. Shutra went still at that word, stunned by its weight. Green Wind continued quietly, saying she did not know who the killer had been, only that it had not been another elder dragon.
Shutra whispered the word murder under his breath, chilled by the thought that someone in this world could actually kill a being worshipped like a god.
Green Wind drifted a little closer to him, her voice softening as she told him he should speak more casually with her, since it felt strange for a master to sound so formal. Shutra rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, agreed to drop the formality, and then shifted the conversation to something else. He asked whether, as Enkel's successor, he might also be able to absorb the powers of other elder dragons. Green Wind tapped a finger against her lips in thought before answering. Under normal circumstances, she said, such a thing should be impossible, but Shutra's case was different. He was already carrying the opposing powers of the Watcher Enkel and the Great Enkidu, which proved that his body could withstand both at the same time. Because of that, Green Wind reasoned that Shutra might also be able to endure the power of other elder dragons. Amazed by the possibility, Shutra let out a quiet laugh to himself, calling it the kind of unfair advantage only a protagonist would receive. Then the brief amusement faded from his face. Growing serious once again, Shutra asked one final question. What did Green Wind know about the strange power inside him? She answered honestly that her memories were incomplete, so her understanding of that power was limited. Before Shutra could press her any further, Green Wind's entire form suddenly blazed with dazzling light. Shutra instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes. Caught off guard by the sudden radiance, he shouted in surprise. Green Wind's voice deepened, resonating with a divine power that no longer sounded entirely like her own, as she proclaimed that Shutra was a knight of conquest. She declared that he was a being born with the destiny of a king, and that the power within him was dominion itself, the authority to conquer, command, and rule all things beneath the heavens. As those words echoed through the night, Shutra stood beneath Green Wind's radiant glow, feeling the truth of his terrifying potential begin to settle deep inside him. Morning sunlight spilled across the temple columns, washing the old stone in gold as soft footsteps echoed quietly through the sacred space. Shutra stirred with a faint groan, slowly returning to consciousness. He pushed himself upright and blinked through his drowsiness, muttering that he remembered speaking with Green Wind, though the memory felt strangely distant and blurred. A gentle emerald glow descended from above, and Green Wind materialized before him with a calm expression, asking if her master was finally awake. Shutra breathed out her name, recognizing that familiar, soothing presence. Green Wind explained that during the previous night, a trace of Engel's consciousness had surfaced through her. That overwhelming presence had likely been too much for Shutra to endure, causing him to lose consciousness. As she spoke, faint visions rippled through the air around them, swirling leaves, radiant light, and an echoing voice proclaiming that a night of conquest was born with the destiny of a king, meant to rule all creation. The words faded like wind slipping through branches. The vision ended with a vow of loyalty as Green Wind declared herself bound to him. As Shutra pieced those fragments together, he realized that this was the power of the king, the very essence of conquest itself. Startled by the thought, he wondered if Einkel had somehow foreseen his awakening from the very beginning. Green Wind lowered her head respectfully and said that because Shutra was now her master for eternity, there was something she had withheld from him the day before, and now she had to reveal it. A grid of glowing runes formed in the air between them. Green Wind revealed that at the northernmost edge of the Engel Plains lay one of Einkel's lost relics. Shutra repeated the words in awe, realizing they were talking about a relic left behind by Einkel himself. Green Wind continued, her voice steady as the runes shimmered before them. She explained that the relic was an artifact imbued with the power of an elder dragon, an item known as the Shield of Life. Then Green Wind began recounting the story behind it. Over 1,000 years ago, the Watcher Enkel had bestowed the shield upon the bravest centaur warrior of that era, a hero who led his people to countless victories and never suffered a single wound. Yet, despite all of that valor, the warrior's end did not come on the battlefield, but through betrayal. He had been murdered in his sleep, stabbed by a woman sent by those who hungered for the power he carried, and because the shield could only be held by the one it had chosen, his followers could do nothing except bury it with him, sealing both master and relic together in the frozen lands of the far north. As the years slipped by and then stretched into centuries, the once feared relic slowly faded from history and turned into legend until people no longer called it by its old name. Instead, they remembered it by the name of the warrior who had fallen with it, White Surrey. The instant that name reached Shutra's ears, his eyes opened wide. He knew it. He knew that name far too well. It was a mythical artifact that had only ever appeared in the hidden lore of Night Saga, a legendary shield no player had managed to discover. His pulse quickened as the realization struck him. White Surrey truly existed, and even more than that, it was a relic connected to an elder dragon. Green Wind tilted toward him and asked if he had heard of it before, and Shutra nodded at once, barely hiding the eagerness in his voice as he immediately asked where the tomb was located. Green Wind answered calmly that once she finished creating a replacement for herself out on the plains, she would be able to lead him there. Shutra quickly asked how long that would take, and Green Wind estimated that the process would require about 2 days. After a brief moment of thought, Shutra agreed that they would leave once those 2 days had passed. Reaching the distant north would not be easy, but it was not impossible either, and that was enough for him. A spark of excitement stirred inside him, bright and impossible to suppress. If they could obtain White Surrey, the road ahead would become far easier. As Shutra paced across the temple grounds beneath the slowly brightening sky, his thoughts moved rapidly from one possibility to the next. A trip north would not even be difficult to justify. On the surface, he could simply claim that he was pursuing the last remnants of Cassius. The true problem, however, was something else entirely. Shutra reasoned that activating the temple had almost certainly caught the Demon King's attention. If that was the case, then an inspection team would probably be sent before long. He calculated the timing in his head and concluded that they likely had less than a week before anyone from the Demon King's side arrived. That meant leaving early would be the smartest move. But just as Shutra settled on that thought, savage eyes came rushing over with urgent steps and reported that someone from the Demon King's castle had already arrived. Shutra went still on the spot, his face tightening as he muttered in disbelief that it was far too soon. Only a few moments later, a familiar white-haired woman entered the hall with several attendants behind her. She walked in as if she belonged there completely, then glanced at Shutra and remarked that he looked as though he had just seen a ghost. Shutra recognized her immediately. Felicia Doomblade. He stared at her and demanded to know why she had come all the way here. But before he could press her further, Felicia reminded him that proper introductions came first, then called someone forward to present herself. A woman with blue-green coloring stepped forward with graceful composure. She bowed politely and introduced herself as Daphne, the daughter of Echo, the fifth concubine. Shutra's thoughts began moving at once. He recognized Daphne from the lore of the game. She was a druid born from a dryad line, one of his half-siblings, and someone who could become an incredibly valuable ally if he managed to bring her to his side. Felicia folded her arms and explained that Daphne was a skilled druid and that her abilities would be especially useful because of the connection to the spirit of the plains. Daphne gave Shutra a warm smile and said she looked forward to working with him. Shutra immediately decided that he needed to leave a strong impression on her. Then, turning his attention back toward Felicia, he asked why she was not at the Giska Mountains studying the thunder-forging anvil like she had planned. Felicia replied that she had intended to go there, but Shutra had finished his own mission far faster than expected. She added that his speed had drawn more attention than he probably realized. What should have been a simple Cassius subjugation mission, one expected to take around 2 weeks, had been completed by him in only 2 days. Because of that sudden success, Felicia said Shutra's name was beginning to spread. Under normal circumstances, someone else would have been sent to question him, watch him, or investigate exactly what had happened. When Shutra asked if that was the reason she had come personally, Felicia admitted that it was part of the reason. But she was also curious about the magic of the temple and the strange behavior Cassius had shown. Shutra quietly noted that beneath Felicia's sharp attitude and cutting words, she had a surprisingly thoughtful side. He then thanked her for worrying about the situation. Felicia lightly clapped her hands together and, with her usual composed expression, asked what Shutra planned to do next. Shutra answered that he intended to head north and check whether any remnants of Cassius were still hiding there. Inwardly, however, his real target was clear. He was going north to find White Suri. At that moment, Savage Eyes, the centaur chieftain, stepped forward and firmly declared that he would accompany Shutra. Shutra was caught off guard and hesitated, but the chieftain insisted that as the leader, he could not simply send others in his place. Shutra rubbed the side of his head, forced to admit that the chieftain's reasoning made sense. Then Felicia raised her hand as well and announced that she would be going with them. Her reason was simple. Studying living Cassius would be far more useful than examining dead bodies after everything was already over. The others nodded along, agreeing that having more people would also mean having more strength. Shutra, meanwhile, let out a silent sigh on the inside. Hunting Cassius had only been an excuse to cover his true goal. Yet now that excuse was turning into a full expedition. As the group looked toward the distant horizon, Carrick muttered that he had a bad feeling. Things were about to become complicated, and several days later, the northern mountains spread out beneath a vast, cloudless sky. The quiet air was suddenly torn apart by the roar of a monstrous wolf, and the entire party quickly shifted into battle formation. Carrick grinned as he looked toward the danger ahead, saying that his instincts had been right all along. Dark shapes surged out from between the rocks, their fangs flashing as they rushed forward. The group braced themselves for the attack, and with his cloak snapping sharply in the mountain wind, Shutra stepped ahead of the others, his gaze focused and ready. As the howling pack closed in from every direction, the elf warriors and centaur fighters immediately moved into formation, planting themselves firmly in place to meet the beasts head-on. Then one of the wolves suddenly broke from the pack and charged straight toward the prince. Shutra braced himself as the beast came in, but at the last second he slipped aside with practiced ease. Even as he avoided the attack, confusion flashed through his mind. How had these creatures appeared here so suddenly? He clearly remembered that they had wiped out every monster in this area the last time. So their sudden return made no sense at all, and just as that uneasy thought formed, the situation grew even worse when winged creatures began descending from above, their stone-like skin and twisted silhouettes making them look almost like living gargoyles as they swooped down from the sky. Shutra recognized them immediately as Geists, and the moment he did, he understood that this enemy group was going to be far more troublesome than a simple pack of wolves. A green glow rose in Shutra's eyes as he looked up at the airborne enemies and said that they were not the only ones capable of flying. He activated Wind Blessing, and in the next instant, his body became light as the air itself lifted him from the ground. Shutra rose higher into the air, his speed increasing with every breath as the wind wrapped around his body. Green Wind, still floating nearby in her tiny fairy form, stared at him in complete disbelief and blurted out how he was able to use her magic like that. Shutra did not answer her. Instead, he cut straight through the air like an arrow, rushing toward the Geists in a sudden burst of speed. One of the monsters froze for a split second, staring at him as though its stone-like mind could not understand how a kid was flying directly at it. In the next instant, Shutra drew power into his fist, the force of his explosive strike building at his knuckles before he drove his punch straight into the monster's face. The impact landed with brutal force, and the Geist was blown backward violently, its body sent flying through the air as if it had been smashed by a cannon. Still hovering above the battlefield, Shutra turned his sharp gaze toward the remaining monsters. With irritation burning in his eyes, he told them to stop being so annoying and disappear already. Far below him, Green Wind watched the impossible sight from the ground, her tiny face blank with shock as she quietly wondered what the point of her own existence even was anymore. Meanwhile, in the chaos spreading across the battlefield, Daphne had been separated from the others. Daphne lifted her head and saw a flying monster diving toward her from above, its shadow rushing over her. Pure panic spread across her face as she realized she was the target. A scream tore from her throat as she stood frozen in place, trapped with no clear path to escape. Carrick reached her just in time, throwing himself between Daphne and the monster before shoving the creature back with raw strength. He shouted at Daphne to pull herself together and fight back. At the same time, Felicia Doomblade released her own magic, calmly declaring that everything was unfolding exactly as she had planned. With a powerful leap and a sharp motion of her spell, Felicia brought massive stones crashing down from above, crushing several monsters beneath the falling weight. When the dust finally rolled away, the battlefield was covered with the bodies of defeated beasts scattered across the ground where the fighting had just raged. Felicia stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she pointed out something Shutra had missed in the middle of the battle, a faint purple aura clinging to the monsters' bodies. Shutra asked what that strange glow was, and Felicia explained that it was most likely a form of curse magic. According to Felicia, the spell strengthened the creatures, but it did so by burning away their life force. Their emotions had been dulled until they were almost empty, like living weapons. From that, the dark elf concluded that someone had to be controlling the monsters from a distance through that curse. Shutra felt his thoughts tangle in confusion, because they had already defeated the last one who had been manipulating monsters. So who was controlling them now? As Shutra wrestled with that question, Karak called his attention toward Daphne. Eric pointed out that Daphne had been tense from the very beginning of the fight, her body stiff and her reactions delayed. He guessed that this might have been her first true battle. Shutra quietly agreed with that assessment. He realized that this Daphne was far less experienced than the version he remembered from the game. Daphne then spoke in a strained voice, saying she could sense the spirit's fear and that the sinister energy grew stronger the farther north they went. Green Wind confirmed Daphne's words, adding that she could also feel a dark and unsettling force flowing from that direction. Savage Eyes suggested that they should push on to the northernmost point and find out exactly what was happening there. Shutra could only admit to himself that all he had wanted was to retrieve White Suri, yet somehow the situation had become far more troublesome than it needed to be. Even so, Shutra agreed to continue and decided that their next destination would be the observation tower standing on the northern border. Under a sky glittering with stars, a tall stone tower rose from the northern border like a silent watchman. The group gathered on its upper platform, looking out across the dark horizon. From that high vantage point, they saw an enormous mass of purple energy gathered in the distance, surrounded by hundreds of enemies. Felicia's expression hardened as she explained that only a high-ranking undead, something like a lich, could command a force of that size. Then, without warning, Daphne collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of the dark energy. Carrick hurried to her side, helping her back up while asking if she was all right. Daphne stammered that she was fine, though her trembling made it obvious how badly the energy affected her. Felicia explained that the sinister power was harsh and direct, and because Daphne was half-spirit, she felt its weight far more painfully than the rest of them. Shutra looked over the situation and quickly understood that they were badly outmatched. Keeping his voice steady, he suggested that they retreat before things turned worse. But before anyone could move, Felicia suddenly sensed something approaching. Her entire body went rigid, and she warned everyone that someone was heading straight toward them. Shutra was caught off guard by how alarmed she sounded. He immediately checked his holographic map, wondering who would be approaching them at a time like this. The answer appeared in front of him at once. Multiple red enemy dots were surrounding their position. Then Carrick pointed sharply toward the sky and shouted for the prince to look up immediately. Several enormous fireballs were dropping from the heavens, falling straight toward the tower. Shutra raised his head, and panic flashed across his face as the flaming attack closed in fast. Realizing at once that they had walked into a trap, Shutra shouted for everyone to get out of the tower immediately. The next second, the meteors slammed into the structure. A devastating explosion tore through the tower, wiping out the stone structure in moments. Its frame buckled under the impact, collapsing into fire, smoke, and shattered rock as enemies watched from the distance. The tower broke apart completely beneath the force of the flaming meteors, stone and debris pouring downward in a roaring collapse. Carrick cried out as chunks of debris slammed into him, but even through the impact, he used his own body as a shield, protecting his teammates from the worst of the falling wreckage. Felicia reacted without hesitation, Her expression sharpened with fierce determination as she released wind control magic, cushioning everyone's fall and protecting them from the blast. Broken stone continued to crash down around them, but thanks to Felicia's swift intervention, none of them were seriously harmed. When the dust and smoke finally began to settle, Felicia looked toward Shutra and asked if the prince was all right, and Shutra confirmed that he was. Savage Eyes then thanked the sixth princess, saying that her magic was the only reason they had survived. But Felicia warned him not to start thanking her yet, because the enemy's numbers were far too overwhelming. They were surrounded on every side. Felicia told everyone to hold the line while she created an opening in the enemy formation. Magic gathered around her as her focus sharpened, and it was clear she was preparing to cast something powerful. Shutra watched Felicia with both admiration and unease in his eyes, seeing the fierce concentration on her face as she gathered her power. Almost without realizing it, he whispered her name under his breath. Then Shutra drew out a glowing dagger, its light flashing in his hand, and said he would buy as much time as he possibly could. A moment later, Shutra activated the power of Under the King's Banner, spreading his command across the battlefield and strengthening every ally standing with him. The warriors felt it immediately, a sudden rush of power flooding through their limbs like fire in their blood. Several of them stared in shock at the unfamiliar surge of strength. Green Wind looked at Shutra and asked if he was truly planning to fight, and Shutra answered with firm resolve that he was. Shutra said there was no other choice now. While Felicia prepared her spell, he had to trust her completely and hold the enemy back until the right moment came. The Earthshaker gauntlet appeared around Shutra's arm, wrapping over him in solid force as a heavy glow pulsed from the weapon. With a golden aura spreading across his body, Shutra shouted for everyone to brace themselves and prepare for the fight ahead. At his command, the entire group surged forward together, charging straight toward the horde that was rushing at them with frightening speed. With a fierce cry, Shutra led the advance from the front, refusing to step back even when the situation looked hopeless. Karak, fueled by the prince's strengthening skill, roared as he charged ahead with his axe raised high above his shoulder. Savage Eyes rushed in beside him with his sword ready, cutting into the skeletons without hesitation as he threw himself into the undead ranks. Shutra unleashed his explosion fist, and the force blasted outward in a violent shockwave, smashing through several enemies directly in front of him. Bones flew in every direction from the impact, scattering across the ground, but the undead began putting themselves back together almost immediately. A floating skull with burning purple eyes reformed in midair, already preparing to attack again. Shutra clenched his teeth, frustration tightening across his face. Even his strongest blows were not enough to keep these enemies down for good. If things continued like this, the fight would never end. No matter how many skeletons they destroyed, more kept rising, fresh bones pushing up from the earth in endless waves and rushing forward without mercy. Shutra knew they had to find the one controlling them before the entire group was swallowed by sheer numbers. Then, without warning, bolts of purple energy rained down from above, striking all across the battlefield. His allies were caught off guard and cried out as the dark magic surged through their bodies. Karak tried to shield himself, but the attack still struck him, and he shouted in frustration as the burning pain tore through him. The purple bolts spread chaos across the battlefield, leaving the warriors staggered, disoriented, and exposed to the surrounding undead. One elf collapsed to the ground with a groan, the purple magic clinging to his body like poison that refused to let go. Then, from the broken debris and drifting smoke, a tall and overwhelming figure slowly rose, wrapped in a sinister purple glow. It was a giant skeletal knight, crowned like a dead king and covered from head to toe in full black armor. Its very presence seemed designed to crush their courage. Shutra spotted it at once, and in that instant he understood that this towering monster was the commander leading the entire undead army. Savage Eyes seized the brief opening and charged toward the massive knight with a fierce battle cry. With unshaken resolve, Savage Eyes leapt in and swung his weapon with all the strength he could gather. But the skeletal knight blocked the attack as if it were nothing, then struck back with a single brutal swing that sent Savage Eyes flying. Karak saw what happened, shouted toward the knight, and rushed forward to help Savage Eyes. But the orc was struck down just as easily, his body sent flying by the monster's crushing blow. Karak gritted his teeth through the pain, anger, and frustration twisting across his face at how quickly he had been overpowered. Shutra used that brief opening and sprinted toward the giant skeletal knight at full speed. As he closed the distance, Shutra thanked the enemy for coming closer and declared that this was where the monster's path would end. He jumped into the air and drove an explosion fist straight toward the knight's core, pouring his force into the strike. But the skeletal knight caught the attack effortlessly. stopping Shutra's blow cold before throwing him down to the ground like he weighed nothing. Shutra pushed himself back up slowly, coughing hard as shock spread through him at the sheer difference in strength. He realized then that this knight was not simply strong. It was standing on a completely different level from the enemies they had faced before. That was when Felicia stepped forward and told Shutra to stop fighting and rest for now. The skeletal knight turned its hollow gaze toward her and stared in silence, as if it had suddenly become curious about the woman stepping into its path. Shutra was startled by Felicia's intervention and struggled to figure out what his sister intended to do. Felicia positioned herself in front of Shutra, standing between him and the monster, and declared that she would be the knight's opponent from this point on. With a fearless glare, Felicia mocked the monster by calling it Skullface and invited it to come at her. Then Felicia rose into the air, her body lifting smoothly as a glowing magic circle formed above her. A powerful blast of energy burst from her spell and struck the skeletal knight head-on. The creature howled in pain under the impact, but even then it refused to fall. Its armored frame held firm against the attack. Enraged, the skeletal knight charged straight toward Felicia, moving as if it meant to tear her apart. Felicia remained perfectly calm. She directed the wind with sharp precision and launched another crushing blast at the approaching knight. Even as the monster rushed forward, its purple aura flared violently, burning around its armor as it prepared to overwhelm her. But Felicia did not retreat even a single step, meeting its fury with the same fierce determination. Then, using Blink, Felicia teleported above the knight with a concentrated sphere of energy already gathered in her hand, catching the monster completely off guard. She released several glowing spheres, one after another in rapid succession, and each blast slammed into the skeletal knight with punishing force. The monster roared in agony as Felicia's relentless barrage continued to hammer into it. Shutra watched the fight unfold with wide eyes, stunned by how completely Felicia was controlling the battle on her own, dominating the skeletal knight with power and composure that left him speechless. Suddenly, Shutra felt a new presence beside him and turned his head. Daphne was standing there, surrounded by a soft green aura, her face tight with worry as she asked if he was all right. Then Daphne activated Dryad's blessing, and a wave of healing power spread through the battlefield. Warm strength flowed into every ally at once, and Savage Eyes felt his wounds closing as his arms grew steady again with renewed force. Carrick was also wrapped in that gentle green light, his battered body filling with fresh power as his strength rose even higher than before. Seeing Daphne finally bring out her unique blessing, Shutra broke into a grin, unable to hide his excitement. At that moment, a notification flashed before Shutra, informing him that he had gained Boost Level 1. Shutra blinked in confusion as blue light suddenly wrapped around his body, and small glowing orbs of energy began circling him like tiny spirits. Then another notification appeared in front of his eyes, declaring that he had obtained Spirit Blossom Level 1. The new power poured into him like a living current, filling him with spirit energy and raising all of his abilities at once. Only then did Shutra realize that both the spirit of life and the spirit of wind were flowing through his body at the same time. With that power surging inside him, Shutra charged toward the skeleton knight and struck again and again, each golden blow bursting against the enemy's armored frame. Felicia gasped for breath nearby, her exhaustion clear from the way her shoulders rose and fell, but even then, she refused to stop and continued attacking with every bit of strength she had left. Felicia used Blink once more and prepared another attack. Purple blades of energy formed around her before slicing toward the knight, and with irritation sharp in her voice, she called him a stubborn brute and told him to vanish already. She pushed forward with a fierce strike, but the skeleton knight raised his sword and defended against it. Felicia's eyes widened in shock when she realized her assault still had not been enough to bring him down. Then, all at once, Carrick, still burning with Daphne's green aura, roared at the skeleton knight and rushed in. The orc brought his axe down with terrifying force, striking so hard that even the knight struggled to withstand the blow. The skeleton knight was clearly caught off guard by the impact, though he somehow managed to remain standing. Shutra floated into position beside Felicia and praised his sister's effort, his eyes fixed on the enemy as he prepared to continue the battle. Felicia turned in surprise when she noticed Shutra hovering beside her, already readying himself for the final strike. He told her to leave the finishing blow to him as the gauntlet on his arm blazed with intense light. With a fierce shout, Shutra unleashed Explosion, Fist, driving a crushing blow straight into the enemy. The skeleton knight took the attack head-on, and under the sheer force of the impact, his armored body began to crack and crumble. Carrick raised his voice in a loud cheer, declaring that victory was finally theirs. But Shutra laughed and corrected him with a confident grin, making it clear the fight was not fully over yet. Fired up by that momentum, Carrick shouted that he would finish the job himself and charged forward with his axe lifted high. But before Carrick could reach the knight, the creature's body suddenly detonated in a violent burst of purple energy. Deadly strikes of power shot outward toward everyone nearby, and Shutra screamed Carrick's name as the blast swallowed the battlefield. Fear clenched tightly around Shutra's chest, and for a moment, he could not even understand what had just happened. His eyes went wide as he stared through the sudden chaos, struggling to process the explosion. All around him, his allies were struck down by the violent burst, their figures disappearing into the swirling storm of purple light. Felicia stared at the disintegrating figure before her, unable to believe that the enemy was still standing so tall even after everything they had thrown at him. She focused on the skeleton knight again, bracing herself for a deadly counterattack at any second. Meanwhile, far away from the center of the battle, the tiny fairy Greenwind darted frantically through the dark forest, searching desperately for something important. She suddenly stopped in midair, her tiny body going still as she sensed the presence she had been looking for. Not long after, Greenwind discovered a floating fragment of land with a glowing weapon embedded within it. This was the tomb of the legendary warrior, and the white Surrey resting there radiated such overwhelming power that even standing near it felt almost unbearable. Back on the battlefield, the skeleton knight lunged toward the fallen prince. Felicia immediately intercepted him with her magic, glaring at the monster with fierce defiance as she ordered him to face her instead. Fury burned through her voice, and she gathered her strength for a devastating spell. Then Felicia fired triple explosion, a massive burst of raw energy that slammed directly into the skeleton knight with explosive force. But the skeleton knight teleported away from the blast, appearing behind Felicia in an instant and swinging his sword toward her. She tried to escape with Blink, but the attack caught her before she could fully avoid it. The knight followed with a brutal punch, the impact sending Felicia flying backward through the air. Felicia barely managed to raise a magic barrier in time, but even with that protection, the force of the blow hurled her away. She clenched her teeth in anger, realizing that this enemy was far tougher than she had expected. The skeleton knight answered with a blast of purple energy, smashing her barrier into pieces and knocking her down once again. Then the knight summoned another wave of undead, sending them surging across the battlefield like a tide of bones. In the middle of all that chaos, Shutra lay unconscious after being struck by the blast of bones, his body motionless amid the raging battle. As Shutra drifted through darkness, a mysterious voice called him master and told him to rise. Then his eyes opened inside a calm green space, and he stared around in confusion, unsure where he had awakened. Shutra still could not understand what was happening around him. Then Greenwind appeared before him and urgently insisted that he had to hurry, telling him to awaken Ankle's power sleeping inside his body. Shutra looked at her in confusion and asked how he was supposed to use Ankle's power when he did not even know how to activate it in the first place. At that moment, an enormous green light flashed high above him, so bright and sudden that Shutra instinctively lifted his gaze in shock. The forest spirit warned him that there was something important he needed to understand, and in her small hands a glowing artifact shone with a strange, powerful light. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Shutra's unconscious body murmured the words dragon blood, as though some buried realization had suddenly surfaced from deep within him. Then a stream of green and blue energy came pouring down from the heavens, cutting through the sky like a falling comet. Felicia and the warriors below, still trapped in the middle of the endless undead horde, continued fighting desperately with everything they had left. The green energy washed across the battlefield like a wave of life, closing wounds, restoring strength, and empowering the allies who had nearly been pushed to their limits. Felicia glanced back through the chaos and saw her brother rising from the ground, his body wrapped in a radiant green aura that shimmered around him like living light. Shutra forced himself to stand, still unsteady and confused as the energy coiled around his body. Then, without warning, the white Surrey shield materialized in front of him, shining with an overwhelming presence. Shutra stared at it and asked how this was even possible, just as Greenwind appeared beside him. Greenwind explained that she had searched for the tomb and somehow managed to make the shield acknowledge Shutra as its new master. Shutra began to thank her, but Greenwind cut him off, telling him to save the praise for later because there was something far more urgent in front of them. The skeleton knight turned toward Shutra with his sword in hand, clearly ready to end everything. Then the monster charged forward with terrifying speed, dragging a trail of purple energy behind him as he closed the distance. Shutra tried to react, But he was startled by how impossibly fast the knight's movements had become. Shutra could not help wondering why the skeleton knight was suddenly moving at such a ridiculous speed. The skeleton knight fired a bolt of purple energy straight at him. Shutra raised White Suri and blocked the attack head-on with the shield. Felicia screamed Shutra's name, terrified as the smoke parted and revealed the knight's headless form. But then Shutra rose into the air, glowing with green power, the shield held firmly in his hands. Shutra gripped White Suri tightly and felt its immense power pouring through his veins. Green Wind explained that Einkel's fragment had transformed his body into a hybrid. She asked if he could feel the new strength surging through his changed body, that additional power now flowing through every part of him. 1,000 years of Einkel's magic, preserved inside the shield all this time, was now rushing into Shutra. Shutra marveled at the sensation, his eyes widening as he admitted that the power felt unbelievable. The skeleton knight watched him from across the battlefield, its purple eyes burning with hatred. Shutra stared back at the monster and insulted him, calling him bonehead without a trace of fear. Then Shutra invited the skeleton knight to keep fighting, his confidence stronger than ever. This time, he declared, he would crush the monster properly without making a single mistake. He fired a blast of green energy from White Suri, wiping out several undead nearby as the force spread across the battlefield and tore through the enemy horde. Felicia stared in disbelief, unable to fully grasp the scale of what her brother was doing. The skeleton knight roared in fury and charged again with his sword, raised high, but Shutra blocked the strike with the shield, and White Suri answered by glowing even brighter. The shield split its power into multiple green energy blades, sending them shooting toward the enemy in sharp arcs of light. Those blades twisted together in midair, merging into the shape of a massive energy bird that raced across the battlefield. The skeleton knight turned to cut down the incoming bird, but Shutra distracted him with a taunt at exactly the right moment. Using that opening, Shutra rushed in and slammed Explosion Fist directly into the knight's side. The monster howled in agony as the impact landed, and even as the surrounding flames surged over Shutra, he protected himself by raising White Suri in front of him. Shutra pressed forward, green aura blazing around his body as he prepared to strike back even harder. With a swift motion, he launched another blast of green energy, sending it crashing into the skeleton knight. White Suri burned with brilliant light as the power spread outward across the battlefield. Several green blades pierced through the skeleton knight's armor, forcing the monster to scream in pain. Shutra then leapt into the air, his gauntlet blazing fiercely as he gathered power for the final blow. With unwavering resolve, Shutra activated Giant Piston and drove his fist straight into the knight's chest. The skeleton knight ground his teeth and recoiled as the crushing impact tore through his armored body. Shutra declared that everything ended here and prepared to deliver the finishing strike. With a precise flick of his fingers, he gathered the green energy into one blazing point. Then he released a beam of power that shot forward and tore straight through the monster's chest with overwhelming force. The skeleton knight began to crumble, his entire body breaking apart as the green energy devoured what remained of him. The surrounding undead froze in shock, watching helplessly as their commander finally fell before them. A bright notification suddenly flashed in front of Shutra's eyes, announcing the result of the battle in clear, undeniable words. He had defeated the boss, Skeleton King Valkaruba. Right after that, his level rose not once, but twice in a row. A fresh surge of power spread through his entire body, and Shutra couldn't stop a satisfied smile from forming on his face. Then another reward appeared before him. He had gained the title Kingslayer Level 1. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, Felicia quickly spoke up, warning him about the Bad of Bones curse and insisting that they needed to leave the area at once. Later that night, after the danger had finally passed, the group settled down around a crackling campfire, using the warm glow of the flames to rest their bodies and quietly talk things over. Felicia's gaze shifted toward the shield Shutra was carrying, and she asked carefully if it was truly the White Eagle's relic. Shutra gave a calm nod, confirming it without hesitation. Savage Eyes and Karak both stared at the shield with wide, astonished eyes, clearly stunned that a legendary weapon they had only heard about had actually appeared right in front of them. Daphne quietly focused on the shield, then said she could feel an enormous life force flowing from it. To her, it seemed obvious that the relic had not yet shown the full depth of its true power. Hearing that, Shutra came to a realization. The shield was not weak at all. It was deliberately restraining itself, adjusting its strength so it could remain in harmony with him. Felicia looked at him and told him that the relic now belonged to him. Then, with a serious expression, she promised that she would not report anything about it to the castle. At that moment, Savage Eyes stepped forward with solemn respect and formally recognized Shutra as the successor of the great warrior known as White Eagle. The Centaur chief then made a firm pledge, declaring that whenever Shutra called for them, he and his warriors would stand by his side without hesitation. Shutra smiled at those words, his expression warm but steady, and said that he would be counting on them in the future as well. Just then, a thought suddenly struck him. Something important he had almost forgotten in all the chaos. They still had not checked the warrior's tome to see what loot had been left behind. When Shutra opened it up, he discovered a treasure chest packed full of valuables, its contents glittering with piles of gold coins and all kinds of precious items. But before he could even take a proper moment to enjoy the sight of all that treasure, Green Wind suddenly appeared and declared that things were not finished yet, because Shutra had still not given her the praise she deserved. Carrick nearly jumped out of his skin at her sudden appearance, while Shutra immediately realized his mistake and apologized for forgetting about her contribution. He gently patted the small fairy on the head and sincerely thanked her, making sure she understood how much her help had mattered during the battle. Greenwind decided to forgive him, but she still puffed herself up and insisted that a simple apology was not enough. He had to praise her properly as compensation. Shutra accepted her demand without arguing and told her that she was the best among them, truly incredible, and absolutely worthy of all the praise she wanted. With the battle over, the treasure recovered, and the immediate danger gone, the long and chaotic incident in the north finally came to an end. Even so, Shutra could not completely calm the uneasiness lingering inside him. He kept wondering whether Valkaruba had really been the source of the purple aura, or whether something even stranger had been hiding behind it. Another question also bothered him. How had the enemy known about the small sanctuary hidden so deep inside the forest? A place that should not have been easy to discover. With his expression turning serious, Shutra understood that even though the fighting had ended, several important mysteries were still left unanswered. He quietly told himself that one day, no matter what it took, he would uncover the true origin of the purple aura. After returning from the northern border, time began to move quickly for Shutra and the others. With one busy day passing into the next, Savage Eyes gathered and prepared his warriors, setting out to the north once again in order to eliminate the remaining Cassius once and for all. Shutra joined them for the campaign, standing alongside the Centaur warriors as they moved through the area and carried out the final cleanup. After 15 days of relentless work, the entire pack was wiped out. Meanwhile, back at the Demon King's castle, life continued as usual inside the dark, towering fortress. Felicia looked over at her younger brother with a thoughtful gaze and remarked that he seemed noticeably stronger than he had been before. Shutra simply grinned in response and said that he was in the middle of a growth spurt, acting as though his sudden increase in strength was perfectly natural. He then changed the subject and asked how the investigation into the sanctuary had turned out. Felicia replied that, for the most part, the results had been fairly ordinary. However, that was not the end of what she had discovered. Felicia explained that during her search, she had found something truly remarkable. The magic placed on the sanctuary appeared to have been cast by Einkel. Einkel was one of the 6 ancient dragons. Shutra quickly acted surprised and said the discovery was incredible, carefully trying not to let his reaction look suspicious. Felicia narrowed her eyes slightly and studied him, asking if he had already known about it beforehand. Shutra immediately denied it, answering a little too quickly. Green Wind suddenly appeared beside them and bluntly said that Shutra looked strange while trying so hard to pretend he knew nothing. From there, the focus returned to the Demon King's castle itself. Its Gothic towers stretched high into the sky with an ominous presence, and the moment Felicia arrived, a group of elf girls hurried toward her with bright, excited expressions. They called Felicia's name warmly, surrounding her with cheerful greetings as they asked how she had been and whether she had eaten yet. Carrick watched the lively welcome from the side and commented that nothing around here had changed at all. Shutra gave a small nod, agreeing with him. Green Wind then asked whether it was really fine to leave the plains in their current state, and Shutra answered that the only ones who had truly changed were themselves. Carrick moved closer to Shutra and asked, in a low voice, whether the prince had done something wrong to draw this much attention. He gestured toward a group of women glaring at them with open hostility and suspicion. Shutra recognized them as succubi and quietly wondered if they were connected to Anastasia Necreon's faction. Anastasia Necreon, the 4th princess, was the leader of one of the 3 major factions inside the Demon King's castle. Her faction was the largest of them all, and at one time, even Felicia and her twin brother Sylvan had belonged to it. Shutra quickly understood what this meant. News of everything that had happened out on the plains had already reached Anastasia's ears. A confident grin slowly spread across Shutra's face. He glanced at Karak and told him to start getting used to that kind of attention, because this was only going to become more common from here on. The focus then shifted to the merit office inside the Demon King's castle. There, Isabella, the representative in charge, formally announced that Shutra's merit rank had risen to 10, and with that promotion he had now gained access to the treasure vault. The moment Isabella mentioned access to the treasure vault, Shutra's eyes lit up, and his excitement showed almost instantly across his face. With a smile spreading wider, Shutra asked if this meant they could finally go out and spend some money properly for the first time. Before long, they made their way to the arsenal, where the guards confirmed their new permission and allowed them to step into the first treasure vault. There they were greeted by Iger. As the manager of the arsenal, Iger explained that unlike other rewards, the equipment here could be bought directly with cash instead of merit points. Then he welcomed them inside, telling them to look around freely and choose anything that caught their eye. Shutra turned to Karak and casually told him to pick out whatever he needed. Karak immediately stared at him, almost unable to believe what he had just heard, and asked if Shutra was really serious. Once Shutra confirmed it without hesitation, Karak's face brightened at once, and the orc hurried off with obvious excitement to search through the available gear. After checking the equipment carefully, Karak selected a piece of chest armor and explained that it had exactly the kind of durability he wanted. He added that the armor was resistant to elemental attacks, but still light enough that it would not get in the way of his movements or interfere with his beast god fist art. Satisfied with the choice, Karak decided that he would wear the armor underneath his usual clothing, keeping the protection hidden but ready at all times. After that, Shutra and Karak visited a blacksmith named Cater, so Shutra could commission a new pair of greaves suited to his fighting style. Shutra explained that ordinary greaves would not be enough, because his martial arts depended heavily on sharp footwork, quick steps, and precise lower body movement. Cater examined the request and said the overall design was not complicated, so if everything went smoothly, the greaves should be finished within 2 days. Then Cater suggested making the greaves with a combination of leather and dragon scales, as if he were talking about ordinary materials. Shutra immediately asked if he was joking, since those materials were unbelievably rare. But Cater calmly explained that a shipment of those very materials had arrived earlier that day under the prince's name, and he planned to use them for the commission. Still unable to understand how something so valuable could be delivered to him without his knowledge, Shutra asked what was going on. That was when Cater revealed that Lord Ishgard himself had personally ordered the materials for him. The moment Shutra heard Ishgard's name, he was visibly startled, because Ishgard was known throughout the kingdom as both its greatest swordsman and its finest blacksmith. Ishgard was also an elder of the Sura race, a legendary warrior so extraordinary that he had once trained the Demon King himself. Karak could not help but wonder aloud why someone of that level would go out of his way to support Shutra, and Shutra admitted that he found the situation just as strange. Back in the game, Shutra had never received any special assistance from the Sura side at all. Because of that, he could not understand why events were starting to unfold differently now. Then, before he could think any deeper, something suddenly interrupted them. A man came running toward them, completely out of breath, carrying urgent news for the 9th Prince. Karak immediately demanded to know what had happened, while the messenger lowered his head and struggled to catch his breath. The messenger announced that an audience ceremony would be held the next morning, which caught Shutra by surprise. He then explained that the ceremony was being arranged to honor 3 people for their accomplishments on the plains. Shutra quietly wondered who the third person could be, since the first 2 were clearly himself and his sister, Felicia. Then the messenger revealed the name of the other person being honored, the 2nd Prince. Zephyr Ragnaros had returned to the castle. Out on the sunlit street near the Demon King's castle, a herald's voice rang out, formally announcing the return of the 2nd Prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. Far below the castle walls, Shutra and Karak came to a sudden stop, both of them freezing in place at the announcement. Karak muttered in surprise that the 2nd Prince had already returned, his voice carrying a hint of unease. Shutra, however, stood completely still as those words sank into him like a heavy blade. His eyes began to glow blue, and his muscles tightened as if a buried memory had clawed its way back from the darkness. Seeing his expression change, Karak quickly asked if he was all right. But Shutra only lifted his head slowly, his gaze growing sharper. Deep inside, he repeated the name to himself, 2nd Prince Zephyr Ragnaros. At that instant, a vision surged through his mind, a towering knight wrapped in black armor beneath a blood-red sky, with crimson eyes burning like embers. In that phantom memory, Shutra's own broken body lay helpless at the knight's feet. Remembered it with painful clarity. Zephyr Ragnaros was the man who would one day kill him and bring destruction to everything around him. The thought of meeting that very person again, in this life, sent a cold shiver through Shutra's entire body. The scene then moved into the dim corridors of the fortress. Karak walked beside Shutra with a worried expression, saying that the prince had seemed strange ever since the previous day. Shutra let out a quiet sigh and tried to calm himself, even as his fingers trembled faintly at his sides. He understood that this meeting with Zephyr Ragnaros had always been unavoidable. Even so, Shutra had not expected fear to grip his chest so tightly. Trying to lighten the tension, Karak asked about another prince who was supposed to arrive, but a servant answered that the second prince would be entering directly and would bypass the waiting chambers entirely. Just then, a smooth female voice cut into the conversation. The voice remarked that Zephyr Ragnaros was special in more ways than one. Felicia approached with graceful, confident steps, her eyes shining with composure, then stopped in front of Shutra and reminded him that his own achievements were not insignificant either. Shutra quietly told Felicia not to let herself feel overshadowed by Zephyr's return. Felicia answered with calm certainty, saying that all they had to do was show their best when the moment came. Soon after, the grand audience hall came into view, glowing with a deep red light beneath its towering windows. An attendant stepped forward and announced the beginning of the ceremony, while the Demon King sat upon the throne. Clad in armor and radiating overwhelming presence, the Demon King's hair caught the backlight as he looked out over the hall with an imposing gaze. Another herald then declared the entry of the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, and the 9th prince, Shutra Ignis. Together, they walked down the crimson carpet. Shutra kept his steps controlled, but tension still ran through his body, his cloak brushing softly against the floor as he told himself that if he was already this nervous now, then he could hardly imagine what would happen once the real pressure began. He forced his eyes to stay fixed ahead, ignoring the nobles packed along the balconies and the horned woman watching him from above with cold, arrogant eyes. Shutra reminded himself that he had no choice but to endure this moment. After all, this was a wall he had always been destined to face, no matter how much dread pressed down on him. Then the herald announced the next person to enter, and in an instant the entire hall fell into a heavy silence. The person entering next was the second prince. Zephyr Ragnaros stepped through the radiant doorway with an almost effortless confidence. His pale hair shimmered under the light, and his crimson eyes seemed to catch every gaze in the hall as he walked forward at a slow, steady pace. The instant Shutra saw him cross the threshold, his heart began pounding hard in his chest. Shutra thought to himself that the moment had finally arrived. Standing before him was the true central figure of Night Saga's demon world path, the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. When Zephyr reached the center of the grand hall, the entire atmosphere seemed to tighten around him. Another official lifted a scroll and began reading out the accomplishments of the royal children. As the three of them knelt upon the crimson carpet, time seemed to blur for Shutra because Zephyr's achievements alone were so overwhelming that they could have justified the entire ceremony by themselves. Before long, the incident at the northern border involving Felicia and Shutra was also announced, and low murmurs immediately spread through the audience hall. But the achievements themselves were not what truly shook the room. The Demon King leaned forward on his throne, his eyes narrowing with heavy authority, and called Shutra's name. His deep voice echoed through the hall as he declared that he would personally assign Shutra his next mission. Felicia's body stiffened the moment she heard it, while another demon noble nearby turned his gaze sharply toward Shutra. Zephyr, on the other hand, simply bowed his head in silence, giving away nothing through his expression. Shutra felt every pair of eyes in the hall lock onto him at once, and he immediately realized that this kind of situation had never happened before. He stepped forward with tension in his shoulders, stumbling slightly over his words as he asked for the Demon King's pardon. He was stunned that the Demon King had suddenly assigned him a mission in the middle of an audience ceremony. Later, after the ceremony had moved on from that shocking moment, Shutra stood before a glowing map covered in rune-like markings and listened carefully to the mission details. An official pointed toward a highlighted region and explained that Shutra's task was to explore the Thunderdome fortress of the Dwarven Kingdom. A floating light box appeared over the map, displaying the excavation routes where miners had recently discovered a passage leading toward the fortress. Shutra was instructed to secure that newly discovered passage and then investigate what lay inside the fortress itself. The official went on to explain that the mission had originally been assigned to the 27th Exploration Unit under General Kashubal. However, General Kashubal had died during the investigation, with toxic gas listed as the cause. Because of that, the official advised Shutra to prepare proper countermeasures before attempting to secure the fortress. Shutra muttered quietly under his breath, still struggling to believe what he had just been told. In his mind, he could not ignore the obvious problem. General Kashubal, who was of draconian descent, had failed this mission, so why did they expect Shutra to succeed? If lineage and natural resistance mattered so much, he wondered why the task had not simply been handed to Zephyr Ragnaros instead. That evening, beneath a sky stained red by the setting sun, Felicia walked through the streets alongside Shutra and Carrick. Felicia suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing as if something about the situation had been bothering her for a while. Then she pointed straight at Shutra and demanded to know whether he had somehow angered their father. Shutra flinched at the direct question and asked what she meant. Felicia explained that under normal circumstances, a mission like this should have been given to Zephyr Ragnaros without hesitation. Carrick crossed his arms and added that even the general had failed, which proved just how dangerous the fortress really was. Felicia agreed, saying the assignment was far too risky for Shutra to take on lightly. She stepped closer to him, calling his name with clear worry in her voice, and insisting that he had to feel the same way. Shutra scratched his cheek awkwardly, caught off guard by her intensity, but in the end he admitted that she was right. Felicia's expression changed then, with determination pushing through the concern on her face. A faint shimmer of light seemed to gather around her as she declared that she would go with him. Reaching toward Shutra, she said they would face the Thunderdome fortress together, side by side. Felicia tried to act irritated after saying it, but Carrick immediately teased her, pointing out that she had invited herself along without even a moment of hesitation. Shutra could see right through Felicia's act, and instead of questioning her, he answered her with a warm, grateful smile. That smile made it clear how much he appreciated her loyalty, and Shutra gladly accepted Felicia's decision to join them on the mission. At that same moment, a blue-haired siren stepped forward with an intense smile on his face, asking Prince Shutra for permission to join their group as well. Felicia recognized him immediately and stated that his name was Hodorov. Shutra responded with polite surprise, but his answer remained firm. He courteously explained that their team had already been completed and that they did not need any additional members. Hodorov bowed as if he fully understood, excused himself without showing any resistance, and quietly walked away. Afterward, Felicia questioned Shutra's decision, pointing out that the male siren was known to be exceptionally capable. Shutra admitted inwardly that Felicia was right. Hodorov was no ordinary siren. He was an extremely powerful magic user. But as Hodorov left the area, he discreetly activated a teleportation spell and vanished from sight. Shutra, however, understood exactly what was really going on. He knew that Hodorov was a fanatically loyal spy serving Princess Anastasia Nikrian, somewhere else, far from the public streets. Hodorov knelt inside a darkened chamber and delivered his report to his master. Elsewhere, Shutra smirked to himself, realizing that Anastasia must have been deeply concerned if she was willing to send her finest spy after him. In silence, he challenged his older sister to keep watching from the shadows if she dared. Anastasia Nikrian calmly sipped her wine, her expression composed, while admitting that her younger brother was far more cautious than she had expected. Later, inside Shutra's quarters, Felicia asked what he knew about the fortress they were heading toward. Shutra explained that it had once belonged to the dwarves. He described them as a people famous for waging brutal wars against dragons. Felicia added that the Dwarven High Kingdom had fought those dragons in order to protect their enormous treasures, leaving Carrick visibly stunned by the sheer scale of that history. Felicia continued, explaining that many different types of dragons had once threatened the realm. Then Carrick innocently asked whether Felicia herself could defeat a dragon, and the question immediately made her flustered. Carrick bluntly stated that she definitely could not. Felicia snapped back angrily, reminding him that dragons were overwhelmingly powerful creatures that could not be treated lightly. Carrick simply laughed it off and complimented her for knowing so much about history. Felicia puffed out her chest proudly at the praise and explained that the fortress was famous among scholars for very good reason. Her eyes began to gleam with barely hidden greed as she suggested that they might be able to make an enormous fortune there. Carrick pointed out that she looked like she was practically drooling already. But Shutra agreed with Felicia's assessment and said that the fortress really was a jackpot. From the knowledge of his past life, Shutra knew that the fortress was a legendary dungeon where extreme danger came hand in hand with extraordinary rewards. Because of the ancient wars between the dwarves and dragons, countless priceless treasures had been buried deep within its hidden depths. But more important than the treasure, Shutra knew there was one thing inside that he absolutely had to obtain, no matter the cost. Resting somewhere within the fortress was the legendary Dragon Slayer's sword, a weapon powerful enough to kill Dragonkin. If Kshatra ever hoped to defeat Prince Zephyr, a man who carried dragon blood in his veins, then the Dragon Slayer's sword was not just useful. It was something he absolutely had to secure. At the entrance to the northern region, Kshatra stood prepared for the mission that lay ahead. On his legs, his newly obtained Arank greaves shone beneath the sunlight, their dragon-scale craftsmanship gleaming with a sharp, powerful brilliance. Kshatra looked down at the custom-made armor with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased by how perfectly the powerful greaves suited him. Behind him, the rest of the party had already gathered, standing ready with tense focus as they waited for Kshatra's command. Kshatra pulled his mask up into place, his eyes narrowing with sharp concentration, and gave the signal that it was finally time to move out. Together, they stepped into the newly discovered mine entrance, disappearing into the dark opening where dust hung thick in the stale air. The group advanced with caution through the vast ancient hall built by the dwarves, their footsteps echoing across the stone. As they moved deeper inside, Carrick noticed that the fog ahead was growing thicker. It did not take long for him to realize that the haze was no ordinary mist. It was dangerous, toxic gas. Felicia suggested that they slow down and proceed with even greater care. Kshatra agreed that caution was their safest choice. Meanwhile, Carrick frowned at the strange color of the gas and wondered aloud whether poison gas was not supposed to be yellow. Then, without the slightest warning, everything went wrong. Several members of the party suddenly began choking, clutching at their throats as they gasped desperately for air. Carrick and one of the female attendants collapsed onto the cold stone floor, their bodies overwhelmed by the poison. Felicia and Kshatra stared in shock at the sudden collapse, stunned by how quickly the situation had turned against them. Felicia cursed under her breath as she realized the truth. The composition of the toxic gas had changed from what they had expected. Acting quickly, Felicia summoned a powerful vortex of wind, trying to carve out a pocket of clean air around the group before the poison could take them all down. The moment her magic touched the unfamiliar poison, the two forces reacted violently against each other. That unstable reaction erupted into a massive magical explosion, bursting through the chamber with terrifying force. The shock wave ripped across the hall, shaking the ancient dwarven structure as dust and debris blasted outward. Everyone was thrown off their feet at once, their bodies tossed across the stone as the blast swallowed the chamber. Kshatra crashed hard against the ground and weakly called out Felicia's name. Slowly, the dust and poisonous fog began to settle, revealing the entire party scattered across the cold stone floor, unconscious and helpless. From within the lingering mist, something began to move. 3 enormous shadowy figures slowly emerged, their massive bodies taking shape through the haze. One of the monstrous beings stepped forward with heavy, deliberate movements, each step making its presence feel even more threatening. It towered over the helpless group lying on the floor. Its dark silhouette loomed like a nightmare in the fog, huge and terrifying against the dim stone hall. Then it unleashed a deep, guttural roar that echoed through the entire chamber. At that very moment, Kshatra's eyes snapped open, and he instantly recognized the creatures as the same monsters that had killed the general. In the next instant, the white eagle shield suddenly materialized beside Kshatra and shot forward toward the monsters. A brilliant burst of light flashed through the poisoned air. The shield sliced one of the monsters cleanly in half, then continued moving without pause, cutting through the remaining creatures with effortless precision. Green Wind watched the scene and commented that Kshatra's acting had been surprisingly convincing. Kshatra sharply told her to stay quiet. Right after that, the shield released a sweeping wave of purifying light that washed over the monsters. The creatures screamed in agony as the holy radiance burned through them. One of them let out a piercing shriek while its body began to dissolve into the air. The sacred light proved completely fatal to the dark monsters. Their forms were utterly vaporized beneath its power. Kshatra remained standing firm amid the fading light. His new armor gleamed as he gripped the shield and looked over his fallen companions. Seeing them unconscious around him, he noted just how powerful the poison must have been. A faint smirk crossed Kshatra's face as he thought about his own unusual constitution, the one that granted him complete immunity to poison. Suddenly, the entire fortress began to shake with violent force. Huge chunks of stone broke loose from above, and the ceiling started collapsing all around them. Kshatra looked upward in alarm as the rumbling grew louder. He wondered what new disaster had been triggered now, silently cursing the fortress for throwing one lethal trap after another in their path. Kshatra quickly ordered Green Wind to remain behind and protect the unconscious party members from the falling debris. Then his eyes began to glow with a purple hue as he activated the power of his dragon blood. Wrapped in a powerful aura, Kshatra carefully lifted Felicia and the others into his arms, making sure not to waste even a second. With incredible speed, he launched himself forward. Shutra leaped through the collapsing cavern, narrowly slipping past falling chunks of stone while desperately searching for an exit. Then, through the chaos ahead, he spotted a massive structure. He landed safely in front of an enormous sealed gate, the true entrance to the fortress itself. The wings of the White Eagle's shield spread wide around them. Those glowing wings formed a protective barrier, shielding the party from the rain of rubble above. Green Wind called out urgently to her master, warning him that the situation was getting worse by the second. Then Shutra discovered Karak trapped beneath a massive pile of shattered stone and rubble. He looked down at his unconscious friend, his expression tightening, and silently promised that he would come back for him. Without allowing himself to hesitate, Shutra turned back to the others. He began carrying the fallen party members away one by one, moving them to a safer place as quickly as possible. When he landed with a heavy thud, his new dragon-scale greaves absorbed most of the impact, and after taking a brief breath, Shutra realized he had managed to save nearly all of his unconscious allies. Then, just as Shutra turned back to retrieve Karak, his entire body suddenly froze and his eyes widened in shock. The pile of debris that had been trapping Karak exploded outward with violent force. Fear seized Shutra in an instant, cutting straight through his composure, and he cried out Karak's name in pure panic. The White Eagle's shield moved quickly to block Shutra's path, urging him to calm down before he rushed into danger blindly. But Shutra's thoughts were already spiraling out of control. Then the spirit reminded him of the powerful summoning spell he had used earlier, forcing the memory back into his mind. Shutra clenched his teeth as a small spark of hope flared inside his chest, the details of that spell returning to him with sudden clarity. With renewed resolve burning through his fear, Shutra shouted the command to summon his knight. A green portal tore open in the air, its glowing edges rippling, and Karak's head suddenly emerged from the strange space. Then, only a moment later, Karak's entire body tumbled through the portal and crashed safely onto the ground in front of Shutra. Karak was still unconscious, but he was alive. Behind them, the passage finally collapsed completely, the falling stones sealing off the way out of the ancient fortress. Karak's breathing was rough and heavy, but the sound alone proved that he had survived. Even though Karak had taken the impact, it was clear he had avoided any fatal injuries. Shutra sat beside him, overwhelmed by the relief flooding through his body. As Shutra's heartbeat slowly began to steady, he found himself thinking about the strange shadow creatures they had encountered. According to what he knew from the game, monsters like that were never supposed to exist here. At that very moment, Felicia began to stir, coughing weakly as the poison slowly faded from her body. Shutra immediately realized that he had no time to waste and needed to detoxify the rest of the party as quickly as possible. But before Shutra could move, a massive shadowy foot slammed down directly in front of him, cutting off his path. When he looked up, he saw that he was completely surrounded by a horde of monstrous figures. Shutra cursed his rotten luck as more and more creatures crawled out from the darkness, their shapes filling the cavern around him. Another wave of monsters roared together, their voices crashing through the ancient halls as they prepared to attack. Shutra poured a surge of power into his gauntlet, his expression hardening as fierce determination replaced his earlier panic. He drove his fist forward with devastating force, and the first creature in front of him was completely annihilated by the impact. Shutra raised his shield, frustration rising in his chest as he silently complained that this entire situation was nothing but a massive nuisance. The remaining monsters roared in fury, completely unfazed even after watching one of their own be destroyed in an instant. Shutra's eyes burned with anger as he glared at the horde and declared that they were wasting his time. The monsters answered him with a shrill, collective scream, then surged forward all at once, charging straight toward him. Shutra's gauntlet blazed with brilliant golden light as he braced himself for their assault. Then he slammed his fist into the ground, releasing a powerful shockwave that rippled through the cavern floor. As the monsters staggered and lost their footing from the impact, Shutra immediately followed through with a sweeping strike. The White Eagle's shield released a crescent-shaped wave of green energy. That sharp arc of power tore through the horde, cutting down dozens of creatures at once. Shutra stood unmoving at the center of the destruction, surrounded by a storm of holy force. With one final furious burst of strength, Shutra unleashed an explosive wave of energy that swept across the cavern. When the golden light finally faded, the cavern fell into complete silence. Felicia's eyes slowly opened, her vision still hazy and unfocused. Shutra knelt beside her and asked if she was all right, while Felicia weakly called out his name. She looked around in confusion at the destroyed monsters scattered around them, while Shutra began healing her injuries. Shutra gave Felicia a gentle, reassuring smile and downplayed everything that had happened, insisting that nothing serious had occurred. After fully reviving the rest of the party, Shutra and the others prepared to launch a proper assault on the fortress. They now had to choose between two routes, a longer but safer path, or a much shorter route packed with dangerous traps. Felicia looked to Shutra and asked which path he intended to take, the cautious route or the risky shortcut. Before Shutra could answer, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the ancient halls. Shutra's expression turned grim in an instant. At that point, caution was no longer an option. One of the attendants quickly explained that the alarm meant the fortress's main facility was under attack. Shutra immediately understood what that meant. Another group had already entered the dungeon and was moving ahead of them. Without the slightest hesitation, Shutra ordered a visibly stunned Karak to take the dangerous shortcut. He gave his guard a confident look, assuring Karak that he would make it through alive. A stone dragon head embedded in the wall suddenly came to life, its eyes glowing with blazing energy. The dragon head unleashed a roaring torrent of fire, but Karak managed to raise his shield in time and block the flames. A moment later, the floor beneath Karak collapsed, revealing a deep pit lined with deadly spikes. Then a storm of sharp projectiles shot outward, but they clattered uselessly against Karak's shield without breaking through. The corridor turned into a brutal gauntlet of traps, filled with swinging maces, collapsing floors, and relentless attacks from every direction. When Karak finally emerged from the deadly passage, he stood there drenched in cold sweat, chest heaving as he dragged in one shaky breath after another. Shutra, looking far too cheerful for the situation, congratulated him with a bright smile, but the terrified orc could only snap back that there was nothing to celebrate when he had come so close to dying. Thanks to Karak's desperate efforts, the group finally made it all the way to their destination. Before them loomed the enormous doors of the control room, massive enough to make everyone instinctively pause and look up. One of the attendants glanced around the entrance with a troubled expression, pointing out that the gargoyles meant to be guarding this place were nowhere to be found. Felicia's eyes narrowed as she agreed that something about the silence felt far too suspicious. Even so, Felicia refused to turn back now. If they wanted answers, they had no choice but to move forward. So the party carefully crossed the threshold and stepped into the vast control room. The room was coated in layers of old dust, and the silence hanging over it felt almost unnatural, as if the place had been holding its breath for ages. Shutra's gaze slowly swept across the chamber before stopping on a single figure slumped against the far wall. What waited there was not a living person, but the skeletal remains of the last dwarven city lord, still seated in death and still wearing the armor that marked his former authority. As everyone stared at the armored skeleton, the attendant suddenly noticed something else nearby and pointed toward it with a tense, uncertain look. Resting quietly in the corner was a large sphere, its surface so perfectly smooth that it looked almost unnatural. The dark orb sat there without a sound, heavy and mysterious against the dusty surroundings. Rather than reflecting the light around it, the sphere seemed to swallow it into its black surface. Felicia wondered aloud if it might be some kind of dwarven device waiting to be activated, but then Shutra called out to her after spotting a golden key on the skeleton. Shutra reached down and lifted the ornate key from beside the remains, raising it carefully so the others could see what he had found. The key gave off a faint golden gleam in his hand, and Shutra wasted no time pressing it into the sphere. The instant it fit into place, blue electricity raced wildly across the dark surface. The silent sphere suddenly came alive with a low hum, glowing in a soft blue light that spread through the chamber. In the next moment, dozens of holographic screens flashed into existence around them, filling the room with moving images as the entire party froze in stunned silence. For a moment, all anyone could do was stare. The scale and refinement of the dwarven technology left them awestruck, as if they were standing before something far beyond what they had expected to find. Then Karak suddenly cried out, his voice sharp with alarm, as his instincts warned him that something was very wrong. A distant rumble reached his ears, pulling his attention away from the chamber itself, and Daphne quickly pointed toward one of the floating screens. On the screen, a violent battle was unfolding somewhere else inside the fortress. Shadow monsters surged forward in waves, clashing fiercely against a massive army of stone gargoyles. Shutra's face tightened as he watched the chaos on the projection. In that instant, he understood that these creatures were the true invaders that had broken into the fortress. His eyes moved quickly from one screen to another, scanning the shifting images for anything that might explain what was really happening. Then, in the background of the projection, an enormous figure caught his attention. Shutra's breath caught in his throat as the realization struck him all at once. The hologram shifted closer. zooming in on the corpse of a colossal monster lying still, its massive body pierced through by a glowing golden spear. Shutra could barely breathe as he stared at it. In a low, shaken voice, he whispered that they had finally discovered the real prize hidden inside the fortress. The weapon before them was Ascalon, the legendary dragon slayer's spear, a relic known for its terrifying power and the weight of the legends surrounding it. The holographic screens then began revealing scenes from the fortress's past, showing the story of the wicked dragon Partizan. With his monstrous legion at his back, Partizan had once laid siege to the fortress without the slightest mercy. After the fortress defenses were finally broken, the attackers poured inside, and the disaster reached the heart of the dwarven stronghold. The dragon unleashed the full force of his power, convinced that nothing in the fortress could possibly threaten him, but that arrogance became his fatal mistake when, at the most critical moment, he exposed himself. The greatest warrior of the fortress seized that single opening without hesitation and drove Ascalon straight into the dragon's chest. With Partizan slain, the enemy army lost the terrifying leader that had held it together. The dragon's forces immediately spiraled into madness, turning the battlefield into uncontrollable chaos. No matter how hard the dwarves fought, the situation could no longer be contained. In the end, the dwarves were forced to abandon the home they had defended for so long. The fortress became a vast tomb, sealing away the fallen dragon along with countless dwarves who never made it out. Carrick confirmed what the images had revealed. The gigantic corpse belonged to Partizan, and the spear buried in him was indeed Ascalon. Even after that revelation, the holographic screens continued showing the current battle raging between the gargoyles and the shadow monsters. The group quickly understood what the shadow creatures were after. They had come into the fortress seeking the same legendary spear. Felicia scoffed coldly at the thought, her expression sharpening with defiance. There was no way she intended to stand by and let those monsters steal a treasure like Ascalon. Shutra turned to Felicia and asked if there was any way they could take command of the gargoyles defending the fortress. Felicia answered at once that controlling them was completely impossible. Just then, a massive dwarven golem stirred to life on the screen, gripping an enormous hammer as violent arcs of lightning crackled around the weapon. The towering construct raised its hammer high and brought it crashing down with overwhelming force. The impact instantly wiped out a cluster of shadow creatures, blasting them apart in a burst of raw power. Felicia realized that, before his death, the city lord must have transferred his authority over the defenses to the golem. After seeing that, Felicia suggested they remain in the control room for now and observe how the battle developed. But Shutra rejected that cautious idea immediately. Instead of hesitating, his eyes lit up with excitement as he declared that this chaotic battlefield was exactly the kind of opening they needed. He explained that there were simply too many unknown factors in play for them to sit still and wait while others moved first. Shutra told Felicia to stay where she was, then turned and sprinted out of the control room without even a moment of hesitation. With the fortress map already burned firmly into his memory, he charged straight toward the battlefield, cutting through the corridors with a clear destination fixed in his mind. Shutra knew that if he could reach Ascalon before anyone else and claim it first, their victory would be all but guaranteed. In his mind, the path forward was already taking shape. He could picture the result with absolute clarity, no matter how messy the battle became. No matter how the fighting shifted, Shutra was certain they could still come out ahead. As he raced across the battlefield, his focus never wavered. He checked his minimap while running and quickly realized that he was already closing in on his target. The distance between him and Ascalon was shrinking fast. Before long, the massive corpse of the dragon Partizan came into view. As Shutra sprinted past the golem, he briefly marveled at just how valuable the minimap had been in guiding him through the fortress. Without warning, the golem turned toward him and swung its huge lightning-charged hammer straight at his body. The force behind the blow was so overwhelming that it sent Shutra flying backward. Shutra recovered quickly, forcing himself back into motion as he shouted that he had no intention of fighting the construct right now. The golem paid no attention to his words. It simply slammed its fist into the ground, unleashing another powerful shockwave that tore across the battlefield. Its single glowing eye stayed locked on Shutra, burning with cold mechanical focus as if nothing else in the cavern existed. To the ancient construct, Shutra was nothing more than an intruder who had crossed into forbidden ground. Yet for a brief moment, the towering machine stopped, its massive body going still. The golem tilted its head slightly, almost like it was struggling to understand the situation. Then, in the next instant, a sharp streak of green light shot past its enormous frame. That sudden flash pulled the golem's attention away from Shutra. Seizing the opening, Shutra rushed forward while riding atop his shield, sliding across the ground as he cheerfully thanked Green Wind for coming in at the perfect moment. Green Wind immediately snapped back in anger, protesting the nickname. Shutra, however, only grinned and insisted that the name sounded stylish, but even while trading jokes with her, he never slowed down. Leaving the golem behind, he pushed into one final sprint toward the fallen dragon's corpse. When he finally reached it, Shutra planted both feet firmly against the ground and steadied his breathing, preparing to seize the treasure he had been chasing for so long. Right there before him stood the spear. Up close, the golden radiance spilling from the weapon was even more dazzling than he had imagined, bright enough to make the surrounding darkness feel distant. A wide grin spread across Shutra's face as he wrapped both hands around the shaft and thanked the fortress itself. Bracing one foot against the dragon's body, he pulled with everything he had, but the spear did not budge even a fraction, as if it had become part of the dragon's ancient corpse. Shutra tightened his grip and forced more strength into his arms, but no matter how hard he strained, the legendary weapon remained buried in place. His jaw clenched, and frustration flashed across his face as his teeth ground together. Only then did Shutra truly understand just how absurdly heavy the spear was. With a furious roar echoing through the cavern, he poured every last remaining stat point he had into strength. The dwarven golem stood watching from a distance as a brilliant pillar of golden light suddenly erupted around Shutra, swallowing him in its blinding glow. Then, gathering every bit of power into one final attempt, Shutra pulled with overwhelming force, and at last, the legendary spear tore free from the dragon's body. He straightened to his full height, Ascalon now resting firmly in his hands. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Shutra swung the spear, unleashing a crushing wave of energy that swept across the battlefield and erased the nearby monsters in an instant. Felicia and Karak stared at the holographic screen in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they took in the unbelievable sight before them. Daphne and the others were just as frozen with shock, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Shutra's newly unleashed power, and deep within the shadows nearby, a lone hooded figure watched everything without making a sound. At the same time, a system notification appeared before Shutra, revealing the long history and terrifying might of Ascalon. A fierce surge of triumph rose in Shutra's chest, because at that moment he knew he had finally accomplished the main goal he had come here for. But that victory shattered almost instantly as an enormous, monstrous dragon head rose out of the darkness behind him. The hooded figure slowly lifted one hand, revealing a glowing orb that pulsed with ominous energy. Without hesitation, the orb was driven straight into the corpse of the ancient dragon. That dragon was partisan. The moment the orb entered its body, a violent eruption of purple energy exploded outward, forcing life back into the dead beast. Shutra cried out in disbelief, his eyes widening as he struggled to understand the impossible scene unfolding right in front of him. Then he noticed the hooded figure standing amid the chaos, and his mind raced as he wondered who that mysterious person could possibly be. Even as the cavern trembled around them, the figure remained perfectly calm, while the dark orb continued to throb with sinister power. Shutra immediately braced himself, his body tensing as the ground beneath his feet began to glow with that same eerie purple light. The undead dragon suddenly launched itself into the air, its massive body rising above the battlefield with terrifying force. A corrupted roar tore from its throat, and in the next instant it fired a huge beam of dark energy straight toward Shutra. The moment Shutra saw it, cold sweat ran down his back. He recognized that attack at once. It was the same sinister purple death energy he had encountered on the Engel Plains. The beam ripped through the ancient dwarven cavern with catastrophic force, tearing across stone and metal like everything in its path was meaningless. The remaining shadow creatures were wiped away instantly, erased completely by the overwhelming destructive power. At that critical moment, the white Suri appeared without delay. Its holy light spread outward and formed a protective barrier around Shutra. Even so, the impact hurled him backward, and as he skidded away, his thoughts raced desperately to make sense of this terrifying new threat. When Shutra forced himself to look up, he saw the enormous dwarven golem advancing toward the dragon. For a moment, he could only stare in stunned disbelief as the ancient construct prepared to face the reanimated beast head-on. The golem swung its lightning-charged hammer with tremendous force, smashing it into the dragon's side. The two colossal beings crashed together, and a brutal, destructive battle erupted between them, shaking the cavern with every collision. Shutra could hardly believe what he was watching. He could not understand why the fortress's own guardians were suddenly fighting one another. Before he could fully process it, his party came rushing through the chaos and gathered at his side. Shutra quickly explained that someone had used dark sorcery to revive the ancient dragon. Felicia reacted with visible horror, her expression tightening at the thought. Shutra admitted that he still did not know who had done it or what their true purpose was. Even so, he was certain of one thing. The purple death energy was at the center of the mystery. Shutra warned that the unstable dragon had to be destroyed as quickly as possible. The only problem was that the exact method was still unclear. Thinking fast, Shutra explained that since the dragon had been turned into an undead creature, it had to possess some kind of magical core. He believed the glowing purple core was the key, and that destroying it might be the only way to stop the resurrected dragon for good. With no time left to hesitate, Shutra prepared to test that theory right in the middle of the raging battle. A bead of sweat slid down the side of his face as he cursed under his breath, painfully aware of how bad the situation had become. Then he shouted for his allies to dodge, warning them just as the dragon unleashed another massive torrent of purple energy. The blast shook the entire fortress to its core. Its destructive force tore through the cavern, flattening everything caught in its path. When the dust finally began to clear, the dragon still stood at the center of the devastation, its dark aura looking even more stable than before. It had absorbed energy from the fortress itself and grown stronger. Karak questioned Shutra's earlier judgment, and Shutra could only apologize. At that moment, Shutra realized the worst part of all. The longer this dragged on, the more the dragon would continue to grow stronger, and that realization sent a cold wave of despair creeping into Shutra's chest. But then, just as the situation seemed to sink even deeper, brilliant golden runes began spiraling around the spear in his hands. Ascalon responded as if it had a will of its own, its shining blade pulling back and folding inward while the entire weapon reshaped into a huge, candle-like form glowing with sacred power. Felicia and Karak could only stare at the sight in stunned silence, both of them completely awed by the strange transformation unfolding before their eyes. Shutra turned toward Felicia and asked her to create a short opening for him. His voice was steady, filled with absolute confidence, as he told her that he believed he could finish this battle. The undead dragon slowly shifted its monstrous gaze toward Shutra. As if it had sensed that the true threat on the battlefield had suddenly changed, Felicia immediately stepped forward, raising her magic as flames gathered fiercely around her. Her spell burst outward in a violent explosion of fire, filling the dragon's vision and blinding the undead beast for a brief but precious moment. Partisan roared in rage, its massive head thrashing through the flames as it lost sight of its target and struggled to regain its bearings. At the same time, Shutra felt the ancient will within Ascalon guiding his body, as if the spear itself was showing him where to move. He understood it clearly now. If he could land just one perfect strike, that single blow would be enough. But before Shutra could put that certainty into action, the dragon recovered faster than expected and released a shockwave that slammed into him, throwing his balance apart. Felicia and Karak cried out in alarm, rushing toward him the moment they saw him stagger. Shutra coughed hard and cursed his own impatience, realizing that he had moved too soon and paid the price for it. As the undead dragon loomed above him, ready to crush the opening completely, an unexpected ally suddenly charged into the fight. The enormous dwarven golem crashed straight into Partisan with the force of a falling mountain, saving Shutra from what would have been certain death. Still lying on the ground, Shutra looked up in shock, his vision hazy from the impact. Even through the blur, he could clearly see the two towering guardians locked in a brutal struggle. He had no idea why the golem was helping him, but one thing was unmistakable. This was the second chance he had been given. The dwarven golem tightened both hands around its hammer and drove Partisan backward with sheer, unstoppable force. It followed up without pause, swinging the massive hammer again and sending a lightning-charged strike tearing through the air. Partisan roared furiously as the blow forced its enormous body back. The dragon answered with its own terrifying breath, flooding the battlefield with destructive power. But even against that attack, the dwarven golem kept pressing forward and hammering at Partisan again and again. The construct refused to back down. Nearby, Green Wind hurriedly asked Shutra if he was all right, her voice filled with clear concern, while Felicia rushed to his side as well. Felicia began healing his wounds immediately, but her expression was sharp as she scolded him for being far too reckless. Shutra told her that he had honestly believed he could end the fight quickly. But in the end, all he had managed to do was get himself hurt, and he admitted plainly that he had no excuse for that mistake. Felicia urged him to retreat. She explained that the dragon was on a level far beyond what they could realistically handle. Yet even with his injuries still aching, Shutra insisted that they still had a way to win. Felicia snapped back, telling him to stop being so stubborn. After all, in his current condition, throwing himself back into the fight, looked almost suicidal. Shutra admitted that he had been too hasty before, but he also explained that the more desperate the situation became, the less they could afford to retreat. Then he asked Felicia to help him one more time, promising that he would not repeat the same mistake. Felicia opened her mouth, ready to answer him. But before she could get a single word out, Shutra had already turned away and charged back toward the battlefield. He jumped onto his shield and rode it like a surfboard, cutting through the chaos as he plunged straight into the heart of the fight. His plan was to circle around Partisan and approach from a blind spot before the dragon could notice him. Green Wind understood immediately and followed his instructions without the slightest hesitation. At that exact moment, Partisan smashed apart one of the dwarven golem's arms and began gathering power for another devastating blast of dragon breath. The dwarven golem took the attack head-on, and in the next instant, its massive body was completely obliterated by the overwhelming force. Almost immediately after that, the dragon was struck once more. Felicia called forth her flames again and detonated them right against the undead beast. A huge explosion bloomed across the battlefield, swallowing Partisan in a violent burst of fire. Even while wrapped in flames, the dragon noticed something flashing past its body. Shutra was flying around it from different angles, landing repeated strikes as he built up more and more momentum. He kept circling the dragon, carefully raising his speed instead of rushing the final attack too soon. Partisan grew more irritated with every passing moment and began charging another blast of dragon breath. Green Wind immediately judged that this was the exact opening they had been waiting for. The dragon's attention had been pulled away from where Shutra truly intended to strike. Shutra launched his attack from a different direction and activated Dragon Blood. While Partisan's focus was drawn to the shield above it, Shutra surged upward from below. He reminded himself not to panic. He only had one chance at this, so every movement had to be calm, controlled, and perfectly precise. But just then, Partisan began to sense Shutra's presence closing in. Shutra copied a technique he had seen Tiny Spark use long ago. In the narrow opening they had created, an overwhelming burst of power exploded upward from below, drilling straight through the dragon's body. Partisan roared in agony as that violent force shattered it from the inside. The devastating attack was called Gigantic Piston. Felicia stood completely frozen, staring in pure awe at what Shutra had just done. And when she finally realized that Shutra had truly succeeded, Partisan's massive body collapsed. The system immediately informed Shutra that he had successfully defeated the zombie dragon Partisan, confirming that the terrifying undead beast had finally fallen. Along with that victory, Shutra's level rose. The reward for surviving and overcoming a monster that should have been far beyond him. A genuine thrill surged through Shutra as he realized he had truly wielded the power of the Dragonslayer's spear, Ascalon. On top of that, the system granted him the title of Dragonslayer, marking the impossible feat he had just achieved. But right at that moment, a mysterious man's voice reached him, filled with disbelief as the stranger muttered that he could hardly believe Shutra had actually brought the dragon down. The sudden voice made Shutra tense instantly, snapping him out of the brief joy of victory. The mysterious man questioned his own calculations, speaking as if something had gone wrong, and noted that the one who arrived here was not the second prince after all. In that instant, Shutra understood who he was facing. This had to be the same person who had revived Partisan earlier. The man, however, seemed to dismiss the mistake almost immediately, saying that it no longer made any difference. Then he raised his spear, its surface suddenly wrapped in eerie blue flames that burned with a dangerous, unnatural intensity. With no hesitation, the man hurled those blue flames straight toward Shutra, clearly intending to erase whatever was left in front of him. Shutra was caught completely off guard, unable to react in time. The blue fire surged forward like a violent tidal wave, smashing into the fortress and tearing through its walls. Stone, steel, and ancient dwarven structures were swallowed by the inferno, collapsing beneath the terrifying force of the attack. And yet, somehow, Shutra remained standing calmly in the middle of the wreckage. Dust and broken debris swirled around him, and Shutra could only force his left eye open as he tried to understand what had just happened. When the smoke finally began to clear and his vision returned, confusion still gripped him. The attack that should have consumed him had disappeared without any clear explanation. Only then did the truth reveal itself. The mysterious man had been sliced cleanly in half. To Shutra's shock, the man's body dropped to the ground. Shutra stood frozen for a moment, unable to process the sight before him. Then, another voice sounded nearby, calmly saying that he had arrived just in time. Shutra's eyes widened as he turned and saw the person who had appeared. He recognized him at once as the Sword Lord. The man smiled calmly and greeted Shutra, addressing him as the Ninth Prince, the final bulwark protecting the sanctuary of Asura, and the master of the demon king Mitra. Sword Lord Ishgard was a being in Night Saga whose existence could be compared to an elder dragon. He was an extraordinary presence, overwhelming in strength and status, yet in the original flow of the story he remained only in the background, making him nearly impossible to encounter directly. Even when Zephyr Ragnaros became the Demon King, Ishgard never stepped onto the main stage. Even when Locke invaded the demon realm, Ishgard still did not reveal himself. He was one of Night Saga's hidden powerhouses, a figure buried completely in mystery. His strength was so monstrous that even the Demon King had once sought his guidance. Ishgard then glanced toward the sixth princess and remarked that she had grown quite a lot since he last saw her. Without the slightest warning, he lifted Felicia into the air as if she weighed nothing, casually saying that the last time he had seen her, she had been nothing more than a tiny child. Felicia's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She shouted at him to put her down at once. Ishgard only looked amused by her reaction and teased her further, saying that this little tantrum proved she was still a child at heart. Shutra could barely believe what he was seeing. Sword Lord Ishgard, someone who should have been almost unreachable, was standing right there in front of him. Meanwhile, Felicia was caught between irritation and embarrassment, clearly flustered by Ishgard's teasing. Ishgard then turned his attention back to the Ninth Prince and asked whether Shutra liked his gift. Shutra quickly realized that Ishgard was talking about the dragon hide. He answered honestly that he liked it very much and thanked him with sincerity, explaining that the material had allowed him to craft excellent equipment. While they were speaking, Shutra failed to notice several monsters creeping up behind him. Then a sudden flash of light caught his eye and drew his attention. A heartbeat later, that light erupted with violent force, setting off one explosion after another. Carrick stared at the chaos and demanded to know why everything had suddenly started blowing up. Shutra admitted that he had no idea what was going on, but he immediately suggested that they get away from the area before things grew even worse. The man from earlier began glowing brighter and brighter, his body pulsing dangerously before he finally exploded as well. When the chain of destruction finally ended, nothing but broken ruins remained around them. Fortunately, Ishgard had already raised a barrier, shielding everyone from the force of the explosion. With complete calm, Ishgard asked whether everyone was unharmed. Shutra answered that they were safe, thanks to Ishgard's protection. Felicia, however, could not understand why the explosion had happened in the first place, and the question left her wondering what their enemy had truly been trying to accomplish. Shutra thought back to the man's earlier words about the second prince, and the more he considered them, the stranger everything became. Ascalon clearly had not been their goal, because the man had shown no real interest in the legendary spear at all. That realization made Shutra wonder what their true target had been from the beginning. Then the answer finally clicked into place. Shutra's expression grew serious as the scattered pieces connected in his mind. He told Felicia that their actual target might have been the second prince. The moment she heard that, Felicia looked both shocked and confused, asking why he had suddenly reached that conclusion. Shutra explained that the man with the spear had mentioned they had been watching because the second prince had not appeared. He added that those enemies had chosen this moment to reveal themselves, even though half a month had already passed since General Cashabel failed his mission. To Shutra, it felt less like a coincidence and more like they had been lying in wait for someone the entire time. Felicia's expression darkened as she began to understand exactly what Shutra was implying. She stated grimly that General Cashabel had probably been killed from the very beginning as bait, all to lure out the second prince. Felicia added that missions like this were normally assigned to Zephyr Ragnaros, which made the enemy's plan feel even more deliberate. Because of that, Felicia reasoned that those people must have assumed Zephyr would be the one sent this time as well. The thought made her expression tighten as she wondered who would go so far just to target Zephyr and what motive could be hidden behind it. Shutra answered that whoever had arranged this trap was frighteningly thorough. They had even chosen to self-destruct, leaving no body, no witness, and no clear trail that could lead back to them. Ishgard listened to their deductions with interest, then remarked that the story they were putting together was rather fascinating. Felicia, already irritated by everything that had happened, snapped that this was not something he should treat so casually, because the situation was extremely serious. Ishgard replied in the same calm tone that he was taking it seriously too. With no strength left to argue with him, Felicia could only let out a tired sigh. After that, Felicia turned the question back on Ishgard and asked what had brought him to this place in the first place. Ishgard answered that the Demon King had shown a deep and unusual interest in the Ninth Prince, and that curiosity had been enough to make Ishgard come all the way here so he could see Shutra for himself. Shutra was left completely speechless, unable to believe that someone on Ishgard's level had appeared simply because he wanted to take a look at him.
Ishgard continued, explaining that the Demon King never acted without a reason. If the Demon King had done something unexpected during the audience ceremony, then there had to be meaning behind it. And now that Ishgard was standing face to face with Shutra, he said he could roughly understand what the Demon King had been thinking.
Shutra felt the air around them shift slightly as Ishgard studied him more closely. Then, without warning, Ishgard asked whether Shutra wanted to learn from him. The question struck both Shutra and Felicia with complete surprise. Ishgard quickly made it clear that he was not asking Shutra to become his formal disciple. He explained that he was not in a position to properly raise a student, and more importantly, Shutra had already learned the beast god fist art. Felicia's eyes widened at that revelation, and she immediately asked when Shutra had learned something like that. Shutra, just as surprised as she was, turned to Ishgard and asked how he had known about it at all. Ishgard explained that Shutra's body contained many different types of energy layered together, including the power of the beast god fist art. He admitted that he could not identify every single energy clearly, but he could tell one important thing. Those powers were not rejecting one another. Instead, they were existing together, even embracing each other, and Ishgard said the phrase mutual coexistence suited Shutra perfectly. Ishgard said that this was exactly why the Ninth Prince had caught his attention, and why he wanted to pass on a portion of his own insight. Then he looked at Shutra and asked what he thought. Shutra understood just how extraordinary this offer was. Aside from Demon King Mitra, Ishgard had never willingly offered his teachings to anyone. There was no reason to reject such an unbelievable opportunity, so Shutra accepted without hesitation. Ishgard looked clearly pleased by Shutra's answer, the faint smile on his face showing his approval. He explained that he would teach Shutra a method of aura manipulation along with several related techniques. However, he added that how far those techniques developed would depend entirely on Shutra's own ability. Then Ishgard reached out and placed one hand lightly on Shutra's shoulder. The moment his hand touched him, Shutra's body began to shine with golden light, and that glow marked the beginning of Ishgard's instruction. The golden aura surrounding Shutra was none other than Ishgard's own power flowing into him. Shutra closed his eyes and focused carefully, trying to feel every change moving through his body. The sensation was completely different. From the time he had learned the beast god fist art, Ishgard's aura seemed to spread through every corner of Shutra's body, filling him so thoroughly that not a single space was left untouched. Then, the system notified him that he had acquired Asura Cultivation Technique Level 11. More notifications followed one after another. Asura Cultivation Technique Wind God Level 11. Asura Cultivation Technique Great Mountain Level 11. And Asura Cultivation Technique Lightning Level 11. Ishgard remarked that Shutra was remarkable, noting that his speed of learning had gone far beyond what Ishgard had expected. Then, without warning, golden and blue energy clashed together, erupting into a blinding flash of light. Shutra was swallowed completely by the radiance, and even Ishgard froze in disbelief at what was happening. Felicia and the others stared at the brilliant light in shock, their faces tightening with fear as they worried about what was happening to Shutra inside it. Ishgard himself could hardly believe the phenomenon unfolding before him. He had never imagined that something like this was even possible. Slowly, the blue and golden energies began to blend together, forming a single radiant core inside Shutra. Then new system notifications appeared. First, the Asura Cultivation Technique and the Beast God Fist Art began working in harmony. Next, Shutra's physique level increased. His immunity to 100 poisons level 1 also rose, and the system noted that once it reached level 3, it could evolve into immunity to 1,000 poisons. Shutra also acquired Harmony Level 1, and the S-rank martial art, Beast God Fist Art, evolved. A massive pillar of golden light shot upward, crashing into the fortress above and making the entire land tremble. From within that glow, Shutra emerged, floating calmly as the newly fused energy flowed around his body like a living current. His eyes were still closed, and his posture remained perfectly steady, as if the overwhelming power had completely accepted him. When Shutra finally opened his eyes, he had acquired a new martial art, Asura Divine Fist. As the brilliant light finally began to fade, Shutra dropped without warning and landed awkwardly on the ground, falling right onto his backside. Karak and Felicia rushed over in alarm, urgently asking Ishgard what had happened to him. Ishgard explained that he had only intended to teach Shutra the Asura cultivation technique. However, Shutra had unconsciously merged it with the beast god fist art, creating something entirely new. In Night Saga, the only martial art of that rank had originally been Hero Lock's sword art, but now, the beast god fist art had evolved into Asura Divine Fist, reaching the same rank as the hero's technique. Ishgard admitted that Shutra was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. He then said he would not pry any further, and told Shutra that he did not need to explain anything. What truly interested Ishgard was not the secret itself, but Shutra as a person. Then he asked whether Shutra had already given the new technique a name. Shutra answered that he had, and revealed the name he had chosen for it: Asura Divine Fist. Ishgard commented that the name was simple, but very fitting. After that, his tone grew more serious as he advised them to keep what had just happened as secret as possible. He explained that Shutra had already attracted more than enough attention, and there was no need to draw even more scrutiny or suspicion from the royal court. Shutra agreed, saying that keeping it quiet would definitely be for the best, with most of their original goals now complete. All that remained was to gather what they could and rest. Felicia, however, blinked and asked what exactly they were supposed to pack. Shutra asked her if this was her first time exploring ruins. Then he suggested that they should fully harvest the dragon's body before the expedition team arrived. The suggestion left the siblings visibly shocked. Shutra explained that if they split the materials into 3 equal portions and shared them fairly, it would work out perfectly. Then he asked what they planned to do with their share of the materials. Felicia and the others replied that they had only thought about sending everything to the forge at the Demon King's castle.
Shutra said that was not a bad idea, but since they had obtained materials of such exceptional quality, he suggested entrusting them to someone he knew instead. He personally guaranteed that this person's skill was outstanding.
Then Shutra asked whether they had ever heard of someone named Amita. Felicia answered that she had never heard that name before. Shutra, however, suddenly lit up with excitement, as if a switch had been flipped, and called out the full name in surprise: Amita Ignatia. Shutra explained that Amita Ignatia was known as the greatest blacksmith in the demon realm, a legendary master who wielded the last flame. Hearing that, Ishgard immediately realized that the Ninth Prince already knew exactly who Amita was. Shutra spoke with complete confidence, clearly certain that his knowledge was correct. He explained that encountering Amita was treated as a true hidden event even within Night Saga. Amita Ignatia was a mysterious existence, appearing as a man at times and as a woman at others. Some rumors claimed Amita was a shape-shifting mage who could freely change forms, while others insisted Amita was not a single person at all, but a shared name used by an entire clan or secret group. Meeting Amita was so rare that it was almost unbelievable. Even Shutra had only managed to encounter Amita 3 times, despite completing Night Saga 10 full times. Ishgard seemed pleased that he did not need to explain the matter from the beginning, and said he would tell Shutra where Amita had been staying recently. That news made Shutra genuinely happy, and the excitement was impossible to hide from his face. Ishgard explained that Amita changed residences often, so once Shutra was ready to move, he needed to seek Amita out without delay. He added that Amita was extremely reclusive and hated meeting people, but if Shutra mentioned Ishgard's name, Amita would at least agree to see him once. Shutra felt deeply satisfied. Not only had he gained a martial art of an incredible rank, but he had also obtained Amita's whereabouts in such a short amount of time. The rewards he had gathered were almost absurd. After everything settled down, the group eventually descended a staircase deeper into the fortress. After taking some time to rest, they carefully searched through the treasure vault from top to bottom. Their next destination was the archives, a place Felicia insisted they absolutely could not leave unexplored. The moment Shutra stepped inside, he started coughing from the thick dust hanging in the air. Felicia challenged him with a sharp look, asking if something as small as dust was really enough to defeat his curiosity. Carrick, however, bluntly remarked that, from the beginning, the Ninth Prince had never shown even the slightest curiosity about dwarf culture. Once they reached the archive room, Felicia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she showed Delia, the black-haired elf, one of the books. She was delighted that the records had been preserved so beautifully and praised the dwarves for their painstaking attention to detail. Shutra quietly watched Felicia enjoy herself with her whole heart. Delia kept bringing over more books for her, while Carrick simply fell asleep right in the middle of the hall. Shutra slowly looked around the room, and before long he found himself wondering just how ancient this archive truly was. Some of the records were not even written on paper, but preserved on heavy stone tablets. As Shutra examined them, one of the tablets suddenly slipped and fell. He bent down and picked it up carefully. Carved into the tablet was an image of several people, led by a woman standing before a group of dragons. The picture stirred a strange sense of familiarity inside Shutra. He recognized Ainkel and Enkidu among the figures, and across from them stood the 6 elder dragons. Then Shutra's gaze shifted to the woman at the front, and he studied her more closely. The moment he focused on her face, he recognized her immediately. She was the same woman who had once told him to conquer, declaring that everything would eventually kneel before him. That realization made Shutra's chest tighten with an uneasy feeling. The woman represented conquest itself. Shutra could not understand why that woman would appear in a place like this, and the question left him deeply confused. After all, the tablet looked as though it had been made more than 1,000 years ago. Yet the image clearly showed 4 people and 6 dragons gathered together. Shutra could not help wondering what kind of connection had brought all of those beings into the same place. Then, all of a sudden, green wind appeared upside down right in front of him. Startling Shutra so badly that his focus snapped away from the tablet, she asked what had made him look so serious, while Shutra questioned where she had suddenly come from. Green Wind ignored the surprise and told him to follow her, proudly saying that she had done something worthy of praise. Shutra stayed by the table, calmly examining the book she handed over. The moment he realized what it was, surprise flickered across his face, while Green Wind presented it with obvious pride. It was a record about the elder dragons. According to the book, each elder dragon had a nickname that reflected their nature and personality. Enkidu, who wielded overwhelming destructive power, was known as the Tyrant. Enkel, who showed kindness to all living beings, was called the Gentle Mother. Kian, wise and thoughtful in every decision, bore the title of Sage. Kaltine, intense, fierce and terrifying in battle, was known as the Warrior. But despite that ferocious reputation, Kaltine's nature was closer to ice than flame. He was described as a cold flame, a silent warrior who almost never drew his blade. But once Kaltine did, the records said his ferocity could burn the entire world to ash. Shutra noticed that most of the records seemed to focus on Kaltine, including legends about his past and even clues about the location of his lair. Then one specific detail caught Shutra's attention. On one of the maps, a certain location was marked very clearly. It was called the Lake of the Sun. Shutra had never imagined that an elder dragon tied to the fire attribute would hide its lair beneath a lake. At that moment, he finally understood why even veteran hunters had never managed to find it. Green Wind, meanwhile, grew impatient and pointed out that he still had not praised her. As Shutra continued studying the map more closely, he realized something else important. The marked location was close to the residence Ishgard had mentioned for Amita. He remembered that Amita had recently been staying near the spider forest. That area was also close to the lycanthrope region. Since Shutra had already been planning to find Caitlin and Chris along the way, everything lined up almost perfectly. He gently patted Green Wind on the forehead and praised her for doing an excellent job. Green Wind's face brightened at once, clearly delighted by the praise. Shutra's plans were now set. First he would meet Amita, and then he would obtain the armament of the elder dragon Kaltine. If everything went smoothly, the next stage of his journey would bring him an unparalleled gain. After that, they remained at Thunder Doom Fortress for 4 full days. Felicia's excitement was almost unbelievable, burning so brightly that it was hard to understand where all that energy was even coming from. Even after spending nearly every waking moment inside the archives right up until the day before their departure, Felicia showed no trace of fatigue at all. Shutra had been buried in the archives as well, searching through every record he could find about the elder dragons. But no matter how many documents he examined, the only elder dragon he found any information on was Kaltine. Even so, the trip had not been completely fruitless. There was at least one clear gain from all of it. Carrick had become stronger. Shutra noticed that Carrick's position among the king's knights had risen, so he glanced at him with interest and asked if the promotion actually made him feel any more powerful. Carrick answered with complete confidence, then threw a heavy punch through the air, as if that alone was enough to prove his growth. Carrick proudly added that all the brutal training he had endured had finally paid off. His title had advanced from Knight Captain Carrick to Barracks Commander, and he carried himself with the satisfaction of someone who had earned every bit of it. By the next morning, everything began moving again. A newly prepared mission plan from Felicia reached the Demon King's castle, bringing fresh instructions for what was to come next. Along with the other documents came an important report. It stated that there was a strong possibility General Kashubal's death had been arranged as bait, a deliberate trap meant to lure Zephyr out into the open. By the time all of the reports had finally been reviewed, the sun had already climbed high above the castle. Shutra was fully ready to leave, prepared to set out without wasting another moment. But Felicia stepped in and stopped him before he could go. She told him to wait, suggesting that since they were already there, they should take a little more time to look around before departing. She pointed out that there were still countless things she had not gotten the chance to see. But Shutra immediately refused, showing no interest in delaying their departure any further. He reminded her that the Sword Lord had warned them to find Amita quickly, before Amita disappeared again. With their time already limited, Shutra urged Felicia to stop hesitating and get into the carriage. Once everyone had taken their seats inside, Shutra turned toward Carrick, who had settled into the coachman's position, and told him they were ready to depart. At that command, the carriage finally began rolling forward, its wheels carrying them away from the Demon King's castle and toward their next destination. As the carriage moved along, Shutra looked back and quietly thought about everything they had already survived. There had been more than a few dangerous moments, enough to make anyone cautious. But this mission was different. The possible rewards were simply too great to ignore, and more than anything, Shutra found himself looking forward to Caitlyn's reaction when she finally saw the Asura Divine Fist in action. He wanted that moment to arrive as soon as possible. 3 days passed after that. A new expedition force was organized to investigate the traces left behind by whoever had targeted Zephyr, and Zephyr himself stepped forward to lead the mission personally. Before departing, Zephyr visited the archive room. There, his attention was drawn to a stone tablet, the very same one Shutra had once picked up. The moment Zephyr looked at it, he recognized one of the figures carved into the stone as Famine. As his eyes moved across the tablet, he also identified the images of death and war, but there was one figure that stopped him. The woman standing at the very front of the carving was unfamiliar to him, and no matter how carefully he examined her, Zephyr could not tell who she was. It was the same woman Shutra had already recognized as Conquest. At the same time, far away from the archives, deep inside a volcano filled with heat and pressure, a dragon stood facing a woman. The air around them seemed heavy, and the dragon gave her a single command to begin. The woman was addressed as the Knight of Conquest. She was the very same warrior who had once appeared before Shutra inside his dream. Meanwhile, Shutra was focused on training, releasing an arrow as he attempted to control his magic. But instead of forming properly, only a small flame gathered in his hand. The flame suddenly twisted off course and turned back on him, burning his own body instead. Watching this, Carrick stared in disbelief and said he had never seen training like that in his entire life. Carrick looked genuinely worried, warning that if Shutra kept pushing himself like this, he might end up seriously damaging his own body. Felicia, however, answered with surprising calm, saying that, strangely enough, Shutra was completely fine. Shutra immediately healed the burn on his body, proving her point almost as soon as she said it. Through the process, his fire arrow level, his healing skill, and even his mana control proficiency all rose at once. Although Shutra was breathing hard from the strain, his face was lit up with excitement instead of pain. Rather than backing down, he prepared himself and attempted the technique again. Carrick could only shake his head, saying that no matter how he looked at it, this kind of training did not seem normal in the slightest. Still, since Shutra's magical ability was undeniably improving, Felicia decided it was better to let him continue for now. During the day, they pushed forward on the road, and at night Shutra trained without rest. Their destination was the Spider Forest, where Amita was said to be staying. To reach the forest as quickly as possible, they chose to cut straight through lycanthrope territory. But in the middle of their route, an order suddenly rang out, forcing them to stop. The road ahead had been blocked off completely. Carrick looked toward the obstruction and asked what was going on. The guards standing in their path explained that this was official business of the lycanthrope royal family, then firmly ordered the group to turn back and withdraw. Felicia found that explanation suspicious. It made little sense for royal business to be taking place in such a remote and inconvenient location. When the guard repeated the order for them to leave, Felicia's patience finally ran out. She declared that she had heard enough, forced the road open, and demanded to speak directly with whoever was in charge. The guard's temper flared at once, and he snapped back, asking whether she thought she was some kind of royal. Felicia answered him with perfect calm and said that she was. The guard froze in confusion, unsure if he had heard her correctly, and asked her to repeat herself. Felicia repeated the answer without hesitation. As the guard grew more and more uneasy, he asked again for clarification. Felicia fixed him with a cold glare and answered yes for the third time. Not long after that, the same guards were being punished back at the camp, kneeling on the ground with both hands raised high above their heads. Caitlyn, meanwhile, looked genuinely delighted when she saw Felicia and Shutra. She hurried toward them with a bright expression, while Chris followed closely behind her. Caitlyn immediately asked what the two of them were doing there. Felicia responded that she should be the one asking that question, then demanded to know why Caitlin and the others were blocking the road in a place like this. Caitlin hesitated for a moment before answering. Chris then turned his attention to Shutra and mentioned that he had heard rumors about him turning the Demon King's castle upside down. With a curious look, he asked what Shutra had been doing there.
Shutra answered that the timing was actually perfect, because there was something he had been meaning to show him anyway. Then he told everyone to step outside for a moment.
A short while later, a thunderous explosion rang out in the distance, so loud that it seemed to shake the air around the entire camp. That blast had not come from an enemy attack. It was the result of Shutra and Caitlin clashing head-on during an intense sparring match. Neither of them was holding back. Caitlin faced him with full focus, while Shutra drew every bit of power he could gather and concentrated it into his fist. The moment their fists slammed together, the force between them erupted outward, creating a massive explosion that tore through the battlefield like clearing. The ground beneath their feet split apart from the impact, and the trees around them were smashed to pieces as if they had been swallowed by the shockwave. Caitlin immediately sensed that something was different. This was not the beast god fist art she knew, and with surprise in her eyes, she asked Shutra what technique he had just used. Shutra answered without hiding it, revealing that the move was called the Asura Divine Fist Strike. Felicia then explained that it was a martial art born from combining the beast god fist art with the Asura cultivation technique the Sword Lord had taught Shutra. Chris was stunned on two levels at once, not only by the fact that Shutra had fused two different powers together, but also by the shocking detail that the Sword Lord had personally taught him. When Chris questioned why the Sword Lord would do something like that, Felicia gave a simple answer, saying it was because Shutra was a genius. Caitlin looked genuinely amazed and wondered aloud whether she could learn the technique too. Shutra, however, apologized and explained that he had not created it as a proper organized martial art, so even he did not think he could teach it to someone else. Chris remarked that a martial art even its own creator could not explain or pass down made Shutra seem completely absurd. Hearing that, Shutra could only wonder whether Chris was actually praising him or criticizing him. Deep inside, Chris felt a chill at how quickly Shutra was growing. If he did not want to be left behind, Chris knew he would have to push himself even harder than before. And now that everyone had seen just how far Shutra had advanced, it was time to talk about why Chris and Caitlin were really there. They moved into a tent and sat down together, where Chris's expression turned serious. He warned them that what he was about to say had to remain absolutely confidential, making Felicia wonder what could possibly be grave enough to make him speak that way. Chris then revealed the truth. A prisoner who had been locked away on the lowest floor of the Grey Tower had escaped. Shutra knew exactly what the Grey Tower was. It was a prison meant only for the most vicious criminals among the lycanthropes. And if someone had been sealed on its lowest floor, then Shutra already had a strong idea of who that prisoner might be. Chris soon confirmed it by giving the name Gerard Moonlight, Chris and Caitlin's maternal uncle. Felicia was visibly shocked, not only by the escape itself, but by the fact that those two even had a maternal uncle. Chris explained that Gerard had been imprisoned 20 years ago, so it was only natural that Felicia had never heard about him. He then added that Gerard had once been one of the most powerful warriors in the lycanthrope royal family. If Gerard had not lost his mind, the throne might have gone to him instead of their mother. But Gerard had been obsessed with strength. The beast god fist art alone had not satisfied him, so he began turning to all kinds of forbidden and heretical methods in search of even greater power. In the end, that obsession destroyed his sanity completely. Gerard's madness turned into a disaster, and hundreds of lycanthropes had to give their lives just to bring him down. Fortunately, the entire incident had been contained within the palace, allowing the royal family to bury the truth internally. Felicia listened with a tense expression before asking if that meant an extremely dangerous person was now wandering around freely. Caitlin added that, according to the reports, Gerard seemed to have headed east. Chris tried to ease their concern, explaining that Gerard had lost half of his aura during his final battle, so there was no need to panic too much. Besides, the east was in the opposite direction from where they were traveling. Shutra then asked the question that mattered most. How had Gerard managed to escape in the first place? Chris answered that the investigation was still underway, but all signs suggested Gerard had received help from someone on the outside. That answer made Shutra think of Night Saga. In Zephyr Ragnaros's storyline, there had been a sub-event where the player could free Gerard to weaken the lycanthropes. Shutra could not help wondering whether that event had somehow been triggered here as well. That same night, somewhere in the darkness, a man was being lifted and strangled by the throat. A rugged figure held him there and spoke coldly, telling him that if he wanted to live, he had better start talking. The man holding him had already killed everyone else nearby. With merciless pressure in his voice, he demanded to know where the moonlight herb was located. At that moment, Shutra was struck by a sudden, dizzying sense of disorientation, as if he had been thrown somewhere without understanding how he had arrived there. Before he could make sense of anything, Conquest appeared in front of him without warning. Shutra stared at her and asked what was happening. Conquest did not give him a direct answer. Instead, she silently pointed behind him, toward a black hole that was beginning to form. When Shutra turned his attention to it and focused his eyes, he saw a figure trapped deep inside that darkness. Shutra recognized the presence at once. The figure imprisoned within the black hole was Famine. Then, all at once, Shutra jolted awake. He gasped sharply for air, his heart hammering in his chest. Even after waking, the image of that black aura remained burned into his mind and refused to disappear. The hostility he had felt from it still clung to him like a cold shadow. But what unsettled Shutra even more was the way the name Famine continued echoing through his thoughts. Before Shutra could fully sort through the meaning of the dream, Carrick burst into his tent with urgency written across his face and announced that something terrible had happened. Shutra immediately demanded to know what was going on, and Carrick quickly reported that an enemy had broken into the camp. Carrick described the intruder as a man with a long scar running across his left cheek, surrounded by a strange black energy. He was slaughtering soldiers with his bare hands, without using a weapon at all. The moment Shutra heard that description, he understood who the attacker was. It could only be Gerard Moonlight. Chris and Caitlin had already witnessed the destruction Gerard left behind in his wake. Shutra and Karak hurried after them, rushing to join the others as quickly as they could.
Shutra could not hide his confusion. Gerard was supposed to have fled east, yet now he had appeared here of all places. Shutra could not understand why Gerard had suddenly returned.
With the situation growing more dangerous by the second, Shutra demanded the truth and pressed Chris and Caitlin to explain the real reason they had come to this area. Caitlin finally answered him, revealing that their reason for being there was the moonlight herb. Chris looked startled when Caitlin spoke so openly, clearly surprised that she had revealed it without holding anything back. Caitlin then explained everything. Their true objective from the beginning had been to find the moonlight herb, and only after setting out for that purpose had they learned about Gerard's escape from prison. The moonlight herb was no ordinary plant. It was a priceless medicinal treasure that bloomed only once every 100 years, and among the lycanthropes it was treated as one of their most precious relics. Its power was almost absurd for a consumable item, strong enough to drag someone back from the very edge of death. In Night Saga, it had been an item the player could obtain after defeating either Chris or Caitlin. And with that, everything clicked into place for Shutra. Gerard had come here for the moonlight herb because he wanted to recover the aura he had lost, nearly half of his original strength. Then, without warning, a brilliant golden light flared across the sky. Shutra recognized it immediately. That glow was Felicia's magic. By then, the far side of the camp had already become a chaotic battlefield, filled with screams, crashing impacts, and the heat of magic. Felicia stood at the front with her staff raised high, gathering her mana before unleashing a huge wall of fire that surged forward like a blazing barrier. Her face showed clear signs of exhaustion, and her breathing had grown uneven, but Felicia forced herself to keep standing and pushed her magic even harder. But even that powerful wall of flame could not stop Gerard. He forced his way straight through the fire, walking forward, as if the burning heat meant nothing to him. The moment Felicia saw him break through, her heart sank. For one terrible instant, she was certain this was where it ended. At the very last possible moment, Shutra arrived and threw his shield with everything he had, sending it hurtling into Gerard with brutal force. As soon as he reached Felicia's side, he turned to her and asked if she was all right. The shield struck hard enough to make Gerard stagger backward, forcing even that monstrous man to lose his footing for a moment. Chris and Caitlin seized that opening immediately. The two siblings launched themselves toward Gerard at once, moving with sharp, practiced speed. Gerard recognized them instantly as Elaine Moonlight's children. Gerard steadied his stance and lifted his arm, ready to meet them. Caitlin faced him directly and ordered him to surrender quietly. But instead of obeying, Gerard sneered and claimed that he had inherited their mother's will. Caitlin hesitated for only the briefest moment, but against someone like Gerard, even that tiny pause was fatal. His punch smashed into her and sent her flying. Chris immediately rushed toward his sister in panic, his attention snapping to Caitlin as she was thrown back. At that same moment, a wolf soldier tried to creep up behind Gerard. Without even turning his head, Gerard reached back and caught the soldier by the throat as if he had sensed him all along. Then Gerard drained him completely. A thick, black mist was torn out of the wolf soldier's body, twisting through the air like something alive. The sight sent a cold chill straight down Shutra's spine. The wolf soldier's eyes turned pitch black as more and more dark energy poured out of him, leaving his body hollowing before their eyes. At that moment, Shutra finally understood what that black energy really was. It was famine, and when Gerard finished draining the soldier, the wolf vanished entirely, leaving nothing behind. Gerard then slammed his fist down into the ground with terrifying force. The earth shattered beneath the blow, and the shockwave threw Chris off balance. The black mist surged forward immediately after, crashing into Chris head-on before he could fully recover. Shutra stared in disbelief, unable to accept the strength Gerard was displaying right in front of him. In Night Saga, Gerard had never been anywhere near this powerful. After being imprisoned for so many years, his body should have been ruined and weakened beyond recovery. But Gerard noticed the split second of distraction in Shutra's eyes and mocked him for dropping his guard. In the next instant, Gerard's hand closed around Shutra's throat. Shutra struggled desperately in Gerard's grip, pouring every ounce of strength he had into resisting. But Gerard wrapped him in that suffocating black mist and whispered coldly for him to dry up. Then suddenly, something moved behind Gerard. It was Chris. He struck Gerard from the rear with fierce force, and the blow made Gerard release Shutra at last. Shutra fell free, screaming as a sharp, tearing pain ripped through his body. Gerard turned around instantly, his body already shifting into position to counterattack. But Chris blocked his path and declared that Gerard's opponent was him. Chris lunged forward with his entire body engulfed in raging blue energy, then crashed into Gerard with crushing power. The impact drove Gerard down into the ground and sent a tremor rippling through the area around them. Gerard blocked the barrage of attacks and mocked Chris, saying he had not even bothered to greet his uncle properly first. Chris roared back for him to shut up. In Chris's eyes, Gerard Moonlight of the lycanthrope royal family had already died 20 years ago. The man standing before him now was nothing more than an escaped convict. From a distance, Shutra summoned a golden dagger and activated under the king's banner on Chris. Catching Chris completely off guard, a rush of exhilaration surged through him as overwhelming power flooded every part of his body. Energy overflowed from within, and Chris could not help wondering if this immense strength was truly coming from Shutra's magic. Gerard noticed the change in Chris's movements right away. At that exact moment, Caitlin, who had also been empowered by Under the King's banner, slipped behind Gerard and drove a solid punch into him. Gerard let out a low groan as Caitlin's strike connected. Chris followed immediately, chaining in another powerful blow before Gerard could regain his rhythm. Felicia and Shutra watched the battle from a distance, but the movements were so fast that even their eyes could barely follow it. The fighters blurred into streaks of light crossing and colliding in the air. Felicia admitted that she could not see what was happening at all and asked Shutra to tell her. Shutra kept his gaze fixed on the fight and calmly answered that Chris and Caitlin were winning. The two siblings moved together in perfect sync, pressing Gerard from both sides and forcing him to defend with his forearms. For the first time, Gerard truly acknowledged them. They really were Elaine's children. And with that realization settling in, Gerard decided there was no longer any reason to hold himself back. His body surged with power as he released his wolf form. Gerard's body changed in an instant, and massive wolf-like hands burst forth as he seized Caitlin by the head with terrifying force. Chris threw a punch toward him, but Gerard dodged it smoothly while dragging Caitlin along as if she weighed nothing. Then Gerard smashed Caitlin violently into the ground, the impact striking hard enough to shake the earth beneath them. Chris's face went pale the moment he saw Caitlin's condition, the sight of her battered body draining the color from him completely. Rage erupted inside Chris all at once, and through gritted teeth he swore that he would kill Gerard with his own hands. Gerard answered that fury with frightening ease, casually swinging his arm and slapping Chris away like he was nothing. The force of the blow sent Chris flying through several trees, breaking through trunk after trunk before he finally crashed hard into the ground. The instant Chris hit the dirt, Gerard launched himself after him without giving him even a second to recover. A brilliant glow erupted from the white suri as Shutra stepped in and raised it, blocking Gerard's incoming strike at the last possible moment. Shutra immediately shouted for Carrick, calling forth the king's knights to enter the fight. Gerard reacted almost instantly, twisting his body and intercepting Carrick's axe before the weapon could reach him. At the same time, Shutra drew power into his own fist. He pulled his arm back, and golden energy gathered tightly around it, compressing into a heavy, blazing force. Then Shutra drove the attack forward, unleashing his technique, Gigantic Piston. Gerard took the blow directly, without retreating. In the next breath, he countered with the Beast God Fist, Secret Art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. The collision launched Shutra through the air, sending him flying back from the overwhelming force. The shockwave alone was so intense that Carrick struggled just to keep his footing, and panic flashed across his face as he looked toward the prince. After a moment, Gerard's raging aura finally settled. He looked almost satisfied, admitting that he had not expected Shutra to stand back up after taking Wild Wolf Fist Strike. Just then, Shutra suddenly coughed up blood. Gerard began walking toward him, his gaze filled with unmistakable killing intent. But before Gerard could close the distance, Shutra stopped him. This time,
Shutra declared that it was his turn. Then he unleashed the very same technique, the Beast God Fist Secret Art. Gerard froze, stunned by what he was seeing.
The attack struck Gerard squarely, landing with all the force Shutra could pour into it. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before Shutra, telling him that he had learned the Beast God Fist Secret Art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. It was a wolf skill. Shutra realized that it was finally time for Gerard to taste the power of his own technique. Gerard groaned in pain, unable to understand how Shutra had managed to learn Wild Wolf Fist Strike just by being hit with it. Shutra drew his fist back once again and followed up immediately, this time striking with Fist of Explosion. The intense heat from the blow forced a low, painful growl from Gerard. But Gerard retaliated at once, striking back and sending Shutra flying backward yet again. Shutra clicked his tongue in frustration, thinking bitterly that he had been aiming to blow Gerard's head clean off with that attack. Gerard then released a surge of black mist, and the dark energy locked directly onto Shutra, like a living curse. Shutra summoned the white Suri just before the mist detonated around him, but even as he defended himself, disbelief was the only reaction he could manage. When the smoke finally cleared, Gerard was gone. Shutra stared at the empty space and wondered if Gerard had somehow managed to escape. Then the system informed Shutra that his level had increased. He let out a breath of relief, at least certain that the immediate danger was over. Once he could speak again, Shutra turned to Felicia and asked how Caitlin was doing. Felicia's expression darkened as she answered. Caitlin's condition was extremely serious, and her injuries were far worse than they looked. Felicia did not think magic alone would be enough to save her. Suddenly, Shutra groaned and clutched his chest, making Felicia rush toward him with alarm on her face. Even as pain tore through his own body, Shutra's mind remained fixed on Caitlin. He realized that although her outer wounds had been healed, the inside of her body was completely ruined. Shutra suspected that Caitlin had pushed herself too far by forcibly drawing out her aura. Seeing his condition worsen, Felicia asked what was happening to him, but Shutra brushed it aside. He told Felicia that he would recover after some rest and urged her to focus on Caitlin instead. Just then, Chris appeared with a box in his hands and told Felicia to use it on both Shutra and Caitlin. Felicia immediately asked what was inside, but when she opened the box, she froze in place. Resting inside was a single flower, the moonlight herb. Felicia laid Shutra and Caitlin side by side, then carefully placed the box between the two of them. She began the treatment at once while Chris and Carrick stood nearby, guarding them with tense, watchful eyes. With great care, Felicia removed the moonlight herb from the box and divided it cleanly in half. She placed one portion above Shutra and the other above Caitlin. The fragments slowly dissolved, turning into light as they flowed into their mouths. Caitlin's body began to shine, wrapped in a brilliant light that spread across her injured form. Felicia frowned, unable to understand what was happening in front of her. But her confusion turned into panic almost instantly when Shutra's body began rising into the air. Chris had never witnessed anything like it before, yet the sight made him remember the old legend tied to the moonlight herb, long, long ago. The first Wolf King had gathered the scattered lycanthrope clans from across the land and united them into one kingdom under his rule. Then, one day, a ferocious red dragon named Castellan invaded their territory, bringing destruction into the heart of their lands. The Wolf King fought that dragon for 7 days and 7 nights, and the endless battle only ended when he finally brought Castellan down. But the price of victory was devastating. The brutal fighting destroyed his entire herd, and death soon came for the Wolf King as well. In his final moments, he discovered a pure white flower. Trusting the instinct deep within his blood, he ate it, that flower. Said to contain the light of the moon itself, became his new heart.
With a heart made from moon essence, the Wolf King declared that his life was now bound to moonlight and took the surname Moonlight. From then on, legend said he continued protecting the kingdom for countless generations.
But that miracle had only ever happened once. In the generations that followed, many lycanthropes tried consuming that same flower, yet none of them could withstand the moonlight the way the Wolf King had. No one else was ever granted a new heart. That was the legend of the moonlight herb. And now, that very legend was unfolding right before Chris's eyes. Even more unbelievable. It was happening to Shutra, someone who was not even a lycanthrope. Shutra's chest shone with an intense glow, and a pillar of light shot straight into the night sky. A system notification appeared before Shutra, telling him that a protagonist setting adjustment had strengthened the enchanted encounter. His protagonist physique had reacted to the moonlight herb. As a result, Shutra now possessed 2 hearts, and that meant he had gained 2 starting points of power within his body. Eventually, Shutra opened his eyes and was greeted by radiant golden light. Caitlin was lying right beside him. Startled and instantly embarrassed by how close she was, Shutra sat upright in a hurry. Still half disoriented, he looked around and slowly realized he was inside an elegant bedroom, far removed from the battlefield he remembered. A knock sounded from the door and several soldiers entered the room. They stepped aside and escorted in a commanding woman whose presence immediately filled the space. She asked Shutra if he had slept comfortably, addressing him formally as the 9th Prince, Shutra Ignis. Shutra recognized her at once. He had seen her countless times in the game. She was the 4th queen, Elaine Moonlight, queen of the lycanthropes and the biological mother of Chris and Caitlin. Elaine said she had heard that her children survived because of him, then asked how she should repay such a debt. Shutra answered honestly, saying it was nothing special, and that he had only done what he believed was right. Elaine told him not to be modest, because what he had done deserved proper recognition. Shutra thanked her politely. Then, without spending any more time on pleasantries, Elaine went straight to the heart of the matter. She asked Shutra directly whether he intended to become the Demon King. Shutra was visibly confused by the sudden question, as if the idea had caught him completely off guard. Elaine quickly understood from his reaction that the thought of becoming the Demon King had never even crossed his mind. Given Shutra's position and everything surrounding him until now, that response made perfect sense. Even so, Elaine pointed out that his circumstances had changed, and from this point onward, he could no longer afford to ignore that possibility. She advised Shutra to consider each of his actions carefully from now on, and to think about which choices would benefit him most in the long run. Through Green Wind, Shutra learned that he had been unconscious for 4 full days. Green Wind added in her usual casual manner that she had stayed by his side the entire time. Once Shutra understood that much, he urged her to keep explaining everything that had happened. Green Wind told him they were currently staying in a villa used exclusively by the lycanthrope royal family. She also explained that Shutra and Caitlin had been placed in the same bed because keeping them close together maximized the healing effect for both of them. Shutra asked what she meant by that. Green Wind asked if he truly did not remember consuming the moonlight herb. Shocked by her words, Shutra immediately opened his status window to confirm it for himself. At the same time, Shutra could feel something new inside his body, an unfamiliar layer of power resting over the aura he already possessed. It felt as though a second heart of aura had formed within him, pulsing quietly alongside the first. Green Wind explained that Chris had told her the closer Shutra and Caitlin were to each other, the more strongly Shutra's life force would activate. She suggested that if he tried holding Caitlin's hand, he would understand it immediately. So Shutra reached out and took her hand. In that instant, power surged violently through his body, rushing through him with enough force to overwhelm his senses. Green Wind explained that because of the moonlight herb, Shutra and Caitlin were now connected. It was a connection similar to the bond Shutra shared with Green Wind. Later, while walking through the hallway, Shutra learned that no one knew for certain whether Gerard was alive or dead. Chris explained that there had been casualties during the pursuit, and although they had recovered Gerard's lower body along with part of his upper body, Chris still intended to continue searching until Gerard's death could be confirmed beyond any doubt. Shutra agreed, believing that was the safest choice. Then Chris brought up something he had heard, mentioning that his mother had made Shutra an offer. Shutra immediately understood that Chris was talking about Elaine's question whether he intended to become the Demon King. Chris admitted that while he was strong, he was not overwhelmingly powerful. At best, he judged himself to be around Sylvan's level. Even after almost 10 years of training, he still had not managed to close the gap between himself and the first prince, Baikal. And as for the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, who could only be called a monster, the difference was so enormous that comparing them barely made sense. Even so, Chris believed that Shutra was different. In his eyes, Shutra had the potential to catch up to both Baikal and Zephyr one day, surpass them, and become the Demon King. Shutra was completely caught off guard by Chris's belief in him. Chris continued, explaining that, unlike himself, Shutra had the ability to earn the support of other races. On top of that, Shutra also had the backing of the Sword Lord. If Shutra continued building public achievements, then even the Gandharvas who were currently imprisoned might eventually receive amnesty. That was when Shutra finally realized why he had not seen a single Gandharva until now. At the same time, he could not help wondering what they had done to deserve imprisonment in the first place. Chris made it clear that he was not asking Shutra to decide anything right away. He only wanted Shutra to seriously think about it, because there was a world of difference between truly weighing something in his heart and refusing to think about it at all. Shutra stood quietly beside the window, his eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the glass as he silently turned over the possibility of becoming the Demon King. At that same hour, far away under the cover of night, a carriage rolled steadily down the road. Inside the moving carriage, Ludwig Moonlight, captain of the Bloodwolf squad, looked toward Her Majesty Elaine and asked whether she honestly believed the ninth prince possessed the potential to rise as the Demon King. Elaine answered without hesitation, saying that the Demon King was never someone who moved without a reason, and that not a single one of his actions could be dismissed as meaningless. She was certain he would never interfere twice, especially in the middle of an audience ceremony, unless something deeper had caught his attention. In her eyes, the Demon King must have noticed something inside the ninth prince that everyone else had failed to see. After all, no matter how distant they seemed, they were still father and son. Ludwig lowered his gaze and admitted that he still could not fully grasp why the matter was being treated as something so severe. Elaine looked at him and bluntly called him naive. She explained that, to the Demon King, even if one of his own sons were to strike him down and take the throne by force, he would likely welcome it with joy. In his mind, that would simply mean a new Demon King stronger than himself had finally been born. That was the kind of ruler he was. Elaine knew it was an incredibly dangerous gamble, one that could easily turn against them, and yet she could not deny the truth in front of her. For their side, the future where the ninth prince became the Demon King was the most favorable outcome they could hope for. Only then did Ludwig begin to understand in the demon world, strength stood above every law, every title, and every bloodline. Everything moved according to the will of whoever held the greatest power. Elaine quietly confessed that this brutal truth unsettled her more than she wished to admit, but at the same time, there was something about that overwhelming certainty of strength that pulled her in. That same night, wolf soldiers continued combing through the area in search of Gerard. Considering the state his body had been in, there was no way he could have escaped very far. Then one of the wolves suddenly froze, his senses catching something in the darkness. They had finally found him. A voice reached Gerard through the shadows, telling him that, by now, he should have had more than enough time to put his thoughts in order. From within the darkness, a shadowy figure asked him whether he was ready to accept the offer. Gerard lowered himself and pressed one hand firmly against the ground beneath him. In the next instant, black mist burst outward like a violent wave, spreading across the approaching wolf soldiers as Gerard coldly commanded them to dry up. The dark force swallowed them in an instant, and every last one of them collapsed before they could fight back, driven into a corner with no path left to run. Gerard finally gave in and agreed to accept the offer. The mysterious figure curved its lips into a chilling smile, baring sharp teeth from within the gloom. It declared that the time had come to begin again, and to reach an ending different from the one that had come before. A few days later, Caitlin finally opened her eyes. Because of what had happened with Gerard, Chris returned to the main palace. Then, the very next day, Shutra and the others departed for the Spider Forest in search of Amita. A man named Robin led them along the road. As they traveled, Robin explained that once they reached the twin bridges up ahead, they would have to climb down from their mounts and continue the rest of the way on foot. Robin was a boar lycanthrope whom Chris had introduced to them before they set out. As they moved forward, Shutra asked him what kind of place the Spider Forest was and whether he had ever gone there before. Robin replied that he had visited once about half a year earlier, and at that time the place had been quiet, exactly as people said it would be. According to Robin, the Spider Forest was peaceful to an almost unnatural degree. So calm that there were no wild beasts or monsters roaming within it at all. But to Shutra, that very peace felt strange and uncomfortable. It had been a long time since he had encountered a place this calm, and somehow that made it feel even more suspicious. When they finally reached the forest, the first thing waiting for them was not peace, but bones scattered across the ground in every direction. Robin stared at the grisly sight and asked what could have possibly happened there. Shutra, however, did not look surprised. From the beginning, he had known this forest would never be as peaceful as the stories claimed. All he could do now was wonder what kind of trouble was waiting for them this time. The group spread out across a clearing, each of them turning toward the same direction with their guard raised. Around them, broken branches lay mixed with scattered bones, making the once quiet forest feel tense and hostile. Green Wind sensed the presence of the guardian spirit that belonged to the forest, but the power she felt from it was faint, almost dangerously weak. Because of that, the spirits feared that the guardian spirit of the spider forest might soon vanish completely. Shutra turned to Robin and asked whether the spider forest truly had a guardian spirit. Robin answered that the old stories did speak of one, a legend about a gigantic spider said to dwell deep in the very heart of the forest. Hearing that, Shutra fell silent, his expression tightening as he sank into thought. After a brief pause, he gave Ken an order to inform the lycanthropes about what was happening. Ken did not waste a second, and hurried away to carry out the message. At almost the same moment, Green Wind felt something far more alarming. The powerful magic gathered at the center of the forest had been destroyed. The instant she realized that, she understood that something terrible was about to descend upon the entire forest. By the time night settled over the trees, Shutra and the others had made camp. Around the camp, Shutra told everyone what Green Wind had sensed, explaining that the guardian spirit's energy was weakening at a dangerous speed. Then he asked what would happen if the guardian spirit disappeared completely. Felicia explained that there were two ways for a guardian spirit to vanish. The first was for the spirit itself to be destroyed. The second was for the thing it existed to protect to disappear. In other words, if the source that had given birth to the guardian spirit was lost, then the spirit connected to it would slowly fade away as well. She added that, despite Green Wind's small and delicate appearance, she was actually a fairly high-ranking guardian spirit. Even if her own source were to vanish, Green Wind would weaken, but she would probably not be destroyed immediately. Most guardian spirits, however, were not that resilient. Once their source was destroyed, they vanished along with it, especially the artificial guardian spirits often found in dungeons or ancient ruins. Simply put, the guardian spirit of the spider forest had grown so weak because its source had already been damaged. Felicia was in the middle of explaining this when she suddenly stopped, her eyes lifting toward the sky. She pointed upward and said that the color of the moon looked strangely wrong. Before anyone had time to fully react, Caitlin suddenly lunged forward and attacked. Shutra moved on instinct, reacting immediately as he caught and restrained her, forcing her down with enough strength to stop her movements. He demanded to know what had gotten into her, shaking her by the shoulders and calling out to her again and again, until he finally snapped her back to her senses. But the shock did not end there. To everyone's horror, the other lycanthropes began acting strangely as well. This time, Carrick became the one they turned on. He panicked as they closed in on him, shouting at them and demanding to know what was wrong. With growing desperation, he tried to make them recognize him and remember who he was. Felicia quickly released a burst of dazzling light. The blinding flash spread through the camp and forced the lycanthropes to stop moving, at least for the moment. Even Felicia herself could only admit that she had no idea what had just taken hold of them, or why the lycanthropes had suddenly lost control. Daphne stepped forward with a tense look on her face and quickly explained that this was the work of the spirit of madness. And without wasting even a second, she raised her hands and immediately began casting a spell. A strange purple mist that had been clinging to the lycanthropes was ripped away from their bodies, as if an invisible force had torn it loose. Then, one after another, the lycanthropes lost strength in their legs and dropped unconscious to the ground. Shutra rushed to Caitlin's side and checked her condition, confirming with relief that she had finally returned to normal. Carrick, still shaken after nearly being attacked, demanded to know what had just happened. Daphne answered that they had managed to drive the spirits away for now, but it was only temporary. If they did not find the source quickly, the same thing could happen again. At that moment, a heavy tremor thundered through the area, making the ground beneath them shake. Carrick snapped his head around and shouted, asking what that sound was. Daphne's expression darkened as she answered that the defensive barrier had collapsed. Then she warned them that something very serious was unfolding close by. Green Wind added in a grave voice that illusion and reality had begun to overlap. The spirit's power was growing so immense that the boundary between what was real and what was false was starting to blur beyond recognition. Shutra clenched his jaw and cursed under his breath, realizing that the situation was spiraling faster than he had expected. Then, without warning, monsters surged out from the darkness between the trees, pouring toward the camp like a living tide. Shutra immediately raised his voice and ordered everyone to get ready. For the time being, there was no clever plan they could rely on. All they could do was fight their way through. As a charging bear rushed toward him, Shutra met it head-on and crushed it with fist of explosion. Carrick and Delia moved together at the front line, planting themselves firmly and forcing back the monsters that kept advancing from the shadows. Felicia unleashed a wide area spell, sending magic sweeping across the battlefield and striking down several enemies at once. But even with all of them fighting, the battlefield quickly fell into complete chaos. No matter how many monsters they pushed back, there were simply far too many of them. Shutra called out to Green Wind and ordered her to fly up into the sky and report whatever she could see from above. She immediately protested that her name was not GW, but despite her complaint, she still followed his order. Green Wind shot upward through the night air, her small body glowing with green light as she rose above the treetops. At that exact moment, a blue beam erupted from the ground below, and when the two forces clashed, the impact lit up the dark sky. In front of that beam stood a massive figure, and Green Wind froze in midair at the sight of it. The enormous figure looked almost like a giant, and with every movement it made, the ground beneath them trembled. Shutra stared toward it with a grim expression, wondering what kind of disaster had decided to appear in front of them this time. Carrick suddenly shouted that it looked like even more monsters were coming their way. Then, without the slightest warning, the monsters suddenly turned away and began to retreat. Everyone stood frozen for a moment, staring in confusion as the creatures pulled back into the darkness. A brief wave of relief passed through the group soon after, but Shutra did not lower his guard. He could sense something else approaching. His eyes narrowed as he demanded to know who was there. Just then, something small flew in and struck Carrick directly on the head before dropping down and rolling across the ground. Shutra looked down at the thing in front of them and stared in complete disbelief. It was a raccoon. The little creature stood upright, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and began speaking in a voice filled with offended pride. The raccoon demanded to know whether Shutra could not recognize how incredible he was. Daphne, Shutra, and Carrick all froze at once, their mouths hanging open in the same stunned expression. Then the raccoon puffed out his chest with great importance and loudly declared that his name was Amita. He proclaimed himself the artisan who protected the last flame. Seeing a raccoon boldly announce himself as Amita left Shutra visibly startled, and that reaction only seemed to irritate the little craftsman even more. Amita sharply asked whether Shutra had a problem with him being a raccoon. Shutra hurried to correct his reaction and steady himself, after all. In Night Saga, Amita's appearance had never been fixed. Sometimes he showed up as a human, and at other times he appeared in the form of an animal. The raccoon pointed a small paw straight at Shutra and demanded to know who he and the others were supposed to be. Shutra answered first, introducing himself properly by giving both his name and his title as the 9th prince. Then Felicia Doomblade, the 6th princess, stepped forward as well and introduced herself with composed courtesy. Wearing a gentle smile, Felicia explained that they had come in search of him after receiving a recommendation from the Sword Lord, and she politely apologized for failing to recognize him at first. Once the introductions were finished, Felicia carefully asked whether Amita could explain what was happening in the forest. The raccoon snorted with irritation and crossed his arms again, his furry cheeks flushed red with annoyance. But given the situation, Amita said he would explain. He revealed that a few months earlier he had started staying at the center of the spider forest because he needed to gather materials and work there. His original plan had been to remain for another half-year before moving on again. That was when a group of people wrapped in dark purple energy invaded the spider forest. Shutra's expression changed at once when he heard that detail, and he quickly asked more about the strange energy. Amita noticed Shutra's reaction and asked whether he had encountered people like that before. Shutra replied that he had fought them once already while protecting the guardian spirit of the angel plains. After realizing that Amita had been staying inside the forest, Shutra asked whether he had also been protecting the guardian spirit there. Amita did not deny it. He admitted that he owed the guardian spirit of the spider forest a few favors. Then, looking away as if the admission embarrassed him, he added that the lycanthropes patrolled the area regularly. Because of that, he had assumed that if he created a barrier and stayed in place for a while, they would eventually deal with the problem. When Shutra asked about that barrier, Green Wind stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him it would be faster if her master saw it with his own eyes. Green Wind then carried Shutra up above the treetops. From that height, they saw the white giant standing at the center of the spider forest, repeatedly striking the heart of the area. The giant's fist blazed with overwhelming power as it slammed down into the barrier Amita had created, smashing against it until the protective wall shattered apart. Shutra was stunned by what he had just witnessed, and as soon as he returned, he quickly informed Amita that the barrier had already been broken. Amita crossed his arms again and said that there was still one barrier remaining. But the real problem, Amita explained, was that the ones who had been seeking the last flame for so long had now begun to unite. Then he revealed that the moon turning green and the forest spirits being driven into madness were all caused by them. Daphne stepped closer to Amita, her expression turning serious as she asked who those attackers actually were. Amita explained that they had once been guardian spirits, but after losing themselves they had become natural spirits swallowed by madness. He paused for a moment, then shared what he believed was truly driving them. Amita said those spirits likely believed that if they absorbed the last flame, they could return to the way they had once been, before they lost their origins and fell into insanity. But the worst part was not just their madness. Those spirits had joined hands with the men wrapped in dark energy, and that alliance had made them far more dangerous. Amita continued, explaining that the guardian spirit of the spider forest had even drawn on the ley lines to strengthen the barrier. But that choice had created a terrible result. The last flame had become fused with the ley lines, and now they were caught in a situation where simply escaping was no longer possible. Felicia's face tightened as she asked what would happen if the last flame was taken away. Amita could only admit that he did not know, because such a thing had never happened before. After a heavy silence, he said that maybe the world really would come to an end, adding that at least that was what the old rumors claimed. Then Amita turned his small body toward Shutra and declared that they would have to help him. Shutra blinked, clearly caught off guard by how directly the raccoon had made the demand. But before Shutra could answer, someone stepped right between him and Amita. Karak cut in first, warning the raccoon that help like this did not come for free. With a sly laugh, Karak demanded that Amita craft one piece of equipment for each of them, saying that a legendary artisan should at least be able to manage that much. Amita immediately bristled, his fur seeming to rise with outrage as he shouted that Karak clearly had no idea what kind of crisis they were standing in. Amita reminded him that this was an unprecedented disaster where the last flame itself might be extinguished. Karak only cleaned his ear casually, acting as if he had no interest in listening, and remarked that maybe the flame would simply go out and nothing much would happen. Karak added that if they were going to risk their lives anyway, perhaps giving up would be the smarter choice. Amita's anger finally boiled over. He ground his teeth, his little body trembling with frustration, but in the end, Amita accepted the deal. He muttered that it was fine and that once he had said it, he would keep his word. Then he told them to follow him. Karak looked completely satisfied with himself, and even Green Wind chimed in, asking for a piece of equipment of her own. The next day, Shutra explained everything that had happened to the 3 lycanthropes in their group, since they had been unconscious through the worst of it. Caitlin and Sarah were left stunned, shaken by the realization of what they had done while under the influence. And with the situation worsening after Karma had already been sent away, Shutra decided to send Robin back to the base as well. He ordered Robin to inform the lycanthropes about the crisis unfolding in the spider forest and request reinforcements as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the rest of the group stayed behind in the forest and gathered together to form a plan. Amita opened the discussion first. He explained that, judging from what had happened so far, the enemy's attack pattern could be separated into 2 major phases. In the first phase, monsters and beasts corrupted by the spirit of madness threw themselves against the barrier. Amita made it clear that there was nothing clever about it. It was pure brutality, a wave of mindless bodies smashing into the barrier again and again to wear it down. He added that, because lycanthropes naturally carried strong ferocity within them, they were especially vulnerable to the spirit of madness and needed proper countermeasures. After hearing that, Sarah and Daphne both admitted that they could already sense that dangerous influence hanging in the air. Amita then moved on to the second phase. He explained that once the barrier had weakened enough, the white giant would appear and finish destroying it. According to Amita, that giant was created when the insane guardian spirits fused together into a single being. It was already powerful on its own, but the situation became even worse once the men wrapped in purple death energy joined the attack. Amita said he would intentionally open a hole in the barrier and force the first wave of enemies into one narrow point. When that happened, everyone would need to strike with everything they had. If they could wipe out the weakened section before the barrier collapsed completely, the white giant would lose its chance to destroy it. Amita added that when morning came and the barrier still stood, the giant always withdrew. During the day, they would repair the damaged section, then repeat the same cycle again. But before Amita could finish explaining the entire plan, Caitlin suddenly reached out and pulled the raccoon Amita straight into her arms. With bright confidence, she declared that if they could hold out for 2 days, victory would be theirs. Amita instantly lost the chance to keep talking as Caitlin squeezed him close, pressing and kneading his fluffy cheeks as if he were some adorable pet instead of a master craftsman. Carrick leaned closer to Shutra and whispered that Amita did not exactly look like he was enjoying the treatment. Shutra answered quietly, his tone teasing, wondering if Amita might have a weakness for beautiful women. Felicia, seated near Caitlin and Amita, looked at the little craftsman and asked whether his plan to win within 2 days depended on the reinforcements arriving in time. Amita clarified that he saw the reinforcements as support, not the true deciding factor. He crossed his arms and forced a smile, even while Caitlin continued tugging at his cheeks. Then he revealed that at the center of the last flame, a weapon he had crafted was currently charging. Once that weapon finished charging, they would be able to use it to defeat the white giant. That night, beneath the moon hanging high above the forest, the group headed toward an altar set in the middle of a ravine. Carrick gripped a golden axe in his hands, the weapon Amita had given him. The orc looked down at its shining edge and admitted that he was eager to see what it could do. Daphne handed a tiara to both Sarah and Caitlin. She explained that as long as they wore it, the influence of the spirit of madness would be blocked. The group then took position and blocked the bridge connecting the ravine to the forest. From deep between the trees, sinister sounds began to rise. Heavy footsteps echoed through the night, pounding closer and closer like the march of a massive army. Before long, a huge horde of monsters burst out from the forest, rushing straight toward them in a violent wave. Shutra shouted for everyone to take their positions, declaring that no matter what happened, they could not let the enemy pass. He stepped firmly into a battle stance and called out that they only needed to endure for 2 days and victory would be theirs. In front of them, the sheer number of monsters seemed to fill the entire forest horizon. The swarm surged toward the barricade on the bridge. The first to move raised a magical staff and unleashed a powerful spell. Felicia lifted the new weapon Amita had given her and called down a fierce storm of lightning, blasting the front lines of the charging monsters. Her spell stopped the first wave in its tracks, but the amount of energy it consumed made Felicia release a tired sigh. In Felicia's mind, Amita's earlier advice echoed clearly. He had told her that once she truly understood the power that existed in all things, she should try using the staff he had lent her. If she did, she would be able to cast magic far beyond what she could currently wield. Trusting his words, Felicia tightened her grip around the staff, crowned with a red crystal, and slowly closed her eyes. When her incantation reached its end, Felicia called upon the flames and commanded them to burn. A blazing cannon of fire erupted from the tip of her staff, tearing forward with such force that it ripped through even the blockade in front of her. The roaring inferno swallowed the monsters trying to cross the bridge, and then detonated in a massive explosion that vaporized them completely. Shutra praised Felicia for the sheer power of her spell, then rushed onto the battlefield with Caitlin following close behind, ready to face the monsters that had survived beyond the area Felicia had destroyed. On Shutra's fist rested the dragon gauntlet, its surface gathering fierce energy as power condensed around his hand. Shutra charged straight ahead and declared that from this point on, the rest was up to them. Then he unleashed Explosion Punch, and the first monster his fist struck was completely obliterated. Beside him, Caitlin moved in perfect rhythm, unleashing Beast God Fist. Even so, the area around Caitlin remained dangerously exposed. Several giant insects swooped toward her with fangs and claws ready to tear her apart. But Caitlin was not fighting alone. Using the tiara Daphne had given her, Sarah activated her lycanthropic transformation. As her body shifted into a bestial form, Sarah ripped apart the monsters that dared to approach her princess. Carrick also threw himself into the fierce battle. The orc let out a thunderous roar and swung his axe with brutal force. When he slammed it into the ground, the impact unleashed a powerful explosion that swallowed the monsters surrounding him. The axe in Carrick's hands glowed with energy, and even after that devastating strike, there was not a single scratch on its blade. Carrick grinned and declared that the weapon the raccoon had lent them was no joke. The battle continued to rage across the bridge, with Shutra and the others holding the front line against the endless rush of monsters. During a brief moment when they pulled back to catch their breath, Shutra glanced toward Daphne at his side and remarked that everyone was performing far better than expected.
Amita overheard him and, while watching from nearby, remembered that the prince's name was Shutra. As Amita looked at the young prince fighting with worn and battered equipment, he quietly noted that Shutra's gear was clearly in need of serious improvement. A small but genuine respect began to form in Amita's heart as he watched the prince keep fighting without complaint. He admitted to himself that if they all made it through this safely, he would at least like to craft one proper piece of equipment for Shutra. Working together, the group finally crushed the first wave of monsters, and for a brief moment, the battlefield fell into an uneasy silence. As everyone began pulling back from the front line, Amita warned them that the white giant was about to appear. He immediately ordered everyone to retreat inside the barrier before it was too late. The barrier responded quickly, rising around them and spreading overhead until it formed a glowing dome of energy above the entire group. At that exact moment, the white giant began to rise from the forest, and the moon overhead shifted into an ominous green color. A brilliant glow flared from the center of the spider forest, and the white giant fully took shape directly in front of the barrier, making it painfully clear what its target was. Now that it stood before them in person, Shutra finally understood just how enormous the creature truly was. The white giant did not hesitate for even a second. It launched its first attack. Driving its elbow down hard into the barrier, Carrick stared up at the towering figure and admitted that it was unbelievably massive, large enough to crush anyone beneath a single blow. Even with fear showing in the orc's voice, Amita tried to reassure him. Amita insisted that the barrier would not break, and that all they had to do was stay inside and endure until the giant disappeared on its own. The white giant, however, continued hammering against the barrier without pause, throwing not only its fists but even its shoulders and full body weight into the glowing dome. Inside the barrier, Shutra's group could only stand there and watch the terrifying assault unfold. But Shutra alone noticed that something felt wrong. His eyes narrowed as he said this was different from yesterday. Felicia looked at him in confusion, so Shutra quickly explained what he meant. The day before, the white giant had not been surrounded by that strange blue aura. That blue aura began gathering into the giant's palm. Then, with terrifying force, an overwhelming strike crashed down onto the barrier, making the entire dome tremble violently. Cracks spread across its surface as the aura-infused attack pushed the barrier toward collapse, and fragments of broken energy began raining down around Shutra and the others. Amita stared at the power surrounding the giant and felt shock seize him. In disbelief, he wondered whether that force could actually be the power of death itself. While pieces of the shattered barrier continued falling around the group like broken glass made of light, Shutra immediately called upon the white shield Suri for protection and shouted for everyone to take cover however they could. Because Shutra stood at the very front of the group, he became the white giant's immediate target. The giant's punch came crashing straight toward him and struck him head-on. Even with the white shield Suri protecting him, Shutra was still hurled violently across the area, slamming into the stairs that led up to the altar. The moment Felicia and Carrick saw him thrown back with such force, they cried out his name in alarm. Shutra coughed hard, his body aching from the impact, but he still forced himself back onto his feet. As he struggled upright, he saw the white giant gathering that same blue energy into its palm once again. Just then, Carrick suddenly pointed toward the sky, saying that a ship was floating above the white giant. When Shutra lifted his gaze and saw the vessel hovering in the air, one person immediately came to mind. There was only one individual he knew who sailed through the skies in such a dramatic way. It was the dark elf sword said to cleave through the heavens. Felicia looked up as well, and the instant she recognized the figure aboard the ship, her face lit up with overwhelming joy. Standing there with his arms crossed, staring down at the giant from above, was Felicia's brother, the fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. The sky pirate fixed his red eyes on the white giant and calmly ordered his crew to advance. The massive ship surged forward through the air and slammed directly into the white giant's back with tremendous force. The giant staggered under the impact, its huge body shaken by the sudden collision. Then, one attack after another rained down from the ship, launching a fierce aerial assault from above. The great vessel struck again, and this time the white giant finally collapsed. Huge fragments of the giant's body broke away and began falling toward the ground. Felicia stared upward with her mouth slightly open, awestruck by the sheer scale of destruction her brother had unleashed from the sky. Explosions thundered across the spider forest, throwing up a thick curtain of white dust that spread over the entire area. The great ship then descended through the haze and landed inside the protected zone where Shutra and the others were standing. As Shutra looked over the fallen pieces of the white giant scattered across the ground, something unexpected began to happen.
The solid fragments started melting down into slime, then slowly rose up again, reshaping themselves into new spiritual beings. Daphne, carrying Amita in her arms, approached Shutra and explained that those beings were guardian spirits. She said they had fallen into madness and ruin, but there was no doubt about what they originally were. Amita congratulated everyone, saying he believed this should have marked the end of the attack. The green glow faded from the moon, and the illusion covering the forest disappeared. But as the moon returned to its normal color, the spirits fully materialized before them, startling everyone all over again. From Daphne's arms, Amita shouted in confusion, demanding to know what those beings were and insisting that the attack should have already ended. Shutra felt the energy radiating from each of the spirits. It was dark, purple, and deeply unsettling. The aura flowing from them stunned him. They seemed even stronger than before, as if they had been hiding their true power and waiting for this exact moment to reveal it. The spirit standing at the very front let out a savage roar, its twisted body brimming with dark power as it readied itself to attack. Felicia reacted immediately, turning sharply toward Daphne and urging her to take Amita and hurry to the forest temple before the fighting swallowed them all. Shutra raised his voice across the battlefield, shouting for everyone to brace themselves and prepare for another fight. Declaring that the second round was about to begin, Felicia and Shutra threw themselves forward without hesitation, charging into battle against the spirits, together with Carrick and Caitlin. But among the enemies, one spirit stood apart from all the others. Its arms crossed as it watched the chaos unfold, almost as if it were calmly observing the battle from above it all. That strange presence drew both Caitlin's and Shutra's attention. Shutra warned everyone to stay cautious, admitting that he did not know exactly what that spirit was, but it clearly seemed to be the leader. Caitlin shifted her stance, as if she intended to rush in and strike first, but Shutra quickly stopped her before she could move. He told Caitlin that she did not have to face that thing by herself, then reached his hand out toward her, inviting her to finish it together with one decisive attack. Caitlin smiled at his unexpected boldness and teased him lightly, saying he had become surprisingly gallant. Then Caitlin placed her hand in his, and the two of them advanced, side by side. Power surged from both their bodies, their auras flowing together so smoothly that it felt as though they had entered perfect harmony. The leader of the spirits immediately sensed the change, as the very atmosphere of the battlefield seemed to shift around Shutra and Caitlin. Shutra's and Caitlin's eyes blazed with brilliant golden light, and in perfect unison, they declared that it was time to end this. They released each other's hands and struck at the same time. Both of their fists slammed into the Great Spirit, sending violent ripples through its liquid-like body. They did not stop there and continued pressing the attack, refusing to give the spirit even a single breath of time to recover. But the other spirits nearby, their bodies wrapped in sinister purple energy, rushed in to protect their leader. Caitlin signaled to Shutra, telling him that she would take care of the leader while he handled the spirits strengthened by that dark aura. Shutra hesitated for a moment and asked whether she could really manage it alone. But Caitlin faced the leader with calm confidence. So Shutra trusted her plan and turned his focus toward the spirit empowered by the shadowy force. A new power began to surge inside Shutra after he and Caitlin synchronized their aura. Caitlin also gained access to the Divine Fist Azura. Her punch now carried the force of a double S-rank ability, and she kept driving the spirit leader back with relentless pressure, believing with complete confidence that she could bring it down on her own. But in the middle of their fierce exchange, the spirit suddenly dodged one of Caitlin's strikes and changed the shape of its body. Its liquid form stretched outward and coiled tightly around Caitlin's arm, trapping her in place. Then, with its remaining limb, the spirit launched a heavy counterattack, engulfing Caitlin in a burst of spiritual energy. Shutra glanced back in alarm the instant he sensed the danger. But one of the other spirits lunged at him from the side, cutting off his path before he could reach Caitlin. Shutra immediately summoned the white shield Suri and blocked the incoming assault. Then he hurled the shield outward and shouted for the spirits to stop clinging to him and disappear. As Shutra cut down spirit after spirit, he suddenly advanced to level 25. Golden light descended over his body, and new bonuses began to manifest all at once. Upon reaching level 25, Shutra unlocked hidden abilities. The first power he acquired was Final Special Movement Control, level 1. Along with that, he awakened Destructive Explosion for Enkidu's Earthquake. Finally, he gained absolute mastery over the white shield Suri of Einkel, while golden radiance wrapped around him and left him standing still for a brief instant. The surrounding spirits all attacked at once. With his gauntlet and shield equipped, Shutra's gaze sharpened fiercely. He stared down the spirits and declared that they were already finished. The power of White Shield Suri activated, and a vast wave of green energy exploded outward. Absolute dominion expanded across the battlefield, swallowing the entire area around Shutra. Even the spirit leader locked in combat with Caitlin was caught within that overwhelming field. The immense domain engulfed every spiritual being trapped inside its range, and even Shutra was astonished by how powerful it felt. This was his first time using the ability, but somehow he understood its nature instinctively. Its name alone told him exactly what it was. The whole battlefield had become his territory. Shutra raised one hand, and all the energy consuming the spirits began twisting together into a raging hurricane. The spirit leader had no way to escape and was rendered completely helpless within the violent storm. Shutra extended his hand toward the gathered spirits and declared that every last one of them would perish. The leader was slammed down into the ground as the full force of the tornado crashed upon it. Once, Shutra believed the leader had finally been defeated. He allowed the attack to fade away, then dropped to his knees, completely drained. The amount of aura he had consumed had left his body utterly exhausted. But when Shutra lifted his head, he saw that the spirit leader was still standing. Its broken body had already reconstructed itself. The creature let out a low, threatening growl. Shutra clenched his teeth, stunned that the monster had survived even an attack of that scale. Then the spirit's arms split apart into countless sharp extensions, raining down toward Shutra like a storm of blades. Shutra tried to move, but his exhausted body was too drained to respond as quickly as he needed. But even as Shutra tried to move, his body would not listen to him. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted across the battlefield, sending debris bursting outward and scattering through the treetops. The spirit leader stood amid the aftermath, watching the destruction settle around it as if the battle had already been decided. It seemed certain that the young prince had been wiped out by the blast, but Shutra was still alive, because Caitlin had thrown herself into the attack in his place, taking the impact head-on while somehow remaining on her feet. Without wasting even a breath, Caitlin stretched one hand out toward Shutra, her gaze fixed firmly on him. Caitlin urged Shutra to grab her hand immediately, her voice sharp with urgency as she warned him that they had no time left to hesitate. For the briefest moment, Shutra stared at her, struck by the sheer force of her determination and her refusal to back down. Then he moved, lifting the hand wrapped in the gauntlet and clasping hers tightly. The instant their fingers connected, the aura pouring from both of them surged violently upward, rising like a massive pillar of energy. As Caitlin's aura flowed into him and began to blend with his own, Shutra felt the change immediately. The power he had nearly exhausted was returning, filling his body again from deep within. But the spirit leader had no intention of standing there and allowing them to recover freely. With a vicious motion, it swung its sharpened arms toward them. The blade-like limbs slammed down against the exact spot where the two had just been standing. But Shutra and Caitlin moved at the same time, springing backward in perfect unison and slipping away from the attack by a hair's breadth. Shutra's eyes sharpened, burning with fresh intensity. The aura he had gathered was finally enough for him to step back into the fight. The spirit lunged straight toward him just as Shutra gathered his renewed power and drove it into the earthquake gauntlet. This time, Shutra was convinced he could finish everything with one decisive strike. The gauntlet throbbed in response, glowing with a dark crimson pulse that grew heavier by the second. Then Shutra released the gauntlet's final special move. The destruction explosion slammed directly into the spirit leader, and the impact burst outward in a violent shockwave that rolled across the entire battlefield. The point of impact, raw, destructive force, spread wildly through the spirit's body, tearing through it without restraint. Jagged bolts of energy shot upward into the sky, flashing above the battlefield like crimson lightning. In the next moment, that overwhelming power swallowed the spirit leader completely. After unleashing such an attack, Shutra staggered and sucked in a rough breath, his body drained from the massive amount of aura he had just burned away. The spirit leader's body finally broke apart, shattering into countless fragments that flew upward and vanished into the air. Caitlin hurried over to Shutra's side, clearly shaken and impressed by the technique he had managed to unleash. But the moment she reached him, her expression changed. She saw Shutra's body sway unsteadily in front of her. Then, before she could catch him, he collapsed unconscious, sending a sudden wave of panic through everyone nearby. And at that exact moment, danger moved again. A spiritual servant slipped past Felicia and rushed straight toward Shutra's fallen body. Felicia cried out in alarm, warning him to be careful. Before the servant could land its attack, a blade of light sliced cleanly through it, The spirit was destroyed in an instant by a sword strike that had come crashing down from above. Felicia's eyes widened as she looked up and realized exactly who had stepped in at the last second. Her brother lifted his sword high and roared to his crew, ordering them to wipe out every last remaining enemy. At his command, the entire pirate crew leapt down from the ship without hesitation. They charged straight into the remaining spirits, crashing into the battlefield as reinforcements. Much later, after the fighting had finally ended, Shutra slowly drifted back to consciousness. With a bit of drool still at the corner of his mouth, he pushed himself upright inside a wooden room and muttered that he had fainted again. By this point, he was starting to feel almost used to waking up like this. As his senses returned, Shutra quickly understood where he was. He was inside the ship, now safely docked after the battle. When he stepped out of the cabin, Caitlin and Felicia were already waiting for him. Both of them looked deeply worried, and they immediately told him he should have stayed in bed longer, asking why he had forced himself up so soon. Shutra reassured them that he was fine, then turned his concern toward Caitlin and asked how she was doing after fighting beside him. Caitlin calmly confirmed that she had not been injured. Just then, the captain of the crew approached them and announced that the 9th prince had finally awakened. Shutra looked toward the pirate Felicia had introduced as her twin brother, then stepped forward to greet him properly. The white-haired pirate, wearing a black eye patch, stroked his chin with an easy confidence and introduced himself with a proud smile. He declared that he was the prince who sailed the skies, Sylvan Doomblade. Then Sylvan proudly added that he was also the benefactor who had saved Shutra the previous night. Hearing him call himself a benefactor so openly, Shutra thanked him sincerely, though his confusion was obvious as he asked how Sylvan had managed to arrive there. Felicia explained that when she passed through the lycanthrope village, she had contacted Sylvan. She had only meant to briefly tell him what was happening, and she had never expected him to actually come all the way there. Sylvan brushed his hair back dramatically and declared that if his beloved little sister was in danger, there was no way he could simply stand aside. Putting his usual bravado aside for a moment, Sylvan turned his attention to Shutra and praised him directly. He admitted that he had heard plenty about him before, but he had never imagined Shutra would be this capable. Then, without hesitation, he stated plainly that Shutra Ignis was strong. The sudden compliment caught Shutra completely off guard, leaving him staring back with his mouth slightly open in surprise. Sylvan continued with complete confidence, telling Shutra that he should feel proud, because Sylvan Doomblade himself had personally acknowledged his strength. Felicia immediately cut through her brother's grand declaration, pointing out that the Sword Lord had already recognized Shutra before him. Sylvan visibly froze in surprise, clearly shocked to realize he had fallen behind in that regard. To Shutra, this was still a strange first impression. Sylvan was undeniably unfamiliar and a little overwhelming, but he did seem like a good person. As Shutra took that in, Daphne approached while holding Amita in her arms. The raccoon folded his arms across his chest and said he was relieved that everyone had made it through safely. Amita thanked them for protecting the last flame and the guardian spirit, then reminded them that he had promised to craft equipment for each of them. They expressed their gratitude, but Amita soon revealed that there was something he needed to take care of first. Shutra looked at him in surprise, sensing that this was not a casual request. Amita did not offer any further explanation. Instead, he simply told Shutra to follow him, saying that the last flame wished to meet the 9th prince. A powerful blue flame burned within a great pyre, its light flickering with an almost sacred intensity. When they arrived at the temple, the air around them felt heavier and quieter than before. Amita instructed everyone to stay focused and conduct themselves respectfully from that moment onward, explaining that the last flame was already watching them. The temple that housed the last flame was the very same place they had fought so desperately to defend the night before. Inside the temple, they found a massive tree rising before them, its presence filling the space with a solemn, ancient stillness. Beside the massive tree stood a woman dressed entirely in white, her presence gentle and calm as she welcomed them with a warm expression. She introduced herself as Caprang. Caprang revealed that she was the guardian spirit of the spider forest. Shutra could not hide his surprise at how young she looked, but then Green Wind appeared beside him in the tiny glow of a firefly and explained that this girl was not the guardian's true body, only a terminal. After looking closely at Caprang's appearance, Green Wind guessed that the original spider guardian must have been young as well. The enormous spider Shutra knew from legend had already met its end. That meant Caprang must have inherited the role after the former guardian's death. Green Wind added that her absence during the previous night's battle was probably because she was still too young and lacked the strength to fight. As Shutra thought about the fallen guardian spirit, a strange question crossed his mind, and he wondered whether guardian spirits could even have children. Amita moved toward Kaprang, his small figure carrying a serious air, and announced that from this point on only he and the ninth prince would be allowed to continue forward. He asked everyone else to remain behind and wait. Shutra started after him, then turned slightly and playfully called for Little Wind to come along too. Green Wind immediately bristled at the nickname and snapped back that his name was Green Wind. Shutra's reason was simple. He wanted Green Wind to talk with Kaprang, because a meeting between spirits was not something that happened every day. Once Green Wind understood what Shutra was trying to do, the mood shifted slightly. Kaprang looked toward Green Wind with clear anticipation in her eyes. Green Wind seemed to think it over for a moment, then finally agreed to stay and speak with her. Amita, who had already walked several steps ahead, called back impatiently for Shutra to stop dawdling. Shutra quickly turned and hurried after him. Together, they moved deeper into the temple, leaving the others behind as the atmosphere grew quieter with every step. Amita perched himself on Shutra's shoulder as they continued forward. From that perch, the raccoon guided Shutra toward a heavy stone door where a strange light leaked out through the narrow cracks. Amita warned him in a stern voice not to make any mistakes and to move with care, but Shutra only gave a casual nod, not seeming especially shaken by the warning. Shutra answered that he understood, then placed his hands against the stone door and pushed it open. Beyond the doorway, a new chamber waited in silence. Inside, a blue flame burned quietly atop a great pyre, its movements soft but strangely powerful. Shutra stared at it, unable to look away from the calm intensity radiating from the fire. Amita told him to step closer and place his hand directly into the flame. Before Shutra could question it, Amita assured him that this was no ordinary fire and that it would not burn him. Still hesitant, but willing to trust Amita's words, Shutra slowly stretched his hand toward the blue flame. The very instant his fingers touched the fire, the flame responded as if it had been waiting for him. It suddenly flared up with incredible force, surging far beyond the quiet glow it had shown before. The blue fire expanded through the hall, wrapping around Shutra in a swirling vortex of light. Shutra looked around in confusion as the flames spiraled around him, trying to understand what was happening. Then, within that whirling blue blaze, the fire began to change shape, slowly forming the figure of a woman before his eyes. The woman of flame greeted Shutra warmly, saying she was glad they had finally met. Then she reached one hand toward him and addressed him by a title he had not expected, the Knight of Conquest. Shutra stared at her with his mouth slightly open, still trying to process what he was seeing, and asked whether she was truly the last flame. The fire spirit rested a hand against her chin and studied him closely, her gaze filled with curiosity. She noted that his eyes were clouded with confusion and disbelief. Then she asked if he truly did not know what a Knight of Conquest was. Shutra admitted honestly that he had no idea what she meant, and the fire spirit smiled as if his answer had only made her more interested. Small flames suddenly appeared around Shutra, flickering into existence one after another, and his body immediately tensed. But those flames did not attack him. Instead, they twisted into shapes before his eyes, a crown that symbolized conquest, a sword that represented war, a scythe that embodied death, and a bowl that stood for famine. The last flame explained that these were the Knights of the End, beings who desired the destruction of the world and sought to bring about the final days. And yet she said she could feel that Shutra was different. He was so different that she could not understand why he had become the Knight of Conquest in the first place. She explained that the Knights of the Apocalypse were chosen because they already carried a thirst for ruin within them. They did not become knights first and then begin craving destruction. They were chosen precisely because that desire had already existed in their hearts. Normally, she continued, those knights were strongly affected by the four beings who selected them. Acting through their power and their will, the knights eventually fell under that influence and moved toward the destruction of the world. The fire spirit gave a small shrug and remarked that conquest, at least in Shutra's case, did not seem to be trying to conquer him at all. If anything, it almost looked as though conquest had been conquered by Shutra instead. Hearing that, Shutra's thoughts drifted to the mysterious woman who had appeared before him in his dreams. The last flame then asked what Shutra intended to do, knowing that one of the knights still pursued the end of days. She looked at him and asked what he truly wanted from this world. For the first time, Shutra stopped and faced that question seriously. He looked inward and thought back to his previous life. For a brief moment, the possibility of returning to his original world crossed his mind. But when he tried to imagine what he would actually do there, his thoughts did not remain in that old world. Instead, Caitlin appeared in his mind, asking him to stay by her side with that sincere look in her eyes. Then Felicia came to mind as well. He remembered the way Felicia had embraced him and wished for his safety. Carrick appeared in his thoughts too, the loyal warrior he had come to genuinely respect. As those faces passed through his mind one by one, Shutra's feelings became clearer. A firm desire began to take shape inside him. He wanted to stop the subjugation of the lycanthropes. He wanted to prevent the coming day of slaughter. In his thoughts, Caitlin appeared again, holding his hand and guiding him toward all the people who had become precious to him in this world. He wanted to change the future, where all of them were destined to be wiped out by Zephyr Ragnaros. So Shutra gave the last flame a simple, honest answer. He wanted to protect everyone. The last flame seemed pleased with his response. She explained that the Knight of Conquest was someone born with the destiny of a king. Such a person was meant to conquer and rule over all things. Then she told Shutra that there was one simple and perfect way for him to make his wish come true. With that, the last flame asked him one final question. Would Shutra become the Demon King? The moment those words reached him, everything became clear. Shutra understood that there was only one path that could truly let him protect the people he cared about. He would have to change the ending of the game itself and rise to the throne. In that instant, Shutra made his choice. He declared that he would become king. At his answer, a faint smile slowly appeared on the fire spirit's lips. Flames rose all around Shutra, curling gently through the air before wrapping him in a warm, brilliant embrace. The last flame declared that a knight of conquest who wished for a life beyond the end of days could no longer be considered an ordinary knight. From that moment on, Shutra would stand as something greater, the king of conquest. She stepped closer to him, catching Shutra off guard with the sudden movement, and softly said that she prayed his wish would truly come to pass. As her fire gathered around him even more tightly, countless powers flowed into Shutra's body all at once. Divine power, the incarnation of flame, and finally, the bond of a pact forged directly between him and the last flame. Then, in the next breath, Shutra found himself pulled back into reality. A golden light shimmered around him, announcing that he had leveled up, while Shutra stood there still trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. From behind him, Amita's voice broke through the moment, grumbling as he questioned what could possibly be so admirable about a guy like Shutra. The raccoon immediately ordered Shutra to follow him, explaining that the last flame had personally told Amita to prepare a complete set of equipment for him. Deep within the spider forest, they arrived at a hidden orchard filled with secret fruits. There, Amita sat on top of a wooden table, casually biting into an apple while complaining about how badly they lacked materials. A map was spread out in front of him, and he pointed toward the north, explaining that if Shutra traveled in that direction, he would reach a place known as Sun Lake. According to Amita, creatures with metal bodies lived there, and Shutra needed to collect materials from them. Shutra looked confused and asked whether the black dragon's hide and bones were not enough. Amita, visibly annoyed, nearly smacked him with a stick and snapped that those were only ingredients. If Shutra wanted proper equipment, then Amita would need a much wider variety of materials. To replace every piece of Shutra's gear, Amita would need a large supply. He ordered Shutra to bring back anything useful he could find. Shutra, however, could not help thinking it was strange that the greatest blacksmith in the world was short on materials. Noticing the doubt in Shutra's eyes, Amita narrowed his gaze and sharply asked whether Shutra even wanted the equipment or not. When Shutra quickly apologized, Amita barked at him to stop wasting time and go gather the materials immediately. By late afternoon, Sylvan's ship had risen into the sky once again. Carrick stood beside the captain, looking curious as he asked about the monsters living in Sun Lake. Sylvan crossed his arms with confidence and explained that the most famous creature there was called Kodos, a being known to be weak against divine power. Its entire body was made of metal, and that metal served as a rare natural waterproofing agent. Carrack openly admired Sylvan's knowledge, and the pirate prince accepted the praise with great satisfaction. Laughing proudly, he reminded them once again that he was the prince who sailed the skies. Felicia then joined Caitlin and remarked that this situation had worked out perfectly, since she had needed to visit Sun Lake anyway. When Caitlin asked why, Felicia explained that the ruined survey map she had delivered to the Demon King's castle had been a map of Sun Lake. She had planned to go there eventually, so this saved her a great deal of time. Caitlin's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of going along. Meanwhile, Shutra stood together with Green Wind, studying the region's minimap that the system had provided. He still had many stat points waiting to be assigned, but instead of spending them recklessly, he chose to balance his attributes and save the rest for later. He also remembered that after reaching level 25, The king's knight ability had evolved. When Shutra checked the details, he saw that he could now accept up to 3 knights, and the summoning function had improved as well. He would now be able to summon 1 knight every 3 days, and the thought of adding another member made him quietly pleased. Ideally, Shutra wanted to choose either Caitlin or Felicia, though he understood that making either of them his knight would probably not be simple. Suddenly, Green Wind drifted closer and began sniffing around him. She said there was a different scent coming from Shutra, and he looked at her in confusion. Shutra asked what she meant. Green Wind explained that the smell was not like Caprang's. Then, crossing her arms with visible irritation, she asked whether it was the scent of the last flame. Shutra shivered at how accurately she had guessed. Green Wind declared that having a master who smelled like another spirit was absolutely disgusting. She drew in a huge breath, puffing herself up, and then blew it directly into Shutra's face like a sudden gale, as if trying to strip away every trace of the lingering scent. The blast sent Shutra's hair flying wildly in every direction. Carrick stared and asked what had just happened, while Shutra awkwardly brushed it off and tried to fix his ruined hair. Just then, Sylvan announced that they were almost at their destination. Ahead of the ship, beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, a vast lake surrounded by mountains came into view. Sylvan studied the water's surface carefully, and almost immediately he sensed that something was not right. Then, without warning, a massive lake monster launched an attack on the ship, even though it was flying dozens of meters above the water. The sea serpent roared furiously after failing to reach them, its huge body thrashing below. Sylvan stared down at the creature in complete shock. He questioned why a monster usually found in the ocean had appeared in a lake like this. Then he quickly warned the crew that they could not stay still and had to move away immediately. But before Sylvan could give the order to retreat, someone stopped him. When Sylvan turned around, he saw Shutra fastening the spiral spear over his arm. With a calm, steady confidence in his eyes, Shutra declared that there was no need for them to run, because he would deal with the sea serpent himself. Caitlin felt worry surge through her as she watched Shutra step forward. But when he placed his hand on her shoulder and activated the aura they shared, the connection between them steadied her racing heart. Shutra climbed onto the ship's hull and assured everyone that he would be back in an instant. Caitlin tried to stop him, alarmed by how reckless the move looked. But before Caitlin could do anything, Shutra had already leapt from the ship and launched himself toward the lake below. As Shutra dove through the open air, the sea serpent opened its enormous jaws wide, waiting to swallow him whole. And when Shutra came within only a few meters of the monster, he activated his dragon blood. Ancient golden inscriptions flared to life along the full length of the spiral spear, and to Shutra this was the perfect chance to test the power he had just gained. What he needed now was a worthy target. Shutra aligned his entire body with the spear and activated Ascalon's final movement technique. In the next instant, he shot forward like a streak of light. He pierced straight through the sea serpent's massive body, and with the Dragon of Ruin's skill unleashed, Shutra tore the creature apart completely. Sometime after the battle with the sea serpent, Sylvan's ship descended and came to rest along the quiet shore of Sun Lake. The moment they landed, Caitlin jumped down from the ship and immediately turned on Shutra, scolding him with a sharp look as she told him that she was not his personal aura battery. Shutra tried to apologize, looking awkward as he faced her irritation. In the end, Caitlin admitted that she understood why he had borrowed her aura in that situation, but she still warned him firmly that the next time he planned to draw on her power, he needed to tell her beforehand. Shutra gave her a stiff, embarrassed smile and agreed. Before the conversation could continue, Felicia stepped between them and told both of them to quiet down. Just ahead of them, Felicia had spotted a group of cultist monsters moving near the lake. Sylvan was the first to react, his hand already moving toward his sword as he declared with excitement that it was finally time to have some fun. Shutra quickly stopped him before he could rush in blindly. He explained that while cultist monsters looked as if they were made entirely of metal, only their outer surfaces were actually metallic and their insides were different. Because of that, he advised everyone to focus their attacks around the monsters' mouths. Shutra also added that cultist monsters were weak against ice, so freezing magic would be highly effective. Sylvan nodded as if he understood, but then confidently said he had a much more efficient way to deal with them. When Sylvan drew his sword, a dense, powerful dark aura wrapped around the blade, making it look far more dangerous than an ordinary weapon. With obvious pride, Sylvan explained that this was sword aura, and that he would use it to cut straight through anything in his path. No matter how tough the cultist shells might be, Sylvan insisted that their defenses meant absolutely nothing before his sword. Caitlin looked genuinely impressed by the confidence and power Sylvan displayed. Felicia, however, had a very different reaction. For a brief moment, Felicia gritted her teeth as if holding something back. But then her expression suddenly softened into a sweet, harmless-looking smile. She praised her brother in a bright voice, saying he looked incredibly cool, and suggested that they leave the entire cultist hunt to him so she could properly witness just how skilled he really was. Sylvan fell for the flattery instantly. Puffing up with pride, Sylvan declared that they should leave everything to their big brother, then leapt forward toward the cultist monsters without another thought. He shouted that he would defeat every last one of them by himself. As Shutra watched Sylvan charge off alone, he quietly asked Felicia whether it was really all right to leave him to handle the monsters on his own. Felicia simply crossed her arms and reassured him that her brother would manage just fine. As for her, she had already decided to return to the ship, eat dinner, and get some rest. After all, the following day was going to be busy. Watching Sylvan fight alone made Carrick almost feel sorry for him, but Sylvan himself seemed to be enjoying every second of it. His roaring laughter continued to echo across the lakeshore deep into the night. By the time the sun climbed high into the sky again, Sylvan was still laughing with exhausted pride, standing amid piles of defeated cultist monsters scattered all around him. Felicia and the others began gathering the iron fragments from the fallen monsters' bodies. Dark circles hung beneath Sylvan's eyes, but he forced himself to remain upright, proudly declaring that no matter how many hordes came at him, they were no match for the Prince of the Skies. Then, still trying to look dignified, he ordered everyone to collect the materials from the battlefield. Felicia checked what they had gathered and confirmed that they had collected everything Amita had requested. With that finished, they could finally move on to the next stage of their investigation. Felicia lifted one hand and cast a spell, forming a clear bubble of air around each person's head. Caitlin looked at the strange bubbles surrounding her and asked what it was. As Felicia stepped calmly into the lake water, she explained that it was a breathing spell, something that would allow them to explore beneath the surface. Felicia tied her hair back into a ponytail and smiled, inviting everyone to follow her. Then she asked if they were ready because it was time to begin their underwater exploration. One after another, they dove into Sun Lake and swam downward, heading toward a deep trench that opened into an even lower part of the lake. Shutra opened his minimap and used it to guide the group through the dark underwater path. After following the route for some time, they eventually arrived at a zone filled with underwater caverns. Shutra signaled for the others to follow closely, then took the lead and guided them forward. Before long, they discovered the final cave and passed through its entrance, leaving the deeper water behind. They emerged into an air pocket where they could finally breathe normally again. Carrick looked around in open amazement, stunned that such a hidden space existed beneath the lake. Felicia released the breathing spell and turned to Shutra, asking how he had managed to find the entrance with such accuracy. Shutra gave her only a simple excuse. He said he had merely felt that this was the right direction. Sylvan, full of eagerness, immediately tried to take command and asked Felicia for the coordinates. But since Shutra had already proven himself reliable as their guide, Felicia insisted that Shutra should stay at the front and told Sylvan to guard the rear instead. Sylvan looked stunned, unable to believe that his own sister was ordering him to stay behind. Felicia laughed lightly and softened the blow with flattery, telling him that because he was the strongest, he had the important job of protecting everyone from the rear. Sylvan accepted the praise without the slightest suspicion and proudly moved to the back, declaring that he would take full responsibility for their safety. Felicia ignored his dramatic response and stepped up beside Shutra at the front of the group. The cave continued onward for a long distance. As they walked through the ancient passage, Shutra noticed scattered swords and old skeletons lying across the ground. He remarked that the place felt even older and more abandoned than Thunderdome Fortress, which had already been deserted for centuries. Felicia agreed with his impression. Felicia estimated that this lair had probably been inactive for at least 1,000 years. Above them, Green Wind fluttered lightly through the stale air. Then Green Wind noticed something unusual and quickly called for her master's attention. She pointed toward a wall covered in carved inscriptions. Shutra stepped closer to the wall and asked what the writing meant. Even Felicia, despite being an archaeologist, had never seen those strange characters before. As Shutra stared at the unfamiliar script, a golden light suddenly wrapped around him. In that moment, he learned Ruined Precursor Script Level 1. Shutra began murmuring under his breath as the meanings slowly came together in his mind. He managed to decipher broken fragments of the inscription: ruins, nights, 10,000 years, the end of days, 6 pillars collapsed, and the words, "We failed to protect them." Shutra admitted that every phrase felt overwhelmingly grim, even though he still could not fully understand the complete context. Felicia stared at him in shock, stunned that he could read a script even she could not decipher. At that exact moment, another strange change occurred. The earthquake gauntlet on Shutra's arm began glowing with an intense golden light. At the same time, a path deeper inside the cave lit up ahead of them, shining like a beacon waiting at the far end of a tunnel.
Shutra silently turned toward that glow, his expression distant, and began walking forward.
Felicia hurried after him, trying to stop him from recklessly rushing into danger. But Shutra kept moving as if something had drawn him in, completely unaware of her concern. When Shutra finally reached the source of the light, he stepped into a vast chamber, its enormous space opening before him in the depths beneath Sun Lake. On the altar before Shutra rested a cape that radiated an intense, almost savage energy. The moment his eyes landed on it, Shutra recognized what it was. It was one of the legendary pieces of equipment belonging to the fierce Kalteen. As Shutra reached the altar, the realization settled over him. This hidden chamber beneath Sun Lake was where the relic had been sealed away all this time. He stared at the blue, flame-like figure resting on the pedestal, its presence flickering with a strange and powerful aura. Shutra understood that this was the fierce Kalteen's equipment. Sylvan glanced at it as well, and with just one look he could tell it was no ordinary treasure, declaring that it was clearly a remarkable item. Without waiting for anyone else, Sylvan immediately rushed forward and claimed that something that valuable should belong to whoever grabbed it first. But the instant Sylvan reached for it, an unseen force slammed into him and sent him flying back with a pained cry. Sylvan clicked his tongue in frustration, glaring at the empty space before him, as he wondered why a barrier had suddenly appeared. When Shutra stepped closer, the others noticed something strange. Unlike Sylvan, Shutra passed through the barrier without being pushed back at all. Sylvan blurted out in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. He demanded to know how that was possible as Shutra alone walked straight through the barrier and approached the altar. Without hesitation, Shutra reached out toward the cloak. The moment his hand neared it, a violent blue whirlwind erupted around Shutra, surging outward with sudden force. Shutra looked up in confusion as the relic wrapped itself around him like a living cloak, and a system message appeared, announcing that Nightwatch had acknowledged him as its master. More messages followed rapidly, one after another, listing the changes taking place inside him. His mental power and magic power had increased. His agility had also risen by 10. His resistance to every attribute had increased by 1 level, and he had learned several new abilities: Embedded Skill, Blink Level 3, Flight Ability Level 1, and the Awakening Skill Black Wraith. Then the storm burst outward, forcing the others to brace themselves as someone shouted in alarm, asking why the wind had suddenly gone wild. Shutra looked down at the equipment now wrapped around him and realized that it had not taken the form of a cloak at all. It had changed into a muffler. He figured it must have transformed into the shape most suited to him now that his fighting style had become close combat. Another message appeared, confirming that he had obtained the fierce Kalteen's equipment. Nightwatch had chosen him, and one of his companions remarked that, just as expected, Shutra had once again been accepted as the master. Caitlin happily congratulated him, and Shutra thanked her with a grateful smile. Not long after that, a message arrived from the Demon King's castle. When Shutra asked what it said, the report explained that all princes and princesses had been ordered to gather at the Demon King's castle within 10 days. Shutra froze for a moment, realizing that a full mobilization order was not something issued often. He immediately understood that something serious must have happened at the Demon King's castle. At dawn the next morning, the group returned to the Spider Forest Temple. Amita glared at them the moment they arrived, complaining about all the noise so early in the morning and grumbling that if they were going to visit him, they could have at least come later. They apologized and explained that they had to return to the Demon King's castle urgently, so they had no choice but to trouble him right away. Amita snapped back, demanding to know what was supposed to happen to the equipment he had planned to make for them if they were already leaving. Karak then shamelessly asked whether Amita offered deliveries. The raccoon immediately exploded in anger, telling him to stop spouting nonsense and get lost. But then someone suggested that Amita should simply come with them instead. Amita stared blankly, too shocked to respond at first. Karak pointed out that Amita had said he needed to protect the last flame anyway, and there was surely no safer place than the Demon King's castle. Another voice added that instead of hiding somewhere uselessly, everything would be solved if Amita just came with them. Off to the side, Sylvan muttered in amazement that Karak was only an orc, yet somehow he was strangely clever. Daphne, who was holding Amita, then said that it was a good idea as well, and that Amita should come along with them. Just then, a calm voice declared that this would indeed be for the best. Amita suddenly jerked in surprise. The others turned around in confusion, asking what had just happened. Amita blurted out that the last flame had suddenly spoken to him. Amita shouted in disbelief, demanding to know whether he was seriously being told to follow Shutra and the others. Shutra grinned and remarked that it looked as if Amita might have changed his mind after all. That only made Amita erupt even more. He demanded to know what Shutra had done to the last flame and why it would tell him to go with them. Shutra casually answered that perhaps he had only exchanged a word or two as part of a firm alliance. Then he leaned in slightly and asked Amita whether that meant he was coming with them. Amita growled, but the pressure around him only kept building. At last, he snapped and shouted that he was going, angrily calling Shutra a little punk. Shutra smiled to himself, thinking that convincing him had been easier than expected. Carrick laughed and said that everything was perfect now, asking if they were finally heading for the Demon King's castle. Shutra answered that they were not going there just yet, because there was still one more place they needed to visit first. Shutra turned toward Sylvan, called his name, and asked if he could take them to the Lycanthrope Palace. Sylvan later confirmed that reaching the Lycanthrope Palace would not be difficult. Even so, he grumbled under his breath about having to carry everyone there on his ship. Felicia answered that there was no reason to split up when they were already heading toward the same destination. She added that arriving together would also make a better impression. When Sylvan was asked whether he was still uncomfortable being around them, he snapped back that it should have been obvious. Felicia then warned him that if he felt that way, he should at least control his expression and avoid offending the fourth queen. Sylvan only clicked his tongue in irritation. Before long, the flying ship arrived at the Lycanthrope Palace. Once the group entered the palace, they were greeted by the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight. With a gentle smile, she asked whether they had enjoyed their trip to the spider forest. Shutra answered politely that they had returned safely, thanks to her concern. Elaine smiled with visible relief and said that she had heard there had been trouble in the spider forest. Because of that, Elaine had been worried about them. Then her golden eyes shifted quietly toward Amita. With a little amused curiosity in her eyes, Elaine tilted her head and asked if the small creature was some kind of pet. She even smiled and added that it looked rather cute, especially with that bag strapped to it like it was carrying snacks. The moment those words left her mouth, Amita stiffened in pure outrage, his pride clearly wounded. Shutra hurriedly stepped in before Amita could explode any further. He quickly corrected Elaine, explaining that those were absolutely not snacks. Inside that bag was something far more important, the last flame. Then, making his tone more proper, Shutra introduced Amita as a real member of their party, not some adorable little mascot. Elaine understood the mistake at once and lowered herself into a graceful apology, admitting with perfect composure that her words had been rude. Amita still looked offended, puffing himself up as he huffed that he would overlook it this one time and this one time only. Elaine thanked him with a sweet, polished smile, smoothing over the awkward moment as if nothing had happened. Afterward, her gaze moved calmly across the entire group. Seeing their tired faces and the long journey behind them, she told them they had all worked hard to reach this place, and for today they should rest without carrying any worries. The group accepted her kindness with relief and offered their thanks. But just as everyone began to move away, the moment of dismissal did not last long. Elaine's voice rang out again from behind them, gently stopping the group before they could fully leave. Elaine called out to the ninth prince in a soft, composed voice. Shutra paused in his steps, turned back toward her, and asked what she needed from him. Elaine told him that he should remain behind for just a little while longer. Then she leaned closer beside him, wearing a knowing smile that made it clear this was not a casual request. In a quiet voice, meant only for Shutra to hear, Elaine said that the two of them had something they needed to discuss privately, away from everyone else's ears. Instead of heading straight toward the Demon King's castle, Shutra walked alongside Elaine through the palace grounds, their footsteps carrying them away from the others and into a quieter path. As they walked, Elaine looked over at him and said that the very fact he had chosen to stop here first already told her something important. It meant he had found an answer to the question she had asked him before. With calm expectation in her voice, she urged him to say it clearly and asked what answer he had reached. Once there was no one else around to interrupt them, Elaine turned fully toward Shutra and faced him directly. Her expression grew serious as she asked whether he truly intended to become the Demon King. Shutra did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He met Elaine's gaze and answered firmly that he did. Then Shutra stated it even more clearly, saying that he would become the Demon King. When Elaine asked him why he had chosen that path, he replied in a steady voice that there was something he wanted to protect. Elaine listened to his answer, and after a brief silence, a faint smile touched her lips. She said his answer was interesting, as if those words had revealed more about him than he realized. Then Elaine calmly told him that if that was his answer, the lycanthropes would support him from this point forward. For a moment, Shutra was visibly caught off guard. The sudden offer of support came so directly that even he could not hide his surprise. Elaine explained without wavering that she also had something she needed to protect, just as Shutra did. Her decision was not made on a whim, but from the same kind of resolve he had just shown her. She spoke openly, saying that if the next Demon King came from the first prince's side, or from the second prince, or even from the fourth princess, then there was a strong chance the lycanthropes would lose the position and influence they currently held. Elaine added that the current Demon King's side and those princes were all burning fiercely with ambition. Then she pointed out that the Dark Elves were probably troubled by a similar concern, so Shutra should try to win them over as well. If he could bring them to his side, they would become a powerful source of help. Shutra took her words seriously and said he would remember them. Elaine then changed the subject slightly and asked how he planned to return to the Demon King's castle. Shutra answered that he intended for everyone to travel together aboard Sylvan's airship. Elaine's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and she repeated the word airship as if weighing the meaning behind that choice. Shutra explained that he was already standing in the spotlight no matter what he did, so now that things had gone this far, he might as well shake everything up properly. Later that night, after that bold decision had been made, Elaine stood beneath the moonlight, looking out into the night as she remarked that the whole matter still felt strange no matter how many times she thought it over. Ludwig wondered aloud why the ninth prince would choose an airship when a teleportation circle would have been far faster. Elaine glanced at him and told him he was being naive again, urging him to think about it more carefully. She reminded Ludwig that the ninth prince was already under heavy watch, with countless eyes following his every move. Then Elaine asked him which choice would be better now, wasting time in order to make his rivals lower their guard again, or shifting everyone's attention toward powers outside those rivals entirely. When Ludwig still looked confused and asked her to explain it more plainly, Elaine told him that Sylvan would never simply abandon his airship. If Shutra used a teleportation circle, then Sylvan would have to return alone aboard the ship, and that would look unnatural to anyone watching. But even after hearing that, Ludwig still struggled to fully grasp what she meant. At last, Elaine stated it in the clearest way possible. Shutra wanted everyone at the Demon King's castle to see with their own eyes that a new faction had appeared. The next day, Sylvan's airship sliced through the open sky, its massive frame drawing a bold line across the clouds as it carried Shutra and the others back toward the Demon King's castle. Elaine watched the airship disappear into the distance and quietly said that the fate of her people now rested on ninth Prince Shutra Ignis. Beneath the sky, she prayed that he would grow stronger than he was now. Stronger, steadier, and more unshakable than before. Meanwhile, during the journey back, Sylvan sat happily in front of a plate of grilled fish, humming to himself with clear delight. With a bright expression, he declared that this was his favorite dish. He cheerfully gave thanks for the meal, savoring the moment with obvious satisfaction. But the pleasant mood shattered almost immediately the moment he noticed Chris nearby, and irritation began to rise between them all over again. Chris reacted with the same annoyed energy, his expression tightening as if Sylvan's very presence had ruined his appetite. Before long, complaints were being shouted toward the chef, with someone angrily pointing out that there were far too many bones in the fish. A short distance away, the others could only watch the familiar chaos unfold. Felicia let out a tired sigh, her shoulders sinking as she wondered what she was supposed to do about those two. Beside her, Carrick muttered that he was starting to feel nervous, because every single time they headed to the Demon King's castle, some unexpected disaster seemed to burst out right in front of the Demon King. Shutra immediately snapped at him to stop talking, warning that he was going to jinx them. Carrick fired back that Shutra was talking as if he himself was not already a walking jinx, and asked why he was acting so bothered now. Shutra argued back, saying that maybe nothing would happen this time, and if that turned out to be true, what would Carrick say then? Carrick answered that if nothing happened, then that would be good in its own way. Then, a little awkwardly, he added that he was only saying all of this because he was worried about Shutra, so Shutra should not misunderstand him. Shutra stared at him for a moment and said Carrick really knew how to talk, then wondered aloud whether Carrick was truly an orc. Carrick immediately retorted that if he was not an orc, then what else was he supposed to be, an ogre? At that point, Shutra gave up on arguing altogether and said they should just drop the conversation before it got even more ridiculous. When the airship finally arrived near the Demon King's castle, its appearance immediately caused a massive stir among everyone who saw it. The onlookers stared in disbelief as representatives of the dark elf side and the lycanthrope royalty appeared together in one group. Murmurs spread quickly as many questioned how such an alliance could have happened at all. What shocked them even more was the sight of the ninth prince standing at the center of it, clearly leading the entire group. Among the watching crowd, Lady Chandra narrowed her eyes and called out for Kadarav. Kadarav answered her call at once, waiting for her order. Lady Chandra instructed him to report to Anastasia immediately. He was to tell her without delay that the ninth prince had formed a new faction. Back at Shutra's private residence, Amita's temper finally erupted. He accused Shutra of being a complete con artist and demanded to know why he had talked about a forge as though some grand workshop was waiting there. Shutra remained completely casual as he showed Amita the place and said the forge was right there. Then, as if the matter were already settled, he added that from now on, Amita could decorate and arrange it however he wanted. Shutra does not stop there. He goes a step further and tells Amita that if there is anything he needs, no matter how small or unreasonable it might seem, all he has to do is say the word, and Shutra will have it prepared for him. Faced with that generous but strangely inescapable promise, Amita feels his heart sink little by little, and a cold thought creeps into his mind that somehow he may never be allowed to leave this place again. A short while later, Shutra suddenly remembers how things had gone back at the Demon King's castle when Amita had tried to pass himself off as nothing more than an ordinary raccoon. Amita immediately stiffens and defends himself, saying that he only did it because he wanted to stay away from useless trouble and avoid being dragged into anything bothersome. Then Amita narrows his eyes and asks why Shutra is suddenly bringing up something like that now. Shutra, however, brightens as if he has just found the perfect answer and says it suits him incredibly well. Before Amita can even figure out what that means, Shutra reaches out and fastens a collar around his neck. Amita freezes, completely baffled, before snapping in anger and demanding to know what Shutra thinks he is doing. With a shameless grin on his face, Shutra tells him that every pet kept inside the Demon King's castle is required to wear a collar. For a moment, Amita can only stare in stunned silence, unable to process what he has just heard. Then, Shutra casually adds that Amita should keep it on at all times, just so he never forgets his position. That final remark is more than Amita can take. His temper explodes all at once, and he shouts at Shutra to stop messing around, furiously calling him a little brat. 2 days pass, and the long-awaited summons is finally carried out. Once again, the princes and princesses gather inside the Demon King's castle, the heavy atmosphere of the royal hall pressing down around them. A voice calls out for every heir to enter, and an attendant formally announces that the audience ceremony will now begin as the royal children assemble before the throne. Among those standing in the hall is the 8th princess, Caitlin Moonlight. Beside her are the 7th prince, Chris Moonlight, the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, the 5th prince, Sylvan Doomblade, the 4th princess, Anastasia Nikrian, and the 3rd prince, Victor Nikrian, each carrying the presence of their own faction and bloodline. Also present are the 1st prince, Baikal Ragnaros, the 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, and finally, the 9th prince, Shutra Ignis, standing among his powerful siblings inside the Demon King's hall. High above them, seated upon the throne, the Demon King looks down over his gathered children and says that it has been quite some time since all of them were brought together like this. His voice carries through the hall as he acknowledges that each of them has traveled a long way to stand before him. Shutra keeps his expression steady, trying not to let anything show on his face, but deep down, he has to admit that even after all this time, the Demon King's castle still makes him uneasy. He remembers Carrick's words all too clearly, that every time they come to this place, something ends up exploding or going terribly wrong. The thought irritates Shutra, and he silently curses Carrick for always saying unnecessary things that stick in his head and make him even more nervous. Before the Demon King moves on to the real matter at hand, he announces that there is someone he wishes to introduce first. A moment later, the sound of footsteps echoes across the quiet hall, drawing every gaze toward the entrance. A figure wrapped in a cloak steps inside. The instant Sylvan sees him, his eyes widen in disbelief, and he blurts out in shock that the man is none other than the Sword Lord. The others stare at the cloaked figure with confusion spreading across their faces, silently wondering why someone like the Sword Lord has appeared in this place at all. Without paying much attention to the startled reactions around him, the Sword Lord walks straight toward Shutra and says that nearly a month has passed since they last met. Then, in front of everyone, he asks whether Prince Shutra Ignis has been doing well during that time. For an instant, the entire hall seems to freeze. Shutra answers awkwardly that he has been well, but inside, his mind is already spinning. He cannot understand why this old man has suddenly decided to make such a direct greeting in front of all the other princes and princesses, almost as if he is deliberately trying to stir up trouble. Sylvan is left staring in astonishment. The Sword Lord greeted Shutra first, before anyone else, and Sylvan immediately understands that this is not a small matter at all. Zephyr, watching quietly, thinks that hearing rumors about Shutra forming his own faction had already been surprising enough. But if Shutra has managed to pull the Sword Lord to his side as well, then the situation has become something far more serious than a simple rumor. Grand General Gallarhead breaks the tense silence and asks whether the Sword Lord has taken the Ninth Prince as his student. The Sword Lord answers calmly, without the slightest change in expression, saying that the Ninth Prince does not use a sword, so he merely taught him a few techniques. Supreme General Richard does not let the matter end there. He presses the Sword Lord further, his voice sharpening as he asks whether, if Shutra had been someone who used a sword, the Sword Lord would have accepted him as a proper student. For the first time, the Sword Lord seems mildly caught off guard, admitting that the question is not one he expected to hear. Someone insists that he answer the question properly, pushing the tension in the hall even higher. But before the exchange can go any further, the Demon King cuts through the commotion with a firm order for everyone to be silent. Once the hall settles again, he calls for Isabella.
Isabella responds at once, saying that they will begin. She lifts her staff, and a large magical sphere forms in the air as glowing panels spread throughout the hall, hovering where everyone can see them.
She begins by explaining what has happened over the past 2 months. During that time, 5 frontier regions have been attacked by enemies shrouded in purple death energy. Even worse, 3 of those 5 regions have already been reduced to desert or ruined wasteland. Isabella states that the first place struck was the Angel Plains. She reminds everyone that the 6th Princess and the 9th Prince were the ones who stopped that first attack. Then she continues, explaining that the most recent attack happened in the Spider Forest near Lycanthrope territory. That location was also defended by the same 2, this time with help from the 5th Prince and the 8th Princess. Isabella stresses that the Spider Forest incident is particularly unusual because it was not just some distant frontier, it was a point located inside the demon realm's own interior. Hearing that, Shutra's expression tightens slightly as he realizes that the Death Knight has been moving far more actively behind the scenes than he had imagined. As Shutra studies the pattern of the attacks, a possibility begins to take shape in his mind. The attacked locations might all share one important trait, and he wonders if the enemy's real objective is to kill the guardian spirits connected to those places. Isabella continues, saying that after gathering and comparing every incident, she has determined that a hostile faction has clearly emerged and that they can no longer afford to ignore it. In order to crush this enemy, a mobilization order has been issued. The panels shift to display the regions where the next attacks are expected, and Isabella explains that the princes and princesses will be assigned to defend those areas, prevent future attacks, and assist in the search for the enemy's main stronghold. Because Shutra and Felicia were the ones who discovered the pattern and had already stopped the enemy twice, Isabella announces that the right to choose first will be given to the 9th Prince and the 6th Princess. Turning toward Shutra, she tells him to examine the map carefully. She explains that the map shows the traits of each region, along with the commanders who have already been assigned there, and then asks whether there is a particular region he wishes to take. Shutra studies the displayed information and thinks that, under normal circumstances, the safest choice would be a place with strong natural defenses. Then his eyes catch on one detail. General Vandal has been dispatched to an especially harsh and brutal region. The moment Shutra notices that, he understands that this is a perfect opportunity. If he handles this well, it could become his chance to bring Vandal under his command. Making his decision on the spot, he lifts his head and declares that he will go to Evian. Isabella repeats his choice for the hall to hear, confirming that the 9th Prince has selected Evian. Sylvan immediately remarks that Evian is not exactly an important location, nor is it a place that can be defended particularly easily. Isabella then shifts her attention to Felicia and asks the 6th Princess to make her selection as well. Without much hesitation, Felicia says that she will also go to Evian. Someone immediately questions why she would choose the same difficult region, and Felicia answers calmly that, as everyone already knows, she is far closer to a civil official than a frontline martial fighter. Felicia explains that instead of taking full command of a separate region on her own, she would rather place herself in a supporting role beside the 9th Prince and help Shutra directly. The Demon King accepts her answer without objection and tells her to do as she wishes. Isabella then acknowledges the decision and formally announces to everyone present that the 6th Princess has also chosen Evian. With Shutra and Felicia's choices now decided, Isabella moves on and declares that the remaining locations will be distributed according to the amount of public merit each royal heir has earned, after the audience finally comes to an end. A carriage travels along a quiet forest road beneath the deep red glow of the evening sky. As soon as the audience ceremony was over and every prince and princess had finished choosing their assigned region, Shutra let out a long, exhausted breath, feeling as though all the tension from the hall had drained every bit of strength from his body. After that, the rest of the assignments were officially settled, one by one. Sylvan Doomblade was sent to Horn, a region located close to Evian, while Chris Moonlight was assigned to Kaltu. Caitlin Moonlight chose Evian as well, so she could accompany Shutra, firmly arguing that a warrior like her would be better suited to supporting him and Felicia, especially since Felicia leaned more towards scholarship than frontline combat. Her reasoning was accepted without much resistance, and in the end, the group assigned to Evian became Shutra, Felicia Doomblade, and Caitlin Moonlight. Even so, Shutra could not shake one thing from his mind. When he had announced that he would go to Evian, Zephyr Ragnaros had reacted with unmistakable killing intent, sharp enough for Shutra to notice immediately. That reaction made Shutra suspect that Zephyr might also have his sights set on General Vandal, and if that suspicion was correct, then Shutra knew he could not afford to move slowly. He would have to act first. When Shutra returned to his residence, he went to check on Amita's progress. The moment Amita saw him, he grew defensive and snapped, asking whether Shutra had come to pressure him again. Shutra quickly waved it off and said he was only curious. Amita grumbled at him to stop saying pointless things, then demanded that Shutra hand over Earthquaker and White Suri. Since they were already working on things anyway, Amita said he might as well tune those weapons too. He explained that if he recalibrated them properly, they would become much easier for Shutra to handle in battle. Hearing that, Shutra's face immediately brightened as he asked if Amita was really serious. Amita snapped back that of course he was serious, then impatiently told Shutra to hurry up and bring them before he changed his mind. Shutra eagerly agreed and hurried off at once. Not long after that, Flora came looking for him and said that she had been searching for the 9th prince. When Shutra asked what had happened, Flora told him that a letter from the first prince had arrived. Shutra's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he immediately understood that it had come from Baikal Ragnaros. Later, at Chris Moonlight's estate, the contents of the letter were shared with the others. Baikal had proposed that all the siblings gather together for a joint tea party. Caitlin repeated the words tea party in surprise, while Felicia remarked that it was probably Baikal's way of encouraging camaraderie between the royal siblings, since that was exactly the sort of thing he valued. Caitlin, on the other hand, seemed delighted by the idea and cheerfully asked whether everyone planned to go. Felicia answered that there was no particular reason to refuse. Chris added that if it had been before, he would normally have skipped such an event without hesitation. But now that he was no longer acting alone, he would follow whatever decision the group made. Caitlin then turned her bright eyes toward Shutra and asked what he was going to do. Shutra hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. But before he could give a proper answer, Caitlin clasped her hands together and asked him to come with them. The radiance of Caitlin's smile hit Shutra so directly that he felt as if it was almost blinding. Unable to refuse her, Shutra awkwardly agreed to attend. Someone praised him for making the right choice, while Shutra quietly thought to himself that this gathering was definitely going to be exhausting. Caitlin, now in a wonderful mood, happily reminded everyone that the tea party would be held in 2 days and that they all had to be there. Later, Shutra visited the Grand Library to look for information connected to the Death Knight. But because his current level of public merit was still too low, he was only allowed to search the shallow, surface-level section of the library. As Shutra went through book after book, frustration slowly built inside him. He began to think that unless he gained permission to enter the deeper levels, he would never find anything truly useful. It made no sense to him that there was so little information on the subject he needed most. Even so, several fragments lingered in his mind. He thought about the Death Knight's reason for killing guardian spirits, the being called Ankle, who had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, the intense mixture of love and hatred that death and famine had shown toward conquest, and the fallen precursor race. Each clue felt scattered on its own, but Shutra was certain they were all connected by a single hidden thread. The problem was that he still could not see what that connection was. Just as he let out a frustrated sigh, Felicia appeared nearby. Shutra looked up and asked why she had come there. Felicia told him that the Grand Library was her favorite place in the Demon King's castle. She added that there was something she wanted to look into as well, so the timing worked out perfectly. Then, without circling around the topic, she asked if he had chosen Evian because of General Vandal. Shutra replied that since he had already met Vandal before, He thought working there might feel a little more comfortable. Felicia considered his answer and said that it was not a bad idea. She added that it would also be a good opportunity for Shutra to strengthen his connection with the general. Shutra then said there was actually one more reason behind his choice. He explained that there was a certain place near Evian that he wanted to visit. When Felicia asked what kind of place he meant, Shutra asked if she knew about Takar's slave auction house. Felicia fell silent in stunned disbelief. Shutra continued by explaining that Takar was known as the entertainment city of the demon realm, a place so famous for pleasure and indulgence that it was practically the demon realm's own pleasure district. Then he revealed that one of the subordinates he had valued most in Night Saga was there, Nyatra, a succubus escort knight. Shutra thought to himself that he needed to secure her before Zephyr Ragnaros had the chance to make his move. Just in case something unexpected happened, Shutra was taking this seriously. But Felicia only stared at him for a moment, then said with a cold look that he really was a man after all. Shutra stared back in confusion, not understanding what she meant, and Felicia bluntly said that it sounded like there was something at that place he wanted to buy. Shutra immediately protested, insisting that she had completely misunderstood him. Felicia's expression cooled even more as she said she was disappointed. Shutra kept trying to explain that it was not what she thought at all, but Felicia did not look convinced. The next day, Shutra headed out to attend Baikal's tea party. As he approached the estate, Shutra looked around at the vast grounds stretching before him and silently admitted that the place was unbelievably grand, exactly what one would expect from the first prince. At the same time, he found himself thinking that it had been a very long time since he and Baikal Ragnaros had faced each other like this. Before Shutra could move any farther inside, Baikal himself stepped forward to greet him, welcoming Shutra with a warm and open expression. Shutra met Baikal's greeting calmly and said that it was good to see him as well, addressing him by name without hesitation. Once every royal sibling had arrived. The tea party hosted by the first prince, Baikal Ragnaros, officially began. Cups of tea were poured with practiced elegance, and plates were filled one after another. The gathering unfolded beneath polished smiles, careful words, and perfectly measured manners, with every movement carrying the weight of royal etiquette. As Shutra watched the scene before him, he remembered all too well that in Night Saga, tea parties were never just harmless meals shared over tea. Tea parties in that world were used for far more than polite conversation. They were places where nobles built connections, traded hidden information, discovered promising talent, recruited useful people, defended their reputations, and even shaped public opinion through quiet, subtle maneuvering. In the right hands, a tea party could become a weapon for almost anything. Most of the conversation naturally gathered around four central figures: Baikal Ragnaros, Anastasia Nikrian, Felicia Doomblade, and Caitlin Moonlight. Meanwhile, from across the table, Victor kept glaring at Shutra as if he were waiting for even the smallest excuse to pick a fight. Feeling that sharp stare on him again and again, Shutra could only think that Victor was the kind of person who made every situation unnecessarily exhausting. As Shutra quietly observed the atmosphere around the table, one thought returned to him. The Demon King had never wanted his children to truly harm each other. Competition between them was expected, of course. There was supposed to be rivalry, caution, and careful restraint among the royal siblings, not a hidden battle for power where they genuinely aimed for one another's lives. But Zephyr Ragnaros had shattered that balance completely. Shutra could still remember the terrible future that was waiting ahead. The day when the Demon King's children failed to stand together and were all slaughtered by Zephyr's hand. Nearby, Baikal's face twisted into a troubled grimace, and he muttered under his breath in frustration, wondering how things had ended up this way. Some time later, Carrick excitedly called Shutra over, practically bursting with pride as he showed off the newly completed shield and asked if it suited him. Amita glanced at the shield and commented that it looked a little rough and brutish, but admitted that a design like that probably meant it was solidly built. Curious, Shutra asked if he could hold it as well. Once Shutra took the shield into his own hands, he immediately felt its weight and balance, and he had to admit that it really did feel incredibly sturdy. At that moment, system messages appeared in front of Shutra one after another, announcing that his strength, mentality, and durability had each increased by 5. Right after that came another notice, telling him that he had learned an equipment-embedded skill. The skill was called Combine. Shutra stared at the message in surprise and repeated the word under his breath, while Amita casually said that Shutra had figured it out. Amita explained that he had added extra parts to the shield, giving it a special gimmick that allowed it to attach directly into armor. Then Amita turned toward Karak and told him to raise the shield and say, "Cultus?" Karak looked a little awkward, but he lifted the shield as instructed and repeated the word. The instant he spoke, The shield burst into brilliant light. Hidden parts sprang outward from within it, unfolding and assembling rapidly across Carrick's body. Even Carrick panicked for a brief moment as the armor began forming around him. But once the transformation came to an end, the finished result was so impressive that everyone could only stare in silence. Shutra looked over the completed form and could only murmur that it was incredible. Carrick shouted that it was amazing, while Amita proudly explained that the shield could now reflect magic and had greatly strengthened its physical defense as well. With that kind of upgrade, Carrick would be able to move through real combat much more safely and far more easily than before. After seeing Carrick's equipment, Shutra grew a little nervous and carefully asked about his own gear. Amita told him not to worry, because Shutra's equipment had already been completed too. The moment he heard that, Shutra's expression brightened with anticipation. Amita then revealed the finished white suri, and it was no longer the same weapon Shutra remembered from before. Its shape had transformed into something much sharper and darker, with a refined design wrapped in a green glow that made it feel completely reborn. The next day, before their own faction's tea party began, Felicia told Shutra that he would be the central figure of the event. She explained that the gathering was meant for introductions and for confirming, in front of everyone, exactly who belonged on their side. Because of that, Shutra needed to make it perfectly clear that he was the head of their faction. Shutra listened carefully and answered that he understood. The gathering that followed turned out to be exactly what they needed. Shutra spent the event speaking directly with the people who had gathered under their banner. He built personal ties with them one by one and made sure his presence was firmly impressed on those who had originally followed Felicia and Chris. The party lasted a little over 2 hours, but by the time it ended, Shutra felt that they had accomplished everything they had set out to do. At last, the day of departure arrived. Before they left, Sylvan Doomblade swung the sword Amita had made for him and loudly declared that it was the finest blade he had ever seen. He thanked Amita sincerely and said he would use it well. Amita responded in his usual gruff tone, but still gave Sylvan a compliment, saying he was more useful than he looked if he could at least recognize something of real value. Then Amita asked if they were truly leaving for Evian that very day. Shutra confirmed that they were. Amita asked for just half a day more, explaining that the final adjustments on Earthquaker were not finished yet. Shutra agreed right away. Then, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, Shutra added that Amita would be coming with them anyway. Amita casually started to accept the statement, only to freeze a second later and shout in disbelief, demanding to know what Shutra had just said. Shutra calmly told him that he had heard correctly and added that the last flame had already given permission. When Amita refused to believe it, Shutra simply waved him off and told him to go check for himself. As Shutra walked away, Amita's shock finally broke into a loud, miserable wail. Once the teleportation circle was ready, the group gathered around it to depart. Chris Moonlight looked toward Shutra and told him to take good care of Felicia and Caitlin. Behind Chris, Sylvan stood there holding a ridiculous sign proclaiming his love for Felicia, turning the farewell into an even stranger scene. Shutra answered with confidence, telling them they could trust him. But Amita, still being dragged along with the group, screamed that the last flame would never do something like this to him and insisted that something had to be terribly wrong. Then the teleportation circle began to activate. As light gathered beneath their feet, Shutra smiled faintly and thought that it had been quite a while since he had traveled by teleportation circle. A pillar of light rose up and swallowed them all. Amita's despairing howl echoed through the light, while Shutra kept his gaze fixed firmly on the path ahead. Their destination was Evian. As they were carried toward that place, Shutra wondered what kind of events would be waiting for them there this time. While the teleportation circle moved them toward Evian, Shutra's thoughts drifted back to the information he had uncovered in the Grand Library. According to what he had found, the only Elder Dragon who might be able to help pinpoint the enemy lair's location was the Wrathless Tala. Even though his access to the library had been restricted, Shutra felt that the visit had not been a complete waste. He had managed to find a few books related to the Elder Dragons, and from them he learned that their disappearance had begun roughly 1,000 years ago. One guardian, whose main domain was the human world, had been the only exception, appearing there several times across that 1,000-year span. But the other Elder Dragons had vanished entirely from that era onward. Shutra connected that timing to Uncle's death and the destruction of Kalteen's dungeon. That made him wonder if some enormous battle had taken place long ago, a battle so massive and dangerous that it involved the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, yet somehow never made it into recorded history. It may have involved the beings who chose the horsemen, and even the Elder Dragons themselves, and just as Shutra followed that line of thought, another possibility suddenly struck him. He remembered Locke, the other protagonist of Knight's Saga, the hero from the human world who had crushed the invading demon army, crossed over into the demon world, and in the end brought down the demon king himself. Then a new question rose in Shutra's mind. Exactly when had Locke first drawn the holy sword? But before Shutra could chase that thought any further, the teleportation circle spat him out violently, and he hit the ground with a painful groan. Carrick immediately shouted at him to stop sitting around in a daze and get ready to fight. Still half stunned from the rough arrival, Shutra looked up and asked what Carrick was talking about. Carrick roared back that they had landed right in the middle of an enemy ambush. The teleportation platform was already completely surrounded, and enemies were rushing toward them from every direction. Felicia Doomblade reacted first, stepping forward without hesitation. With a sharp command ringing through the chaos, Felicia unleashed a thunderous blast of wind that tore across the platform, smashing into the attackers and hurling many of them away. But even after that powerful strike, more enemies kept flooding in, refusing to stop. Green Wind. The green-haired spirit beside Shutra warned him that there were simply too many enemies to deal with easily. Shutra clenched his teeth, glaring at the battlefield as he demanded to know what was going on. The enemy commander screamed from the other side, ordering his forces not to give them even a single second to breathe and to keep pressing the attack without pause. The moment Shutra heard that rough, vicious voice, something in his memory stirred. He muttered that he had definitely seen that man somewhere before, and then the name came back to him. The commander leading the ambush was Mad Dog Jix. In that instant, Shutra understood that the one hiding behind this attack had finally begun to move. A grim smile tugged at his lips. He said it was about time that bastard made a move. Then, without wasting another moment, Shutra ordered Green Wind to clear away the small fry first. Green Wind answered immediately that she understood. At the same time, Shutra decided this was the perfect moment to test the equipment Amita had modified. He raised the newly prepared shield and called out for White Surrey. In response, the weapon shot forward like a streak of green light. It split apart in midair and began moving like a living construct under command, slamming through the attackers and slicing down the front ranks in a flash before they could properly react. One of the nearby onlookers gasped in amazement at the sudden display. Amita, however, only puffed up with pride and boasted that a gimmick like this was nothing difficult for someone like him. He explained that he had named the pair White Surrey and Black Surrey, then smugly asked if they were not absolutely incredible. Green Wind happily added that with two of them, she could now protect her master twice as much as before. Shutra admitted that the upgrade was impressive, though he still asked whether she could truly control both at the same time. Green Wind answered with complete confidence, declaring that she could and promising that she would prove it right there. Jix, furious at how quickly the battle had turned against him, bellowed that these little punks were dead and charged forward himself. He swore that he would kill Shutra with his own hands. Shutra braced himself, watching Jix rush in, and calmly said that killing him would not be so easy. White Surrey and Black Surrey immediately moved to intercept Jix, but Jix forced his way straight through their pattern with brutal speed. He snarled that a cheap trick like that would never be enough to stop him. Then Jix invoked the draconian dragon fighting arts and lunged directly at Shutra. His body erupted with explosive speed, moving faster than Shutra could fully dodge. Jix landed a crushing blow, and the impact sent Shutra flying across the battlefield. Green Wind cried out for her lord in alarm, while Jix laughed darkly and declared that his strike had landed perfectly. But as the dust began to settle, Shutra pushed himself back up with a grin and calmly thanked Jix. The sight made Jix stare at him in confusion. Then Shutra released a surge of green energy around his body and said that, thanks to Jix, he had learned something useful. At that exact moment, a message appeared in front of him, announcing that he had acquired dragon fighting arts. Jix was visibly shaken and demanded to know how the hell Shutra could possibly know dragon fighting arts. Shutra's smile only widened as he stepped forward, completely unbothered. Then, almost casually, Shutra asked whether Jix had anything else he could teach him. Jix froze as he stared into Shutra's eyes, and in that instant, he realized there was something deeply abnormal about them. Sensing that the situation had become far more dangerous than expected, Jix immediately ordered his forces to retreat. Before pulling back, Jix scattered a poisonous mist across the battlefield, letting the toxic fog spread between them. Shutra recognized the danger at once and said that the mist was poison. Jix proudly explained that it was a toxic fog created by gathering venom from every type of poisonous insect around Evian. He boasted that even breathing it in once would cause unbearable pain, but the moment Shutra inhaled the poisonous air, a message appeared announcing that immunity to 100 poisons had activated. Then another message followed right after it, stating that by resisting a rare and powerful poison, the skill had evolved into immunity to 1,000 poisons, greatly increasing Shutra's resistance. Jix could only stare in utter disbelief. Shutra looked at him with open mockery and said that Jix had been surprisingly generous, first teaching him dragon-fighting arts and then helping him gain immunity to 1,000 poisons. Then, Shutra continued, saying that, as a reward for all of that, Shutra would end the fight with a single blow. With those words still hanging in the air, Shutra drove a heavy strike straight into Jix, crushing him with overwhelming force and sending him crashing hard into the ground. The moment their commander fell, the raiders around them lost all composure. Someone screamed in horror that their captain had been killed, and that single cry shattered what little courage they had left. The remaining attackers turned at once and fled in every direction. Shutra recognized the situation immediately. This was the raid on Evian, one of the mandatory events from Night Saga, and if Mad Dog Jix had already been sent into action, then it meant General Richard had finally begun to make his move. Felicia looked around at the fleeing enemies and asked why they had suddenly run away like that. Shutra answered casually, as if it were nothing strange, saying that maybe they had finally realized they had no chance of winning. While the group was still catching its breath from the ambush, an elderly man came hurrying toward them. He praised the royal party in an excited voice, saying they had dealt with the infamous Mad Dog Jix far more easily than anyone could have imagined. Shutra asked who the man was, and the elderly man quickly introduced himself as the guide assigned to lead the prince and princess through the area. Hearing that, Shutra asked if being a guide meant the man knew Evian and the surrounding region well. The guide answered that he did, then politely asked if there was anything the ninth prince wanted to know. Shutra immediately asked how much Jix's bounty was worth. The guide hesitated awkwardly for a moment before replying that it should be a rather large amount. Still, the guide could not help wondering why a prince would care so much about bounty money. Shutra answered without shame, saying that he was more frugal than he looked, and that the more money he could collect, the better. To Shutra, Jix's bounty was a very satisfying reward. Elsewhere, a report soon reached General Richard, informing him that Jix had been taken down. Richard listened to the news and quietly said that it was just as he had expected. The ninth prince had become even stronger than Richard had imagined. One of Richard's subordinates then asked whether he had known from the beginning that Jix would end up like this. Richard replied that the sixth princess and the eighth princess were both with Shutra. So if Richard had truly intended to eliminate them, he would have sent someone far more powerful than Jix. After saying that, Richard ordered his men to prepare to return to the northern front the next day. Then, in the silence that followed, he thought to himself that the bad feeling he had been carrying had been right all along. Quietly he wondered just how strong the ninth prince had truly become. From the point of view of the Demon King's castle, Evian was an irritating place, but one they could not afford to lose. It was a border region sitting at the far eastern edge of the demon world, and beyond that border lived barbarian tribes who had chosen to remain outside the castle's rule. That was exactly why lawless scum like Mad Dog Jix could run wild there. But even with all its problems, Evian could not simply be abandoned. It was the kind of troublesome region that could not be held comfortably, yet could not be let go of either. There were two main ways to reach Evian Fortress. One route passed through Takar, while the other led directly toward Evian itself. From Shutra's perspective, the route through Takar was clearly the better choice, so he awkwardly brought up the need to gather supplies and exchange the treasure they had earned from clearing dungeons. Felicia understood his intention almost immediately and teased him, asking if that was the real reason he wanted to go to Takar. Then, with a playful look, she asked whether there might be some other reason hidden behind his choice. Shutra grew flustered at once and denied it, insisting that there was nothing strange about his plan at all. Felicia laughed lightly and told him she was only joking. Then she reminded him that the rendezvous point had already been decided as Takar anyway. Felicia also asked whether the Lycanthrope group would be coming to Takar as well. Caitlin confirmed that they would. She explained that because this was a military mission, it was only proper to bring support troops with them too. She added that there was also a large teleportation circle near Takar, which made it a convenient place to gather. Hearing that, Shutra felt inwardly relieved. Even so, Caitlin found herself thinking that it had been quite a while since she had last visited Takar, and she wondered whether the auction house there was still the same as before. By nightfall, the group finally arrived in Takar. The city was every bit as infamous as Shutra remembered. Noise, vice, and dangerous-looking people filled the streets from every direction. Carrick looked around and remarked that the city was exactly like the rumors said, a place unlike anywhere else. Felicia warned everyone to stay alert. A city where all kinds of people gathered was naturally dangerous, and Takar was no exception. Once their lodging had been arranged, Felicia suggested that, since there was nothing in particular to do until the auction opened, each of them should take some free time. Shutra immediately said that he would go look around with Karak. Felicia smiled and told him to go ahead and enjoy himself. Shutra eagerly grabbed Karak and headed straight out into the city. Watching him leave, Felicia remarked that he seemed unusually excited. After Shutra was gone, Caitlin asked what exactly he had said he came to Takar to do. Felicia answered lightly that who could say for sure maybe Shutra really had come because of women. Caitlin froze in place, caught completely off guard, and quietly repeated the word women. She sounded as if she could not quite believe what Felicia had just said. Under the moonlit streets of Takar's slave market, Shutra and Karak finished yet another fruitless search. A dealer spread his hands and told them that there was no slave there by the name of Nyatra. Shutra could only let out a tired, disappointed sigh. Karak asked whether Shutra was truly sure a woman named Nyatra was even in the city, pointing out that they had already searched everywhere worth checking. Shutra told him to wait a little longer. But deep inside, even Shutra began to doubt himself. Maybe this was simply how things were supposed to happen after all. In Night Saga, Zephyr was not meant to meet Nyatra until a year later, so Shutra wondered if that meant she could not be found at this point in time.
At last, Shutra decided to give up for the moment and told Karak that they should head back.
As they started to leave, Karak remembered the description Shutra had given earlier and asked if the succubus named Nyatra had pink hair. Shutra said that she did. Karak then asked if her horns were black as well. Shutra confirmed that too, then asked why Karak was suddenly bringing it up. Karak pointed ahead and said that he had just seen someone who looked exactly like that. Shutra froze where he stood. Not far ahead, a pink-haired woman with dark black horns moves through the busy street ahead, her figure slipping between the crowd like a shadow. Shutra stops cold, staring at her back in disbelief, and without realizing it, he quietly breathes out Nyatra's name. The moment the name leaves his mouth, Shutra snaps back to himself. He suddenly lunges forward through the crowd, reaching out as he calls after her and tells her to wait. But before Shutra can close the distance, before his hand can even come near her shoulder, the woman slips away at once, vanishing down the street with startling speed. Shutra immediately breaks into a chase, following the path where Nyatra disappeared. He cuts sharply into the alley she ran through, his steps echoing against the narrow walls, but the instant he enters, she is gone. Shutra looks left and right in complete confusion, unable to understand it because he is certain she came this way only moments ago. Without wasting another second, Shutra calls out to Green Wind and orders her to find the woman they just saw. Green Wind appears uncertain, clearly not understanding why he is suddenly so shaken. But even so, she promises that she will track the woman down. Yet no matter how they search, the trail disappears as if it had been cut off completely. Shutra tightens his jaw, frustration rising in his chest, and wonders where Nyatra could have vanished too. Just then, Karak speaks up, saying there is something else strange about the situation. According to him, the slave trader had told him that the woman they saw was not there as merchandise to be sold, but had come there to buy slaves herself. Shutra turns toward Karak in stunned silence, the words hitting him harder than expected, because that possibility had never even crossed his mind. Only then does the realization sink in. At this point in time, Nyatra was not a slave at all. Meanwhile, from somewhere high above, Nyatra quietly looks down at them. Shutra suddenly feels the weight of a gaze on him and jerks his head upward, but when his eyes search the rooftops, there is nothing there. Under the pale moonlit sky, Shutra thinks back to the future he once knew and feels his thoughts twist into confusion. He cannot help wondering what could possibly happen to Nyatra within just 1 year for her to end up as a slave beside him. When they finally return, Caitlin notices right away that something is off. She looks closely at Shutra and asks if something bad happened, pointing out that he has barely said a word since coming back. Karak answers in his usual casual tone, saying that is just how things are. Caitlin's expression softens as she turns back to Shutra and gently asks if he is tired. She suggests that they can always postpone the visit to the auction house until another day, but Shutra immediately refuses. He tells her that they have no way of knowing when they will be able to come back again, so it is better to go now while they still have the chance. Caitlin warns him not to force himself too much and says that if it becomes difficult, they can simply return early. But before the group can leave, Amita stops Shutra and tells him to take a look at the work he has just finished. Amita presents the newly tuned equipment with a satisfied look, explaining that the adjustments are now complete, so from this point on, it should be far easier and more convenient to use. Shutra smiles in relief and thanks him. From above, Felicia calls down to the group, telling everyone to stop wasting time, get ready, and move already. Carrick answers back at once, saying they are heading out right now. By the time they arrive, the auction house is already packed with people, the entire place buzzing with noise and anticipation. Caitlin appears in a dress. Shutra has never seen her wear before, and Carrick immediately comments on it without holding back. Caitlin smiles brightly and explains that she could never wear clothing like this before because of Chris, then asks if it suits her. Carrick mutters that the seventh prince seems more conservative than he first thought. Caitlin lets out a scoff and says Chris is not exactly conservative, just an older brother whose mind works like that of an old man. But Shutra barely hears their conversation at all. While the others continue chatting around him, Shutra keeps turning the same problem over and over in his mind. He knows he has to find Nyatra before they leave Takar, but the future he remembers has already changed so completely that he no longer has any idea where to even begin looking for her. Felicia suddenly leans closer to him, startling him as she asks what he is thinking about so seriously. Shutra quickly insists that it is nothing, trying to brush it off. Felicia narrows her eyes and points out that the answer is written all over his face. Then her gaze drops to his clothes, and she tells him to come closer, saying his tie is crooked. Shutra awkwardly agrees and shifts toward her, not quite knowing how to respond. But before either of them can say anything more, the auctioneer steps forward before the crowd and calls for silence. He asks if everyone can hear him clearly, then thanks the guests for waiting so patiently. With a broad, practiced voice, he announces that the auction will now begin and declares that today's lots are exactly the items everyone has been waiting for. And at that very moment, Shutra sees her again. His eyes widen sharply as he realizes the woman appearing there is none other than Nyatra. The shock hits him so hard that he abruptly tells Felicia he needs to go to the bathroom for a moment. Felicia immediately protests, reminding him that the auction has only just begun. But Shutra is already moving before she can stop him. As he hurries through the hall, his thoughts race wildly, and he keeps asking himself why Nyatra is here. He wonders if she came to take part in the auction somehow, or if something far worse is unfolding right in front of him. Then, through the shifting crowd, Shutra catches sight of a rough, dangerous-looking man nearby, and the instant he recognizes him, his entire body freezes. Shock runs through him as he wonders what the hell that man is doing here in Takar. In the very next moment, a violent explosion rips through the hall, shaking the auction house and throwing the crowd into terror. Someone shouts in confusion, demanding to know where the blast came from, while screams erupt all around and people scatter in every direction. Shutra grits his teeth, anger flashing through him as he thinks that these attackers are completely insane. Amid the chaos, desperate voices cry out for help. The auctioneer tries to regain control, pleading with everyone to remain where they are and saying that he will first assess the situation. But before the auctioneer can take even one proper step, the burly attacker storms in like a charging beast, slams straight into him, and drives him down with brutal force. With rage burning in his eyes, the man accuses them of daring to lay hands on his group's merchandise. Then, in a voice filled with threat, he declares that, from this moment on, his people will be taking over the entire place. The announcement sends the room plunging into complete chaos. Guests scream and run in every direction as armed men pour into the hall, blocking the exits and dragging people down without the slightest mercy. One woman shrieks for help as a brute rushes toward her. Before the attacker can reach her, Shutra steps in and takes him down. In the center of the panic, Shutra locks his eyes on the leader and finally understands who he is. That man is Paratus, the younger brother of the barbarian king Karatus. Shutra cannot hide his shock, unable to make sense of why someone like Paratus would be here in a place like this. Elsewhere in the hall, Carrick, Felicia, and Caitlin are still struggling to grasp how everything fell apart so suddenly. Carrick blurts out that the whole situation went completely mad in an instant. Felicia quickly looks around and notices that Shutra is nowhere near them. Her face tightens as she realizes he has gone missing at the worst possible time. She clicks her tongue in irritation and mutters that, of course, he had to disappear right then, of all moments. Even while another raider tears through the panicked crowd, Felicia keeps her eyes sharp and tells Carrick that he will have to search for Shutra by himself. At the same time, a deep purple glow begins gathering in Felicia's hand, magic twisting around her fingers, as she declares that she will hold the auction hall together for now. While the main hall sinks deeper into screams, crashing footsteps, and sudden violence, Peritus slips away into a quieter corridor, far from the worst of the chaos, and comes to a stop before a glass display case. Inside it, a shining relic rests beneath the light, gleaming as if it had been waiting there for him. Paratus's lips curl into a satisfied smile as he says he has finally found it. The treasure before him is none other than the golden helmet of the heavenly dragon king. But before Paratus can reach out and claim it, a voice from behind suddenly makes him pause. Paratus turns his head and sees a masked succubus with pink hair standing there, her gaze fixed on him from across the corridor. His eyes narrow as he demands to know who she is. In the very next instant, the succubus snatches up several artifacts and bolts away before Paratus can react. Paratus snarls after her, warning that if she plans to escape, she had better drop everything she just stole first. The girl moves through the corridors like a streak of white and pink, swift enough to blur past the broken displays. She leaps over scattered rubble and squeezes through narrow gaps, while Paratus crashes after her with the force of a charging beast. When Paratus reaches for her, she twists away from his grasp and keeps fleeing down the corridor, but he only sneers and spits out that she is an arrogant bitch. Then Paratus starts hurling chunks of debris and shattered display pieces after her, roaring that she is not getting away from him. Niatra weaves through the flying wreckage, dodging as valuables, decorations, and broken fragments explode against the walls around her. Still, Paratus keeps coming after her, mocking her as she runs and calling her a slippery loach while he closes the distance step by step. Then, everything changes in a single instant. Just as Paratus is about to catch up to her, another figure cuts between them and catches the incoming attack head-on. Shotra glances back over his shoulder at the masked succubus and quietly says that they have finally met again. Niatra. The name makes Niatra freeze in complete shock, while Paratus also recoils and angrily demands to know who Shutra is. Shutra does not bother answering him. Instead, he raises White Suri, and the shield surges forward with a sharp burst of power. The green weapon separates into multiple floating fragments, each piece spinning through the air as they whirl around Paratus like living blades. Paratus jerks backward in surprise when the pieces begin circling him, closing in around his body and slicing through the air from every side. His face twists with fury as he snarls and strains to break out of the trap. Without letting his attention leave Paratus for even a moment, Shutra turns slightly toward Niatra and asks if she is all right. Niatra stares at him in bewilderment, then demands to know who he is and how he knows her name. Shutra tells her that explanations will have to wait, because first they need to deal with the musclehead standing in front of them. Then he immediately summons the king's knights. A bright green light bursts through the corridor, and Carrick suddenly appears in the middle of it, looking completely lost as he tries to figure out where he is and what is happening. Shutra cuts in right away, telling him there is no time to explain. He orders Carrick to take Niatra and get out of there immediately. Carrick asks what Shutra plans to do, and Shutra answers calmly that he still has unfinished business here. For a brief moment, Carrick studies Shutra's face, then accepts the order without argument. He lifts Niatra over his shoulder and says he will go ahead, telling Shutra to catch up once he is done. Niatra struggles wildly and screams at Carrick to let her go, but the orc keeps moving without slowing down. Shutra watches them leave, relief passing through him as he thinks that, at the very least, Niatra is finally out of immediate danger. Only after that does Shutra's gaze shift back toward the relic case. His eyes narrow the moment he recognizes what is inside, the golden helmet of the heavenly dragon king. At that exact moment, Paratus blasts his way free from White Suri's restraint and charges straight at him. Shutra barely manages to raise White Suri in time. The collision erupts through the corridor with crushing force and sends Shutra flying backward, shaking the entire room as dust, shattered glass, and broken debris burst outward. Through the cloud of destruction, Paratus glares at him and accuses him of mocking him. As dark power spreads over Paratus's body and his muscles swell with unnatural force, Shutra immediately recognizes the technique. It is a body-strengthening art, the barbarian martial technique used to enhance the flesh itself. In that moment, Shutra is reminded once again of exactly who he is facing. Paratus is no ordinary thug. He is the younger brother of the barbarian king, and one of the strongest warriors among the barbarians. His ability is strong enough to place him among the upper ranks of intermediate-class generals. Paratus bares his teeth and tells Shutra to try whatever he wants, because he plans to tear Shutra's body apart. At the same time, Carrick barrels through another section of the auction house with Nyatra still slung over his shoulder. Between heavy breaths, he apologizes and says he has no choice, because he gave his word to the prince. But before Carrick can make it much farther, raiders begin pouring into the corridor ahead, spreading out and blocking his path completely. Carrick curses under his breath, lowers his stance, and charges straight toward them anyway, slamming head-on into the first line of enemies. But even as he breaks through them, more attackers rush in from both sides.
Carrick growls in disbelief as he sees just how many of them there are.
In the middle of that confusion, Nyatra twists free from Carrick's hold and suddenly bolts away, slipping out of his grasp before anyone can stop her. Carrick realizes what has happened a moment too late, and a stunned sound bursts from his mouth as he yells for Nyatra to wait. But the raiders keep rushing in from every side, forcing him to plant his feet and fight instead of chasing after her. Meanwhile, back in the ruined corridor,
Shutra and Paratus collide again and again with terrifying force, their strikes crashing together hard enough to split the floor beneath them.
Chunks of rubble rain down from the ceiling with every impact, and each exchange between them carries the kind of killing force that could end the fight in a single mistake. Shutra understands almost immediately that against Paratus, even one wrong step would mean death. A brutal blow smashes into him and sends him skidding across the broken floor, forcing him to brace behind White Suri as sparks and debris scrape around him. Breathing hard, Shutra admits to himself that Paratus's raw strength is absurdly overwhelming. Even so, he refuses to back down and launches a counterattack. White Suri flashes with green light and shoots forward toward Paratus, but the barbarian bulldozes through the attack with nothing but brute power. He mocks Shutra outright, sneering that such a weak strike is pathetic, and scorns him for daring to stand against him with such meager skill. Shutra narrows his eyes, steadies his breathing, and calmly admits that Paratus is right about one thing. Then a message flashes as Nightwatch uses Blink for the first time. In the next instant, Shutra disappears from Paratus's line of attack and reappears somewhere else in a streak of blue light. He slips neatly around the barbarian's assault and strikes from the side with a sharp, precise blow. Even while acknowledging that Paratus is monstrously strong, Shutra points out that strength alone means very little if he can keep slipping away from every attack. He adds that an enemy who cannot catch him has no way to do anything to him at all. Shutra keeps moving, weaving around Paratus's massive frame and striking whenever even the smallest opening appears. Each time Paratus turns toward him, Shutra has already vanished from that spot. And each time Paratus swings, Shutra is already somewhere else. Another message flashes as Nightwatch uses Blink for the second time. Paratus snarls with pure frustration, his patience finally snapping as he shouts for Shutra to stop acting like a coward. He bellows for Shutra to quit dodging and face him head-on like a real fighter. Shutra answers coolly, remarking that Paratus is even more impatient than he expected. Paratus roars that if that is how Shutra wants it, then he will end everything with a single blow. Shutra replies that the timing could not be better, because he is ready now as well. A fierce red power begins gathering around Shutra's gauntlet, pulsing brighter with each passing second. The heat and pressure swell violently around his arm as he activates Earthshaker Awakening. Then Shutra drives that power forward and unleashes a destruction burst. The blast slams straight into Paratus and erupts through the corridor in a violent crimson detonation. Paratus groans as the shockwave rips through the room, tearing the surroundings apart and blasting him backward. Far away from the impact, Felicia senses the tremendous force ripple through the auction house and instinctively calls out Shutra's name. When the dust finally begins to settle, Shutra checks the result of the attack. Since his experience does not increase, he realizes that Paratus is still alive. Shutra lets out a slow breath and tells himself that this is fine, because killing Paratus was never his main goal in the first place. He decides the rest can be dealt with another time and immediately turns to leave. As Shutra moves through the wreckage of the auction house, he hopes Carrick managed to escape safely with Nyatra. Then, as he checks the map, something strange catches his attention. Shutra realizes there is still one more presence nearby besides his own. Before he can react, the cold edge of a blade presses against his neck. Nyatra appears behind him and orders him in a chilling voice not to move. She says Shutra picked up the object that had fallen to the floor and demands that he hand it over at once. Then she names it, the Jewel of Crimson Tears. The moment Shutra hears that name, the missing pieces finally begin to connect. He says quietly that now the whole situation is starting to make sense. A third message flashes as Nightwatch uses Blink for the last time. In a flash, Shutra slips free from the blade and reappears behind Nyatra. He tells her that she must have come to the auction house because of that jewel. Then Shutra says something that makes Nyatra freeze where she stands. Because of that jewel, she ended up being captured and sold into slavery. Nyatra whirls around in disbelief, her expression twisting as she demands to know what kind of nonsense he is saying. She snaps at him to stop talking as though he knows anything about her. Shutra answers her anger with only one quiet name. He tells her that her true name is Lapakiria. The effect is instant. Nyatra's eyes widen completely, shock spreading across her face as if the ground has vanished beneath her. Nyatra's voice trembles as she asks how Shutra could possibly know that name. Shutra answers quietly, explaining that a succubus reveals her true name only once in her entire life, and only to the person with whom she has shared genuine love. He tells her that a true name is a kind of magic by itself, and that someone whose true name is known cannot easily resist the one who holds it. Nyatra stares at him with confusion deepening in her eyes and asks what exactly Shutra is. But before Shutra can give her any answer, Carrick comes charging back into view in a state of complete panic, shouting for the prince to help him because there are far too many enemies to handle alone. Nyatra hears Carrick call Shutra a prince, and her entire body stiffens in surprise. Shutra says they can deal with proper introductions later. Then, without missing a beat, he throws a weapon toward Carrick and tells him to take it. Carrick catches what Shutra throws his way, his eyes widening as a rough sound of surprise escapes him, even with enemies still pressing in from every direction. Carrick tightens his grip around the weapon, swings it hard, and shouts his thanks to the prince. Nearby, Nyatra watches the exchange with growing confusion, unable to understand why this orc is treating Shutra with such loyalty and importance. Shutra turns back to her and asks if she just said she was searching for the Jewel of Crimson Tears. Nyatra hesitates, clearly shaken by how much he already seems to know. Shutra tells her they should handle the danger in front of them first, and then they can continue the conversation afterward. After a short pause, Nyatra accepts. Her gaze sharpens, and in a calm voice she says she will take care of that side. The fight spreads rapidly through the wrecked auction hall. Nyatra moves through the chaos with swift, precise footwork, striking down any raiders who come too close as collapsing stone, clashing weapons and shouting men echo beneath the night sky. Not long after that, Felicia and Caitlin arrive at the scene. Felicia scans the wreckage around her, then spots Shutra, Carrick, and the masked succubus standing together amid the destruction. Shutra calls out to Felicia, and she immediately demands to know what happened inside after such a massive blast shook the place. Shutra answers simply that he fought Paratus. Felicia is instantly stunned. She asks if he means Paratus, the younger brother of the barbarian king, and the moment she says it, she understands what his presence implies. If Paratus was there, then the barbarian tribes were not just attacking the auction house, they were attacking Takar itself. Shutra replies that, from what he saw, their main target had definitely been the auction items. Before the conversation can continue, Felicia's eyes shift toward the pink-haired succubus standing quietly behind him. She tells Shutra to wait and asks who the girl behind him is. Shutra glances back at her, then introduces her by name. He says she is Nyatra and adds that, because of a complicated situation, it looks like she will be traveling with them for a while. Felicia repeats that she is a succubus in disbelief, clearly caught off guard by how suddenly Shutra has brought someone like her into their group. But the conversation ends almost as soon as it begins. A breathless messenger rushes in and shouts that there is trouble. Felicia turns toward him at once and demands to know what happened. The messenger announces that the barbarian army has crossed the border. Those words freeze everyone where they stand. Shutra stares at the messenger in shock, while Felicia demands confirmation. The man insists that the report is true, and adds that they have even confirmed the barbarian king himself has joined the march. Caitlin and Felicia both react sharply to the news, while Shutra's thoughts begin racing faster than ever. Felicia immediately asks for the current situation. The messenger reports that General Vandal is already leading troops to intercept the advancing barbarians, and that a request for support will likely reach them soon. Felicia mutters that their own reinforcements have not arrived yet, meaning their side is far less prepared than it should be. At that moment, Shutra finally understands what has been bothering him. Looking back on everything Paratus did, Shutra realizes that the man's reckless heist was never some random act of greed. The barbarian side had planned to strike Evian and the auction house at the same time, throwing everything into confusion while they attempted to seize the golden helmet. That had been the real plan from the very beginning. Shutra lets out a slow breath and admits to himself that the situation has become far more complicated than he expected. Then his thoughts turn toward something even darker. The barbarian king, Karatus, is no ordinary enemy. Even in the future of Night Saga, in the year 515, Karatus had remained a terrifying opponent even for Zephyr. But right now, it is only the year 512, 3 full years before that point. Shutra quietly asks himself whether he can truly stand against someone like that already. Later, after the immediate panic has settled and the others are busy dealing with the larger crisis, Nyatra sits alone at a small table in a quiet corner beneath the night sky. Even with the area around her calmer now, she remains tense, one hand held close to her body while her eyes carefully scan the dim courtyard. When Shutra finally arrives, he rubs the back of his head and apologizes, saying he kept her waiting because the situation took an unfortunate turn. Nyatra says it is fine, but she does not let the matter slide away. She looks straight at Shutra and asks if he will answer her question now. What she wants to know is how he knew her real name. Shutra pauses before speaking. He admits that the truth is tied up in too many difficult circumstances, things that would be extremely hard to explain and just as hard for her to believe. Nyatra asks what he means by that, but Shutra only apologizes again and tells her he will explain that part eventually. For now, he asks her to wait a little longer. Nyatra falls silent, clearly unsatisfied but still willing to listen. Then she changes the question. If he will not explain the name yet, she asks why he brought her here at all. Shutra leans forward slightly and answers without hesitation that he has a proposal. He says he wants to hire Nyatra as his subordinate. The answer stuns her. Nyatra blinks, repeats the question in disbelief, and struggles to process what he has just said. Shutra, however, remains perfectly calm, and with an easy expression, he assures her that compensation will not be a problem. Shutra calmly explains that since he intends to hire Nyatra as a local escort knight, he will pay her properly for the work. Nyatra immediately refuses. She rises from her seat, apologizes, and says she has no choice but to decline. She explains that her younger sibling is waiting for her at home, so, unfortunately, she cannot accept his offer. For a brief moment, Shutra simply stares at her. Then, with chilling certainty, he says she is talking nonsense. He tells Nyatra that she does not have a sibling. The color drains from Nyatra's face. Shutra continues without the slightest hesitation. Shutra says that Nyatra's parents died when she was still young, and that she grew up as an only child without any brothers or sisters. Then he looks at her steadily and asks if that is not the truth. Nyatra trembles where she stands, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. Her voice shakes as she asks how Shutra could possibly know that much about her. She admits, honestly and openly, that he is starting to frighten her. Shutra's expression softens slightly, and he tells Nyatra to stay by his side. He says that one day he will explain everything to her properly. Nyatra closes her eyes for a long moment, holding back all the confusion inside her, then slowly lets out a quiet breath. At last, she says she understands. She tells Shutra that she will try it, and with that decision made, she agrees to become his royal escort knight. Shutra's face brightens immediately, and he asks if she truly means what she just said. Nyatra says that if she refuses now, she will never be able to leave with a calm mind anyway. After all, Shutra seems to know everything about her, from where she lives to the kind of life she has been leading. Then she asks if he can really hire her as a guard when he does not even know where she came from. Shutra answers without hesitation that he is not worried about that at all, because he knows Nyatra very well. That only makes Nyatra even more flustered. She blurts out that she understands already, so Shutra needs to stop saying such unsettling things so casually. Satisfied with her answer, Shutra says that this is good. Then he asks whether they should go ahead and complete the formal knight commission right away. Nyatra stiffens the moment. Shutra suddenly draws his sword. She quickly asks why he would pull out a weapon at a time like this, wondering if this is some kind of magical binding contract. Shutra tells her not to worry. He explains that it is only a necessary procedure, nothing more, and adds that Carrick went through the exact same process as well. Hearing that, Nyatra slowly kneels before him. Shutra calls her by name and formally declares that he appoints Nyatra as his knight. The instant those words leave Shutra's mouth, pale blue light bursts to life around them. The glow wraps itself around Nyatra's body like flowing mist, then rises higher and higher into the night sky before erupting upward like a brilliant pillar. Startled by the sudden radiance, Nyatra looks around in confusion and asks what that light is. Far away from that place, beneath the same moonlit sky, Zephyr suddenly stops and turns his gaze toward the beam rising in the distance. In silence, Zephyr realizes that fate itself has changed. He wonders what kind of result that change will bring, and just how far the course of fate can truly be twisted. Elsewhere, the Demon King lifts a glass of red wine and asks Samita whether she can see it as well. In a quiet voice, he wonders how much their child will end up changing the world. At that same moment, messages begin appearing one after another before Shutra's eyes. King's Knights has risen in level, and the maximum number of members has increased from 3 to 5. King's Knights has also acquired the Crest of Conquest at level 1, and even Conquest itself has risen to a higher level. Shutra smiles as he takes in each notice, then says with satisfaction that it is done. Looking at the newly transformed Nyatra, Shutra feels completely certain that from this moment onward, Nyatra now belongs on his side. Not long after that, Green Wind flutters up excitedly and declares that she wants to become his knight too. Shutra stares at her in confusion and asks what she is even talking about. Green Wind hurriedly explains that even though she already belongs to him, her situation is different from Carrick's and also different from that succubus's. She says she wants to become like them as well. When Shutra hesitates and wonders whether there is really any need to go that far, Green Wind immediately starts pleading again and again, repeating that she wants it with childish persistence. Shutra thinks it through and finally concludes that, even if he later gives Vandal one of the knight positions, there will still be one slot left afterward. So it is not really a serious problem. In the end, he gives in and tells Green Wind that he understands. Hearing that, Green Wind beams with joy and cheerfully says that now that this is settled, there is not a single thing left for her to worry about. Just then, Felicia opens the door and tells Shutra that she wants to speak with him for a moment. After overhearing Green Wind's strange declaration, she asks what Green Wind means by saying there is nothing left to worry about. Shutra says the timing is actually perfect because he had something he wanted to discuss as well. Then, as casually as if this were the most natural announcement in the world, Shutra says that Nyatra has decided to begin serving as his escort knight starting that very day. Nyatra, standing quietly at his side, lowers her eyes with polite composure and says that she looks forward to working with them. Felicia is clearly taken aback. She asks what brought on such a sudden change and admits that, to be honest, the whole thing has surprised her quite a bit. Even so, after thinking for a moment, Felicia tells Shutra that this is his decision, and since he chose it himself, she trusts him to handle it properly. Shutra thanks her sincerely. Then Felicia suddenly remembers something else. She says she heard that the auction items disappeared during the chaos, then asks Shutra directly whether he happened to take them. Shutra awkwardly admits that he did, but asks why that matters. Felicia says her suspicions were right after all, then tells him to show her the items. When Shutra reveals everything he collected, even Felicia is shocked into silence for a moment. Treasure chests, ornaments, relics, weapons, and all kinds of valuables are stacked in front of them in a glittering pile. Felicia stares at the collection and asks what in the world all of this is. Then, half amazed and half exasperated, she says Shutra really has some nerve to steal that many things. Shutra defends himself by saying it was still better than letting Paratus steal them. That is when Felicia's gaze settles on one particular item. The moment she sees it, she realizes this must have been what Paratus was after all along. Shutra confirms it, and says the artifact is the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. Felicia carefully lifts it and studies it beneath the light, explaining that it is a sacred artifact symbolizing royal authority. According to legend, it was once worn by the ancient barbarian king himself. In other words, she says it is essentially a crown. Felicia says that if that is the case, then it should become useful one way or another. Shutra looks confused, but Felicia immediately warns him to be careful. She says he must never let anyone find out that he secretly took it. If Vulcanus, the manager of the auction hall, discovers the truth, the situation will become extremely troublesome. Shutra nods and says he will keep that in mind. By the next day, the sky has brightened again, but the unease from the previous night still hangs heavily over everything. Shutra gathers the group together, and Felicia tells them that by now they have all heard the news of the barbarian king's attack. She explains that for the moment, before they continue on to Evian, they are supposed to meet up with reinforcements first at the rally point. Felicia says the Dark Elves are probably already waiting there, and the lycanthropes should arrive around noon. She explains that they will move together with the supplies purchased the day before, leave the rally point in the afternoon, and return to Evian no matter what. After laying out the plan, Felicia tells everyone to prepare accordingly. The others answer at once. Karak says he understands, while another voice tells her not to worry. Following Felicia's instructions, the group finishes making their preparations in Takar and sets out from the city. Before long, Shutra and the others finally arrived at the agreed rally point, the place where the scattered support forces were meant to gather. Waiting there was a woman who stepped forward with perfect formality, lowering her head as she greeted Felicia Doomblade and respectfully welcomed the arrival of the sixth princess. That woman was none other than Alita Doomblade. Felicia's expression softened the moment she saw her. With a warm voice and a familiar smile, she said it was wonderful to see her again, calling her Aunt Alita before gently asking how she had been all this time. Shutra stood nearby, watching their reunion in silence, and the name immediately stirred his memory. He knew exactly who Alita Doomblade was in Night Saga. She had been the final escort knight who stayed by Felicia's side and protected her until the very end. In Shutra's memories, Alita had always appeared with a stern, unshakable expression, the kind of face that never let its guard down. So seeing her smile so naturally now made him think that this gentler expression suited her far better. Time continued to pass, and after noon had already slipped by, the lycanthrope forces finally reached the rally point as well. With the two groups now joined together, the reinforcements numbered around 400 in total. Shutra quietly judged the force in his mind and knew that, by ordinary standards, it was not especially large. Still, with the situation so urgent, there had been no room to wait for a bigger army. Speed mattered more than numbers now. That brief moment of order vanished almost immediately when an urgent report arrived from one of the strongholds. The messenger breathlessly reported that the enemy had already launched attacks against several strongholds at the same time. Felicia's eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly asked if the assaults had truly begun already. Alita's expression sharpened as she took in the report. Judging from the enemy numbers, she concluded that their main army was likely holding General Vandal in place, while separate elite units were being sent to capture the strongholds one by one. Her voice turned grave as she warned them. If they handled this poorly, General Vandal could be cut off and isolated from the rest of their forces. Felicia immediately asked which stronghold was closest to the place the urgent message had come from, and Alita answered that it was the 7th stronghold, but even that answer brought no comfort. Alita added that even if they departed right away, marching there would still take at least 2 full days. Felicia understood the implication at once. 2 days was far too long. Her face tightened as she said that, by then, the stronghold would most likely have already fallen. That was when Shutra stepped in and calmly said they needed to leave as quickly as possible. Felicia turned toward him at once. Before Felicia could question what he meant, Shutra told her they should deal with the supplies first. Then, without wasting another second, he activated his inventory. In the very next instant, the air seemed to flash. One crate after another disappeared before everyone's eyes, vanishing in rapid succession until all 999 boxes had been swallowed into his storage. The officers gathered around them could only stare, stunned into silence. Alita looked genuinely astonished as she admitted she had never seen anyone store such an enormous amount of supplies all at once. She could not help wondering just how powerful that magic tool had to be if it could hold so much without strain. Shutra did not linger on their surprise. Instead, he turned straight to Felicia and asked if she could gather the troops together for him. Felicia repeated his request in surprise, as if she wanted to make sure she had heard him correctly. Shutra nodded and told her yes, asking her to assemble everyone in a single place and pack them into the tightest formation possible, though she still looked puzzled. Felicia followed his instructions. Once the soldiers had been gathered closely together, Shutra gave a brief word of approval. Felicia, unable to hold back any longer, asked what he was planning to do and whether he truly had some kind of strategy in mind. Shutra answered honestly, admitting that this was his first time attempting something like this. He could not even guarantee that it would succeed. Felicia looked as though she wanted to ask more, but before another question could leave her mouth, something began to change around him. A current of wind started to coil around Shutra's body, gathering faster and stronger with every passing second. Then Green Wind appeared at his side. Her small figure was surrounded by bright, flowing currents, the light wrapping around her like living ribbons of wind. Shutra told Green Wind that they would simply have to try it, and she answered without the slightest hesitation, her voice filled with complete trust as she told him he could count on her. The green light grew denser, spiraling around them in a vivid emerald swirl. Green Wind smiled softly, almost as if she had been waiting for this exact moment all along. Beneath the twisting glow of emerald wind, Green Wind lowered her gaze, focusing on the power gathering around her. Then she lifted her eyes again with a quiet, confident smile as energy gathered in her hands, once more assuring Shutra that he could rely on her completely. Shutra raised one arm toward the sky, and the green current surged upward in response, spreading out and wrapping itself around the troops gathered below. High above them, a brilliant white banner appeared in the air, fluttering proudly within the roaring storm of wind. Shutra looked up at that banner with light glowing in his eyes and declared that they would advance beneath the king's banner. Before the soldiers below could fully understand what was happening, the wind swept over them and pulled them from the ground. The dark elves were lifted first. Then the lycanthropes and the allied warriors rose with them, their bodies carried by green wind's power as though the empty air had transformed into a road beneath their feet. Some gasped in disbelief. Others instinctively braced themselves, and even seasoned fighters could only stare wide-eyed as the green vortex closed around the entire force. Seeing the spell take hold, Shutra watched it succeed and remarked that it had worked well. With a faint smile, Shutra told Green Wind that they should cross the distance in one powerful stroke. The wind answered his command immediately, moving faster than even a swift gale, and the entire unit shot across the land in one massive surge. At that very same time, far from where Shutra's forces had taken flight, at the third stronghold, General Vandal knelt in the snow, surrounded by corpses and the brutal aftermath of battle. His breathing came out heavy and ragged as he gripped his weapon tightly, forcing himself to stay upright even though his body was clearly near its limit. A painful groan escaped him, followed by a low curse muttered through clenched teeth. In front of him, a massive shadow moved through the storm, stepping closer with a presence that pressed down on the battlefield. The figure looked down at Vandal with cold, merciless eyes and issued a short, simple command. Kill him! Meanwhile, the situation elsewhere was just as dire. At the 7th stronghold, the defense line was crumbling beneath the force of the barbarian assault. Warriors clashed violently in the snow while monsters and beastmen poured across the battlefield in overwhelming numbers. At the center of that desperate defense stood Caligula. The Lizardman commander fought fiercely among his soldiers, doing everything he could to hold the line. But as the enemy numbers continued to press in from every side, Caligula cursed under his breath and wondered with growing desperation when the reinforcements would finally arrive. At that exact moment, a streak of green light tore through the sky above the 7th stronghold. The defenders froze and looked upward in disbelief as a massive emerald vortex came crashing down onto the battlefield. The impact swallowed the air around it, hurling nearby barbarians off their feet and into the sky. Snow, broken stone, and battlefield debris burst outward from the force of the landing, scattering in every direction. Caligula could only stare at the sight before him, his eyes wide with shock. For a moment, Caligula could not even process what had just descended from the heavens. Beside the newly arrived forces, Felicia let out a relieved breath and said they seemed to have reached the battlefield at exactly the right time. Around Felicia, the dark elves and lycanthropes landed one after another, spreading out across the snow with trained precision. Their weapons were already drawn, ready to strike, while the remnants of Green Wind's magic still roared around them like a living storm. Shutra stepped forward with his golden gauntlet gleaming brilliantly and ordered every unit to prepare for battle, his voice cutting cleanly through the chaos. He commanded them to throw away all hesitation and cut down the enemy before them. At once, the allied forces surged forward, and the dark elves raced ahead with blades and spears flashing in their hands. They struck with sharp, disciplined precision, slipping through openings and tearing into the barbarian line. Beside them, the lycanthropes charged with wild speed and raw ferocity. With claws, weapons, and overwhelming momentum, they ripped through the barbarian formation and scattered the enemy ranks apart. Shutra pushed forward at the heart of the charge, his golden gauntlet blazing so fiercely that it shone like a small sun in the middle of the snowbound battlefield. With a fierce shout, he unleashed gigantic piston, and the force of the attack exploded outward in a devastating shockwave. The blow smashed straight through the barbarian line, breaking their formation apart in a single violent burst. From that moment on, the battle had no chance of dragging on for long. Once the elite dark elves and lycanthropes joined the assault, the morale of the barbarian tribes collapsed almost instantly. After losing their commander, the barbarians had nothing left but panic, and they scattered in every direction. In the end, the 7th stronghold was secured in a complete victory for the demon tribes. But victory gave them no time to breathe. Other strongholds were still under attack. So, Shutra and his group immediately set out for the next battlefield, rushing from one stronghold to another without slowing down. They struck the barbarian forces before the enemy could regain balance, cutting through each group while confusion still gripped their ranks. After another round of brutal fighting, they finally pushed the barbarians back from both the 6th and 5th strongholds. By the time the 5th stronghold was secured, Exhaustion had settled over everyone like a heavy weight. Caitlin said that taking back 3 strongholds in only 3 days was incredible, openly praising Shutra for what they had accomplished. Felicia admitted that Caitlin was right, but she still complained that the pace was far too harsh, especially since she had gone 3 full days without sleep. Shutra half-jokingly said that maybe they should just leave the remaining strongholds alone before they fell, which made Felicia quickly insist that was not what she meant. As soldiers from each rescued stronghold joined them, their numbers swelled significantly, and after 3 consecutive victories, the entire force was burning with fierce morale. Shutra quietly thought to himself that, if they continued moving with this momentum, they should be able to secure the next stronghold without facing any major trouble. However, Carrick warned that the 4th and 3rd strongholds were not the same as the ones they had just saved. According to the latest report, the 4th stronghold had already fallen, and the 3rd had gone silent, with no message arriving for quite some time. That silence pressed heavily over the group. Shutra studied the situation carefully and said that the Demon King's castle must already be aware of the crisis, which meant additional reinforcements were likely being prepared. He also added that General Vandal should still be holding out, so they ought to have some time. Shutra then instructed Karak to question the captured barbarians and gather as much useful information as possible. Karak thought it over for a moment before agreeing. Soon after, night settled over the stronghold. Even with darkness covering the fortress, Shutra could not bring himself to rest. He lay alone in his room, staring into the quiet. No matter how many times he turned the situation over in his mind, something about the entire crisis still felt deeply wrong. This current disaster was supposed to be the uprising of the Barbarian King, an event tied to the Demon Realm arc of Night Saga. In the original story, the Barbarian King had united the barbarian tribes by using the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. But in this world, that very helmet was already sitting safely inside Shutra's inventory. So how had Karatas managed to rally the tribes without it? Then, all at once, an uneasy suspicion flashed through Shutra's mind. He wondered if the Knight of Death was involved again, just as the guardian spirits of the Spider Forest had joined hands with those dark forces before. The servants of the Knight of Death might now be supporting the Barbarian King from the shadows. Shutra knew it was only a guess, but the possibility alone was enough to make his thoughts grow heavy. And if that guess turned out to be true, then how far had the influence of the Knight of Death already spread? Just as that chilling question settled in his mind, golden light suddenly burst open inside his room. A glowing system window appeared before him, announcing that it was his birthday. Shutra flinched as another message informed him that he had turned 15, leaving him wondering why something like this was happening so suddenly. Then more windows began appearing one after another. His level rose. His protagonist setting adjustment increased, and his battlefield protection rose as well. Another notice explained that now that he had reached 15 years old, his physical abilities had improved. Golden light wrapped around Shutra's body, and he realized that he seemed to have grown taller. He admitted to himself that the feeling was strangely pleasant, even if the whole thing was a little odd. But before he could properly enjoy the change, Karak burst into the room and shouted that serious trouble had arrived. Karak snapped that this was no time for Shutra to stand there posing. Shutra immediately turned serious and asked what had happened. Karak answered that General Vandal's main force had been defeated. The words struck Shutra like a blow, leaving him frozen in shock. Elsewhere, General Vandal's battered troops staggered through the snow, barely keeping themselves moving. The red-skinned warriors coughed harshly in the cold air. Some limped with visible pain, while others leaned heavily on their weapons, utterly drained after their desperate escape. One soldier reported to Vandal that they had managed to flee, but there were far too many wounded among them. The soldier added that all of their provisions had been lost, meaning they could not possibly keep going like this for much longer. Vandal listened with a grim expression as the barbarian forces continued closing in behind them through the snow. The pursuing enemies laughed and shouted as soon as they spotted the fleeing troops, calling out that they had found them. Their voices rang out with savage excitement as they ordered one another to kill every last survivor. One of Vandal's soldiers cursed the relentless bastards for chasing them all the way there. The soldiers begged Vandal to retreat, insisting that they would hold the enemy back no matter what. But Vandal only clicked his tongue and refused to abandon the fight. With grim resolve in his voice, Vandal declared that they would fight until the very end, even if that meant dying right there that day. Back at the 5th stronghold, the commanders quickly gathered together, the atmosphere heavy as they opened an emergency meeting. The 7 strongholds of Evian were arranged across 3 major regions. The 7th, 6th, and 5th strongholds guarded the north, while the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stood in the south, and the 4th stronghold sat between them like the central hinge of the entire defense line. Lamia Diatima, The commander of the 5th Stronghold explained the situation in a tense voice. General Vandal's main force had clashed directly with the barbarian king's army near the 3rd Stronghold. After defeating Vandal's forces, the barbarians did not stop their advance. They continued pressing forward, and at that moment, they had already seized everything up to the 3rd Stronghold. Shutra immediately asked if there had been any news from General Vandal since then, and Lamia answered that after the report of his retreat arrived, they had completely lost contact with him. Caitlin then questioned why the barbarian king would strike the 3rd Stronghold directly instead of advancing through the 1st and 2nd Strongholds first. Lamia replied that she suspected their real target was Takar. Caitlin asked why the barbarians would aim for that place, and Lamia calmly explained their logic. The barbarians were not trying to occupy land, they were after plunder. There was no realistic way for them to settle in Evian and rule it, so their movements only made sense if they intended to break through quickly, steal what they wanted, and escape before the Demon King's side could fully mobilize. Lamia added that holding territory near Evian would be far too dangerous for the barbarians. If they tried to settle there, the Demon King's castle would eventually move against them with overwhelming force. Felicia nodded in agreement and said that was exactly why Takar was such a likely target. After all, Takar was the richest land near Evian. Felicia narrowed her eyes as she continued, pointing out the 2 most important facts. General Vandal's scattered forces could no longer be reached, and the barbarian king's army was now moving north. Then Felicia turned her gaze toward Shutra and asked what he thought. Around the room, every voice fell silent as the others waited for his answer. Carrick stood behind Shutra with a grim look on his face, his broad frame tense as he listened. Nyatra remained quiet as well, watching the exchange carefully, while Felicia and Caitlin both kept their attention fixed on Shutra. With everyone looking to him for a decision, Shutra lowered his gaze for a moment and said that, in his view, meanwhile, far away on a rain-soaked battlefield, the barbarians continued their brutal assault. Bare feet slammed against the muddy ground as warriors laughed wildly and cut down the enemies in front of them. One barbarian let out a savage laugh as he swung his weapon down. Another roared for their enemies to die, his voice mixing with the rain and the clash of steel. Then a furious roar thundered across the battlefield, shaking through the chaos. A huge red-skinned warrior charged forward with terrifying force, smashing through the enemies blocking his path as if they were nothing. The barbarians froze in shock at the sight of him, and one of them shouted in alarm that it was Vandal. Another barbarian immediately barked an order, telling everyone to push him back before he could break through them. General Vandal threw himself straight into the heart of the battlefield. He swung his weapon with brutal power, carving through the barbarians in front of him, while raising his shield to deflect the attacks crashing in from every side. Even though he was surrounded, wounded, and clearly exhausted, Vandal refused to let himself collapse. A bitter laugh escaped him, as he said he had thought they would be able to climb higher than this. But now, looking at the battlefield around him, he supposed this was as far as they could go. Even so, Vandal warned the barbarians not to celebrate too soon, because he had no intention of dying quietly or dying alone. With his weapon still clenched tightly in his hand, he declared that he would drag as many enemies as possible down with him. At that very moment, a streak of green light sliced through the storm. A radiant wind spirit shot across the battlefield and crashed down close to Vandal's position. The barbarians stared in confusion, unable to understand what had just appeared, as a violent green tornado erupted in their midst. The raging wind tore through their ranks, ripping apart the formation and scattering bodies through the air like leaves caught in a storm. From within the swirling wind, a familiar voice calmly greeted him, saying it had been a while, General Vandal. Vandal's eyes widened the instant he heard it. He recognized the figure standing in the storm and muttered in disbelief that it was the 9th Prince. Shutra appeared with blue light crackling around him and calmly asked whether he had arrived too late. The barbarians snarled in fury around them. They demanded to know who that brat was, while their leader immediately ordered everyone to kill them all. Shutra's eyes sharpened as blue energy began coiling tightly around his body. Then dark smoke spread across the battlefield. The barbarians began to panic as the black mist thickened around them and swallowed their vision. One of them shouted in confusion, asking what that black smoke was. Another screamed that he could not see anything in front of him, his voice trembling as the darkness closed in. Hidden inside that black haze, Shutra activated Nightwatch's special ultimate move. Black Wraith. Shadowy figures surged through the smoke like ghosts released onto the battlefield. The barbarians staggered helplessly, unable to tell what was attacking them. Cries of pain and confusion broke out as the unseen force struck from within the darkness. They shouted in terror, asking what those things were as the wraiths ripped through their formation. One barbarian begged for help, while another cried out in panic, unable to understand what was happening as the entire battlefield descended into chaos. Vandal and his surviving soldiers stared in shock as the unseen attackers shredded the barbarian line right before their eyes. And in the center of the storm of black smoke and blue light, Shutra stood firmly, having reached the battlefield at the perfect moment. Alita raised her weapon high and ordered all allied forces to charge. At her command, the soldiers surged forward through the snow and smoke. They cut into the disoriented barbarians with fierce momentum. One barbarian looked around in shock, completely unable to understand how the battle had suddenly turned against them. Alita continued pushing ahead through the chaos, commanding her troops to wipe out the enemy before they could recover. Her soldiers answered with a powerful surge of momentum. They struck from every direction, pressing the advantage while the Black Wraiths continued tearing through the barbarian formation. General Vandal watched the entire battlefield shift before his eyes, then lowered his weapon with a grim smile. Vandal said he understood now, and it seemed that his time to die had not come just yet. As the battle finally began to reach its end, the chaos slowly gave way to the sight of the barbarians being driven back under the combined assault. Blue-black wraiths swept across the battlefield like living shadows, swirling through the smoke and devouring the last of the remaining enemies. Shutra stood among the fallen barbarians, calm amid the ruin around him. The after-image of Nightwatch's power still lingered around his body, flickering faintly in the air. Felicia approached him through the battlefield and said it seemed like everything was finally close to being settled. Shutra thanked Felicia and told her she had done excellent work. Felicia then looked at him with curiosity and asked how he had known General Vandal would be in this area. Shutra explained that the barbarian king's target was Takar. Because of that, Shutra had guessed General Vandal would move in the opposite direction. Felicia admitted that his reasoning made sense, but she still wondered how he had located Vandal so quickly when Evian was such a vast region. Shutra answered calmly, telling Felicia to look up above them. Felicia lifted her head in confusion and saw Green Wind floating high in the snowy sky, her small figure hovering far above the battlefield. Green Wind looked down at them with a playful grin, clearly enjoying Felicia's reaction. Shutra explained that he had sent Green Wind higher into the sky in order to widen her detection range. He added that once he shared Green Wind's position, his minimap expanded by the same amount as well, which meant finding General Vandal's location had only been a matter of time. Felicia let out a tired sigh and said that Shutra was speaking in riddles again, as if his explanation only made things more confusing. Shutra simply told her not to worry too much about it, and said they should focus on ending the battle as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, far away from that battlefield, at the third stronghold, a barbarian messenger hurried before Karatus and reported that they had lost contact with the pursuit unit that had been chasing General Vandal. The messenger assumed the unit had been defeated and asked whether they should send additional reinforcements after them. Karatus rejected the idea without hesitation. He declared that the plan would not change and ordered his forces to continue toward Takar exactly as originally planned. By the next morning, the situation had become much clearer to everyone. The barbarian king was advancing north without seeking any further battles. Vandal immediately recognized that this was an unexpected move and explained that there had originally been two major reasons the barbarian king could not simply march north. The first was the danger of being attacked from behind by their forces, and the second was the risk of delays from blocked roads. Felicia asked if he was referring to the path that curved beyond the eastern boundary. Vandal confirmed it, explaining that something was blocking the road past that boundary line, making it impossible to cross from Evian's eastern side without passing through Takar. Felicia wondered if the barbarians had been avoiding delays because they feared the Grand Generals might become involved. Vandal said that might have been true before, but now the situation seemed to have changed. With a grim look, General Vandal faced the others and said the barbarians appeared determined to seize Takar no matter what happened. Shutra remained silent, fully understanding how dangerous that decision was. Shutra explained that instead of worrying about what might happen afterward, the barbarians were now focusing completely on the immediate situation in front of them. Felicia understood the problem at once and said that if that was true, then things were in a very bad state. Since only the bare minimum number of soldiers remained between the 5th and 7th strongholds, the path to Takar was practically wide open. If they allowed the situation to continue like this, Takar really would fall into the hands of the barbarian tribes. Vandal added that if they chased after the barbarians, the enemy would simply turn their forces around and force them into a large-scale battle. He said the barbarians would try to fight on the plains. That was the kind of battlefield where the barbarians had the most confidence. Shutra admitted that it was a true dilemma, and Caitlin agreed that the problem was as difficult as it sounded. If Takar fell, then the mission to defend Evian would fail. But if they pursued the enemy, they would be dragged into an unfavorable battle on ground the barbarians preferred. After thinking through the situation carefully, Shutra concluded that the most important issue was who controlled the initiative. On a battlefield, the side that seized the flow of battle first would be the side that stood closest to victory. The barbarian king's forces numbered 13,000, while the demon king's army had only 8,000 soldiers. Once the defensive personnel were excluded, those 8,000 were essentially the full strength Evian could field. From the very beginning, there was a considerable gap between the barbarian king's main army and the demon king's forces. So Shutra's side increased their marching speed, trying to close that distance as much as possible. By the time the barbarian king's army reached the area near the 5th stronghold, they had managed to reduce the gap to about half a day's march. But that was the closest they could get. For a while, both armies moved with exactly that half-day distance between them, neither side gaining nor losing ground. Because everything was happening in real time, the barbarian king could not easily force the demon king's army into battle. Their mobility was also fundamentally different. The demon king's army was traveling light without carrying heavy supplies, while the barbarians were slowed down by their provisions and the exhaustion building in their ranks. In the end, the barbarian king's main force found itself trapped in an awkward position. Even if they continued marching north and reached Takar, the demon king's army would be right behind them. Takar was not defenseless either. It was a self-governing territory with its own military forces. That meant the barbarians risked being squeezed between Takar's defenders and the demon king's army at the same time. Shutra understood clearly that the foundation of strategy was forcing the enemy into a bind they could not easily escape. In silence, Shutra wondered what Karatas would choose to do now that the barbarian king's hand had been forced. Just then, a scout rushed in and shouted that the barbarians were on the move. Shutra's head snapped up, and he thought that the moment had finally arrived. He checked the map at once, wondering if this movement was Karatas' answer. At Takar, Karatas rode at the very front of his army, laughing wildly as his forces advanced behind him. He sneered that no matter how desperately his enemies racked their brains, it would not matter in the slightest, because they would not be able to do anything to stop him. Then he ordered his men to move forward. Calling them scum, Karatas urged them to run wild as much as they wanted and unleash everything on the battlefield ahead. Elsewhere, Shutra stood atop a rocky ledge, with his allies and soldiers gathered behind him as they looked down over the field below. Carrick said that the battle had begun, and fortunately they had managed to arrive just in time. But then Carrick noticed something strange in the enemy's movements and asked why only that one group was advancing. Below them, a small barbarian unit was moving separately from the main army. Carrick wondered aloud whether they truly intended to break through Takar's walls with only that limited force. Shutra said the barbarians had probably already realized there was a trap waiting for them. If they moved carelessly, they would be caught between Takar's army and the Demon King's army, then forced into battle from a terrible position. That was why they were sending only a minimal force forward first, trying to pin Shutra's army in place before committing everything. Caitlin asked how such a small number of troops could possibly accomplish that. Shutra did not answer directly and simply told her they should watch for now. The small barbarian unit charged toward Takar's walls, rushing across the field as the tension around the battlefield tightened. Takar's soldiers lined the walls and drew their bows in unison, releasing a fierce storm of arrows down toward the charging enemy. But the barbarians did not slow down. Even as the projectiles rained over them, they pushed straight through the deadly barrage, roaring like beasts. With their weapons raised high, they surged forward with brutal momentum, forcing their way across the battlefield as if pain and fear meant nothing to them. The small barbarian force rushed toward Takar's wall with savage laughter ringing through the air, and at their center, the barbarian king grinned as though the arrows and defenders in front of him were nothing more than a minor nuisance. He lifted his strange red polearm high above his head, and crimson power began spiraling around the weapon like blood-colored lightning. With a wild roar, the barbarian king brought the weapon crashing down. The strike slammed into Takar's wall with terrifying force, blasting stone, dust, and soldiers into the air. From the ridge, Shutra, Caitlin, and Felicia stared in stunned silence as the wall burst apart from a single devastating blow. Takar's archers froze where they stood, unable to believe what had just happened, and one of them shakily asked what that attack had been. The barbarian warrior raised his weapon again and shouted for his men to kill everyone. His troops answered with savage cries and poured through the shattered opening in the wall. From their position on the ridge, Shutra's group watched the destruction unfold below. Caitlin muttered in disbelief, asking if that man had truly destroyed a castle wall with just one blow. But Shutra's expression darkened instead of easing. He said something felt wrong, because each barbarian seemed far stronger than they should have been. Their movements, their raw strength, and even the pressure coming from their bodies all felt unnatural. As Shutra checked the battlefield through his map, he wondered what in the world the barbarians had done to themselves. Then, suddenly, he saw it on the map. At the center of the barbarian camp, surrounded by tightly clustered enemy units, there was a large and abnormal presence. Shutra narrowed his eyes as he realized something unusual was hidden inside their formation. In the distance, a red flag stood planted in the middle of the barbarian army, glowing with an ominous light. Crimson energy spread outward from the flag, flowing into the warriors gathered around it like a dark blessing. Shutra wondered what that red flag could be. As the aura reached the barbarians, their eyes began to glow, and their bodies swelled with violent power. One warrior threw his head back and laughed wildly, drunk on the strength pouring into him. Shutra clenched his teeth as the truth became clear. That flag was strengthening the barbarians and turning them into something far more dangerous. At that moment, Karak called out urgently, warning that the enemy's main force had started to move. The barbarian army advanced toward Takar like a massive wave rolling across the battlefield. Shutra cursed under his breath. Then he immediately raised his voice and ordered every unit to prepare for battle. He declared that they absolutely could not allow the barbarians to cross into Takar. With that, Shutra commanded all forces to charge. Karak roared and rushed forward at the head of the allied troops. Karak swung his weapon with furious force as the Demon King's army collided with the barbarian front line. Soldiers, lycanthropes, and dark elves threw themselves into the fight, meeting the enemy head-on. The ground trembled beneath the violent collision of both armies, shaking under the weight of steel, claws, and charging bodies. Shutra darted through the chaos, cutting down enemies while continuing to read the battlefield. He thought it was no wonder General Vandal's main force had been defeated so easily. If the barbarians had been strengthened by that crimson aura, then their earlier victories suddenly made sense. His gaze shifted again toward the glowing red flag. Shutra decided he had to end this quickly, and the first thing he needed to do was destroy that flag. He broke away from the main clash and rushed straight toward the barbarian camp. But before Shutra could reach his target, a massive shadow dropped down directly into his path. A powerful blow crashed into the ground right in front of him. The impact forced Shutra to stop instantly and leap backward to avoid being crushed. From the crater rose a black-armored barbarian wrapped in crimson energy, his body radiating a pressure far more dangerous than before. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at Shutra and said he had finally found him. He called Shutra a thief. Shutra stiffened the moment he recognized the figure and muttered Paratus's name. The barbarian king's younger brother had appeared again, but this Paratus was not the same opponent Shutra had fought at the auction house. The red energy surrounding him was denser, sharper, and far more violent. Shutra realized the crimson aura's effect was even stronger than he had expected, and Paratus felt completely different from their last battle. Baring his teeth, Paratus demanded to know where the golden helmet was. His crimson aura surged violently as he raised his weapon, and ordered Shutra to hand it over before he tore him apart. Rocks and dust rained through the air as Paratus came crashing down, crimson power wrapped around his entire body. He charged straight at Shutra and drove his fist into the ground with enough force to rip the battlefield apart. The shockwave hurled Shutra backward, but he twisted his body in midair and avoided taking the direct hit. Paratus kept rushing forward, his red aura boiling around him like raging flames. Shutra slipped past the attack and struck back in the same motion, landing a sharp blow against Paratus's body. The hit connected cleanly, but Paratus barely reacted at all. Shutra's eyes widened as he wondered how Paratus had become so unbelievably tough. Paratus only grinned and shouted that the attack merely tickled. Then he swung again with brutal force. The counterattack sent Shutra flying through the air. Shutra flipped his body mid-flight and steadied himself with Green Wind's power. A floating green shield formed beneath Shutra's feet, solid enough to act like a platform, and he landed on it with his balance restored. His expression tightened as he admitted that this was seriously annoying. Paratus roared up at him in fury. He called Shutra a filthy rat and accused him of running away again, but Shutra suddenly vanished from Paratus's sight. Paratus looked around in confusion and muttered that Shutra was gone. A blue flash appeared behind Paratus. Shutra reappeared with cold eyes and asked who had said anything about running. He added that Paratus seemed to have forgotten how badly he had been beaten before. Shutra struck again, forcing Paratus to twist away from the blow. Their bodies crossed in a blur of blue and crimson aura. Each clash between them shook the ground, sending shockwaves through the battlefield as their battle intensified. Shutra used Green Wind's shield like a foothold in midair,
kicking off the emerald barrier to glide forward, land, and launch himself again before Paratus could close the distance.
For a brief instant, Paratus was swallowed by the green current swirling around him. But instead of freezing in fear or trying to escape, his mouth twisted into a grin, and a deep, rumbling laugh slipped out from his throat. Shutra caught that reaction right away. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Paratus, and he asked whether the barbarian was actually laughing in a moment like this. The crimson aura around Paratus began to swell, turning darker, heavier, and far more suffocating than before. With that savage grin still on his face, he said that whatever happened back then belonged to the past, and the battle standing before them now was the present. Paratus declared that the person he was now could not even be scratched by attacks as weak as Shutra's. Then he charged forward again, like a raging beast, crashing straight into the green shield Shutra raised to defend himself. The impact ripped cracks through the ground beneath them, and Paratus snarled at him to stop wasting time and hand over the golden helmet already. Shutra let out a slow breath, almost sounding tired of the whole thing, and muttered that Paratus really was unbelievably persistent. But the irritation on his face quickly faded, replaced by a calm, steady expression. Then Shutra told him that if Paratus wanted the helmet that badly, he was free to take it, assuming he actually could. The moment those words left his mouth, Shutra tossed the golden helmet high into the air. Paratus froze in place for a heartbeat. His gaze snapped upward and locked onto the shining helmet as it spun in the air, and he cried out that it really was the golden helmet. Greed and fury warped Paratus's expression at the same time. He glared at Shutra as if he were looking at a madman, shouting that Shutra was insane and had no idea what kind of thing he was playing with. But Shutra had already made his move. Blue energy exploded around his body as he shot toward Paratus, telling him to go ahead and try taking it if he truly had the power. His aura surged violently, and in that instant Shutra unleashed the ultimate move of Asura Divine Fist Strike. Paratus's eyes widened in shock. The attack struck with brutal force, sending a violent shockwave tearing across the battlefield and hurling Paratus backward. At the same time, Shutra's body blurred as if it had slipped out of ordinary sight. Nightwatch activated Blink, using the first of its 3 available movements in a single flash. In an instant, Shutra vanished from Paratus's line of sight and reappeared from a better angle, already positioned to continue his attack. Paratus coughed hard and staggered from the sudden blow, his balance broken and his defenses left wide open. Golden energy began gathering around Shutra's fist, wrapping it in a dense glow that grew brighter with every passing second. Without hesitation, Shutra drove that fist downward with terrifying explosive force. At that moment, he activated Gigantic Piston. The strike crashed down onto the battlefield like a massive pillar falling from the sky. The blow smashed Paratus deep into the ground and sent chunks of debris flying in every direction. The nearby barbarians could only stare in horror, shouting Paratus's name as the battlefield shook around them. Slowly, the thick cloud of dust began to clear. When the view opened again, Shutra was standing there calmly while the golden helmet still floated above him untouched. He looked down at Paratus and said that for someone who could not even digest what had already been given to him, Paratus was far too greedy. The golden helmet shimmered in response, then drifted back toward Shutra as if returning to its rightful owner. Shutra lowered his hand, his expression cold, firm, and completely unmoved. He told Paratus to stop making a scene and stay down, then declared that Paratus was no longer an opponent who could match him. Paratus was thrown back by Shutra's attack, crashing through the dust as the surrounding barbarians watched in stunned disbelief. One of them screamed Paratus's name while dirt and broken fragments spread across the battlefield. Shutra stood quietly in front of the crater, unshaken, while the golden helmet hovered beside him in a gentle golden glow. There was not the slightest trace of fear in Shutra's posture or expression. He told Paratus that he was being too greedy for someone who could not even handle the power he had already received. Then, Shutra lowered his hand and coldly said that Paratus should stop acting up. He ordered him to stay down and accept the truth that Paratus was no match for him anymore. Those words struck like an insult to Paratus's followers, and several enraged barbarians immediately rushed toward Shutra. They shouted furiously that he dared to insult Lord Paratus, raising their weapons as they came at him from behind. But Shutra did not even bother to turn around at first. A sharp blue flash sliced through the battlefield, and Nightwatch activated Blink for the second time out of 3. Shutra disappeared from the barbarians' sight in an instant, slipping through their formation before they could even understand where he had gone. All that remained behind him was a streak of blue light cutting across the battlefield, and before the barbarians could react, Shutra appeared past them and said coldly that small fry like them should get out of his way. The enemies were blasted aside by the sudden movement, their bodies thrown off balance before they could mount any proper defense. Some of them staggered backward, barely managing to stay on their feet. Others collapsed outright, while the green shields formed by Greenwind flickered around Shutra as he pushed farther into the barbarian camp. A few more barbarians tried to block his path, but their attacks were scattered by the emerald current, and Shutra finally reached the red flag planted at the center of the enemy formation. Crimson power was still pouring out from the flag, spreading through the barbarian army like a curse that strengthened and twisted them. Shutra fixed his eyes on it and thought that he had finally reached it. Even so, he could not understand where the barbarians had obtained such a strange and dangerous flag in the first place. Then, deep inside him, a strange force seemed to answer that question. The power of conquest activated. Golden light burst from Shutra's hand and rushed toward the red flag. The crimson aura wrapped around it began to tremble violently, as if resisting the golden glow. But that resistance did not last. The red aura started to crumble, and the power inside the flag was pulled out and drawn directly into Shutra. A warm golden radiance filled his vision, surrounding him completely, and for one brief moment, a mysterious figure appeared within that light, smiling as though acknowledging him. Then the red flag lost its power, and across the battlefield the change struck the barbarians all at once. The barbarian warriors suddenly faltered, their movements growing sluggish as the strength that had filled their bodies began to fade. The violent crimson aura around them vanished completely. Carrick noticed the shift immediately, staring at the enemy before saying that they had suddenly become weaker. Then Carrick realized the crimson aura was gone, and a grin spread across his face. With a rough laugh, he said it looked like the prince had done something again. Shutra looked down at his own glowing hand, but instead of relief, a faint uneasiness settled over his face. He wondered whether that crimson aura had truly come from the flag itself, or whether it was connected to the power of war. The more he thought about it, the stranger everything felt, and he could not help wondering what in the world was really happening. But before Shutra could gather his thoughts or make sense of the strange power he had just absorbed, something else interrupted him. Before Shutra could fully process what had just happened, an enormous presence rose behind him, heavy enough to make the air feel compressed. The barbarian king, Karatus, stepped forward from the chaos. Karatus's massive body was wrapped in a crushing aura that pressed down over the battlefield like a physical weight. He looked down at Shutra from above and asked if Shutra was the one who had dared to touch the flag. Shutra turned around to face him without backing away. His gaze stayed steady as he admitted that he had done it, then calmly asked Karatus if there was a problem with that.
Karatus's eyes narrowed dangerously. For a moment he simply stared at Shutra, then answered that there was no problem at all before coldly telling him to die.
Next instant, Karatus attacked without warning. His strike came crashing down with terrifying speed and weight, as if the entire battlefield were being crushed beneath his arm. The ground where Shutra had been standing exploded apart under the impact. Shutra managed to avoid taking the blow directly, but the force of the shock wave still caught him and hurled him backward. Shutra gritted his teeth as shards of stone and dirt flew past his face. But Karatus did not pause for even a second, pressing forward with brutal confidence. Each step Karatus took made the battlefield tremble, and every swing of his weapon carried enough force to smash solid stone into pieces. Shutra kept dodging, shifting, and pulling back under the pressure. He blocked where he could and retreated when he had to, but Karatus's attacks were overwhelming. Shutra quickly realized that this terrifying destructive strength was exactly what one should expect from the barbarian king. One mistake would be enough to shatter his bones, and before Shutra could find an opening, Karatus charged at him again. Despite that giant frame, Karatus moved with a speed that made no sense for a body so massive. Shutra kicked off a platform formed by green wind and launched himself away, putting distance between them. The moment he landed, he pivoted sharply and drove himself back in for a counterattack. His fist struck Karatus with solid force, but the barbarian king barely even flinched from the impact. Then Karatus's aura swelled again, growing thicker and more violent around his huge body. He surged forward in a sudden rush and caught onto Shutra's movement before Shutra could fully slip away. With raw, overwhelming power, Karatus smashed straight through Shutra's defense. Shutra was thrown backward like a broken doll and crashed hard against the ground. Pain shot through his entire body as he forced himself up, one knee digging into the dirt while he tried to steady his balance. His breathing grew rough, and sweat slid down his face as he stared at the barbarian king in disbelief. The red flag had already lost its power, so Shutra could not understand why this fight still felt so difficult. He clenched his fist, wondering what was going on, because even without the crimson flag, Karatus was still standing there, wrapped in an oppressive red aura. Shutra watched him carefully, trying to figure out why the power of war was still radiating from Karatus's body, but Karatus did not give him time to think and made the first move. A violent shockwave ripped through the ground as Karatus's attack slammed down, sending sharp spikes of stone bursting upward from the battlefield. Shutra barely avoided the rising stone before Karatus came charging in like a wild beast, closing the distance with impossible speed. Karatus called Shutra pathetic as he raised his fist, the crimson aura around his massive body flaring even brighter. Shutra landed with his teeth clenched, fully aware now that this battle was nowhere near over. He told himself that it had to end there and braced for the next blow. Karatus brought his attack down with overwhelming force, and red energy erupted from the impact, tearing the battlefield apart. Shutra was blasted backward through smoke, dust, and flying debris, but he twisted his body in midair and dragged one foot hard against the ground to stop himself. A pained groan slipped from him as frustration tightened his expression. Even after everything that had happened, Karatus was still able to unleash that much strength. Karatus stood at the center of the raging dust with his mace in hand and said that Shutra had dodged it. A savage grin spread across his face as he admitted that Shutra was pretty quick. At the same time, Shutra recognized the weapon in Karatus's grip as the skull-crusher mace. Shutra stayed silent, keeping his eyes locked on the barbarian king's every movement. Karatus grinned wider and told him that he wanted to see just how long Shutra could keep running away. Then Karatus charged again, his red aura slicing through the air around him like a trail of blood-colored fire. The next blow came crashing down like a massive boulder falling from the sky. At that critical moment, Shutra activated Nightwatch's blink for the third and final time. A blue arc flashed across the battlefield, and Shutra vanished, just before Karatus's crushing strength could land on him. Karatus's mace smashed into empty ground, carving out a fresh crater with the force of the impact. He lifted his head with a growl, surprised and irritated that Shutra had slipped away from him again. Shutra reappeared at a distance, blue light still flickering around his body from the movement. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing that Karatus was not even going to give him a single moment to breathe. Karatus noticed the trick behind Shutra's movement and called it filthy, yet even with his enormous build, Karatus rushed forward again with frightening speed. Shutra watched him close in and realized, with growing tension, that even a body that massive could still move so fast. The barbarian king's attack slammed down, and Shutra crossed his arms to block the blow head-on. Even after blocking, the sheer force drove Shutra backward across the ground. Karatus continued pressing forward without letting up, his momentum relentless. He gave Shutra no space to recover, no opening to breathe, and no time to reset his stance. Karatus smashed through Shutra's defenses again and sent him flying, his body crashing hard into a wall. Just then, the barbarian king sensed movement coming from behind him. Caitlin suddenly appeared, diving in with her fist drawn back and her body aimed straight at Karatus. She struck Karatus from the side to interrupt his assault, her beast god fist art surging with sharp blue energy. The attack landed with heavy impact. For the first time in that exchange, Karatus's rhythm was disrupted, if only for a moment. The force made Karatus stagger back, while Shutra dropped down onto one knee, his body still reeling from the punishment he had taken. Shutra breathed heavily, trying to steady himself. Green Wind appeared beside him and looked over him with concern, asking if he was all right. Shutra answered that he was fine for the moment, which was exactly why he had brought plenty of potions with him. But he admitted that the real problem was Karatus, because the barbarian king was far stronger than Shutra had expected. Green Wind agreed with him, her expression serious, and then suggested that he try using that technique. Shutra looked at her in confusion, not immediately understanding what she meant. Green Wind explained that she was talking about White Suri's ultimate move. Karatus let out a furious roar that rolled across the battlefield, then swung his weapon again with enough force to tear through the air itself. In Shutra's hands, Green Wind's shield began to glow with a brilliant emerald light, its surface trembling as he braced himself for the incoming blow. Karatus glared at him through the storm of dust and power, demanding to know what Shutra thought he was trying to do. Shutra did not answer out loud. Instead, he tightened his grip and told himself that this was his one and only chance. If he wanted this to work, he had to face Karatus's attack directly and release his power at the perfect instant. Karatus charged straight toward him, his massive body barreling forward like a living avalanche. He mocked Shutra for believing that a shield like that could stop his attack. But Shutra planted his feet behind the glowing green barrier, the wind gathering tightly around him as his expression sharpened into complete focus. In that moment, Shutra remembered the warning he had heard about White Suri's ultimate move. It was not a technique that could be used recklessly. If handled incorrectly, it would put him in danger instead. But if it was used at the right time and in the right way, there was no technique more powerful. Karatas's mace descended from above, dragging a crushing wave of force down with it. At the very last instant, Shutra released the power he had been holding back. The shield erupted with fierce green light, blazing bright enough to swallow the space in front of him. The emerald shield met Karatas's attack head-on, and the collision exploded outward in a violent burst of pressure. Then Karatas's own strength rebounded back against him. The impact blasted his huge body backward, and the technique finally revealed itself as absolute domain. Karatas's eyes widened as the swirling force closed around him, clamping down over his massive body. For the first time, confusion crossed his face as he wondered what was happening and what kind of power had caught him. His muscles bulged and tightened as he tried to move, but his body would not obey. Shutra stood before him, breathing hard from the strain. Shutra admitted that it had been difficult, but at last he had managed to land a real hit. With absolute domain restraining Karatas in place, he seized the opening. Shutra rushed forward and struck with a reinforced blow, driving his fist straight into the barbarian king's body. The impact slammed deep, forcing the air from Karatas's lungs in a heavy burst. The giant grunted in pain as the green wind tightened around him, twisting like a vortex and dragging his body further into its grip. Shutra watched the technique take hold and realized that it had worked. For the first time in this fight, he had truly landed a clean attack. But that brief relief disappeared almost immediately. The strain suddenly tore back through his body, and Shutra gasped as something inside him went wrong. Caitlin noticed the change at once, her eyes widening as she called out to Shutra in alarm. Shutra coughed sharply and quickly realized what was happening. His aura was no longer flowing properly. His own power had gone into reflux, turning back against him before he could fully recover. Before Shutra could steady himself, Karatas's laughter cut through the battlefield. The barbarian king stood inside the storm as if he were enjoying every second of it. Crimson energy flared violently around Karatas as he declared that this was fun, truly fun. Then he activated his Conqueror's Haki and began moving again, even under the crushing pressure of absolute domain. Karatas closed the distance and forced Shutra backward through pure physical strength. Shutra's eyes narrowed as he cursed under his breath. The technique had not stopped Karatas completely. Karatas smiled savagely and said that he was impressed, because Shutra had actually managed to block his attack. Karatas asked whether Shutra had just used his own power against him, then grinned with anticipation, saying he looked forward to seeing what Shutra would show him next. Behind Karatas, the allied forces surged forward again with furious roars, their momentum rising as the battlefield erupted into chaos once more. Caitlin immediately stepped in, placing herself into the flow of battle. She told Shutra to focus on recovering for now and said that she would handle Karatas herself. Without hesitation, Caitlin charged toward the enemy. Meanwhile, Shutra struggled to steady his breathing, pulled out a potion, and drank it down. He thought bitterly that this battle was seriously exhausting, and wondered what he was supposed to do if even absolute domain could not fully stop Karatas. Aura recovery had its limits, so Shutra knew he needed something else, something only he could do, even if it strengthened him by only a little. He told himself that he had to find a way to defeat Karatas. Green Wind appeared beside him, worry clear in her voice as she asked whether he was truly all right. But Shutra suddenly went still and stared at her. A thought flashed through his mind. Green Wind had originally been born from a fragment of the soul of Einkel the Watcher. Because of Green Wind, Shutra had become a dragoon and obtained the power of dragon genes. But was that really the full extent of it? Green Wind grew confused under his silent stare and asked why he was looking at her without answering. Shutra thought that even if Green Wind was only a fragment, there was no way her power ended there. After all, the dragon heart was the essence of an elder dragon, a being said to possess power close to that of a god. There was no reason such power would be limited to what he had already used. The answer rose clearly in Shutra's mind: dragon blood. Purple energy began coiling around him as the dragon genes activated. Shutra sensed a hidden power buried deep within himself, and in silence he called out to her by name, Einkel. The moment he called her that, Green Wind's expression changed completely. She pointed toward Shutra with a graceful motion, her presence suddenly becoming calm and otherworldly. In a voice that felt far deeper and more ancient than before, she told Shutra to conquer her completely. She commanded him to dominate, addressing him as the Knight of Conquest. At those words, the power of Watcher Einkel began to respond. The force Shutra had been unable to absorb before now spread through his body and soul, awakening within him as a dragoon. Green wind surged around him in a luminous storm, wrapping his body in brilliant emerald light. Then Shutra opened his eyes again, and they shone with a new, awakened power. The third aura heart awakened within him. Dragonheart. Across the battlefield, the change could no longer be ignored. Karatus sensed the shift and turned toward Shutra in surprise. Green energy rose around Shutra like a living tide, flowing higher and stronger with every passing moment. The very air around him began to tremble, as if the battlefield itself was reacting to the power now awakening inside Shutra. Shutra stood at the center of the battlefield, his cloak whipping around him in the restless wind as the newly awakened power continued to rise from within his body. One message after another flashed through Shutra's mind, declaring that he had conquered the power of Watcher Einkel. A dragon heart had formed inside his body, his dragoon level had risen, and his mana control had increased as well. Then another notice followed immediately after, announcing that Shutra's overall level had gone up. Golden light wrapped around Shutra's body as he took a step forward. Caitlin stood beside him, carefully watching his condition after the sudden change. Shutra glanced toward her and thanked her for helping him, while Karatus stared from ahead with a startled look on his face. Shutra quickly thought back through the structure of his power. For some time now, the aura heart inside him had existed separately from his original core, and the moonlight core created after he absorbed the moonlight heart had also remained as its own distinct source of power. Caitlin was similar in that way, with two cores inside her body, her original core and the starlight core. But now Shutra had obtained a third aura heart, newly formed as the dragon heart. With that realization, Shutra understood that he could now circulate 5 aura hearts at once. Quietly, almost instinctively, he gave this new structure a name, the Pentacore. Caitlin heard those words and repeated them in confusion, her eyes shifting toward Shutra as if trying to understand what had just changed inside him. Karatus let out a low laugh, sounding more entertained than afraid. He looked at Shutra with sharpened interest and asked if Shutra had truly grown stronger in that single moment. Then crimson energy raged around Karatus once again as he charged forward, asking Shutra how it felt and declaring, with a savage grin, that war was fun. Shutra raised his fist in response, and golden light gathered around it, condensing tightly as he prepared to meet Karatus head-on. The moment Karatus attacked, Shutra stepped in and clashed with him directly. Their powers slammed together with a thunderous impact that shook the battlefield. The ground between them split apart from the force of the collision. Karatus laughed through the shockwave and admitted that Shutra had definitely become stronger. Shutra instantly shifted his stance, refusing to let the moment slip away, and launched the Beast God Fist Art. Wild Wolf Fist Strike burst forward, carrying Shutra's movement into a sharper and more aggressive rhythm. His aura flowed more naturally than before, and the force of his attack drove Karatus backward across the battlefield. Karatus braced his huge body against the pressure. But Shutra extended his hand and felt the flow of his power finally settle into place, moving through him with a steadiness he had been waiting for. A faint smile touched Shutra's face as he said that this was the sensation he had been looking for and that it was finally working. At that moment, the situation became much clearer. Karatus was stronger than General Vandal. If measured purely by physical ability, he stood above every opponent Shutra had faced until now. And in the middle of that brutal battlefield, Shutra understood the truth. There was only one realistic way to bring Karatus down: overwhelm him with constant attacks, unbroken pressure, and the strength of numbers. Karatus remained wrapped in that crimson aura, laughing as if the danger excited him, and told Shutra that he was actually pretty good. Shutra realized that if this fight dragged on for too long, their side would be the one placed at a disadvantage. So he decided to push forward with everything they had from the very beginning. Raising his voice over the roar of battle, Shutra shouted for everyone to never back down. Then he gave the order for every unit to charge. The demon forces surged forward all at once, rushing into the battlefield with fierce momentum. Felicia led the assault from one side, while Karak and the others advanced with the troops. Warriors crashed into barbarians, and the battle lines collided violently. Weapons flashed through the air, bodies slammed together, and the battlefield erupted into full chaos. Karatus swung his mace with monstrous strength, each movement carrying enough force to crush anything in its path. But Shutra darted in and out of range, striking quickly before retreating just far enough to avoid being destroyed by the counterblow. Caitlin joined from another angle, blue aura wrapping around her body as she moved in with sharp, fluid speed. She slipped past Karatas' guard and landed a heavy strike, forcing him to twist away from the blow. Karatas noticed the timing immediately and tried to counter. But before Karatas could properly respond, Shutra closed in at once. Caitlin recognized that her attack had worked. Even so, Karatas was already trying to adjust to their rhythm, watching their movements with dangerous focus. Shutra and Caitlin kept pressing him from different sides, attacking from shifting angles without giving him a stable target. They refused to let Karatas settle into his own rhythm, forcing him to keep reacting instead of freely overpowering them. Shutra launched another beast, God Fist Art technique, his body moving with renewed sharpness. Once again, he unleashed Wild Wolf Fist Strike. His aura surged forward like the fang of a beast and slammed into Karatas, sending shockwaves rippling across the ground beneath them. Karatas coughed from the impact, but the pain only seemed to ignite his fury, and he roared back with even greater rage. Shutra and Caitlin did not give him even a second to recover. Caitlin rushed in first, her body streaking forward in blue light. Her fist drove into Karatas from the side, while Shutra followed from above and behind, striking with precise timing that left Karatas trapped between them. Karatas gritted his teeth, genuinely shocked that two opponents weaker than him were managing to force him backward. He wondered what kind of absurd nonsense this was. Fury burned through him at the thought of being pushed back by mere insects. Shutra kept moving, but he understood the danger clearly. Karatas' body was still far too sturdy. Their attacks were landing, but none of them were enough to finish him. Shutra's eyes hardened as he calculated the next move, knowing that one mistake could end everything. Karatas groaned under the pressure, but instead of weakening, his eyes burned brighter and his crimson aura swelled around his massive body. With a furious roar, Karatas charged straight toward Shutra again. Shutra braced himself, while Caitlin watched from the side, ready to support him the moment an opening appeared. Karatas swung with terrifying force, tearing up the ground as he advanced. Shutra raised his hand and called for White Suri. Green wind surged around Shutra, wrapping his body in a powerful emerald current and pushing back against Karatas' crimson aura. The two powers collided in a violent burst, but Karatas forced his way through with brute strength, pressing forward so fiercely that Shutra had no choice but to keep moving. Caitlin saw the opening in that instant and shouted for Shutra to act now. Shutra dropped down from above, his body cutting through the air as he aimed straight for Karatas. Every bit of destructive force he could gather poured into his fist. At that instant, a special ultimate move activated Earthquaker's Destruction Burst.
Red and black pressure erupted beneath Shutra as he came crashing down, compressing all of that devastating power into a single point aimed directly at Karatas.
The moment the attack landed, the battlefield exploded. The ground shattered beneath the force, and broken rocks blasted outward in every direction. A massive crater ripped open under Karatas' feet, and the shockwaves sent nearby warriors tumbling off the ground. Shutra landed heavily in the middle of the destruction. He stood there, breathing hard, certain that a direct hit like that should have dealt serious damage. But when the dust shifted, Karatas was still standing. Smoke rose from Karatus' battered body. His fur and skin were scorched and torn, yet instead of falling, he threw his head back and laughed wildly. Shutra stared at him in disbelief, realizing just how absurd Karatas' body really was. Even after taking Destruction Burst directly, the barbarian king could still move as if the fight was not over. Karatas rushed forward again without hesitation, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Shutra was forced to dodge as crimson aura lashed across the battlefield like a violent wave. In that moment, he understood that even this still was not enough to secure victory. Before Shutra could fully recover his stance, Caitlin shouted his name from nearby, her voice cutting through the chaos as she told him to catch what she was throwing. A massive mace flew through the air toward Shutra, spinning heavily as it crossed the battlefield. Shutra caught the weapon in both hands, and the instant its weight settled into his grip, he understood exactly what it was. This was the barbarian king's weapon. It was Skullcrusher, another divine artifact left behind by the heavenly dragon king. As Shutra held the mace, his expression hardened, and he decided that this weapon would be enough. Karatas laughed and charged again, but Shutra raised Skullcrusher and declared that the war would end here. This time, he faced Karatas head-on. Karatas barreled toward him with crimson aura blazing around his massive body. Shutra quietly bid farewell to the barbarian king, and in the next instant, the two powers collided. Karatas raised both arms and roared, but Shutra swung Skullcrusher with every bit of strength he had gathered. The blow struck with overwhelming force.
Karatus's enormous body took the hit head-on.
The impact unleashed another storm of wind, dust, and shattered stone across the battlefield. Around Shutra, golden messages began appearing one after another. They announced repeated level-ups, and the power of victory flowed into Shutra's body. That force strengthened him even further while the remaining warriors stared in stunned silence. Caitlin watched from nearby, relief softening her face into a small smile. After the strike, Skullcrusher spun through the air, but Shutra caught it again and raised it high above him. For a brief moment, the battlefield fell completely silent, and then a message declared that the enemy general had been defeated. The demon soldiers erupted all at once. They shouted that the barbarian king was dead, and that the 9th prince had defeated Karatus with his own hands. The barbarians froze where they stood, their faces filled with disbelief. One of them muttered that it was impossible, unable to understand how Karatus could have fallen. Skullcrusher gleamed in Shutra's hand. Without letting the momentum fade, he stretched his hand forward and gave his next command. Shutra ordered everyone to annihilate the remaining enemies and not allow even a single one to escape. At his command, the demon forces surged forward, and the barbarians panicked as the tide of battle completely turned against them. Some screamed as they tried to retreat, but the demon troops closed in from every side, cutting off their escape. Dust clouds rose, weapons flashed, and the remains of the barbarian army collapsed under the sudden assault. At last, the battle against the barbarian king ended with Shutra's victory. News of that victory was sent immediately to the Demon King's castle. Soon after, that same news spread across the demon realm once again. Some people celebrated the result with joy. Others felt uneasy, and several powerful figures remained seated in silence, disturbed by how quickly Shutra's name was rising through the realm. Some watched the news with dark, jealous expressions as Shutra's achievements continued to pile higher and higher. Yet far away from the Demon King's castle, in a place where ordinary messages could never reach, someone still sensed Shutra's victory. Beneath the night sky stood the Death Knight, wrapped in a cold blue aura. The being who had longed for the end of the world for 1,000 years. He slowly raised his head. The blue flames around him stirred as he began listening to the voice of death. And that evening, on the day Karatus was defeated, the Demon King's army camp overflowed with celebration. Soldiers laughed loudly around the fires. They lifted their mugs, shared drinks, and enjoyed a rare moment of peace after surviving such a brutal battle. The mood was warm, loose, and full of relief. Different demon tribes drank together around the campfires, their earlier tension giving way to victory and exhaustion. Near the camp, Shutra told everyone that they had worked hard all this time. Standing together with Felicia, Caitlin, and the others, he added that their mission had somehow ended well too. Someone told the prince that he had worked hard as well. Caitlin, her eyes shining with admiration, said that no matter how many times she thought about it, Shutra really was amazing. To her, defeating the barbarian king was an incredible achievement. Shutra scratched his head awkwardly and said it was nothing. He reminded them that it was not as if he had fought the battle alone. He added that if it had not been for everyone helping him, he definitely would not have won. Felicia smiled at him with a teasing look and asked if that was really so. Then Felicia stepped a little closer, holding out a soft pillow toward Shutra. She told him to try sleeping on it that night, explaining that even using it for just one day should be enough to help him recover. Shutra accepted the pillow with a confused expression, then looked down at it and asked if this was not the Lucid Dream Pillow. The Lucid Dream Pillow was a magical item that allowed its owner to dream whatever they wanted. It could be used once every 3 days and had a total limit of 10 uses. Shutra held the pillow with a bright expression, while Felicia smiled and said she knew he would understand exactly what kind of pillow it was. Shutra immediately replied that, of course, there was no chance Shutra would fail to recognize something this valuable. Felicia watched him closely, her gaze soft but clearly curious, and then asked whether he had already decided what kind of dream he wanted to experience. For a brief moment, Shutra simply went still, as if the question had caught him completely off guard. Only then did it strike him that he had never actually chosen one. If he sat down and seriously thought about it, there were naturally plenty of pleasant dreams he could imagine having. But as that thought passed through his mind, his expression slowly changed, his eyes grew sharper, and the answer became clear. What Shutra needed most right now was not comfort, but another chance to face the barbarian king. He wanted to fight Karatus again, one more time, with everything on the line. After all, a battle against the barbarian king would be the perfect form of training, the kind that could push his body and instincts to the limit. Shutra lifted his head and announced that he had decided what dream he wanted, but before he could finish speaking, Carrick suddenly reacted with alarm and hurriedly told him to wait. Carrick quickly warned him not to dream about him, saying that something like that would feel a little too strange. The moment those words left his mouth, both Felicia and Shutra shouted back in complete confusion. They demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was suddenly spouting. Just then, a voice from outside asked if it was all right to come in for a moment, and Caitlin turned her head in surprise as she recognized General Vandal. Vandal stepped into the camp, his huge red body still carrying the heavy atmosphere of the battlefield, as though the heat and pressure of combat had followed him inside. He said that he had something he needed to tell the Ninth Prince. Everyone welcomed him in, though one of them could not help asking whether his body was truly all right after the wounds he had taken.
Vandal answered in a steady voice that for someone like him, an injury of that level would be completely healed after one solid night of sleep. Then his expression turned more serious, and he explained that he had come because there was a favor he wanted to ask.
Shutra looked up at him with focused eyes and asked what kind of favor he meant. Vandal met Shutra's gaze directly, not avoiding him for even a second, and carefully began his request. He asked whether, 5 days from now, Shutra would be willing to fight him. For an instant, Shutra froze in place, clearly caught off guard by the sudden challenge. Inside his mind, Shutra immediately realized something important. This was the first time Vandal had been the one to request a duel from him. In Night Saga, it had always been Zephyr Ragnaros who made the first move. Whether it was when Vandal was recruited or when Yakuzan was brought in, Vandal had always been approached first by someone else. He had never been the kind of warrior who tested another person to see whether they deserved to become his lord. And yet now that very same Vandal had stepped forward on his own and challenged Shutra to a duel. Shutra could feel the meaning behind it as clearly as if it were written across Vandal's face. It was Vandal's fighting spirit, burning with a fierce desire to measure himself against him. A smile naturally spread across Shutra's face, and without hesitation he accepted, saying that they should fight. Vandal smiled in return, and with that, the challenge was officially decided. In 5 days, when both of them had recovered and reached their best condition, they would stand against each other in battle. Felicia slumped forward over the table as if all the strength had drained out of her body. Her face had gone pale, sweat rolled down her forehead in heavy drops, and in a pitiful, dying-sounding voice, she groaned that she was on the verge of death and begged anyone to save her.
Shutra could only stare at her with a helpless look, knowing exactly what had brought this on. He told her plainly that she had drunk way too much, reminding her that he had specifically warned her to slow down and take it easy. Felicia, still barely holding herself up, weakly argued back that after a day as wonderful as yesterday, stopping after just a little drinking had been completely impossible.
With a tired sigh, Shutra shifted his attention away from Felicia's misery and asked about the situation at hand. Felicia forced herself to focus, looking over the maps spread across the table, and explained that for now about 1/3 of the barbarians had pulled back and retreated. As the discussion continued, Felicia pointed out that no one could predict when the next attack might come crashing down on them. Because of that, she said it would be wiser to reclaim the occupied strongholds first and wipe out any barbarians still hiding in those areas. Carrick responded at once, firmly agreeing that this approach would definitely be the better choice. Caitlin then turned her gaze toward Shutra, her eyes filled with clear curiosity. She asked him how his aura had suddenly grown so powerful as if it had changed overnight. Shutra paused for a moment, caught off guard by the question, then admitted that explaining it properly would be a little complicated. After listening to everything Shutra told them, Felicia stared at him with wide eyes, unable to hide her disbelief. She asked him if it was really true, if a dragon heart had actually formed inside his body. Shutra calmly confirmed that it had happened exactly as he said. Felicia let out a laugh, finally understanding why his power had risen so dramatically, and said that if that was the case, everything made sense. Caitlin looked at him with open admiration and praised him for being amazing, while Carrack, even more excited, declared that Shutra was truly incredible. Carrack's imagination immediately ran wild. He wondered aloud whether Shutra might eventually turn into a dragon himself, picturing the prince covered from head to toe in hard scales like some legendary beast. Felicia shut that idea down immediately, making it clear that it was not how a dragon heart worked. She explained that rather than physically becoming a dragon, it was closer to gaining access to a dragon's authority itself. In simple terms, Shutra would now be able to use powers that belonged uniquely to dragons. The moment Caitlin and Carrack heard that, both of them became visibly excited. They leaned into the idea at once, asking whether that meant Shutra could unleash dragon breath and shoot flames straight from his mouth. Shutra blinked at them in confusion, completely thrown off, and asked what in the world they were talking about. Felicia snapped at them without hesitation, clearly annoyed that they had jumped straight to the most ridiculous possibility. She told them they were completely focusing on the wrong thing. Felicia clarified that she was talking about the extraordinary magic that only dragons were able to possess. Then she added something even more important. Shutra might now have the potential to use the mysterious power known as dragon tongue magic. Shutra's expression changed the moment he heard those words. He remembered hearing about dragon tongue magic back when he had played Night Saga. It was a strange and almost unreal power, one where words themselves carried authority, turning spoken language into magic the instant it was uttered. Only dragons were capable of using that kind of magic. But, unfortunately, too much time had passed, and the details connected to it were buried deep under layers of half-forgotten memories. Shutra knew he had once read about the related locations in a strategy guide, but no matter how hard he searched his mind, the answer refused to come back. For now, all he could do was wait until that memory surfaced again. The next day, the Demon King's army began moving south once more, resuming its advance with steady momentum. One after another, Stronghold 7, Stronghold 6, and then Stronghold 5 were taken back under their control. After each position was secured, the army launched a wide-scale search through the surrounding areas. Their goal was simple: track down and eliminate any barbarians who might still be lurking nearby in hiding. Meanwhile, Shutra used the lucid dream pillow again. The moment it activated, a system notification appeared in front of him, telling him that a dream had been interrupted during the setup phase. It then asked whether he wanted to load that unfinished dream. Shutra did not hesitate for even a second and immediately selected yes. In response, a pale blue-white glow spread out around him, wrapping the space in light as the dream world slowly began to form. Before long, the figure of the barbarian king Karadas was recreated in front of him, standing there just as vividly as if the past battle had returned to life. As Shutra faced that familiar enemy once again, he could not help but think about how absurdly powerful the lucid dream pillow really was. Depending on how someone chose to use it, this artifact came dangerously close to being all-powerful, at least within the boundaries of the dream. By returning to past battles again and again, Shutra could study every movement, every technique, and every mistake in far greater detail. It would let him deepen his understanding of the skills he had already learned and discover entirely new ways to apply them. A satisfied smile slowly spread across Shutra's face as the thought settled in. With this tool in his hands, he would be able to keep pushing himself forward and continue growing even stronger in the future. Just then, a soft green light began gathering nearby. From within that emerald glow, green wind materialized inside the dream, her presence forming gently as the light shimmered around her. She looked at the dream world around them and remarked that the lucid dream pillow was truly a fascinating artifact. Shutra was startled by her sudden appearance, but he recognized her immediately. The name that came to his mind was Ankle. Ankle explained that she was not exactly the original Ankle herself. She was only a fragment made from thoughts and memories preserved within the Dragonheart. Strictly speaking, she said, Green Wind was closer to Ankle the Watcher than to the true Ankle who had once existed. She went on to explain that the lucid dream pillow was the reason this conversation could even happen at all. However, even inside this dream, she warned him that there were still limits to what could be done. At most, she could help him uncover knowledge that was already somewhere inside his own mind. Shutra repeated the point back quietly, confirming that it had to be knowledge he already possessed. Then Shutra asked whether she could tell him who had killed her. His voice carried a serious edge as he explained that he wanted to know whether the culprit was connected to conquest, war, famine, or death. Ankle closed her eyes for a brief moment, as if searching for an answer she could give. But when she spoke again, she said there was nothing she was able to reveal. She added that Shutra already seemed to have formed his own suspicions. Hearing that, Shutra quietly came to the conclusion that his guess had been right after all. Just as expected, that answer was still beyond his reach. So instead of pressing further, Shutra changed the subject and asked whether she could at least tell him where to find the place connected to dragon tongue magic. Ankle answered in a calm voice, telling him that he already knew the location. The memory had simply been buried beneath countless other experiences and forgotten details inside his mind. She told him that if he truly needed that memory, she could help pull it back up to the surface. Then, with a steady look, she asked whether he wanted her assistance. The moment Shutra heard that, his eyes lit up with excitement. Without wasting even a heartbeat, he eagerly said yes and asked her to help him remember. In that instant, a golden light flashed within his eye, deep inside his mind, the forgotten memory began to stir, slowly rising up from the darkness where it had been buried. Shutra suddenly jolted awake on his bed, clutching the lucid dream pillow tightly in his hands as lost memories came rushing back all at once. His eyes widened with realization. He finally remembered the location connected to Dragon Tongue magic had returned to him. But before Shutra could properly sort through his thoughts, Karak suddenly burst into the room. He asked why the prince still had not come outside, and Shutra, startled by the sudden entrance, immediately called out his name. Still looking confused from waking up so abruptly, Shutra asked Karak what he was doing there so early in the morning. Karak stared back at him and questioned whether Shutra had completely forgotten what day it was. Karak then reminded him that today was the day of the duel he had agreed to 5 days earlier. On top of that, General Bandel was already outside, waiting for him. For anyone who wanted to claim the throne of the Demon King, there were 3 things that could never be ignored. The first was merit. Merit points formed the foundation of everything. The more merit someone had, the greater the support they could receive from the Demon King's castle. And that support directly translated into authority and influence across the realm. The second requirement was strength. Among all of the Demon King's children, only the strongest had any real chance of becoming ruler. Without overwhelming personal power to back up their claim, ascending to the throne was simply impossible. The third requirement was connections. A claimant needed alliances with influential figures, including grand generals and powerful outside forces, so that others would hesitate before trying to challenge their right to rule. In other words, becoming the Demon King required more than ambition alone. One needed fame, achievements, martial strength, and loyal supporters both within the castle and beyond its walls. For Shutra, General Bandel was someone who touched all 3 of those requirements at once, making him an incredibly important figure. If Shutra could win Bandel over to his side, it would become a massive step forward on his path toward the throne. At the training grounds, soldiers had already gathered in a wide circle, surrounding the open space as they waited to watch the long-anticipated duel unfold. Standing there, Bandel quietly reflected to himself that he must truly be haunted by a ghost. During the battle against the barbarians, Bandel had already prepared himself for death. In that moment, he had accepted the end of his life without regret, fully believing that his time had come. But just when all hope seemed to vanish, Shutra had appeared right in front of him at the final possible instant. That moment was still burned clearly into his mind. Shutra had stepped out through the green wind and, as if arriving from nowhere, asked whether he had made it in time. As that memory rose up again, Bandel's hand slowly tightened, his fingers curling into a firm, trembling fist. Deep down, Bandel knew better than anyone that he had never been good at putting gratitude into words. So instead of trying to say it aloud, he had chosen another way, to repay that debt with his strength, his loyalty, and everything he could offer. Shutra had understood the resolve behind that choice, and rather than holding him back, he accepted it fully, urging Bandel to fight with everything he had and leave nothing restrained. Then, at last, the duel began. Bandel launched himself forward like a beast released from its cage, and Shutra stepped in without hesitation, meeting that terrifying charge head-on. Their fists crashed together again and again, each blow exploding through the air and sending heavy shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. At first glance, the people watching thought the fight looked almost perfectly even. Some murmured that the 2 of them were going blow for blow, but others quickly shook their heads, noticing that with every exchange, Shutra was slowly but surely driving Bandel back. And as the fierce exchange dragged on, Shutra felt confidence rising inside him with every movement he made. All those endless training sessions he had repeated inside the lucid dream pillow had not been meaningless after all. He could feel the difference in his body now. His techniques landed sharper, his steps flowed more cleanly, and his overall strength had clearly climbed far beyond what it had been before. Even so, Bandel refused to slow down and charged at him once again, throwing himself back into the fight with the same fierce determination. This time, Shutra gathered a brilliant golden energy around his fist, the light wrapping tightly over his knuckles as he decided that this would be the strike to finish the match. Then he drove forward and unleashed the most powerful blow he could produce. But in that final split second, Bandel twisted his body to the side, slipping away by the narrowest margin and barely escaping the attack. Shutra's eyes flew open in disbelief. For a moment, he could not even process the fact that Bandel had actually managed to dodge that strike. And before Shutra could pull himself out of that shock, Bandel's fist came crashing straight into him. The force of the hit blasted Shutra off his feet, sending his body flying backward through the air. Sometime later, Shutra sat on his bed with a gloomy, lifeless look on his face, as if the entire world had turned gray around him. Karak did not hold back at all, scolding him with brutal honesty and saying that out of every place he could have been hit, Shutra had somehow taken the punch directly in the eye. Then he leaned in and asked whether Shutra could even see properly anymore. Shutra, already irritated, snapped at him to stop talking and just leave him alone. Felicia watched him with clear amusement in her eyes and reminded him that he had looked unbelievably confident before the duel began. With a teasing smile, she asked how someone who had seemed so sure of victory could end up looking this miserable. Shutra could only admit that he had miscalculated. While repeating his training over and over inside the lucid dream pillow, Shutra had become convinced that the biggest thing he lacked was simple, raw power. Because of that judgment, he had poured every remaining stat point he had into strength. What he had not properly accounted for was the side effect. His speed had become harder to control, and that imbalance had caught him off guard. Caitlin looked at his battered face and pointed out that anyone who saw him sitting there like this would naturally assume he had lost the duel. She then asked why he was acting so depressed when, in the end, he had still come out as the winner. Shutra immediately opened his mouth to protest, clearly unwilling to accept that so easily. But right at that moment, Bandel stepped into the room. His body was covered in bandages from the duel, the white wrappings making it obvious just how much damage he had taken during their fight. Bandel spoke calmly, telling Shutra that his final attack had been truly magnificent. Then, without hesitation, he declared that the duel had ended in Shutra's complete and undeniable victory. Shutra stared at him in stunned silence, unable to hide his surprise. Bandel continued, saying that everything had now been settled in the proper way. As one of the Demon King's highest-ranking generals, Bandel's position was not something anyone could easily obtain, nor was it a title he could simply throw away on impulse. That was why he had needed an outcome that no one could challenge, and now that the duel was finished, there was no room left for anyone to question the result. Bandel then made it clear that even with his current rank, everything would change the moment Shutra called for him. If that day ever came, he would cast aside his post without hesitation and rush straight to Shutra's side. Shutra looked visibly taken aback. The condition for recruiting Bandel had always been simple: defeat him in a one-on-one duel. And from the moment Shutra first arrived in this world, he had already decided that Bandel would someday become one of his subordinates. Now, after all that time and effort, that goal had finally become real. Bandel lowered himself onto one knee before Shutra and respectfully asked whether he would allow him to fight at his side from that day forward. Shutra quietly looked down at him for a moment, taking in the weight of those words, before a smile finally spread across his face. He told Bandel there was no reason to refuse, and that he would be welcome at any time. On that very same day, Shutra officially appointed Bandel as the Fifth King's Knight. Later, far below the surface, inside the darkness of an underground prison, a prisoner sat chained in place. His body looked exhausted and beaten, but despite his condition, a low chuckle quietly slipped from his mouth. Karak looked down at the chained man and remarked that he seemed completely broken. Standing nearby, the pink-haired woman calmly revealed that she had placed a charm spell on the prisoner. Thanks to that spell, the man would obediently answer Shutra's questions for the time being. Shutra gave a small nod, satisfied, and said that would work perfectly. Without wasting any time, Shutra asked how the barbarians had managed to unite without the Heavenly Dragon King's golden helmet, since gathering the tribes should have been almost impossible without that symbol. The prisoner answered that someone from the south had given several powerful items to his brother. After receiving those treasures, his brother's strength had risen dramatically, and with that newfound power, he had been able to bring the barbarian tribes together. Hearing this, Shutra's expression grew noticeably colder. Shutra repeated the words back, focusing on the part about someone coming from the south, and asked who that person had been. The prisoner replied that he had never learned the stranger's identity. That person had always hidden their face and body beneath a robe, making it impossible to recognize them. Still, the prisoner added that there was one detail he remembered with absolute clarity. The mysterious figure had been wearing red armor. The instant Shutra heard that, his entire body froze. A flash of crimson armor immediately surfaced in his mind, reminding him of the woman he had once seen in his dream. He wondered if it could truly be that same woman, or whether it might be someone else who possessed the authority of war, just like the barbarian king. But another possibility disturbed him even more. The stranger had come from the south, and that meant they might have originated from the human world. Before Shutra could follow that thought any further, Delia arrived and told him he needed to come upstairs immediately. Shutra turned toward her and asked what had happened. Delia informed him that the sixth princess had urgent news for him. Realizing she was talking about Felicia, Shutra headed over right away. Not long after, Felicia told him that she had recently received word from her brother, and from the sound of it, he seemed to need her help. Shutra asked whether something had happened to Sylvan. Felicia explained that while Sylvan had been tracking magical beasts, he discovered ancient ruins along with several artifacts hidden there. Because of that, Felicia decides she needs to go there herself rather than leave the matter to someone else. So she asks Shutra if he would mind letting her be away from his side for a little while. Shutra answers without hesitation, saying he has no reason to stop her, but his expression tightens as he asks whether the trip might be dangerous. Felicia does not give him a straight answer. Instead, she quietly asks if he still has the dark elf's tear she gave him before. Shutra responds right away, as if the answer is obvious, and tells her that he still has it with him. He explains that ever since the day he received it, he has kept it hanging safely around his neck without fail, then looks at Felicia with curiosity and asks why she suddenly brought up the necklace. Felicia then reveals the truth behind the item, telling him that the necklace is connected to the ring she wears. If either one of them ends up in danger, the other will sense it immediately through that bond. Shutra is visibly caught off guard, never realizing the necklace carried such a hidden power. Seeing his surprise, Felicia gently reassures him and tells him there is no need to worry. She explains that no matter what happens to either of them, the other person will know right away. Then, with complete confidence, she adds that if Shutra ever finds himself in danger, she will rush straight to his side. Shutra gives her a small smile and accepts her words, but deep down, he cannot help thinking that Felicia is the last person who should be making that kind of promise to him. Felicia answers brightly, saying that nobody can truly predict what the future will bring. Then she waves goodbye with her usual cheerful energy and announces that she is heading out. After watching her leave, Shutra quietly wonders whether everything will really turn out all right. Carrick immediately points out that Shutra is practically inviting bad luck by saying something so ominous at a moment like this. Shutra snaps back at Carrick and tells him to shut his mouth, and just like that, Felicia finally departs from Evian. 3 days pass, and heavy rain beats down over the northern limit line, drenching the fort's stronghold beneath a curtain of gray skies and cold water. Shutra stands beside the window, listening to the endless rainfall as he lets out a deep, drawn-out sigh. Felicia has only been gone for 3 days, yet the space she left behind already feels strangely large. Ever since the day they first met, the two of them had spent most of their time together. Now that she is no longer nearby, Shutra can feel her absence far more clearly than he expected. Once again, he realizes just how important Felicia has become to him. But even as that feeling settles in his chest, he reminds himself that he cannot afford to stay trapped in sentiment forever, because a major turning point is already drawing near. As Shutra handles his duties and steadily sorts through his future plans, he stumbles upon something completely unexpected. Holding up a small drop of blood, he wears an oddly proud smile and tells Carrick to taste it, confidently claiming that it is surprisingly delicious. Carrick instantly pulls back in disgust, asking if the prince has awakened some strange new hobby that should have stayed buried forever. Shutra, completely unfazed, tells him to stop spouting nonsense and just try it already, even though Carrick clearly wants nothing to do with it. Shutra ignores his resistance and forces the drop of blood into his mouth. At first, Carrick's face twists with clear revulsion, but then his expression suddenly locks in place. A heartbeat later, his eye shines with startled disbelief. Shutra calmly tells him that what he just tasted was his blood, then asks how it was. Carrick trembles as he asks what in the world that was supposed to be, unable to understand how blood could possibly taste so sweet. Shutra thinks it over and suggests that the strange sweetness may have something to do with the Gandharva bloodline flowing through him. Gandharvas are said to be a race with such beautiful fragrances that legends even claim they can live on scent alone. Shutra also suspects that after obtaining the dragon heart and strengthening his mana, that natural racial trait may have become even stronger. Carrick then asks if every Gandharva is like this, still looking shaken by the taste lingering in his mouth. Shutra says he cannot be sure unless he meets more Gandharvas and confirms it for himself. As the thought settles in, he decides that learning more about the Gandharva race might be worth pursuing someday. Time keeps moving forward. As Shutra looks out across the snow-covered land beyond the stronghold, he reflects that the current year is already nearing its end. There is only 1 month left before the demon world reaches the year 513, the very year when Night Saga is officially supposed to begin. That realization immediately brings another important fact back to the front of Shutra's mind. Only about 1 year remains before Locke, the future hero, finally makes his appearance. Far away in the south, within the kingdom of Keramis, Felicia moves through a thick forest with several attendants accompanying her. Then, without the slightest warning, Sylvan bursts out from between the trees with wildly exaggerated excitement. He loudly celebrates the arrival of his beloved sister, spreading his arms wide as he welcomes her with far too much enthusiasm. Felicia reacts immediately and knocks him away without missing a beat. Sylvan lets out a cry as he rolls across the ground, while another man nearby hurriedly calls out to Lord Sylvan in alarm. Felicia remains perfectly calm as she tells her foolish brother that, just once, he should try appearing like a normal person. Ignoring Sylvan's complaints completely, Felicia turns her attention to the real reason she came and asks what they discovered, ordering Sapphira to explain everything clearly. Sapphira reports that several days earlier, while they were tracking magical beasts through the area, they stumbled upon ancient ruins hidden deep within the forest. However, she adds that the entrance is not ordinary at all, because it is releasing an unusually powerful concentration of mana. Sapphira continues by explaining that the symbols carved near the entrance look remarkably similar to the writing found in the fierce Kaltine ruins. The instant Felicia hears that, she understands exactly why they called her here. Sylvan nervously adds that he really did not summon her all this way as some kind of joke after all. Sapphira agrees with that judgment, and Felicia quickly decides there is no reason to waste any more time standing around. She says it will be much faster to see the ruins with her own eyes than to keep listening to long explanations. Before long, the group reaches the entrance, and Felicia looks ahead before asking if this is truly the ruin they discovered. Sapphira confirms that it is. In front of them, a deep circular shaft drops straight down into the earth, while waves of purple mana rise from within and drift into the air. Felicia leans forward and peers into the opening, admitting that she can clearly feel magical energy surging up from somewhere far below. The hole appears extremely deep, and Felicia warns everyone to be careful, because one careless mistake here could easily lead to serious injuries. Sylvan immediately steps forward and declares that his reliable older brother Self will safely carry her down into the ruins. Felicia rejects the offer without even giving it a moment's thought. Instead, she activates levitation magic, rises smoothly into the air, and tells the others to follow her carefully. Sylvan simply stares in blank disbelief as Felicia immediately dives down into the glowing shaft without waiting for him. A second later, panic flashes across his face, and he shouts after her, telling her to wait. Already descending into the ruins below, Felicia casually tells him not to worry so much about her and to focus on figuring out how he intends to keep up. The group continues deeper into the cavern, moving along a path softly lit by pale blue crystals set into the surrounding stone walls. The crystals give off a gentle glow that spreads through the cave, filling the passage with enough light for everyone to make out the shape of the area around them. As they move forward, Felicia remarks that she had expected the inside to be swallowed by complete darkness. Sapphira explains that the glowing stones seem to be illuminating the entire passage, but even with that light around them, Felicia remains on guard. She cautioned the entire group not to relax for even a second, her voice low but firm as she reminded them that none of them knew what kind of threat could suddenly crawl out from the deep darkness ahead. Sylvan immediately broke into a confident grin and announced that Felicia had absolutely nothing to worry about, because as long as her reliable older brother was there, he would protect her from anything. Felicia's face tightened with obvious irritation, and she muttered back that she had already turned down that offer. At the front of the expedition, Sapphira continued guiding everyone deeper into the cavern, her eyes scanning the path ahead until she finally stopped and called Felicia over to her side. Sapphira gestured towards something nearby and asked Felicia to come take a closer look, as if whatever she had found needed a more careful eye. Felicia moved forward, but the moment she saw it, her steps came to a sudden halt. In front of her stood a huge stone slab engraved with strange, unfamiliar markings, and her expression quickly shifted into something far more serious. After staring over the carved symbols, Felicia said there was no doubt about it. The writing looked extremely similar to the inscriptions that had once been found in the Kaltine ruins. Felicia remained silent for a while, carefully studying the marks one by one, before quietly saying that maybe the old legend had been true all along. Sapphira looked at her and asked what legend she meant. Instead of answering directly, Felicia asked Sapphira a question in return. She wanted to know how old Sapphira believed the Demon King's castle was. Sapphira answered that the current year was 513, and Felicia calmly confirmed that she was correct. Felicia explained that the castle's history would be roughly 512 years long. In other words, the Demon King's castle had only stood for around 5 centuries, while the era of strife before it had lasted, at most, about 3,000 years. That era of strife had been the wild and chaotic age before the Demon King's castle brought the demon realm together, a brutal time when countless races battled endlessly against one another just to survive. Felicia then asked Sapphira if she had ever thought about what might have existed even before that age. Sapphira admitted it was hard to imagine, reasoning that anything that far back would have come from a time before civilization had truly formed. Felicia nodded, acknowledging that most people would probably come to the same conclusion, but then her gaze sharpened slightly, and she suggested there might be another explanation. She said it was possible that ancient civilizations had once thrived long before anyone began keeping proper records, only to disappear so completely that almost every trace of them had been erased from the world. Felicia explained that certain scholars called this lost people the precursor race, a civilization that may have once burned with extraordinary brilliance before vanishing entirely from the pages of history. Sapphira lowered her voice and repeated the name slowly, as if weighing the meaning of those words for the first time. The precursor race. Then she looked back toward Felicia and asked whether she truly thought the writing carved into these slabs could have belonged to those ancient beings. Felicia replied that the only way to know for certain was to continue investigating. And beyond where they stood, the cavern stretched out with countless stone tablets packed throughout the darkness, like a vast graveyard of slabs, each one covered in the same mysterious writing. Meanwhile, outside the cave, night had already settled over the forest, draping the trees in darkness as Tyrion kept watch near the entrance. One of the other men noticed Tyrion's uneasy reaction and asked if something was wrong. Tyrion turned his head, glancing around the shadowy surroundings with a tense look in his eyes. He said he thought he had heard something just a moment earlier, but after scanning the area carefully, nothing around them seemed out of place. After a short pause, Tyrion let out a laugh and brushed it off, deciding that he had probably imagined it. But in the very next instant, a dark blur sliced through the night. An older man whipped around sharply, his face draining as his eyes widened in sudden alarm. Back inside the cavern, Felicia suddenly stopped moving. She turned her gaze toward the tunnel, her expression tightening as she said that something had changed. Sylvan's face immediately lost its carefree look and became hard. Sylvan said he could feel it too. The very atmosphere around them was different, as if the air itself had shifted. Felicia looked at him in surprise, but Sylvan was already moving. Without wasting a second, he drew his sword and ordered everyone around him to ready themselves. He warned them that something was coming their way. Then he turned to Sapphira and told her to contact the group stationed outside, and Sapphira acted immediately. She raised one hand to her forehead, and a bright communication spell began to glow around her as the magic activated. Sapphira called out to Tyrion, asking if anything was happening above ground. But no answer came back. Her expression darkened, and she called his name again, this time demanding that he respond. Outside, the forest had fallen into an eerie silence. Bodies were scattered across the ground, and in the middle of that darkness, a shadowy figure slowly began to rise. A sinister aura gathered around the figure, while pale purple light flickered and pulsed across its body like an omen. Far from the ruins, Shutra suddenly felt the pendant hanging from his neck react. A burst of purple light flared from the dark elf's tear, shining violently against his chest. Shutra grabbed the necklace in confusion, admitting that he had no idea what was happening. But as he stared down at the glowing pendant, Felicia's face instantly surfaced in his mind. Back near the ruins, black smoke was spreading through the remains of the ruined camp. Inside the cave, Sapphira told Sylvan that something had definitely gone wrong, reporting that communication with everyone outside had been completely cut off. Sylvan clenched his teeth, wondering grimly if everyone above had already been taken down. At that same moment, Felicia noticed thin streams of black smoke beginning to creep through the tunnels. She stared at the spreading darkness and asked what it was. Before anyone could give her an answer, the ground suddenly erupted with a violent explosion, sending rocks and shattered debris flying into the air. Felicia reacted instantly, shouting for everyone to fall back. A crushing shockwave ripped through the cavern, tearing across the space with terrifying force. One of the women was hurled across the ground, her body skidding painfully over the stone. Groaning from the impact, she forced herself to lift her head, only to freeze when she saw another thick mass of black smoke surging straight toward them. Felicia's eyes narrowed as she watched the darkness push forward, its shape swelling as it advanced through the cavern. Sylvan immediately stepped in and swung his blade, cutting through the approaching smoke as he called out to Felicia. He told her that he would take care of this himself, his stance firm as he faced the threat head-on. But as Sylvan looked deeper into the heart of that darkness, the confidence on his face began to change. In stunned disbelief, he muttered that the figure hidden inside the smoke could not possibly be Gerard. A massive stream of black energy twisted and writhed until it took on the shape of a monstrous beast, then surged toward them with overwhelming force. The darkness expanded around them, swallowing the space nearby as if the cavern itself were being consumed. Sapphira seized that brief opening and appeared behind Gerard, ready to strike him from behind. But Gerard reacted effortlessly and caught her hand before the attack could land. From deep inside the rolling black mist, a chilling voice cut through the air, coldly ordering her body to wither away as if her life meant nothing. In the next instant, a pitch-black tendril shot out from the darkness and coiled tightly around her arm. The moment it touched her skin, her flesh began to shrivel, drying and collapsing at a terrifying speed. Fear took over her completely. Her eyes widened in panic as she cried out, desperately demanding to know what was happening to her body. Before the corruption could spread any farther, Sylvan appeared at her side in a blur. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his blade down and sliced through her infected hand, cutting it cleanly away from her body. The violent blast threw her backward and tore straight into the cave walls, sending dust and broken stone flying everywhere. She screamed through the pain, clutching herself as she cried that her arm hurt so badly she could hardly bear it. Sylvan immediately turned and shouted for Delia to use hemostatic magic. Delia reacted at once, her voice sharp and urgent as she answered that she would take care of it right away. Sylvan clicked his tongue, frustration tightening across his face as his gaze shifted back toward the enemy. In front of him, the black smoke was already gathering again, thicker and more ominous than before. A monstrous surge of darkness rose up like a massive wave and came crashing toward them through the cavern. Sylvan narrowed his eye, staring straight at Gerard, and admitted with clear irritation that Gerard was using an unbelievably troublesome technique. Black energy whipped violently through the cave from every possible direction, filling the space with deadly pressure. But Sylvan still charged forward, sword raised high, declaring that if the darkness stood in his way, then he only had to cut right through it. Yet before Sylvan could bring his attack down, Gerard suddenly appeared behind him, moving so silently and so quickly that there was almost no time to react. Sylvan's body went stiff for a split second. A chill ran through him as he wondered when Gerard had managed to slip behind him. Gerard did not waste that opening. With ruthless speed, he unleashed Beast God Fist Art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike, driving a crushing wave of force straight into Sylvan's body. The blow sent Sylvan flying across the cavern like he had been struck by a cannon. Felicia's face twisted in fear as she shouted his name. The shockwave from the impact exploded outward, cracking the surrounding stone and making the entire cave tremble from wall to ceiling. Felicia stumbled back from the force, struggling to keep herself upright. Then her expression hardened with fury as she glared at Gerard and spat out that he was a bastard. Golden flames burst to life around her hand, twisting and roaring with her anger. Filled with rage, Felicia raised her magic and ordered Gerard to die. A blazing torrent of fire rushed through the cavern, swallowing the space in searing heat. But at the center of the inferno, Gerard remained standing completely unharmed, and Felicia could only stare at him in stunned disbelief. Her mind reeled as she realized how impossible it felt. No matter what spell she cast, not a single one seemed able to reach him. Around Gerard's body, the black energy kept swelling, growing denser and more dangerous with every passing moment. Felicia's thoughts raced as she desperately tried to understand what that sinister power actually was. Acting on instinct, she immediately raised a powerful barrier around herself. Purple magic flared around her body as the black force slammed into the shield from every side at once. The darkness hammered against the barrier again and again, refusing to let up for even a second. Felicia clenched her teeth and cursed quietly under her breath, feeling the pressure bear down on her. Then Gerard charged forward again, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The next impact drove Felicia backward, her feet scraping against the ground as shattered stones burst and scattered around her. Felicia coughed harshly, her body shaking as she fought to steady herself and regain her footing. Just then, Sylvan sliced through the incoming attack and pushed his way to her side, placing himself near her once again. Without taking his attention fully off the danger in front of them, he asked Felicia if she was all right. Felicia warned him not to let his guard down for even a moment. Her voice was tense as she explained that Gerard had become far more dangerous than he was before. Sylvan brushed aside her worry, his expression steady despite the danger surrounding them. He reminded her that he had made a promise, then declared that no matter what happened, he would protect her for the rest of his life. All at once, Felicia's eyes widened, as if she had noticed something that made her blood run cold. She urgently told Sylvan to stop and wait, realizing in that instant that something was terribly wrong. But before Felicia could explain what she had realized, a brilliant blue flash erupted across the entire cavern, flooding the darkness with blinding light. Gerard reacted on instinct, raising one arm in front of his face to shield his eyes from the sudden burst of brightness. At the center of that blue radiance, Sylvan reached up and removed the eye patch covering his eye. With absolute conviction burning in his voice, Sylvan declared that everything would be different from this moment on. He made it clear that he was about to become strong beyond anything anyone could imagine.